Folks, are you watching this athleticism? This is like Jordan in the flu game, where he just really had been partying all night in fucking Atlantic City. Why? Because that's how he do, baby. That's how we do. This is how we do. We got a some in the club. This is how we do. Dabba 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 dabba. This is how we do. Oh, who the fuck just shut up? Who dare? Who dare? Who dare? Who dare? Look at this athleticism. Are you fucking serious? Folks, folks, folks. Dog, are you for Rizzy? What is this bullshit? Dog, dog, dog. What is this bullshit? Why do you call people dogs? Because they're this bitch. Bitch. Yeah. Like how you did the 49 minute E. Why? Why not? Look at this. It's like a game. What's the best EA sports game of all time? Really? Everybody knows it. 2006. Anything after that. Yo, look for the fucking shut up. What up, Andrew?
What up, Andrew?
Andrew, how you living,
Andrew,
pimp?
how you living, pimp?
Could you speak?
Could you speak?
Andrew, we're talking to you.
Andrew, we're talking to you, baby.
Look at Andrew over
Look
here.
at
Thinking
Andrew
he's
over
better
here
than
thinking he's
everybody.
better than everybody.
You want a piece of me?
You
What's
want a
up,
piece
baby?
of me?
Let's
What's
go.
up, baby?
Can
Let's
you
go.
talk?
Can you talk?
Andrew's just chilling.
Andrew's just chilling.
Andrew's just
Andrew's
chilling.
just chilling.
But look at this athleticism, dog. Andrew, did you know the 8th Street Opera near 115 is shut down? Every 5 years. What do you know about the Glenn Anderson interchange, dog? What do you know about the Glenn Anderson interchange? Huh? That bitch. That bitch. All that. What do you know about the Glenn Anderson interchange? One of the biggest shits of all time. Phil DiGiannoli. No, you're not even saying his name correctly. It's Phil DiGiannoli. What is?
Oh, I see. We just
What's up, everybody? Right? Red Band, how are you? Good. How are you? Good. Good. Good to be here. Another episode of Kill Tony live on the Sunset Strip from the world famous comedy school. plus 4. Yeah. Mushroom. Speaking of mushrooms,
Dog.
House Artist is here.
Are you fucking serious?
Ladies and gentlemen. He is an amazing artist. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony. Everything's available at RyanJEvil.com.
I know that my baby loves me. Yes, I was made. Worship. Yeah. Dog, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? What the fuck is that? Are you fucking serious? I was made to this.
what's up, everybody? Right, man, how are you? Good to be here. Another episode of Kill Tony, live on the Sunset Strip from the world famous comedy Spore. Like a mushroom. Speaking of mushrooms, the house artist is here, the great Ryan J. Ebelt, ladies and gentlemen. He is an amazing artist. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony. Everything's available at RyanJEbelt.com. Every episode, every four poster. He draws them on mushrooms. Yep. He draws them on mushrooms. He draws them off mushrooms. He draws them. He's known for doing every drug. He's the only person we know that's done every drug. He has the corona vaccine. Everything. Incredible. All those are available at RyanJEbelt.com or at the Comedy Store. Before we get tonight's episode moving to an unstoppable force, let's check in with our amazing, lovely sponsors. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet, and when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history, your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN. It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast, ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through secure servers so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time I don't even realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button and you're protected. ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. And visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/KillTony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. expressvpn.com/KillTony. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/KillTony. expressvpn.com/KillTony to learn more. You gotta get up to get down. I'm talking about erectile dysfunction, and it isn't always easy to talk about erectile dysfunction. Usually we just brush it off or blame ourselves, saying like, I think I lost my mojo, or we avoid it altogether with excuses like I had a long day at work, or sorry honey, I'm just not feeling it, or I think I'm into men. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about. With a real doctor who can prescribe real medication, it's simple, safe, and totally discreet.
Folks, look at this footwork and athleticism, sexiness, sex appeal, straight up sex appeal. People were asking me the other day, what's your middle name, Rabbi? I was like, oh, a lot of people say sex appeal. And they were like, no, that's a nickname. I'm like, yeah, but it's accurate, isn't it? They're like, oh, fuck yeah, Rabbi, you're the best. I'm like, oh, I know. That's just me. I was made to love her. I was made to live for her. I know I am going away. Look at this, folks. I'm going to try to describe this to you in the most accurate way possible. This motherfucker's so sick. How sick are they, baby? Look at this move. Dog. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. What is this bullshit? I like when these guys are moaning. Hey guys, what the fuck? Think you're in Motown, baby? What are your thoughts on Nate Bargatze? Nobody gives a shit about him. Oh, that's tight.
I almost said the whole thing in Hebrew. I could do instead. It's a little different. I want to introduce to you for the very, very first time. You're the first to hear about it. I didn't even know myself. I didn't even see the poster. Shabbos of Isachtos. Of Achdus. Isachtos. We're taking the entire Royal Hotel in the Dead Sea. Entire thing. It's going to be an unbelievable Shabbos. Last time was amazing. It energized everybody's Ruchni's batteries, Gashmi's batteries. We don't have to do these things, but we do it to help the Olam, and it really is Mechazik the Olam. People enjoyed it a lot. The women really enjoyed it. The wives, people were doubtful. Are the wives gonna? They loved it. They understood what it's all about. Suddenly, they cham. Bring them back. You bring them in. Now they understand what Daf Yomi is. Why you run to learn every day. So get ready. Save the date. Migdal Emek. You can bring your wife?
No, you can write.
Oh, okay. So schlep her in. People coming in from America for this. A lot of people will be coming in. You'll see. We're not doing a Shabbaton for the Americans this year because of the Siyam Shas. So I don't think we are. So a lot of people will be coming in for this. Rabbi said Migdala Emek by Rabbi Grossman. There's a live satellite location, another one every single day. There is a live shechita in Tom's River. Major MDY location, June 21st. It's not on the screen. Okay, it's a new guy there. He wants a Shabbos. He's not used to it. Hey! He's the pro. That's why. You didn't want to, Mazda today, Sharkman, I'm Baruch Sanakas Tefillin on Friday. I didn't know you guys are Lubavitch. It's not? Look at that. Wow. Okay. One more. Shouldn't say we don't show his videos. 2 in a week. And this is his brother, Jonathan. Future MDY, but this guy is serious MDY. I got the whole his father says. So his father made a deal with him back in the day. Ravelli made a deal with him. Ravelli formed a video in Utah, from over there. He's going from Utah and said if he goes 150 blocks, Ravelli is not. He said Spanish remember everything. I'm going to share Johnny Robinson Monday, he said Mazel Tov, and he's going to drop the last one so he gets a shout out. And he makes the share, Tati will take him to large share of the snow. It's a live shechita from the one and only Ron Weissfish in Manchester. It's very, very kedai to see something like this. Everybody here enjoyed it, and you'll see it over there live. They'll show you how to be bodic knives and everything. So even more than we had over here, we're going to go straight into the sponsors. The official edition of the White Shas and the second sponsor is Zevin Yal Sholov, the Perek, Ilan and Mary Davidovici, Nishmas Yishai Ben Aaron and Yechor Chava Intel Bas Avraham. Davening now by David Kreinberg. And Nishmas Malchav Simcha Ben Tzvi Yud Sora Bas Avraham. Shukoyach David. The Masechta is sponsored by David Salmon. Dedicated memory of Abimayr Reb Shmuel Baruch Ben Reb Chaim Tzvi Deutsch Reb Chaim Bracha. The Patrick Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all they do support him. DY Anonymous, as some broken to the Gashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny. Shmuel and Ova Schuster for continuing the Tzlach and Nachas from our children. Anonymous for clear for Shtema and our Yom Talei Bas Esther, B'Yomin and Daniel Rosenfeld, Brios V'Sim, for monthly sponsors. Anonymous, the Nishmas, Yonataneitam Ben Mordechai Zeva Koyin, Zepron Rocha, the Tzvi, the Nishmas, Yonataneitam Ben Mordechai Zeva Koyin, Zepron Rocha. Very Simon for Shtema, Abimayr Baruch Ben Miriam, Anonymous for Shtema for Reuben Ben Yehudis and Rabbi Shai Ben Slavet Goyer. Amen. Weekly sponsors, Spanish year sponsors in honor of the first three Bachman in the Mexican satellite location, Shmuel Yehuda, Abramchik, Moshe Laniado, Yonon Greenberg, Jacob Weinstock, Mazel Tov, and the marriage of Rihanna to Uri Austrian. They built a bike Nemo B'Yisrael. Daily sponsors, Chaim Levitan, Dr. Chaim Levitan, Lili Nishmas, Rabbi Leo Shraga Tzvi, Ben Chaim Deutsch from the Bracha. Hirsch Levitan on his 7th yard side in the Shama should have an Aliyah. Yana Wolf, Nishmas, Simi Murasi, Esther Chaya Bat Shmuel Eliezer, whose 53rd yard side is today. Hey, Tamos, Shaya Freilacher, in honor of my 365th day of Daf Hayomi. Thank you, Rebellion, the entire NDYT. Mazel Tov to you. Mazel Tov. NDY Art for the month. Refor Shlema, Mordechai Ben Esther. Refor Hayela, Daniel Zeb Ben Hayela Dester. Ravoisai, we are holding like 20 lines, 18 lines from the bottom of the noon on the base. 18 lines. 2 dots. Rabbi Yehuda Omer Doila. So we know that in the Mishnah it says that if the keres, that's the first part of the stomach, the food goes into the keres. From there it moves on to the koisais, to the hemses, and to the keva. If there's a hole that's a mashu in the keres, apnimi, it's treif. If it's chitzoin, it has to be a tefa. It really says it depends. If it's g'doila or k'tana, if it's a large animal or small animal. Omer Rabbi Yom Bar Yefes, Omer Rabbi Yom Lozer. Lo g'doila g'doila mamish doesn't really mean a giant bull, like Tana mamish, and a teeny tiny little sheep. Ella kosher nikra b'teva, but they have a ruba. If the animal is so large that if you tear a tefach, we had maybe it's on the next daf. The point is, if the tear is that large, that if it tears a full tefach, it's not the roiv. That means its stomach is huge, more than 2 tefachim wide. Zui shishanu g'doil tefach. So therefore, that is considered a g'doil. It's not a giant animal. It can be any animal that a tefach is not the roiv. Ruba, but they have a tefach. But if you were able, you cut, there's a tear in the keres, that's a roiv. That's a majority of the keres. And that doesn't even add up to tefach. That's a very small animal. So, zui sheshaninu b'tana b'ruba. Okay, that's considered a tefach. What about ruba, but don't have a tefach? Shita. If you have a roiv, you have a 51% tear, and it's not a full tefach, who cares? Throughout the Torah, a roiv is what dictates. Ruach Kula, 51% is like the entire thing. So who cares if there's no tefach? So Gemara says an interesting kiddush.
All jokes all the way through 50 seconds of
Let's read the Habakkuk B'Mashu.
What up, Mr.
Roy
Aquarius?
is slightly
How you
less
doing
than a
from
tefach.
your muscle relaxation?
See, already there. So no, push a little bit more. You'll get to the tefach, share the tefach. Well, same. The mikvah of a tefach, they have a treifa. So maybe in that case, interesting, no? It's already right. You already have 51%. No, but because we have tefach as a shear, and you're already there, you're a centimeter away from a tefach. So maybe it needs to be ripped a little bit more to the tefach. Kamash will know. In that case, Roy dictates it. You don't need it. Omar Geneva or Abasi. Who's that guy that watches the shit from Hungary? Black, no? Yossi Black. Black? No, I thought it was black, but they said it's black. He's a guy that watches every day. It was his birthday, but it was his birthday. Kids, okay. If it's still your birthday, happy birthday. Shalom Aleichem. Said it in the Hebrew one. I don't know if he watches Hebrew in English, but I thought it's cool because he watches Hebrew. Because he's hungry.
What you doing, Rabbi?
I
You're a
am.
guy that watches every single day in Hungary. Zog Gemara. Omar Gniva, Omar Abasi. Nigdero Kisela Treifa. What if you have a hole in the, yeah, it is. Yeah. You have a hole in the keres the size of a sela. So in other words, it's a round hole. Treifa. Why? Take a look over here. If you stretch a circle, you get it to be a tefach. Huh? That's real. It's scary. Guys, you don't understand something. I say it's real, it's real. Yesterday, his father drove him in for the morning shir. But then he drove him in for the Hebrew shir. Twice from Yerushalayim in one day. It's not a joke. It's Father of the Year. You know? No, that's right. Then he's going to drive him tomorrow to the airport to go to Austria. You're really going? You're going, you got it. What's the trick? Is he Ben Yochanan? What is this? How? He's the youngest. You saw something. Wow. Okay. No, it's a limud haskell. You know, the kid wants to go. Okay, no problem. I'll drive you. You want to go again? I'll drive in the same day. To drive through Shalim. What? It's for neighbor Yerushalayim. Erev Shabbos too. Once I stop, I'll imagine Hashem Aleichem. What's your name? Okay, I know you from somewhere. Where was it? Remind me. Oh, so you live here? So I asked you to come, so you came. Shkoya. Yivaldik. You look familiar. That's what it is. These things. That's. Don't tell me that you were here for years. For how long did you come? Really? Wow. You left the big Roshim. I don't know. No, it's me. It's like that. Yeah. What's your name? From? Yerushalayim. And you came with this English fella? Yeah. You see, that doesn't really matter. He's been here for years. Wow. Okay. Look. Okay, bye. Anybody else want to say something? What about you? I know you're here a bunch. No, not you're right. Yeah, I know. Who else? You. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. David, Shalom Aleichem. Oh, really? The Shelly Badge is coming to us, you know? Oh, okay. Give me a matzo. Oh, what do you want to show us? Torah Anytime is here. What is this? Wow, 2025, 1,072,000. This is like a YouTube. What do they call it? YouTube. Yeah, this is better. Total view is like 3 million views. So where are we on the Torah Anytime? The top 10? Really? Wow. Beautiful. Yeah, thank you so much. Tell him thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. Beautiful. It's a big. Bill doesn't believe that we have a lot of views on Torah Anytime. They think it's only. So do the math. 3,000 a day. And then 17. Okay. Yo, what's your name? You're the name. From? Well, you brought somebody else last week, no? It wasn't the same guy. It was somebody else. Cool. All right. Excellent. Huh? Well, we got to learn some Torah today. Okay. Who's in the back? Oh, that's right. You guys. What's your name? All the way in the back. The little kid. The kid. Yeah, Shalom. What's your name? Israel. לא נשמע ישראל. אתה מדבר אנגלית? אחי השיר זה יותר אפילו. Okay, another guy. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From? Shalom Aleichem is outside. And the guy next to this is going to take all night. Whoa, time out. We have a big guest here. Right behind you, we have Hillel. Hillel Abraham. Shalom Aleichem, Hillel. He hasn't been here in months. He comes on Shabbos. What do you want to say? You want to say something? Oh, you hear that? Call that Nathan G. He lacks the shivering part. Yeah, it's cool. If you're new here, I'll say hello to you soon. Let's just do another 5 lines. Okay. Wow. There's a Chassidish guy standing in the back, but he left already. Like, when are we going to get to the learning part? All right. I have no idea. Omar Rebbe Chia Barabba. We're still on the base, not on today's daf. I was right there. I was about to cross the water over there in Arda, and I remember where it was, and he told me, Kisela Chela. It's not true. If it's this size, if it looks like, if it's the size of a Sela, it's kosher. Yes, or Kisela Chela. If it's only it's a little bit more. But the Gemara is like so marked over here. The Kamer Yeser, look, they're going into great detail over here. But what does it mean it's a little bit more than a seller? The island class kashyasa b'tzipa b'duchka. I mean, it is unbelievable. Two shiurim. If there are 3 baked pits, but they have a little bit of meat on it, then it's hard to get it through. But no tzipa b'ravcha, and without the meat on it, it goes in easy. Here, take a look. Well, not this one. This one. The one on the left doesn't have any meat on it. It's clean. So then it goes like this is the doichak. Okay. So that's more than a seller. When it goes in like that, it's more than a seller. Next sugya, as usual, we're flying through sugyas. Hemses ubeis hakosos. The Mishnah says if there's a hole in the hemses ubeis hakosos, there was a beautiful thing that Yoshi did, and I unfortunately, hey, I put it in the next year. It looks like a cow. And there's a bunch of things. It says it's like a nice looking cow. It's like 6 slides. I threw it into Nun Gimel, so I forgot to show it, but I can show it here. Huh? In Nun Beis. Yeah, Nun Beis. Anyways, let me just show you meanwhile what emphasis, basic crisis. You see, these are the 2 things I was holding in my hand. This is the close up of it with a nail in there. So check this out. We even had a little bit of the sugya. There's a needle that the base of koisos, that's the second part of the stomach, and it makes little cud. It makes like little balls out of the grass, the size of those honeycomb devices. Koisos, mamish koisos, little cups, and then it shoots it back out through the esophagus back to the cow's mouth or the sheep's mouth, and then it re-chews it. Chews its cud. That's why it's called cud, like koisos, I think. Anyway, so this base of koisos has 2 layers, as you can see over here. This looks like 6, but just pretend it's 2. So you find the needle in the base of koisos, and it punctured 1 out of the 2 walls. Where's that guy from Torah Anytime? He left already? No, not yet. Okay, I forgot. I want to say thank you to him and his boss and everybody. Okay. If I went through and through, it's no good. Here you go. Take a look at this video a little bit. Oh. So if it stops there, for sure. If it went through, then it's treif. If you find a little bit of blood on the needle, then you know that because the animal is not going to bleed after it dies, it bleeds before. So if it has like a stain of blood, this must have happened before it died. And Memela what? Memela, it is treif. If you don't see any blood on it, so this happened after shechita. By the way, this is 50 daf into chulin. It's crazy. 50 daf from where we started. It's because we go slow, 1 daf at a time, and it adds up tremendously and very, very quickly. Higlut piyamaka. If the wound already has, how do you say higlut in English? Scab. You have a scab on the wound. How do you have a scab? It takes time for it to scab up. Then you should know that this happened 3 days before the shechita. So again, you open up the base of koisos. You find a needle. You find a scab. You know that this happened before you bought it. So if it happened before you bought it, it's a mekatonis, get your money back. In other words, you see from here an interesting idea that if you purchase a car And the owner of the car that sold it to you, he had no clue that there was something wrong in the engine, whatever. You go to the guy, the mechanic tells you this was there a month ago. I said, but I didn't know. I sold to you what I didn't know. You didn't know, so it's your problem. No. If the problem is pre-existing, it's a mental toll. You get your money back. But if there was no scandal, then the buyer has to prove when it happened. Since he can't really prove it, he's stuck with the trait animal. As the Gemara mentioned, we call it Kuli Dalma. How come we have all these different little holes in different organs in the intestine? There's no needle. There's no blood in his trait. How come by a needle you need blood? Wholesome like a needle in Misrach. There's nothing for the blood to catch onto. When you have a piece of metal, then you have good reason to ask the question, why is there no blood on this? And if there is blood, that's your indication. If this wound occurred before the shechita, it would have had some blood on it. So now we have a story. Oh, you should know, Abaya, there was a big Talmid Chacham that came from Eretz Yisrael. And he even said his name is Rav Avira. According to some opinions in the Sugya, if you read it the way it is, comes out that Rav Avira is hundreds of years old. Why? Because he's going to say a story. A story happened in front of Rebbe. Now, Rebbe was a Tana. From the last Tanai, he wrote the Mishnah. Abaya is an Amar. Like the fourth generation Amar. So how did Rav Avira see Abaya and talk to Abaya? Must have been very old. What's the story? There is a needle that was found in the Beis HaKoyz. Is literally this picture. And Rebbe said it's treif, even though it didn't go through and through. And the Brisa says that it's kosher, because it went through one wall, not both. Kosher. So we got a big problem here. Rebbe says that it's treif. Abai couldn't believe his ears. Abai knows the price. Abai knows that this is kosher. How in the world could Rav Avira say that it's treif? Shalach leis. She says, Rav Avira, I want to meet you. Tell me the story. Lo yasel gabei, 5 to 1. No way, I'm not coming. Also, you know what? I gotta figure this out. This is Torah. This doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna go to you. She goes to him. Havakoya Igora. Rav Avira's on the roof. Omar, I already came. I made the whole trip here. I want you to come down and tell me what happened. Go in office. Not very nice. He didn't come down. So he went up there. So tell me what happened. So over here, he says Rebbe Rabba. He doesn't say Rebbe. He says Rebbe Rabba. Rashi says Rebbe Rabba means Rabbeinu HaKodesh, Rebbe Nasi. This is talking about Rebbe. Others say no, it's not. It can't be Rebbe. Rebbe, and the fact is, it doesn't say Rebbe. Throughout Shas it says Rebbe. Calls him Rebbe Rabba. Rebbe Rabba means a great Rav, a big Gadol, but not Rebbe that we know. Okay, so that's where. So the other week when I was by Rav Yankiv Friedman, so he's a buffer in the house, and he told us that Rav Yankiv Friedman, Yeshiva, he started the whole Tifrach. He bought Tifrach, he put the Yeshiva in Tifrach. Oh, he's a big on him. It's Rabbi, he gave the whole thing for Rav Yazir Putz, but he's considered a Yeshiva over there. He put many yeshivas. There's a lot of yeshivas in Israel that he started. One of them was the yeshiva that I went to, which was Tifrach, but for Yeshiva Kana. And so again, When I went to the Shulchan, I had the schus of sleeping in his house for a few months. But anyway, we're there, and a bacher shows us a list. In Benny, long list. It says 8 o'clock, 8:15, 8:30, 8:45, 9 o'clock, and it just keeps on going. Basically, every 15 minutes, he gives another shir to another group of Bachrim, and it's always another sefer. Goes from this to that, like Faisal Mavis to that one to this one, I don't know, all these far. So I asked him, I said, like, how do you get these guys in and out? It's like 30 per shir, you know? He says, getting them in is not the problem. It's getting them out. It's like this shir right now, Motzei Shabbos, getting you guys out so the Israelis can come in is the issue. Why am I saying this? Because it says in Rashi, he's Maftir Knesiyos, he was in charge of getting people in and getting people out. Like, why do you have to get people out of Beis Medrash? I don't know. There's something that they had to get people out of Beis Medrash. So, I worked over there. I was the guy getting people in and out. Rav Huna Tzipora, Rav Yossi Madah. Yossi Lefan, we had these two dolim sitting in front of the Rebbe. This story came to Rebbe. This, where you have the needle in the Beis HaKossos only through one of the membranes. And Rebbe turns it over. First he sees the needle inside, okay. Then he looks on the outside. Exactly where that needle is sticking, on the other side of it, when you look, it's nice and smooth. There's no exit wound. That there's a bunch of blood. Where did the blood come from? This is a animal. If you're at the shechita, and I recommend if you weren't to go to Revice Fish or wherever you are around the world, go to the shechita. It's an amazing thing. Maybe don't go for the shechita part. You don't need the shechita part, but go for the rest of it. How they open it up and bring nose pegs. So everything is sterile. Everything is perfect. Everything fits in there. There's no blood squishing around. Everything is in pipes. The blood goes around and it's clean. Everything's clean. So how did I find blood on the other side of the Beis HaKossos? We saw the Beis HaKossos. It's clean. It's just Beis HaKossos, this cable. There's no blood over there. If you see a stain of blood on the other side where the needle was in the inside, obviously the needle poked through once upon a time, went back and healed up, and now you don't know. But there's blood. That's a perfect indication that there was an exit. Says Rebbe, that's why it's treif. Omar Lei, and Rashi takes out, if you have in your Gemara, Rashi's Gur is Karach Tarfei. Karach Tarfei, like Gavra, what are you, crazy? You made me come all the way here and climb up all these stairs to hear this? I don't need that. This is obvious. Masnisani, that's in the Mishnah. It says if there's a puncture went through and through in the Beis HaKossos or the Hamsis, then it's straight. And this obviously there's a puncture went through and through. You come to my city, you tell me Rebbe said that if there's a needle in one of the membranes and not in two, it's straight. I couldn't believe it. I know the Bryce that says that's kosher. You just added something. Shkoya. Just a little minor detail. Shkoya. There's blood on the other side. Why did you say that to begin with? If you would have said blood, you would have saved me this whole thing. A bunch of years ago, I don't know, over 40 years ago, I was walking around the Bnei Brak on Purim, and all of a sudden there's a commotion. People are running towards me, and they're screaming, "Catch this guy! Catch him! Catch him!" There's a young fellow running for his life. I thought he's a murderer. I thought he murdered somebody. I stole something. I don't know what. Like, you're like, catch the guy, catch him. So as he passed by, I just stuck out my foot just a little bit. It's not, I feel bad. I mean, if anybody knows these guys, let me know. He goes flying, and these guys catch him. And they start beating him up. They beat him up. They broke his front teeth. They punch him in the head. They punch him over and over. And then finally they're done. And like I asked him, like, what happened? What did he do? What did he do? He sprayed some girls with a spray, like a snow spray. Oh. That's why he tripped this guy, and that's why you bashed his face in? Are you serious? Like, I couldn't believe it. Like, I feel bad out there that was part of that. The Rav Breslev says, the Mamish Tismais, he says there's a guy, he had his hand like this, clawed, they ran after him. They said, what do you have in your hand? They're running, he's running through the house. They finally caught him. And they caught him, and they opened up his hand, there's nothing in there. And then he started running again. So, oh, he's probably in his other hand. So they chased him, they found him, and then they opened up his hand, there's nothing there. So he says that the mashal is, that's the Yitzhara. He tells you, that taiva, go over there. It's unbelievable. Go. You go over there. That's it. That was it. That was all the end. No. It's that one. Over there. And your whole life, you're running from here to there. It's all empty. And then you get there, it's garnished. Zog Gemara. Seriously, we gotta have to find a guy. I should say the story in Hebrew a little better, because I was embarrassed to say that I tripped him. I said I have to tell the real story. Maybe the guy, I'll be able to speak to the guy. Might have been my fault. I got beat up. Zog Gemara. Man, there was the way they was screaming and running. I literally thought he murdered somebody. Gotcha, it's Vasuto! Screaming, and 10 guys running, and this guy's running for his life. You know what I'm talking about? Those snow things? Spray. You shouldn't have sprayed it. Okay, I'm not saying he did a nice thing, but you know, they had to beat somebody up. They should have beat them up. All right, Rabbi said, if an animal falls off a roof, it's called a nefula. We consider that its limbs are broken, something inside is ruptured. You put your animal, you have a goat, you put it on top of a roof, and you come back, you find it on the bottom. How did it get there? It fell off the roof. It's not a problem. Nothing is verschmettered in there. Oh God, yo! Oh, Maisa. There's a story with the goat. The Havilay, the Ravina. When I moved into this neighborhood, I should have known something's wrong here. There's a guy, some guy that davens in this place once in a while, walking around with a goat, and on a leash. So I'm like, Rabbi, what's going on? He's like, what's going on? My kid wants a dog. I'm not getting a dog, so I got a goat. Yeah. So, how God, the Havilay, the Ravina, the Prince of Chushta Bipuma, he saw, really, gosh, Mamish, like, couldn't hold himself back. He's on the roof, and he looks through the skylight, and he sees, like, Yishmaka barley. Dog guy, so he jumps off, and he falls to the ground, and he's laying there on the ground, and they decide, okay, it's a good time to shaft him. Because otherwise, if the guy, he might not survive. That's the Gamid Rav Ashi. So, come to Rav Ashi Amalei. Here we even have a little bit of video of how this happened. It's like not the skylight is a little off over there, but All right. So he had an issue getting up because had he gotten up, it's Meduyik, this video. Because if he would have got up, that's a right that he's not a Mefula. There's no Rusa Gevarim. He's sitting on the ground like that. So it's interesting. Why? Because he didn't fall. He jumped. He's jumping different than falling. I think I made the Rav Ashi. Hold on, Rabbi Nir Beim Lamalo. This time we said that if you leave an animal on the roof and you come back and he's on the bottom, we're not concerned. That's because an animal, you ever look at a cat jumping off like a high fence. So it puts his paws down on the wall and slowly, then it jumps. Over here, it jumped through the skylight. There's nothing for it to catch on. If it's using the wall as some sort of a bray / it slows down the fall. Okay, but over here, the high less than medium Mizrach. Over here, there's nothing for it to catch on. It was a complete fall. Dilmor, on the other hand, you could say an animal is good at checking distance. We once babysat my friend's kid, and my wife told me, it's weird. This kid got on a chair, jumped off. Got on a table, jumped off. There was no, I think something's wrong. We should tell the parents there's something wrong. And sure enough, there's something very wrong. This kid. It's natural for a kid to be able to gauge distance. And an animal, certainly an animal. If an animal jumps off a roof, don't worry about it. You've probably seen cats jump 2-3 stories, 4 stories sometimes. Always landing. There's a whole scientific thing how they land on their feet. They twist their front and then they twist the back. And then once we're talking about that, of course we have to go into the sugya. Why is it every time a piece of toast with butter always falls on the butter side? So they actually did. I once saw a whole thing. They did a whole research about it, and they claim that it's because the butter adds a little weight to that side of the bread. But and the haraya that if it falls from a higher distance, then it'll fall back on the other side. If it does, it's a complete. Don't believe this stuff. Let's see how many minyanim. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna go there. Okay. Wow. Can't take this for granted. On one site or anything. Over 1 million views in 1 year. It's unbelievable. Divided. Okay. You don't pay out like YouTube does, huh? Come on. Just this week, just today. Hey, Avi Kamenetsky's son asked me if I got one of those YouTube things. Like he was explaining to me, there are 1 million views. No, you have to have 100,000 subscribers. We're getting there. Okay. One day, we'll put it next to the Torah anytime, the YouTube thing. It's cool. So let's get about it. No, animal has the ability to gauge distance, and don't worry about it. It jumped off the roof and over. It's not a trade. There's a sheep. Now, if you were to see a sheep dragging its rear legs, just the front work, the back don't work. What is that? What does that indicate to you? Huh? No. Two. Spinal cord injury. That's the first thing that because I've seen a few videos of even human beings. People that got shot, for instance, they start crawling on their hands, and the legs are just like they don't do much. That's what's going on over here. This animal is dragging. It's just using its front. The 2 back legs are not working. So it's a trafe. I should groin on actor. You know, it has a bad what do you call it when you're swimming and you have that attack cramp, a muscle cramp on both legs. Doesn't want to use his back legs. Doesn't know what? Yeah, I love it. Crampa, I have it here. Crampa, I have it underlined even. Here, look. You want to see my Gemara? Can you zoom in? It doesn't matter. Okay, fine. Here, you tell them if it says over here. Confirm. All right, Zog the Gemara. So, Krampa. Always like that. It's not as good as stomach. Stomach's not bad. Zog the Gemara. Fine. So that's a cramp. So says the Gemara. I'm no doctor, but I think maybe it's worse than just a cramp. It might have a severed spinal cord. But they actually opened it up and they saw that Ravina is right. The problem with the spinal cord. So, we're not concerned about a spinal cord injury. We think it's a cramp. It shouldn't really shkia because it's much more common. We're going to see maybe tomorrow even that when it comes to treifas, we're very into what's a roy, what's shkia, it's not so common to have a chodesh injury. If you go to any Israeli cheder, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Two males beating each other up. Something like this. If you call for greenhouse and solely serious increase or even death. This one is about 6,000 feet, this guy. So you have two males fighting, and one gets thrown to the ground. Yeah, I mean, this guy that fell off the 6,000-foot cliff, there's a little bit of a risk. Maybe some of his event got Marusuk, but we're talking about just, you know, in the ring, and he falls down, it's not a big deal. I forgot the mitzvah of the guy, he's screaming in pain, he's crying. It's a little hot in here. It's the heat that's causing it. Yeah. Enough but he falls to the ground. Oh, we even have a shtickle video for that too. No, because you have to understand, it might be the heat caused it.
What a beating! It looks to me like you crushed your internal organs. Yes, what are you talking about? The air conditioning in this arena is just terrible. The heat is like... Nonsense! According to Toy Rack, the moment you hit the floor, we have reason to be... Sure!
Joking? All right. Givaldi. All right. There's the Shiva guys in the back. They don't know what to do themselves. All right. What's on? What's going on, guys? Where are you from? We're doing shout outs. תגיד להם שהם צריכים להגיד לי איך קוראים להם. זה ירושלמי. Listen, if the Yushalmi guy comes to the shit, you guys could also. What's your name? You standing over there. What's your name? From? What yeshiva do you go to? You know my cousin, Zellinger? You don't know Zellinger? You know him. So tell him Sharma he was here. He dominated today. So you're also from Breakers. Behind you? And behind you? Okay, Shalom Aleichem. Okay, Shkoyach, Shalom Aleichem. Who else did I say hello? I said hello to a bunch of people. I saw her say, who else? No, he's not new. He's old. Nothing. You're not talking about Yisrael. Okay. Oh, the last Tavon. All right, we'll go by it. They don't want to say hello. Says Gemara Merav Menashi. Also, the Israelis are coming in 1 minute, so we got to do a whole moment in a minute and a half. These sheep that they steal sheep. What do they do here in Israel? They do this. It's nice from Cholyayim up north. They're constantly stealing cows and sheep. They jump into a pen. You take the sheep, you throw them over the fence, and then you yourself jump over the fence and you take them home. But when you throw them over the fence, you might have recently they fell from more than 10 tefachim. It's not a problem. When you throw them on the stomach, you throw them on the stomach like because you want them to be able to. You don't want to schlep a sheep all the way home. You want it to walk. So therefore, you make sure that it falls correct. Hadrinu, but if you put it back, you see the cops coming, so you throw it back into the pen. Then you have to be concerned that you just threw it, you tossed it on its head. That's because you saw the police coming. If a person wants to do tshuva, you put it back into the pen. Obviously, he doesn't want to ruin the animal. He starts to do tshuva here, so he puts it back on its feet. I said on feet, but it means on its stomach versus on its back. We're not going to get into it. So for this we have a picture because it's hard to understand one shot. If you hit an animal, all this I asked Yoshi to do Erev Shabbos, mamish half hour before sure. So if you hit an animal with a whip, but it hits its entire length of the body, we're not concerned that you broke some of its bones. Or it's a whip, so first you hit the head and then it eventually hits but it's one motion and it takes every part of the body. The body takes part of the whip, of the power of the whip, of the force of the whip, so it didn't break any bones. Can I get to Ashur Kula? If you start from the back and you get to the head, can I go Ashur Kula? If it's the entire spine, it's not a problem. And if it's a smaller whip and it only hit half the body, we are concerned. It's like in a full, like you broke its bone. Beautiful. Look at this picture. If the whip is more like a stick and it has a bunch of knots in it, so now different parts of the stick hit different parts of the animal. It's not even. You're not evening out the entire power of the force of the stick. So now you have to be choshesh for Risa Gevarim. If you hit it on the width of the animal and on the length, also you have to be concerned that you broke some of its bone. An animal that's born goes through a lot of trauma. You can ask my kids. My daughter tells me how much trauma childbirth is, and then you have to work a whole lifetime to get. So it's all Irish guy. Healing, whatever. I thought the actual childbirth is painful for the animal, and maybe it broke some of its bones. Maybe you should be concerned it broke its bones. Everybody should be, Don't worry about it. The time of the Ziva, the album base. Ziva is a certain liquid that comes out of the body comes from, it's like a disease. And if it comes because you have a good reason why it came, you traveled, you're sick, then that's not Ziva. Ziva means it comes because of the Ziva. Now, if a 1-day-old could be tummy with Ziva, what does that tell us? That it doesn't have Risa Givarim because it has a very good excuse. It just went through all this trauma, so to speak, childbirth. So that's why it has Ziva. And that kind of Ziva is not a Ziva. It's trying to make him tummy. That's come from the flesh and not because of some sort of side reason. Childbirth should be a real side reason. My childbirth is not a big deal. No, not a raya, because maybe this 1-day-old that has Ziva is because he's born with a C-section. Okay, so this is just a build up to the checkmate, to the end of the sugya. Tashma, another raya. English, another beyontif. Shechus and noisa beyontif. A cat that was born on yontif, you can check it that day. Now, if it's in a fulah that has risik varim, you shouldn't be able to check it that day. Why? In risik varim, you have to wait at least 24 hours. So how do you check it that day? Another problem is, this is just a pun, we should say. Noilad, if it's born on Incha Noilad Golizet, but it's not Noilad. Why? Because it's ready to be eaten. Even before Yontif, it's ready to be eaten. Through its mother, you can check its mother. So once again, I'm going to answer that the reason why you can eat it and check it right away is because it doesn't have Risa Givarim because it was born through C-section. Toshma. Again, we want to prove, is childbirth something that will cause... Look, in fact, we spoke about it, the skull, folds, that's why you have the soft spots. How many soft spots are there on a skull? Anybody know? Doctor, how many soft spots? Very good. Listen to the shear. That was just kidding. But as a baby has two, everybody's familiar with the one. The same exact one, same size. You have to be very careful in the back. Why? Because otherwise it wouldn't be able to be born. That's like kind of squeeze foam. So isn't that like a risik varim kind of thing? Tashma. English should know be on. No, sorry. Tashma. B'shavim shim noila, holding like 6 lines from the top. B'shavim shim noila. We're talking about a part. Now, in the time of Beis Hamikdash, the firstborn, you bring it to the Beis Hamikdash and you shecht it. You eat it. In our days, you give the firstborn to the kohen. How can he eat it? His nose bad. So you wait until it falls on him. B'shavim shim noila hu mumo imo. How convenient. It was born with a mom. Beautiful. Now you can get to eat it. Shezevin amuchon. You're allowed to eat it right then and there. So how can you eat it that day? It has Risa Givarim. So you see from here that there's no Risa Givarim from childbirth. But this is where the Gemara wanted to go. Over here, you can't answer that this animal was born with the C-section. Why? You can't say that. There's nothing because then it wouldn't be a Bechar. A Bechar is only natural birth. Not from a C-section. It wouldn't have Kedusha. He says, well, you're right. The reason I'm allowed to eat it, it tried to stand up. And Memela, that's why it proves. Typically, you have Risa Givarim from childbirth. But if you're able to prove that you don't have Risa Givarim, how? By trying to stand up, then you don't have Risa Givarim. But childbirth might, yes, cause Risa Givarim. I don't know. I'm basically a sponsor. Turning to the daf, sponsored by Dyer Global, the official non-corporate sponsor of the MDY League. Encore Healthcare as a school for all of Klal Yisrael of May. So I'm not. They're taking that and put them on like a table or something, and then push them off so they falls on his back and he can chef them. You can't chef an animal that's standing up and it's very dangerous. That's not considered Rizik Yevarim. There's a bull that fell. You heard him groaning and screaming. He bought the best of the best meat to show it's not a treifa. We also had him also in a different daf, like 20 days ago, that he bought the best of the best meat. How do you know this? As it's falling off the table, he knows how to balance himself that he doesn't get banged up, and he uses he digs his nails into the table, and he's fine. If an animal stands up, you don't even have to wait 24 hours. Think of you let it check it, but afterwards you have to check the spine, the ribs, make sure that he doesn't have anything broken. But if it walks, you don't need a bdika. You do need a bdika. If it just stuck its hand out, wanted to stand, or so they don't want to walk, so that's considered like walking. So I just want to tell you like this, that a zebra could stand up. Let's take a human being. Your kids, how old were they when they stood up and started walking? Huh? What, 8 months? You don't have a kid that walked at 8 months. 9. You have a 9-month-old. That's a big chiddush. That's a chiddush. It's about a year. Most you have an either. I have a whatever. I know some people like that. 9. I know somebody that's 6 months. But unless my mother was a liar, whatever. We're not gonna go there. A zebra, 10 minutes. 10 minutes stands up and starts walking. 30 minutes is running as fast as his mother. It's not normal. Here, this thing's just born. You can see the placenta around its leg. And it has to, because if it doesn't, it's going to get eaten. There's lines everywhere. You were there, you know. Has to be able to run. Has to walk. Anyway, so this is not a nefula. This has no reason to give in this animal. It's actually okay. It's crazy. Minutes after it's born. No, human beings, we're like the slowest of the slow when it comes to this stuff. It knows how to nurse by itself, it knows how to this, all within a minute. Starts eating. The mother is busy eating a suda. Just gave birth, it's busy eating. Ignores the baby completely. Okay, fine, that's a behemoth. Zog the Gemara. Why is it? Yeah, there was another video. I didn't want to show this one because I didn't like it. Whatever. And the near is when you know how like when a dog shakes itself really really fast. The Gemara talks about that in a second. So, wow, we got to finish up because the Israelis are here. They worried. They went home. Here we go. So if it just shook itself up to stand up, even though it didn't stand, they take this line out because it's just the poskim of later generations, not part of the Amirayim. But we'll say that Anyway, the halacha is if the animal falls off a roof, not knowing, so that's a real reason because it didn't have didn't like see how far it's falling. The with the ayin, the first is with the aleph. The and it stood up. The and didn't walk. You need to check it to make sure its spine didn't break, its ribs. But you don't have to wait 24 hours. But if it didn't walk, I feel the fine, we'll stop over here. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful week, a wonderful day. Shkoyach for coming. Good luck.
Merit the Schutz of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Nishmas numerous Nishmas Mordechai. Just have to find out. Was that song recorded? Is it part of it? Okay, good. Shkoyach. I forgot to translate this, so I'll do it. It's actually from a English-speaking / Hebrew. So I started with you from brachos. When there was no cameras and very, very few participants, I went and I bought brachos chelik aleph. I said it'll be nice. I'll do a couple shiurim, and then I'll continue on with my life. It's not the first time I started. I started many times, and I never thought that I'll finish the first period of brachos. No, a bunch of years went by, and that became an empire. That you say it in English. And I keep from me the schos that befell me to be from the first people. He's the one that bought the shots right over here, or which one? Maybe this one. Yeah, Azriel. Okay. I'll go upon him. I had a few very difficult periods in my life, but I was always able to climb out of them and get back on. But at every single one of those periods in my life, I knew that I'll have the sheer to run run away to. So I just want to say thank you. You should have a lot of nachas. And take a look at this thing in his background. Just a few seconds. Pretty cool. I love this one because this is real. You can see the guy's face, this kid's face. at a chasana, probably doing some audio, whatever he's doing at the chasana. Very nice, beautiful. I love that.
One of the person will not believe this. And this is the first one that this brother is about to get at home. And this is going to make it into the year. If not, we have to treat together. Because all the videos like it in, and not all the videos like it in. Robert Shani Klein. The next one. You live in the right? Okay? And since the latest storm interview on the belly is his wife joined the sheep. He didn't get his wife joined the sheep. And his wife listens to the sheep every single day. She said that she doesn't really listen to it. She listens to it every single day, and she's been trying to convince me. So I told him, enough is enough. You know, your wife is like 3 years on the dot. It's time you join. So he tells me, you know what? I'm going to make a deal with you. If I start today, I want to offer him a 30-day deal, but to attack for it too heavy. So I'm going to get a longer look. He said, if I can get a stock, by the next Shabbaton, I move for his wife, he's going to live every day. I promise him, right here live, you see it. If he don't stop, from now to the Shabbaton, I'm going to get him a room, by the Shabbaton, he has a chef.
Who's driving, by the way?
From Shabbaton, yeah.
Okay. Where's Yossi K? Where's Yossi K? Is he still smoking? Where is he? Are you still off? What? Nearly 2 weeks. Beautiful, beautiful. Get over here. Look at this. They don't even mention the name of the shir. They say, welcome to our weekly fascinating visual capture. Yeah, they're very much stiff over there. Okay, beautiful. The voice is the official edition of the White Shots. The set sponsored by Zevin Yal Sholov, Eric, Bailana, and Mary Davidovici, Lynch was Ishai, Ben Aaron, Yechev, Chava, Itzel, Pasa. Trump, I want to mention that is a very temporary sign that's a little bit crooked today. We're going to do it, and we're going to switch it out basically like every week with the updates, with all the stuff. There's a lot of, don't worry if your name is not on there, a lot of people didn't see their name. I went through a little bit and I noticed Michael Arbiter's name over there. So beautiful. I don't think I mentioned it. I have to mention more names. We'll get there. But that, maybe we'll switch colors. We'll do a different color. There's a little cop that's different. Until we get to the final one, then it'll be Kavua. Official edition shots. Good afternoon. Anonymous, in honor of Yossi Klein. Thank you for all you do for everyone, the people who benefit from all your hard work. Avi Moisef and all the secretaries that he pays with his own money for MD1. By David Salomon, the Sefla, dedicated memory of Avi Moiri, Rick Schwalbar, Ben Reb Chaim Tzvi, Deutsche Brother, the Policy Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the Lions, and all they do to support MD1. Anonymous, that's something different. So we got. Thank you to Chief Benny, Shmuel and Ahova Schuster for continuing Atzloch and Nachas from our children. Anonymous for complete report. Shlema and Arichas Yom, Talei Bas Esther, Yovan and Danielle Rosenfeld, Brios V'Simcha, monthly sponsors. Anonymous, Lili Nishmas, Yehonadan Eitan, Ben Mordechai Zev, Zechron Levracha, The Tzvi, Lili Nishmas, Yehonadan Eitan, Ben Mordechai Zev, Zechron Levracha. Monthly sponsors are Simon, the Shlema Avi Moir Ben Miriam, Anonymous. Shlema for Yuchim Ben Yehudis and Avram Yishai Ben Slav and Dvoyer Amei. Weekly sponsors, the Spanish Church sponsors in honor of the first three Bachman in the Mexican satellite location. Yaakov Weinstock, Mazel Tov on the marriage of Brianna to Ori Ostrin. May they build a Bayit Neman Be Yisrael May. Daily sponsors Gavi Slasky in celebration of the of Ari Slasky on the occasion of his birthday. Mazel Tov. Akiva Yonatan Eitan. Akiva, where's Akiva? Akiva, the buffer who helps out in the morning, the coffee station, the this, for months, for years, I don't know how long. And the White Kid sponsors monthly Kidovich LC as a school stock. Give Simcha Ben Vega and Rippy Yudis Bas, Yabchaya, the art of the month. The first name of Mordechai Ben Esther, the first Ayelet, Daniel Zef Ben Ayelet Esther. Today, it's a big schos. It's one of my favorite lines in all of Shas. It's coming up, man, in 2 minutes. And we have a classic, excuse me, Chulin Daf. The Gemara says we're holding, I don't even know, 18 lines from the bottom. Binyomin, no? Where? Binyomin. Binyomin Kanzuko. Well, there's a person by the name of Binyomin who sold drugs, Iglile Bastuka de Dusha. I guess he sold drugs full of stuff. One of the barrels that he sold was full of honey, and he left it uncovered. And we learned yesterday that there's three liquids that snakes love: water, wine, and milk. And they, what? We didn't see it yet. We said it yesterday. We mentioned it was one of the started off here like that. So snakes like to insert their venom as they drink, and it can be very dangerous. As a side note, mentioned every time we talk about medulla, the Vilna Gaon holds that even though today, we hardly see snakes, our communities here in Israel have snakes, snake problem. I said there's no snakes, so yeah. Dr. Shach says, what do you mean? In my moshav, here's a picture of a snake. Poisonous one in his living room, that sort of thing. But if you live in an apartment building on the 4th floor, no snakes. Do you have to be mafkin on Medulla or not? So yeah, the Vilna Gaon says yes. Why? Because Chacham give us 1, 2 reasons, but there are other things that we don't know about. For instance, he holds that there's a mitzvah to eat garlic on Friday night. And the reason given is more for married men than for a bacher. He says, no, the chiyuv is for bacher also, because we don't know all the reasons. Certain things. So those who are mafia, those who go according to the guy, the Rav Kanievsky, I guess the Rav Kanievsky is like more of a Chazanishnik, and the Chazanish is a Gronik, so that whole thing, those people from Neighbor are certainly mafia. A lot of people are mafia on Megillah, very much. Negovasa. Cover the Negovasa. They even sell it with the cover. So, so now you have a liquid, sort of, that's not one of the liquids that we're familiar with, that's the snakes. In certain venom, is it a problem? Also coming to Rava, so he comes to Rava. And Rava, the Neichush. Oh, I love that word. I just hopped down. The Neichush. It's like the lashon of a snake. The Neichush law. Why should I be worried about a snake? There are 3 mashkim that are also because of gilui hayayin, ba'amayim, ba'acholah. Ushar kol mashkim mutarim. But those are the 3 that we're concerned about: wine, water, and milk. But everything else is mutar. Va'oid says Rava, you see when it comes to the terrace of a house, the Torah says take all your stuff out of the house, even the cheres that's not worth much. The Torah cares about Jewish money. So you think the Torah is going to want you to throw out a whole barrel of honey that you left uncovered? All the way I'm not going to use it. Says what he's saying, it doesn't make any sense. Rabbi Shimon is like first of all, we have Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says it's also that the snakes insert the venom even into honey. Second of all, you're talking about a sequence of pashas here. You're talking about a safety thing. So you're going to be worried about Mamash Yisrael. When I read this last night, it just occurred to me. I'll repeat over. Let's say a parent tells their kid, "You should be riding a scooter." Scooter's a big thing, so we'll just go on that thing. See? You say no. The scooter cost me $2,000. So yeah, it's a loss of money. But you're thinking about loss of money versus a smashed skull. I mean, which one is it? And then I brought your son as an example because your other son was sitting. I said, a married son on his own flipped off his scooter. Nobody touched him. He was just going around the circle with a patch of dirt, and he had to have surgery on his shoulder. One thing I'll tell you, I used to own a motorcycle, and my son owns 3 today. Real motorcycles. I don't know a single person. If you know of one, let me know. That owns a motorcycle that didn't fall off it. Every single person I know, a scooter or motorcycle, fell off it. The question is when and how. How bad is it? The same thing with the scooter. Okay, back there. So but I'm saying it's not part of the, when you're worried about safety, you're not worried about money. Money's not the concern right now. What? Which one? Reb Shimon? No. So first, the My Neighbor's Law is saying that it's not. The My Neighbor's Law says it's not in the list. It is in the list according to Reb Shimon. According to Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, it's one of the things. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, you can ignore Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. Second of all, we have a problem of safety versus money. And money doesn't come into the equation right now. So there's the questions. Badamrosli, Badamros, also on the range as well. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. So what do you see Reb Shimon that it's also even honey. Isanya, Chamisha Ein Beim Mishum Gilu. There are 5 liquids that we're not concerned. Sear, fish yas, the fish brides. They don't like that stuff. The chaymets. They don't like. Do they like Coca-Cola? Probably not. Disgusting. Chaymets, vinegar, shemen, oil, with that. Oh, so here you have honey. Umurios is a special dip that they used to make in the time of the Gemara, made out of fish fats and then oil. Reb Shimon Omer, hey, Yesh Ben Mishum Gilu. Reb Shimon says no. We have to be concerned about all 5. V'Omer Reb Shimon. Here comes my favorite line in Shas. Ani Reisi Nochash Sheshasa Tzir B'Tzaydon. I saw with my own eyes. Amrullah Shap Yahava. That was a foolish snake. A shoita. Ve'meviyim Rayom and a shoitim. What do you bring me a raya from that? The guy's nuts. That chapur of people, they're nuts. Those who know me, that's one of my favorite words, shoita. Shoita! I try to not say it each year. I once called the whole shul shouting. I said, I have this whole room, a bunch of shit. No, we learn a third shit. I said, the whole room here, the most of the room. Fine. Akoponim. Remember, seriously, remember this line. Mevim Rayim and Ashoyim. Somebody asked you a question, but when he did it, he did it. Yeah, he did it. He's a shoyter. What is he? Bring a rye from a shoyter. So that snake, you bring a rye from a single snake that drink. Who drinks it? Normal human beings don't drink fish off. Yeah. Those guys from Chbais, from the Heinz, the guys that came through the lager. Okay, fine, those guys.
And look who the fuck it is.
The bar park in Chalshidus, that's where they eat fish.
Get up, Tim. Hello. All right, what did you accomplish today?
So I accomplished so many things. I
remember those
my officially email address for life. It's not Gmail.
Okay, whatever.
Drink with the sugar cube. People don't even know what sugar cube is.
I did my first episode
That's great. Good job. Great.
Assurances.
Good job.
You didn't go to the library.
Did you do your
It's a certain
podcast?
generation, certain that person.
Did you do your podcast?
I'm just going to do I don't know, but
aren't you at least going to admit to me
Okay.
when it comes to the fishy off, to the tzir,
And
that the loch is not like Reb Shimon, that snakes do
you
not
sound positive,
drink that,
so
and
that's
they're not,
good.
you're not concerned with snake concerns.
I
Why?
get mad and make
Let's say they had some water
for my
that was left over. But they had wine, they don't have to throw it
Okay, well, that's
cup
okay.
of wine. So what do? Show them the tzir. They throw it into the tzir. The tzir is an anti-venom. If you whatever you put into the tzir will destroy the venom. It's not a problem. So you take a cup of wine.
So what
put it
else
into the
is
tzir,
new?
Then you drink it.
What else is new?
And you know there's no venom in there because the tzir is anti-venom. So certainly they're not going to go to the
I
source
make
and insert the venom
another
that they do.
episode for
They'll dissipate anyway. What's the problem?
I make
It's okay. We're not concerned
arrangement
about
for
tzir.
next
So we're not concerned about tzir. We're
make
concerned about the other
another
things as well. Because
Oh,
once
you
Hashem is
okay? You
proven
got somebody
wrong with
else?
all of them, we can assume he's wrong with all five of them.
Yes.
On the night, that's not true.
So I have
Other than me and the
evidence.
Bash, when it comes to one
Phenomenal, my man. Are you happy?
when it comes to honey,
Are you happy?
Reb Shimon has a partner. Reb Shimon ben Elazar,
Okay,
like I was
just a
saying,
little
not
bit.
Rosh B,
Just a
but
little
Reb
bit.
Shimon ben Elazar also. Two Reb Shimons hold that honey is something that snakes do eat from.
Not-
It's not even Reb Shimon ben
not
Elazar.
very
Other
much.
side of Bash. Here, you have a second person just like Reb Shimon Cohen. Here's a little video real
I want to
quickly.
be right. I am very grateful what I have. I am a
Okay. Okay. I understand that.
No way.
God is the best.
There you go, big dog.
I don't know if I can say these things on your
Yeah, you
stream,
can
but
say that. All right. So you've got somebody lined up every day next week, right?
Five is not a problem.
Correct.
yeah, yes.
Okay. Are you excited about that?
There's always that shite in class.
I have a question for you. To my Amazon. I have
This I'm not happy
Are you
about.
excited about that?
what?
About
Better than that.
having somebody available every day next week?
Keeps it
Yeah,
going.
I am. I pretty good.
Okay. Are you confident?
And a very good thing, the UFC will be in my birthday day. So that's nice.
The UFC will be on your birthday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weiter. Weiter.
Episode with somebody UFC.
Oh, okay.
Caleb
That's
also
cool.
get koi by innocence. We had yesterday that there's difference about kosher fat and non-kosher fat in the same animal. In
you
a
feel
cow
as
or
if
a goat,
They're
you
going
have
to be a
fats
good
you're allowed to
guest.
eat, fats you're not allowed to eat. But there's something interesting. The fats you're allowed to eat, they have a certain component that allows the
All right.
plugging of
And
holes.
do you
If
think
have a
that they're
hole
going
and
to understand what you do and
you have fat next to it,
for how long
in certain
do
situations,
you
it
plan on
plugs the hole.
speaking with them?
However, if the fat doesn't have a good shape to it, it looks like a helmet, like a hat. By the way, I have to ask Mechila from all the guys from Vitar, they wear hats.
For how long?
Today.
For how long do you think?
Shalom Aleichem, right? What's
For
your
how,
name?
for how long do you think you're going to
Shalom
speak with
Aleichem.
them?
It's my fault.
For how long are you? Do you
I wore the hat, but because it was the Bamas, I thought it was straight to the and say, ask him nicely.
If you ask me how long I will have
Very nice.
on the
Go ahead. What's your name?
I will be completely up to them.
What you
it will be completely up to them.
Oh. I found out this week.
Up to them.
Okay.
I always say bells.
That
bells
works.
are- Also, it's kind of weird. You dress in the morning. You didn't know that. You're in the car. Is there a
And do you think that? What are you going to talk about
Who
with them?
else? Shumale, you're a guest, right? What's your name?
From like how
What's the hill? Shumale.
how you have seen personal works in Shanghai. This is an American, but like he's like 9 in Shanghai
Oh, yeah.
for
Shumale.
UFC.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go that.
Yeah. We're not going against Morocco. Next.
Okay.
All over the
I
world
think
the
so.
same. How about Austria? I'm going to Austria on Sunday. All right, so you should say, okay, Austria.
I think I am doing
From Sham.com. Shumale, what's your
I
name?
think you're doing a great job, man.
From?
Are you proud of yourself?
Shumale. Who else? Oh, another Belgian.
Yeah.
You can wear the hat. You
Yeah.
can roll. What's up,
You
Sam?
should be.
I can do.
And the guy behind you
I
is
can do all
Say the Gomer. Yeah, well, and it's also it's better like that.
You
You
absolutely
give
should
me
be.
a
Now,
knife. You should wear.
do you
Yeah,
think that
what?
you
What's
will
your name?
be able to upload everything to Rumble this
Melbourne,
week?
Australia. Is there any other
Maybe-
friends that came from like
maybe-
interesting places like
I
Melbourne? And they're all from
can
Morocco.
get. I can get tonight because I'm betting to get my night
Where are you
time
from?
and
Lakewood.
all night and upload it.
Okay, why are you gonna stay up all night?
Who are you?
Because
London
I
is
can
interesting.
upload it and speed
Where are you
it.
from?
Oh, so you're gonna stay up all night and upload it?
Sorry. Lakewood, I was born in Lakewood.
Okay,
You
do you
say
think that's
something,
gonna work?
Like, who else?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Okay.
from Toronto? No, who's from Toronto? Oh, you.
Are you excited
You're not a
to
new
stay up all night and do it?
guy? Not that new.
I think so.
Oh, you.
I don't know if I can, but I will.
Oh, we gotta do the daf, yeah.
Definitely. If I'm
Yeah.
very late out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I said yes, sir. I mentioned it. I think they
Do
opened
you
it.
think
They did.
you are? Why don't you stay in here when you
Live
do
at
it?
night,
I'll
you
keep you
speak
company.
Spanish and you're listening to the share now. It's better to
Thanks.
hear it from the real thing. Spanish, but
100%.
Spanish.
How many do you have to upload?
I can speak Spanish, even if my lips are not moving, it keeps on going. It's unbelievable.
More than 10.
More than
Check it
10?
out, Moose. You gonna go?
More than 10?
Yeah.
You're
Is
here.
this will be long?
Give me chazuk then, though. You
All
speak
right, well, I'm
Spanish,
here
no?
for you, big dog.
Okay. Tell me tomorrow. Okay. Where are we? Oh, we're still on the base?
Absolutely, my friend.
We gotta get today's down. Okay. Wow. Hour of nothing. We're holding 6 lines from the
How
bottom.
did you
Of
survive?
the Tessalonians.
Very
Hour of
hard,
nothing.
very
Caleb
hard.
also can call that 80 says if it has a shape,
Oh,
a
it's
funny
okay.
shape of a hat, of a
Do my
helmet that
best to stay
doesn't
cool.
plug a hole. Beicha, where's this fat from? Amri Lo, Pite de Karkasha.
Did
This
we
is
talk?
the-
I did a podcast after we talked, I think, yesterday.
The fat that's around the rectum. So here's Kidli Karkasha. I'll show you a picture.
Yeah, it
Beautiful
was an
to
hour.
see. We're talking a lot about the
And
rectum
it
today.
had 8 people on
Here,
it,
you see these funny shapes on
which
it?
is a
So
lot.
that cannot plug a hole. What if the hole is
Yeah.
exactly in between two of them? It's just not a good shape. It's not flat. If it's a flat piece of chaylev, it's like a
So
band-aid. It
when
goes
there are
right
8
in it.
people,
But if
you
it's
can't really
vegetable,
necessarily dominate the
you see
conversation.
this? Great.
But
Zok the Gemara. Barmilo Tarpish of the Liba.
I did.
It's the very, very
Do my
thin
best
layer of fat
to-
around the heart. Also not very good at plugging. Omer Ava, Shamis Minik.
Be
I
a good
once heard
guest.
from my
We
Rebbe
talked
of
about
Nachman two things.
transhumanism. You know what transhumanism is?
Chimtza or bar chimtza. I heard about fat called chimtza. I heard about fat called
That's okay. It's
bar
about the
chimtza.
ability to live,
Similar names, but very different.
like extend your life,
So,
and then maybe become
I
something
want to
else.
show you real quickly what we're talking about. We're talking about the kashta and the ayatra. Over here you can't see it so well. Over here you can see this is what Yoshi did. This is based on the Sichas Chulin. If you look closely, here, let me show you. It's a bow. There's a bow. And
All
the
right,
bow
so
has a
why don't you
string.
start uploading the Rumble, and I'm here to keep you company.
The string is straight, and the bow is a
I
semicircle.
will
So
feed it.
if you look over here,
Why are you leaving?
there's that. Maybe with the, I should have.
Because I'm not home.
Oh, okay.
They were very busy yesterday, so they didn't help me out with this thing. But you see that? That's the bow.
Okay,
That's
well,
the
yeah, get
semicircle
on,
where
and
my
then when
laser
you're
is
home,
going.
get
And this
on
right
in
over here
here
is
and
the
start uploading stuff. Your questions, let me
straight
know,
part.
and I can help
There's
you
a big enough
make sure
community
that
between
you're
these two.
Okay.
your
One might
titles
be
are
Mother
correct.
Kate, and one is that.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
I
Okay.
think that.
Definitely also teach which one is what. And it's not, once I have this, I have a very dangerous arrow here. I no geschmack to use. No sheer big mother. Avremi. Five. So that's the cash, and that's the ayatra. So one is called Himtza, one is Bar Himtza. What's what? Bar Himtza was Omer of Tvus, Bisimona, Yafa. Oh, Chalia, I'm up there. 4 lines from the bottom. Chad Sasim, one is tar, so it could plug well. Chad Sasim, and one is not tar, and it doesn't plug well. I don't know which one. Ravuna Bar Chinu, Ravuna Bar, Bereder of Nachman Amri, Bar Himtza Sasim. The son of Himtza is the plugger, meaning the ayatra, the straight thing of fat. Himtza Lo Sasim, but the keshes, the semicircle doesn't do it. Honor of Tavus v'Simonach, and to prove it, to remember it, Yafa Koyach Haben Koyach Hab. Sometimes the power of the son, the Bar Chimtza, the son, Bar, is stronger than the father. There was a place where at every funeral they wouldn't bury the mace until they had something good to say about the guy. So the big rush of the city died, and he's laying there, and nobody, there's nothing good to say about this guy, nothing. So one guy got up and he said, he's not as bad as his son. The son is Russia Marusha, not as bad as his son. So they said, okay, okay, we'll bury him. Sure enough, like a month later, the son was taken out by the mafia. Well, those things, they killed the son. So now the son is laying there. So one guy said, but for the son, they're able to bury the father. So I said, okay, it was all right. Says Gemara, which one is the father, which one is the son? Toshma Domer of Nachman. Inu Mechalachli. This Bar Kinsa in Eretz Yisrael, we'll see in Eretz Yisrael, they eat it. If they eat it, Mistam, Namely Sasim, how can it be that in one place they say this is kosher to eat, but for me, it doesn't even have the properties to plug a hole? If it's kosher, then it plugs. If it's not kosher, it doesn't plug. It's so kosher that in Eretz Yisrael, the Olam eats it, no problem, and I can't even use it to plug a hole. Says Gemara, that kashta kule amalui pligida. Akashta, the semicircle is not really connected to the body. We saw yesterday when it's not connected, it doesn't plug so well. It's connected somewhat, like a little strip of it in the middle. Now, according to Rabbi, we saw yesterday that in order for Caliph to be also, you need one or three things. Taisav, Krum, Vinikla. Taisav means it has to be like adhesive. And since this is not, so Mela, it's a problem. The Kashta Kuli Amaloi Pligi, the also. Everybody agrees that it's also. Why? Because if it's Taisav, according to everybody, it's also. Ki Pligia is the Ayatra. The Mechulik are the straight piece of fat. Oh, why? Because it is connected. And Mela, is it fat or not? Is it mutter or not? Some say that the Ayatra part, everybody agrees that it's mutter. Why? It's stuck. It's glue. And the Mechagis is more in the Akasha where it's somewhat stuck, not. So this cannot go according to Rav Nachman. Fine. Kihoda Omar Rabba Avio Omar Rav Ami Mekamtiv. Mekamtiv means just to remove a small layer of this fat, of the Ayatra fat. straight fat that's next to the, this is by the intestines, yeah. So the straight, look over here, the yatra is on the right side. I wish we had more of a, like an arrow or something, but the yatra, you take off a small layer that maybe touches the other fat, and then you could eat it. Because they said in the name of one elder, you remove a small piece and eat it. I was standing there by Rabbi. I saw with my own eyes. He took a little layer of this hayatra, and he ate the fat. Shame, Reb Chanina had the koyi kamei, the mashbach of Reb Chanina was sitting there in front of Reb Chanina. Omar Lei, Reb Chanina tells him, take off a small layer. I want to eat some of that fat. Chazio, the habit of Chasim. Reb Chanina saw that the shamish is like hesitating, doesn't want to do it. There's a Maisa, a beautiful Maisa, the Brisker Rav, he went to visit Rabbi Zalman Meltzer, when he came to Israel. And the Brisker Rav decided, for some reason, that the sugar that they were selling then in Israel was problematic, not sure why. So he didn't eat sugar. So he comes to Rabbi Zalman Meltzer, and Rabbi Zalman Meltzer offers him a tea with sugar, not the cube, sugar inside. So the Brisker Rav, he drank it, he made a bracha drink it. So they asked him, the Rav is mafkut. So he said, the worst case scenario, the sugar is a problem with the Rabbanon. But to be mechaber, this is Zalman Meltzer, that's the Raisa, and it overcomes that. So exactly. She saw that he was hesitant. He wasn't gonna do it. Amalei, Baglat, what are you? You're from Bavel. Only in Eretz Yisrael they eat this fat. You know what? Goyim should eat. Go take it, throw it out. Now, I forgot. I want to show this Rashi because it's important to all of Shas. He says the last word in the first line. L'didan kavayu asiri. We're talking about the arrow and the akashta and the ayater. He says, the boss of Bnei Bavel, we go after the people in Bavel. They're not Bnei Goylanam. We're people from Galus. We're not Eretz Yisrael. We go like the first Lashon and the Chumrah. He says the Kolhim. They could trade the shot of the Gemara. I just think it's important, maybe both guys can remember that, not me, but somebody can remember that when there's two Lashonis in the Gemara, immediately the Raisa was Zil Chumrah. Immediately the Raisa, you have to go the Chumrah with the two Lashonis of the Gemara. But with the Rabbanon Zil Bosa Basra, he said, so you hear this? If there's two Lashonis in the Gemara, you go by that. It just occurred to me that in the Mishabur there's a spot like that also. If you look Mishabur is a cloud. Whatever the Chavetz Chaim brings as the last thing that he says, and he says a lot of times he says, then the Gra is machmer, that means he holds that he should be machmer. So this is in Rashi. It says if you have two shittas in the Gemara, in the Rabbanon you go with the second sheet in the Gemara. It's very interesting. Tanya. So I just want to pause it for a second. I went on a little thing. Yesterday there was a lot of commotion in Klal Yisrael. What's going on with the Iran deal? And a machshava that I had was a lot of times the Rebbeinu Shalom gives and gives and gives. He's unbelievable. And we're very makatar to the Rebbeinu Shalom. Then one thing goes wrong. Something goes wrong in life, and it happens all the time. And all of a sudden you have a pain on the Rebbeinu Shalom. How could you do this to me? It hit me like. Where's our Parsa Toiv? Balance we have. I think that as we have to have our Parsa Toiv. I look back and say, here's a person, President Trump, who, because of him, I think, obviously, listen, you're going to say, well, it's not him, it's the Rebbeinu Shalom. So it's the Rebbeinu Shalom, so what do you have time to say? So, as the human aspect of him, there's not a single hostage in Gaza. Not one. Not even a body. Not even the body of hostages from before. Got them all out. Every single one. And he killed off the Khomeini guy. And he bombed him for a full month and took their factory. So now you're not happy with
Really? People are going to be like, that shit was the
so a guy in months he put up a big billboard sign.
144 days.
Trump is a third. Where's that person third? Seriously, where's that person third? I think everything's gonna be good. I know everything's gonna be good. Everything is lit touch. You go? But on the human level, I think that there's a lack of Hakaras HaTorah here. I think there's a lack of Hakaras HaTorah. I want to thank President Trump in front of 60,000 people for everything that you've done. We'll never see this, but he's given and given and given. And one thing you don't like, use some common sense, gratitude. Anyway, weiter. Zog the Gemara. Tanya. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel Oimer. No, I'm just saying because we have the same problem with the Rebbeinu Shalom. We have the same problem with our parents. Same problem with the guy who gives and gives and gives. One thing you don't like, all of a sudden he's awesome. One thing, one day. We don't even know the end. We don't know what the story is. A week from now, oh, that's what happened. That's why. One thing I know, he's not a shayt. He's not a shayt. He's not this shayt over here. He has a lot of common sense and whatever's behind. I don't know. The Rebbeinu Shalom knows. And I'll tell you the same thing. Look, Gemara. Higher return Ben Gamliel later. If you have a piece of, this is a interesting thing. You have a part of an intestine. This picture is taken right out of the Sichos Chulin, but obviously not color it out there up to great detail. If you look closely, there's a hole over there, and there's secretions. Do they count to plug a hole? So we're going to see, it's very interesting. When did the hole happen? If there's a hole in the Mayim, it's trade. Later on comes a secretion and plugs it up. You can't take a trade and make it untrade. So obviously there's secretions over there, there's leicha as a barrier. Then the hole came. So we're saying the hole doesn't count because there's already like a rubbery substance over there. Is it a typical, how do you say gellet in English? I don't know. Is it a scab? No, it's a different thing, something similar. Yours says ksher. What does it mean? What is this stuff? This is fluids that come from the intestine. Which means that the only way to remove it comes out from pressure. It's not a pressure here. You can see actually the pressure in the intestines. It forces it out into the hole. The only way to remove it is peeling it off with a knife. And it's there to begin with. So when you had the hole, it's already there, and it's not considered a hole. Says Gemara, the friends of Rabbi Abba learned from Rabbi Abba. Who's the friend that learned from Rabbi Abba? I love this. It's mamish. The more names, the better. Some people say the friend is actually the one teaching is Reb Zera. And who's the friend? Rabbi Abba. Before we said Rabbi Abba's teaching, the friend is Reb Zera, and that's the opposite. Rabbi Abba. Or Barabba, and he said, Rabbi says the name of Barabba. Barabba. This is what they said the name of Barabba. The bottom line is Rabbi Yochanan said this. That was Allah like Reb Shimon Gamliel betrayal. That love is like Reb Shimon Gamliel when it comes to plugging a hole with the secretion. Do you have a better word than secretion? Leicha, how do you say leicha? Mucus, like a mucus. The Allah like Reb Shimon be'eva. And Allah is like Reb Shimon be'eva. When it comes to Avelus, nothing to do with our sugya. We're going to go into a little tiny sugya of Avelus. Allah like Reb Shimon Gamliel betrayal Hadamar, we just said it. Reb Shimon be'eva mai. What's Allah by Shimon? I just want to tell you real quickly. I went to Yimnat Mavel, Jonathan Cohen's mishpacha, and when I walked in there, I told the son, one of the sons, Mamish, a sweetheart of a guy. I I said, I don't think ever in my life I went in the first day. It's like, there's a minute not to go, and it's a little difficult for the family the first days. But at the end of the day, it's from Mishpacha. MDY is Mishpacha. I wanted to tell him that, but I didn't. So, but I'm going to Austria, so I have to come now. Fine. Okay. He tells us like this. He says he just spoke to his father a few days earlier. His father said, I love you, and I'm very proud of you, and I'm going to miss you. So when he said that, now he says, don't talk like that. Don't say I'm going to miss you. He said, no, I'm going to miss you. And he said, then he looked at us and he says, the son, he says, that was the first time my father told me he's proud of me. So I told him, so you learn from your Mitzvah hospital. You should tell our children that we're proud of them before, stop. So, me, the Shaita, I run home and I bump into my son, my 15-year-old. Yo, I'm so proud of you. So my wife burst out laughing. Like, she ruined the moment. Like, she's like, I don't know if you're serious or you're not serious. I'm very serious. Yo. And then I pulled off Jonathan Cohen move. I said, today you went to school to yeshiva 3 hours late. Bezer Hashem, tomorrow, 2.5 hours late. 2.5 hours, I promise you. My Shaya. And she's smirking the whole time. She's smirking. You could ask them. I'm not making this up. Rabbi said, don't be shaitan like me. Do it in a smart way. Don't be that guy that goes to the special course and he comes home and starts hugging his kids like these bear hugs. You told him to hug the kid. You're right. The shtickle, show some love. Some of this be got a seichel. You know what I'm saying? Not as soon as he comes through the door, work it out a little bit. Fine. But here's the kicker. As I'm leaving, and he was in a good mood, we're schmoozing the whole thing. I said, listen, take an answer from me. Write down all the shtus some people are about to tell you. There's going to be a lot of crazy stuff. So he says, the first one I'm going to write down is, I never go to Shiva houses the first day. This is the first time. All right. He says, beware. You like that? It's tough. All right, talk to you tomorrow. MS, tell your kids you're proud of them. Do whatever you want. Tell your wife you're proud of her. Just be smart about it. And do not do it in front of your wife, okay? That's not the side. This nan. Beidel what's the lacha of Avelis? This nan. The first 3 days. Here, 3 days. There's something about 3 days. If you come from a close place, meaning within a day's walk, whatever. Today, there's nothing to give. There's WhatsApp. Everybody knows what's going on. But within a day, you could basically find out about what happened. So you sit Shiva with them. In other words, you save yourself 3 days of Shiva. It's very difficult to do Shiva. You're sitting on the floor. It's annoying. The whole thing. You shouldn't know from this. So if you showed up, you come home and like, hey, what's going on? Why is everybody on the floor? They tell them what happened. You didn't hear? They didn't know. So you start saying Shiva that day. But you come from a far place, more than a day's away. You have to start counting. So you have to sit for 7 full days. No freebies here. But after 3 days, I feel boom. You come on the 4th day, and that's when you found out. But you came from a close place where you could have found out before. So you count for yourself. I don't know where are we time-wise. I don't have the clock here. Okay. Wow. Okay, so I'm going to skip all my jokes here. Says the Gemara. Reb Shimon Omer, afilu bayoyim hashvi bom mokim korev moinim man. So this is the halacha that go like Reb Shimon. If a person shows up on the shiva on the last day and he just found out, even if he comes from a close place where he could have found out before, you sit a few hours with everybody, and that's the end of the shiva. Omar Mandu, so one of the Talmidim says, and we don't know his name, Eske, I wish I could be Zoyka, the Esak, the Egmer, the Shmaitim, the Puma, the Mora. I wish I could hear this from Yochanan mouth himself, but what? We passed the Kula in these halachas. He saw like the Ashkechel of Rabbi, so he actually, this Talmud comes out of Israel, and he finds Rabbi ready to hear Rabbi. Mamish, this person that we just mentioned, Amalei, alright, halach here, Mishimim Liya B'Treifa. Did you actually say that the halacha is that if there's a hole in the secretion from the intestines, that's considered a plug? Amalei, very similar to what we said yesterday, the same kind of idea. I didn't say yes, I said no. Allah is not like Reb Shimon. Reb Shimon, babe, what about the Navelos? Could you start on the last day and just count all 7 days as if you sat Shiva? Amalei, that's my folks. Ditmar Chizom Halacha. But then Reb Yochanan Halacha. Reb Yochanan says yes. Halacha Reb Shimon ben Bar Yochai. Reb Nachman Omayin Halacha. But Reb Nachman says the halacha is not like Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. Says the Gemara. In fact, halacha is not like Reb Shimon Bar Yochai when it comes to the secretion in the hole. The halacha Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. But when it comes to Avelos, we're going to be making like Reb Shimon. The guy shows up on the 7th day from a closer place. All he has to do is sit a few hours. We have a halacha when it comes to Avelos. Halacha kedivrei hamekel beiva. The halacha is like the person who's mekel in Avelos. Okay? I know a lot of people don't know halachas of Avelos. They shouldn't know halachas of Avelos because it's not something that people learn. So there's a lot of but one thing, don't give Shalom Aleichem to people in the Avel's house. That's a simple halacha to remember. People don't know it. They don't know. Oh, Shalom Aleichem. Oh, kids. It's not a. Don't start talking. Oh. Okay, that's another thing. Wait until they start talking. But sometimes the person is, you feel uncomfortable. Maybe he feels. Okay. You wait until they. That's for the funny things that people say at this. Yeah. He died because he ate a lot of breakfast. Yeah. Maybe you should have gone on a diet, don't you think? Chavali didn't meet my mother. She's a nutritionist. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, so this is a whole sugya of can we compare holes one to another? So what's the shot? I have a hole, I open up an animal, I find a hole in the intestine. The hole in the intestine, a small little hole, is a trait. But I'm not sure I have a good feeling that this happened because the guy that took apart the animal poked it after the animal died. So what could I do? I take another part of the intestine and I poke it. And I see, do the colors match up? Is everything the same? I can compare one hole to the other. So, by the way, I have to remind the oil because I was thinking about Israel. This guy, Israel, how old are you again? 10? Almost. He's 9 years old. Don't. In this year, we try to go younger. Don't try to. 9 years old. Israel's 9 years old and schleps his father on a daily basis from Yerushalayim. They don't live down the block. Yerushalayim. To get it by 7:10. More. You had to get a seat. So you got to. Now he's trying to ship his father to Austria. And he's thinking about it. He's clearing. We might see Israel in Austria. So I want to tell Olam, this Sunday, I'm flying out to Austria. I will be a Shir Beis Hashem in the morning. And then the rest of the shiurim on the Alps, Bezer Hashem. I'm going to be in Zurich for a few minutes. I don't know if we should do shir there or not. Kind of late, but okay. We'll talk about that later. Agabam, just remember. So the idea is not to fall off. If you're new to the shir, do not fall off. It's a great time to fall off. Oh, he's not here. I come to the basement. Lots of the shir will be played here on the screens. You can make fun. You could scream where we're holding all the stuff. I'm not here since it's right. Okay. Omar Afshiri Bar. Okay, we said this. So there's a passage that came to Rabbah. They poked another hole in it, and guess what? Two different colors. One was this color, one was the other. Also, gray. So Rabbah's son shows up. He started poking it, like like you buy a esrog, you try to peel off that little piece when the is not looking. That like you do all the stuff. So he says that's what you should do. You touch it all over the place, and all of a sudden, before you know it, the color started changing. I wonder why. Because when you take your nail and you peel something off an esrog, the chrome, the little layer, peels off and it turns brown. So over here also, he started going like this. He has his toothpick when the surface is not looking. Magnifying glass, the whole, I know how to do it. So Rava says, wow, that's very impressive. You got the two holes to match up in color. How do you know how to mush it like that? I use common sense. Can you imagine how many Rabbanim poked and checked and schlepped this little hole until it came to you? They didn't go straight to Rava. They had a problem. I figured, let me mimic the new hole. Let me mimic what the Rabbanim did. And then there, from that, push, lined up. So Rava was very impressed. Hakim Bereib B'Treifas, this is not something you learn. It's something you figure out on your own with Seichel intuitively. Oh, I love that word. I've never used it before. Intuitively. Hakim Bereib B'Treifas Kirb Yochanan. My son, I'm so proud of you. Wow. I'm so proud of you, my son. Your mamish is great as Rabbi Yochanan when it comes to Treifas. Here, you learn mamish. You must say this something. What do you say? So huge compliment. Huge. We learn from this. Bamas, we should learn from this. You guys learn from it. I'm already. All my sons and my kids are out. It's 150-year-old. I'm trying to make up. Okay, it's not. Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Lazar, the Aritar value. Makiv and Berea. So what about the same? It's never too late. We could. Oh, I'm sorry, Bamas. There's a video here. It's a little long. And Mendy might say Viter at the end. I don't know. Hello. Zayman. Rush. Actually. When he found out later, the money, it's the thing, so he has to sit Shiva longer. He came from far away. Yeah, there he goes. Okay. He came from the came from the airport. Came from the airport. Came from far away. So the guy in the taxi did hear it because he heard the speaker guy, the guy that came from a different country didn't hear. Okay. Over. Oh. Woo. So we're holding by the Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Loz, you're right. Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Loz, both of them say Makiv and Bereya. When it comes to a line, you could compare holes one to the other. You make a new hole. If you're not sure if the hole occurred before it died or after it died, you make a one now and you see if it's the same color. So Isaruga would mean there's a right and a left. So it has to be in the same line. So you make a hole in the same line. But from right to left, it's not going to match up the color. Even from one side to the other. So here we go. Check it out. The right side and the left side. But do not compare the right to the left. Now, midaka ladaka means what? In the beginning we said, you know, yeah, you could compare from one side to the other. Midaka ladaka means from the una, according to one Shan Rashi. Midaka ladaka means from one una to the other una, top blue, but they have to be the unas, the little ears. Mumigasa lagasa from one uma to another one, that's the green, but not una, not the red. You can't go. Green is good, but you can't do from a small lobe to the large lobe. So that would be the red. You can't do that. You cannot compare from a small una to a large uma. You can make a hole, another second hole in the trachea to see if this cut that's like a roid or kiser, if that happened after the animal died or before. You guys remember the chulia is 3. Here, let me just say this for a second. It's a long one, but I'm just. So he didn't stop 100%, but it took him a week to get there. He says that the shear had a shpach on him, that he stopped smoking a lot. He's only one. I recommend cold turkey. You right? Cold turkey, says Yosef. What? You want me to take you to Austria? Is what you're saying? You should take yourself as a gift. 100%. So chulia is 3. We said chulia like on tzitzis. Each chulia is 3 times around. So chulia means 3 tabois, rings. So you could take So do not go from one chulya to the other. You take, make another hole within the same 3 rings. Don't jump 3 rings away. There's no, if it's a trach, it's a trach, it's the same animal, have the same color. What's bar? Here, this is a different from the same 3, but do not go to another 3. Chulya Cheres. No, I'm going back to Chulya. And now this is bar Chulya. Here's a close-up of a ring. So you see that on top it's thicker than the bottom. So this is an exaggeration. Chulya means do not bring a right from the top part to the bottom part. Because the bar Chulya, where there's a little meat on the bottom over there, it's very thin. Bar means the bottom. Chulya l'chulya. Omar zero. The rectum of the animal. Basically, an animal eats, puts food in its mouth, and it comes out the other side. So the other side, that's the end of the whole kishkish, is called chalchoilis, the rectum. However, I have a little bit of a graphic picture. I'm not so happy with this picture. Here's the rectum. We're going to see that. Okay, that's for later. This is a little bit more than I wanted, but this is what we have. So you could see that it's held from all 4 directions with bone. There's bony material everywhere. All the spine is on the top. The hips are on the side. It's completely enclosed. So what's included is that if the rectum ruptures, nothing. It's not going anywhere. There's pressure from all sides in that area. It's very tight. So that's not a problem. It's kosher if it has an echo. However, you're tiny, the hips, put it in its place. How much could it rip? If it's the place where the hips are really grabbing you from all sides, then even a rough. Where the hips are not grabbing it, like somewhere you can see over here where it's like it gets a little loose. I remember about the time the Rav said in the name of Rav Nachman Omar, but Titlu Bay, also a very Gishmak Lashon Shas, but Titlu Bay, Bukri Sriki. Don't associate empty vessels to Rav Nachman. That's not what he said. How can you Rav Nachman? Rav Nachman said it this way. Welcome my Devek, a place where there's a lot of pressure and it's glued together, so to speak. I think we need that fully kosher. Even if you don't have any of the rectum, God, it's kosher. You should be able to grab it. A kid came over to me. I got a little bit of a haircut just because I'm going away for and then we have 3 weeks, the whole thing. So a kid comes over and he says, as I'm because he's learning how much are you allowed to take off over here? Because he wanted to know. He had it very, very short. So I said, you have to grab it. Big tfisa. I don't know the number. I think that's how they pass it. Because he starts grabbing, he says, look, I can grab, pulling this whole thing. Fine. As long as you have a finger's width. So here it is right over here. This is the rectum. And then look what Yoshi did here. As long as you have one finger in there that you can pull, then it's kosher. So let's just do it now. Turning off the dot. Thank you, Adar Global, for changing the Lashon, the official non-corporate sponsor of the NDY League. Encore Healthcare as a source for all of Klal Yisrael. He did an unbelievable job here. I hope I get to show it. Hakeres Apnimis. We're talking about here. Take a look real quick. I got to show you what he did. It's unbelievable. This is all like new technology. Look how beautiful the base of places are. With the design, this is hairy, this has lines, this is the hemses, this is the keshes. You can see on the bottom the keshet, the part that we spoke about before. That looks like an arrow on the top. Keres apnimi. Okay. So as we know, to go over it again. Animal eats food, it goes into a keres. It's a holding tank, and over there, mixes with all sorts of Yishmael stuff. From there, it goes to the base of Kaisos. And from there, it goes to the Hemsis, and then from there, finally goes to the Keva. So, I don't see the Keva here. There's a Keva, missing it. Okay, fine. Maybe where the Keshel is, fine. It should be top right, top. Rabbi said today there's a big problem. Think about it. What's a problem with the keres today in terms of kashrus? So you probably heard of this. When an animal gets very bloated, there's a lot of gases and it's going crazy. So what do? They take a needle from the outside, poke it like a balloon, and just release the pressure. So what do they just do? They poke it right in the keres and make a hole in the keres. Now, it could heal later. I'm sure it heals somehow. Otherwise, the animal will die. Right? They wouldn't do it if we didn't. But that makes it true. So it could be an issue today. That's why some people don't even eat the clown. It's a big problem today. You're going to see what is a keres. No less than 7 shittos what the keres apnimi is. Because keres apnimi is you have a little negev makes it treif, and then you have keres chitzonim, which you need a lot more than a needle to make it treif. So what is this keres apnimi? 7 different opinions. The head butcher of Tzipori was named Rebbe Mishum Ben Nassim. He said in front of Rebbe, the name of Nassim. Sanyu Devi. There's something in the animal called Sanyu Devi, which if you were at the Shkita, it's something. Devi is a wolf. Even a wolf would not touch this. He hates it. Sanyu, he hates this thing. Why? This is like a P-trap under a sink that grabs all garbage. If you look, it's a dead end. It's in the middle of the whole kishkis, and also the piece comes out dead end. Nothing forces it back into the system. So if food goes in there, what makes the food go out? Nothing really. So it sits there and smells up badly. If you have any kind of whatever, like a P-trap in the bottom of your sink, a nail, a rock, here, whatever, it's stuck there, it just sits there. Nothing's pushing it out. So even a wolf won't eat that part. And that's what keres apnimi is. Shita number 1. You can count it with me. Rabbi Shmuel Omar is Tumcha the Kreisa. Now I noticed there's something fascinating to me. Istumcha is the same lashon as stomach in English. Samach Tes Vav Mem Chaf Aleph. But we don't know what that is. It's the stomach of the crazy. So that's shita number 2. Ravasi Omar, Yochanan Mokim Tsarish Bekeres Veni Derezi. There's it becomes narrow. What's the pnimi? It becomes narrow out of nowhere. What help are you? The whole keres fell into a pit. In other words, I don't know what's not true with the nekev. You didn't help me out. From the narrowness and downwards. Now again, we're talking about an animal hanging on a hook after you shot it, like this animal in this picture. He's hanging on a hook. So from this narrow part towards the head, meaning towards the vesha. The Gemara is going to say he's saying shot on what we just said a second ago. Praise of the mocking tsar. The keres. It's the place where it doesn't have like wool. This, I don't know if we have time for this, but okay, let's see. I don't know if I did this in English for me. Maybe not. So this is the keres. This is the Veshet. It goes into the keres. This part right over here, you get a whole tefach. You hold on to this, that's the keres Apnimi, right over here. It's not even in the keres. It's before. Tevam the Veshet. It's on the Veshet, on the esophagus. So again, Zui keres Apnimi. Another sheet, that's not true. The entire keres is keres Apnimi. The entire thing is Pnimi. So what is chitzoni? There is a keres of chitzoni. So then what's that? No. It has nothing to do with the keres. It has nothing to do with the stomach. Also, Israel keres. That's referring to this part right over here on the animal, the rib. It's the meat, the flesh that's right underneath the keres. That's chitzoni. But mimi, anything in the keres, a little hole, boom, gone. Mafrata. That's mafrata. Where the shaykhach cuts the animal to take out the kishkis, right over here in that box. Let's call it just for the sabers of the night. Okay, there's a certain hole. They go like this. They pull out the intestines right over there. That's the primi. Right, mafrata over Rivavia. Hey, to the parit. That's where the butchers open it up. But this last shita, that's mafrata, that's where they open up. That's what they said that's the thing. We just said 7 different shitas. Why are you going with that one shita of mafrata? Shaykhim with the Rabbi Ravuna. Rabbi Ravuna is more mafra than everybody. So if you go like Rabbi Ravuna, it includes everything. She says, what do you mean? With the Ravazim of mine, that he says, I don't even know where it is. How could he be more mafra than that? He already said that the tsar means from where it gets narrowed downwards. I said it's on the hook, going down for the. Okay, so that's less. With the Ravino, with the Marava, you say that's the that's very mafia. That's outside of the keres. With the Marava, they say the entire keres. Nice. You're right. Those obviously argue on us. Should we do this little sugya? Hold on. It's 21. Okay, we gotta stop. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. Have a Shabbos. The Shabbos at 10 o'clock.
America's Swiss is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor one.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Welcome to all the guests. Here in NYU, Tisch Hospital, Manhattan, learning the daf every day. Listen to this. Rabbi Sai, this Bacher, I don't know who he is. He's in the hospital already for 3 weeks. In the hospital for 3 weeks. YHC. So the other words is similar from Shleimo. We're with you and Shkoy for learning the daf. Doing the daf, he says himself, and I listened to the current chair at 5 a.m. when I wake up before going to shul. Recently decided that wasn't enough. Now while I'm watching my 3-month-old, I've been listening to this shit started from Brock on Spotify. See that picture. I'm loving seeing the beginning of this amazing shir. I'm usually tempted to write an email in, especially when you mention you can use some more. It's all started because one person sent me an email. So I said, if I read it, maybe more people will send. And it didn't work right away. I might have had to write myself emails or something in the beginning. But now it's like, I have to go back still, and then all these emails from last trip that I didn't get to see it. And the kids are, thank you for everything, and I look forward to this daily time machine each day. Dovey Freer in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. There's a live Shechita event in our amazing satellite location, Tom's River. I really, really highly recommend it. It's unbelievable here, and you're going to learn a lot, especially now that we're learning in Treifus. It's amazing. I love this email from Gedalia Palak. He says, just a short note in case no one ever mentioned it to you. Yes, you're changing people's. When I was a kid, who could have imagined a second grader knowing what smicha is? Smicha, you're leading on the animal. Thanks to MDY, kids all over the world are learning about so many concepts throughout Shas, and most importantly, are excited about learning. See attached video of Elio Palak doing smicha while playing with some other kids this afternoon. May you continue successful in every way, especially with the our brother Satorah. Much nachas from all your children, grandchildren, Gedalia Palak, Jackson, New Jersey. Here he is, Rabbi Zai, performing smicha. Kid knows what smicha is in second grade. That's called torturing an animal, but it's beheter, because it's smicha. It's gewaldig. Yeah, no, very, very proud of him. This was a great video in Hebrew. It's from our good friend. Basically, this guy says that he has a verstopfte cup, and that he goes to some other Rav's Daf Yomi shir, but he doesn't understand the word. But then he started doing our shir. He hopes the Rav doesn't watch this, and he says he has a guest, and he's taking this whole video in here, skip forward. Do me a favor, Dave. Just go to halfway. She sits there, she watches the shir like this. So anybody that has a dog, please let the dog watch the shir. I remember I started to do that a little bit more than a month ago. I knew it would change my life because so many people told me. I didn't know that it'll change so fast. I'm a long-time smoker, and from the day you spoke about it, I made my decision and stopped. I know that will change my life, but I didn't know that it'll change my life, the Gashmias. Thank you, and keep up your great work. I'm from Yosef, from Bar Zone. You have to do me a favor. So send me. You're doing much better. Fine. We describe this as liquidative necrosis, and the lining is the pleura. Well, no, Dr. Epstein, help me out over here. Liquefactive necrosis. Liquefactive necrosis. As the line, that's when it's decaying lung. Like there's a decaying lung. It's called liquefactive necrosis. We had this here. On YouTube since 8. Minute daf. Love the AI videos. Dr. Isser Kuznets, Bet Shemesh. For boys, where is he? He lives here in Bet Shemesh. I don't know who he is. He's been around. Did he come to Shir live? Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From Edison. And you know that he comes to Shir live? So you need a guy from Edison to tell us what's going on in our basement. Interesting stuff here. Shkoya, what's your son? Who's your son? Naftali, so I know you. Shabbaton, no? So where do I know you? That's what it was. Okay. It's a 7 years of a big. Yes. Shalom Aleichem, how you doing? What's your name? From related? We had in the Hebrew Shir, a guy says he's from Arad. I go to the next day, where are you from? Arad. You know? No. I go to this table, Arad. What's the name of the place? Elad, same thing. 4 people from Elad the same night, like, and they didn't know each other. They had no idea. They didn't come with. But you just happen to be here. It's beautiful. Rabbi Yaakov Aronson takes a break after his daughter's chuppah to do the daf on somebody's biba hit. Another beautiful Simcha Mazel Tov to Yaakov Weinstein of Tinek, weekly sponsor on the wedding of his daughter, Yaakov with his son AJ and Simcha Liner. Yishma. Again, to see this picture in here, a lot of us are still in shock. A lot of people mourning. The place was packed. I've been to many of the lights over there, but never did I have to walk over like a half an hour to get there. People parked on the highway. We almost parked on the highway, and then they parked in Porsches, and it was either him, we played chicken, but then the driver realized, so he knows us, he goes to the shear every night, so he backed out. He backed up. Yeah, the whole, everybody knew him. He's such a nice guy. Everybody loved him. Jonathan Cohen, you'll be missed. You're a dear Belly Shlita. I hope this email finds you and my entire MD1 family safe. I was giving you the usual spiel about how amazing you are. I wanted to jump something on those floors. Sure, I ordered my phone volunteer. The kids it didn't come. I forwarded my order, and then he received a response from Carol Smarlowitz. I don't know if that's even Smarlowitz. I get a lot of emails from Carol. There was shipping shortly after that. The kids although fortunately MDY is in the Torah learning business, there's still an element of customer service involved. As a customer, I must express a tremendous personal thanks to the MDY team, and in this case, Carol, for the immediate response and attention to my matter. The best companies and corporations lack this skill. While it is you, Mark, and Gary, who's going in for a second surgery at his Mara, talking about Shis Mara, gallbladder has stones. They did a surgery yesterday, but they found more or something. While it's you, Lucian, for Shlomo, Mark, and Gary, Mark Ashkenazi and Gary, all the major players get the most fan for attention. Certainly so, it can never be enough. Sometimes it's just as important to remember and mention the countless people who do it all behind the scenes to make it happen. Looking forward to getting through all shots of the family. He took out his name. P.S. If this email makes the cut, please keep it anonymous. Not anonymous where you forget and say it anyway, but real anonymous. Unfortunately, last night I read his name, and then I get to this P. Oh, I hope you didn't see that because now he's going to go to the Hebrew one and check it out. No, there are a lot of people that work for MDY and behind the scenes, and there's a lot of secretaries. There's at least 3 secretaries and people, and a lot of people who work. And it's true, you hear certain names, you don't hear all of them. So the tremendous efforts that goes there, everybody. Okay, I do have to share that mood. Rabbi, over here you can see Parshas Bereshis. It says Benny Rosnick, and it says Jay, who wrote it right underneath it, because he shared his Parsha. A few people sharing, people sharing Amudim. Zalman and Sarah Tversky and family, Yitzhak Freund, Mishpachas Bride, Michael and Rachel Cohen, Leah and Johnny Delmonte, Aviv and Barry Siegel, Harvey and Judy Simon, Shmuel Lackner, Josh Zelig, Shauli Wasserthiel, Mark Silverman, Shauli, the famous Shauli, I've been with him for a long time, David Gitzi Dovi, Ariel Kramer, and then a bunch of psukim. We'll get to them. We'll have to do it. Still holding in Amud, I think. The voice eyes. We're holding in the middle of the Elu trade. Never to be forgotten. Oh, yeah, sponsors. Wow. Sponsors is not part of the cheshbon. The official edition of MDY Shas, the Mesechta by Zevin Yal Sholof, Perik, Gilad Mary, Davidovici, Lidishmas Shayo, Ben Aaron, and Teva Chala Ital Bas Avraham, Dafman Tes, Shani Shechter, for the merit of Shidduchim and Nachas for all of Klal Yisrael. Thank you. David Salom dedicated memory of every Moir, small Baruch, Baruch, Kain's feet, Dodge, in front of Bracha. The Mesechta sponsors, the Palsy Family Foundation, gratitude to the Consortium and the Alliance, and all they do is to support MDY. Anonymous. Atzlacha, Baruch, and Spubagashmis. And thank you to Chief Benny. Shmuel and Ahuva's sister for continuing Atzlacha and Nachas from our children. Anonymous for before Shneim and Arikasiyom, Talea Bas Esther, by Binyamin and Danielle Roosevelt, Brius for Simcha. Monthly spots, Anonymous. Lilu Nishmas, Yonatan Eitan Ben Mordechai Zev, Zechron Livracha. The Tzviz, Lilu Nishmas, Yonatan Eitan Ben Mordechai Zev, Zechron Livracha. Monthly sponsors are Yisai Miller for Shneim, Avi Moir Baruch Ben Miriam. Anonymous for Shneim for Rabbi Reuven and Rabbi Shaya Ben Slava Devora Maid. The weekly sponsors, Spanish Jewish sponsors in honor of the first three Balkrim in the Mexican side of education, Shmuel Yuda, Moisha, and Inon. Yaakov Weinstock, mouthful on the marriage of Brianna to Uri Ostrin. May they build a Parish Neman B'Yisrael. Is that how you pronounce it? Where? Abramchuk, yeah. One of the hardest names in the world is Shlafrak. David Kreinberg, this was my father-in-law, Mordechai Simcha Ben Tzvi, Allah Shalom, on his yahrzeit today. Doesn't everybody agree with that? First of all, to spell it, it's almost like Reichenbach. Reichenbach and Shlafrak, two artists. MDY Chabad, this was Koy Jushaz Admor. You know, I said that story. I got a message. I said the story about two people in the shul, and so he writes back to me. One of them writes back to me. He watched the shir, obviously, and he writes back. And Baruch Hashem, both of us, we don't talk in shul anymore. MDY Chabad, I believe that's Shloimi, but it could be something else. MDY Chabad, Yili Nishmas, Kedushas Admor, Nachum Mendel Ben Rav Levi Yitzchak, Tzadik Kosh Lebracha. I don't know, this must be something about it. I mean, I know I'm supposed to know what it means. What does it mean? Hello? What does it mean? I don't want to guess, I'm not sure. Yeah, I know. Joel Mizrahi, Hashem, this is amazing. Rabbi said, back-to-back dedications. We have the Lubavitcher Rebbe and we have the Knicks. Hashem runs it all. This is MDY in a nutshell, basically. Joel Mizrahi, thank you, Joel. It's beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for taking your time and your money. And Hashem runs it all. 53 years equals 26 plus 26. Of course, Coach Barker's name is involved in there. Plus Hashem is one. New York Knicks are NBA champions. Whoever doesn't know, you know this? Okay, good. Now everybody knows. The MDY team, in honor of Miriam Ashkenazi's graduation from high school tonight, may mark and obviously much continued nachas from her. Oh, and the hardest name in the entire Shamshi Shlaf, I did not see this. Shamshi Shlafrak, Mr. and Mrs. Yeshua Aaron Price, and Ari Simon. Positive to Mark and family on Miriam's graduation and for setting a shining example of parenthood for us all. Choking up. He is. He picked himself up and he had to fly every single week. One of the constraints was to become a K1. Okay, whatever, that's a different thing on United, to become top tier. But 1K, I mean 1K, not K1. Or more, he's already, whatever. 1K is for global. Mazda for Mark Apparently is unbelievable. But he bought a house and bought a thing. He's on a plane. He's doing 1K. Can you imagine it's just like, is this your final trip to, no, he still has to sell the house and do the whole thing. Can you imagine the other series is Chutzvah Kiva Simcha Ben Vega and Rifi Yehud is Basiafa Chaya and the Art Only 2 people. It's sad. We used to have Yonatan Nathan here. Month, L'Refuah Shlema Mordechai ben Esther, L'Refuah Hayel Daniel Zev ben Ayelet Esther. Rabbi Zerika. Ahi Machdo D'Ishtakav B'Simpeino Rabba Dereya. We're continuing with the lungs. I figured, here's a lung. Simpeino Rabba is when the trachea enters the lung and it branches off. You see the blue? That branching off, the blue is Simpeino Rabba. The gray is the main part of the bronchi, if you will. Here, we got to do this real quickly. This is geschmack. Why not? I don't know. I didn't go through the parrot this time around. I really should, to see like what kind of stuff I should bring with me to Austria. Maybe there's some geschmack of hearts that we have in the freezer. Oh, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Oh. All right, here we go. This is real. This is very, very real. This is called a lung. This is here. This is an Una right over here. Another Una. This is the Ina. But you know what I'm gonna do? It's gross. Yeah. Okay. There's an interesting thing here. You see this little blister thing, but that's nothing. That's just from nothing. This right over here is the large Uma, which is a mother, and these right over here are the Unas. Now this pipe, the conner goes into the lung, and it splits off, and that's what we're talking about here. What? No, this blister's not a tzemach. No. I spoke to with Avram Weissich at 1:30 a.m. I don't know what he was up for. He said, "This is not a blister. It's nothing. It's just a." The surface you don't see, because the surface it's a piece of something that's stuck to the body of the animal. Once you take the lung out, it pops. It rips off. You're not gonna see it here. But this is a not bad lung. It's not deflating. Okay. I'm gonna just put it down over here. It is going to deflate by itself. Okay. Remind me not to touch my Gemara for a minute or two. Yeah, but I might need to hold it again. So, pass it around. Whoever wants to come and touch it can come up here. You should go up to Gary. Gary is in charge of a lot of stuff in the basement, all the stuff in the basement. And I asked him, I said, I need a smaller one. The other one is like, it's not good for Nachman, pushes his tefillin. And I need a smaller one. And it's easier. We can use a larger one when we have a lot of stuff, but something like this, usually it's just one little thing, so great. So what happened was we found a needle. Now we understand the whole sugya once you saw that. There's a needle inside the pipe. The main pipe going into the lung. I love this name. The Rabbanon, the pray for Rabbanon. Meaning the Rabbanon who said treif before. Yesterday we learned if you find a needle in the lung, here, this case right over here. Oh, there's a piece of lung on my finger. Okay, now I'm gonna take it out. See what's going on over here? Maybe this one. Sigelungen. Gelungen, not Gelungen. Yeah, it doesn't even count for these. Yeah. We were talking yesterday, there's very few people in the world that can speak English, Hebrew, and Yiddish. So me and Nachman and I, it's like the way we went to the same types of schools and everything. Okay. Zog the Gemara. No, my Hebrew's better than yours, sorry. Zog the Gemara. So, yeah, so this is the Rabbanan Trifaya. This case, when there's a needle in the lung, how did it get there? So they say it got there because it probably went through the Veshet. Straight. How in the world did it get into our lung? It probably went through it ate it, went through the whole system, and it pops out at the end by one of the parts of the intestines. It goes, it's a needle. And if it goes into the lung, we're in the lung. Look, it's all the way in the bottom of the lung over there. So they brought it to but now you see a needle in the main pipe of the lung. So now it makes more sense that it came through the trachea, not through the esophagus. It came through the breathing tube, but not the eating tube. They didn't say anything. We don't know. They're not going to say it's mutter to eat this animal, kishmatayu, because they're the ones that say it's also to eat an animal that needle is found in its lung. And over here it's found in its lung. But they couldn't say that it's also but it makes a lot of sense now that it came through the breathing pipe. Why? Because it was found in a main thoroughfare of air called a bronchi, the main pipe over there. And he must have found an size. So maybe it came through the trachea, the kana, and not the veshet. Okay, end of that. So they didn't say anything. There was so I think I can get rid of this. Right? There was a needle that was found in a piece of liver. Now, there's two things. It could have came through the arteries, the different, what is it called over there, the vena cava. There's different ways that it could wiggle its way into the liver, but it's also possible that it came through the digestive system, which would mean digestive system doesn't go directly into the liver like that. It would mean that the needle popped out somewhere, created a hole in the ma'ayin, and came out into the liver, and that's a problem. That would make the animal change. How did it get there? We have to know how the needle got into the liver. Some of my brother of Yosef Mitzvah, you want to say it came through the esophagus, and therefore it made a hole in its throat. He just found a needle in a steak. Would the animal be trained? No. How did it get there? I don't know. It came through the side of the body, went into the steak. So why is a steak different than a liver? You know what? Let's use some. Let's be detectives over here. Let's figure it out. He played for the bar. If the head, the eye of the needle. Yes, you have over here 2 pictures. Over here, the eye of the needle is outside. So Gemara understands that the eye of the needle, which is wider than the point of the needle, doesn't have enough strength to puncture through organs. So when you see the needle on the left, it's not that it came out from the outside of it didn't come from the intestine. It came from within the liver. Because we wouldn't be able to puncture from outside into the liver with the wide head. We're going to discuss in a minute something wide, like a date, the pit of a date. It doesn't have. It's not normal for something like that, which is rounder and larger, to puncture through an organ. I don't know how big this needle is. This is a larger needle in those days. The Gemara discusses a small needle, which wouldn't have that halacha. So if you see the point of the needle going into the liver, so where did it come from? It came from the intestines, and it made had to poke its way out of the intestines. And then it wanted to make its way into the liver. That's why the pupa, the eye of the needle, the bar is outside, it is straight. But if the eye of the needle is inside the liver, facing the opposite direction, so it's impossible that the eye of the needle pokes its way into the liver. It happens to be in the liver through the different vessels, whatever, the blood, some vein, giant vena cava, whatever you want to call it over there. It went through there. Through the lung, it could transfer over from the symphysis, let's say, from one of the, the trachea, in the lung, it could meet a giant blood organ, go in there, and then make its way into the liver and make its way out. Now it's coming out of the liver. There's no way up. Over here, in this case, it didn't make a hole in the intestines, and therefore it would be kosher. If the head of the needle is on the outside of the liver, then it came through the esophagus, the veshet, and the ma'ayin, and made a hole, and therefore it's straight. But if the other needle is inside, some finer knockout, so it came through the trachea. That's because it's very large and wide, and we don't assume that it punctured through an organ. If you're talking about needles, but our day, right over here, I have a needle. I'm not in the mood of taking it out. Okay, fine, I'll take it out. I need best friend knows how to open this thing. There, I'm gonna pop that over. So if we get a new. Fine. I'll do it from here. Oh. So here's a typical needle. The people like myself who try to sew, and you try to push this end, this will end up in your finger because it's pretty sharp as well. There's no difference almost between the sharpness. There is a little bit between this end and this. This could easily puncture through an organ and go into a liver. Yeah, let's do it right now. No, but then I'm not going to have a lung anymore. Oh, you know what? I'll puncture this there. Trachea. It didn't work so well. Okay. It's a rubbery substance. But you know what I'm talking about. Here, give me your finger a second. Zog the Gemara. That'll do an for someone. But if it's small, it's a small needle. It's sharp on both ends. So it doesn't matter. You can't be a detective and say, "Oh, I see the eye of the needle this way or that way," and it makes sense. No, there's no difference. Wow, we're holding the daf we have to hold, but the time is 26 minutes into shir. So, Beisak Koisos. Remember that there's 4 parts of the stomach. Just to go over real quickly, the food comes in, it goes into something called the keres, big giant fat. We'll see it all today in a video. And then from there it goes to Beisak Koisos. And it's in the part of the digestive system. You can see the food you guys pointed out. I remember who it was, pointed out right over here. This food in the bottom. That's the inside of it. But it's actually round. This almost looks like the outside, but we're looking into it. This has 2 layers. Like on most organs in the body, we see that have like 2 layers. The outer layer, inner layer, thin, thick, like a double protection. You find a needle, but Oivi Beisak Koisos. It didn't puncture through and through. It only punctured one. And we're talking about from the inside. Here, perfect. I have two plastic cups here. The needle was found inside the Beisak. There's a cut. It's beautiful. Beisak Koisos. The inside of the Beisak. The needle is here, but it didn't come through. It's not out. It didn't come outside. It's stuck over here. Now, it could be that the animal ate a bunch of food, and the needle went into the Beisak Koisos and then tried to make its way out. And it could also be that it punctured this way. Now, if it punctured this way, and now you find that inside the Beisak Koisos, that's treif. Why is it treif? Because there's a hole through and through. What if the hole is only halfway through, from the inside towards the out, but it didn't go completely through? It could also be that it came from the outside and it healed, but it's not likely. So why don't we do some detective work and see which direction is the needle facing? If the eye of the needle is facing outside, it's impossible for the eye of the needle to puncture its way into the base of Pisces. So it obviously came in through the sharp part into the base of Pisces once upon a time, and it made a hole in the base of Pisces 6 months ago. And what you're finding here is the eye of the needle stuck in wall number 2, but it actually came in from before in the heel. That's why you don't see a hole through and through. Let's use the same logic that we used on a kidney. So let's just read the words. I don't skip anything. If you find it only through one wall, it's kosher. If it went through and through, it's straight. What look where the eye of the needle is? And then say this logic that an eye of the needle cannot puncture through and through the base of Pisces. So if you see it in the base of Pisces facing a certain way, you know that it came from the outside. It's straight. Also giving the following mash game. No, the eye of the needle was inside the base of Pisces. And what forced it out, even though it's wide and it usually doesn't puncture organs, is all the food that's in the machine. It's grinding it down. It's not like this. So the machine pushed out the needle, even though it's thick and wide. Next sugi, we're going. These are like shorter sugi. It's just different body parts, different things. You found it in a big vessel in the liver, perhaps the vena cava. He said this must have came from the esophagus, from the eating tube, and then the only way it got into the liver is puncturing a hole in the intestines, and that makes it straight. No, this perhaps came through the esophagus, the trachea, the breathing tube. Exactly how, the whole deal, how and where, how does the breathing tube get into the liver? Okay, we have to understand. So he asked Rabbeinu. He said, the person who said that this is trade, you got to take his clothing from him. He has to pay for this. Any rabbi that said that this is trade when it's actually kosher, and Rashi sticks it like he said the other day that the Rav fed it with his own hand, so it's not a grama anymore. He took it and he says, "Go, take this." He has to give you clothing. Check this out. Just take a cute video. You have to see the first part. The sign is very important. It says you come in a chassid, you walk out a rebbe. That's what it says on the sign. Look at his hair. Fish yuck. He's the fish yuck. He wants to know if the heart is kosher. He's blowing up like I blew up this lung. He's blowing up the heart. That's a Doberman there. No. All right, that explains the whole sugya. Zog the Gemara. They found a pit of a date in the gallbladder. Oh, Gary Ben Moshe. He saw yesterday's share. He texted me right after. He goes that this guy, I read an email that it says Gershon Ben Moshe in Rashi, and he got chizuk from it. He was watching. I hope he can watch now because I know people texted him and he wasn't able to answer. He's like he's out of it. He texts you, they can't talk, but he's able to text that he can't talk. That's a madriga. That's very responsive. Wow. I can't talk and I don't tell you. Okay, fine. I can see some stack of tomorrow. You found this pit. Now a pit. Where did it come from? Omar Ravashi. This had to come from through the liver, and it came through the trachea. But if you flip the animal upside down, they'll never go back. You can never get this to reverse the track and come out through the esophagus. But perhaps the animal runs around, jumps around, so all this vibration or whatever causes it to go downwards. They'll never be able to come upwards. I haven't said this mic in a while, so I'll say it quickly. A guy stops here in one of these bus stations, and they're asking for it's a hike. It's a ride. It's your ride. And he says, "Fine, come in." Unbeknownst to him, he had 15 people in his car. Of course, he gets pulled over. I said, "This is already, you gotta come to court, don't think." So they go to court, and he tells the judge, he says, "Look, my car's outside. If you could fit 15 people in the car, I'll take the ticket gladly, but it's just impossible." You said the cop must be lying. He's not shy. So he said, "Okay, fine." They take 15 people. They go downstairs to the car. He gets the car. They start pushing them in. The most they can get in is like 10, 11, and they're like sitting on each other the whole time. So just it's about you said it's regular sized people. Yeah, okay, it's impossible. You can't give a ticket. So the cop turns to this guy afterwards. He's like, "Okay, you're off the ticket." But tell me, what's I counted 15. He says the shot is because you over here in the court, nobody wants to be pushed into a car and do just be a guinea pig. But those people that wanted to be in the car, and you have a Rutzen. All right, Shamalai, what's your name? Where's that from? Shamalai, you're here yesterday. You have to be here at least. Oh, that's right. What's going on over there? Yeah, okay. All right, anybody else? I guess wants to Shamalai? No, okay. Zog the Gemara, Bani Mili, Dvikla. This is because it's a pit of a date. But a smaller pit that has sharper edges, that's one, by the way, I just realized, one of the worst things that can happen to you, worse than stepping on a Lego, is when you eat a pitted owl, but it's not pitted. You ever take a bite down on one of those, and it's be really bad. Anyway, so here, this Yoshi worked on this a very long time. Told me he had a lot of trouble getting it to work. But here it is. You have the two types of pits, that of a tamar and that of a zayis. I put a tamar to the side, I forgot to bring it, of course. So this is a tamar, and this is how it would work. Go in through the trachea, the liver to the gallbladder. Okay, somehow, whatever. And then you have this one. This could cause damage. This could make trace because it punctures the esophagus. If it comes through the kind of like the tamar here, the trachea is not a problem. The problem is when it punctures the esophagus, the ma'ayin, that's where it becomes a problem, and aleph could do that. Why is this? Let me get my gloves. Why is this called a reya? What's reya? Reya is the lashon of seeing. Shemi'ira esoinayim, because it lights up the eyes. Shemi'ira esoinayim. So the tour brings down. I don't know if anybody knows this. The tour brings down that on Rosh Hashanah, he brings the Archus Chaim that on Rosh Hashanah you should eat long with honey. They'll be mayor your nine for the whole year. It's good to be mayor nine. That's what he says. I don't know if anybody's marked on it. Maybe that's why we don't have Mir Sinai. I don't know. Huh? Yeah, but Dvash. That Dvash is the same one. Yeah. Say boiler. Probably spiritual. Probably spiritual. He boiler. The whole. Yeah, these things are. I don't know. It's a good question. Wants to know if it's spiritual or physical. Does it mean if you eat it like in its state? Well, you're obviously going to cook it, but as is, or it's the spices that you add to it and everything. You can purchase an entire duck for one zuz. Yet if you purchase just the lung of the duck, it costs 4. How's that possible? So you're telling me you just eat it as is. You should buy an entire duck and just eat the lung for one zuz. Why is he spending 4 zuz on a lung? The reason why he's spending so much is because it's a delicacy dish. It's a whole the chefs involved and they know what to put in. That's why you're paying 4 times the amount. Not for real. So not for real. Rabbi say if a shochet takes a knife and it happens today. He takes a knife and he's pulling he's trying to get the lung out so he can do whatever he needs to do. And as he's pulling the knife out, we said with the knife that's cholash, which means very sharp, he pokes the lung, makes a hole in the lung. Treifa kosher, maybe he poked the hole where there's a hole already. It's 100% cold. It's obvious that his knife created a hole. So now we have another situation. You have a hole. But we know that the shochet, the butcher, the boydek, whatever you want to call him, he sticks his hands into the animal's cavity, pulls the lung out, and exactly where his fingers go, that's exactly where the hole is. It's like a knife. So he says, Talino like Talino. I want to know, can we say, most likely, logic tells me that it's his finger that poked the hole in it. If it has a hole, it's straight. If his finger poked the hole, it's kosher. So we have a machlokes here. Rabbi Bar Nosson Omar Talinon. Barzit the Rebbe Rabbi Omar Lo Talinon. Why should I assume that it was his finger? Talinon. I'm pointing this out over here because I want to show you a Rashi soon that talks about this Gehilchasa. Who passed it? So the Rambam. What's Gehilchasa? Who? Rava. Who says? So Rashi is going to tell us who this Gehilchasa is. It's in the Chasimas Hashas, when they closed off the Shas, Rabbeinu Ravashi's children, they put in there, they were, so this is the halacha, we're passing it. Did the Shulchan Aruch at the time? My father was the speaker. It says in my Gemara, so I have to say it. I said it 7.5 years ago, so I'm going to say it again, even though I might have said it like half a year ago. I was part of this thing called the Mentor's Mission. Still operates part of our Sameach. It's a program that they take non-affiliated Jews that they checked out Yiddishkeit, they go to Shiur and stuff like that, but they're unaffiliated. And you go on a trip with businessmen from America. The businessmen basically pay for their tickets and everything, and they show them a very good time. Or something, there's a whole program, go to TV, you go to Kaisel, you go here, a nice meal, and that Kaisel restaurant that overlooks the Kaisel, the whole thing. So one day we go up north, And who did we bump into during davening? Rav Noni's son. So somebody went over and said, you know, we're here with a whole group of unaffiliated Jews. By the way, every single one of those guys that I went with, 3 guys, one of them has a beard up to here. All the kids are in really good schools. Mom is from. Anyway, so Rav Noni's son said, sure, I'll speak to these guys. Well, so we tell the guys, listen, we have a guy here that usually we fly him out in a helicopter, comes into stadiums, full packs here. He's going to speak to 20 of us, whatever. 20. So they all come, and he starts talking in Hebrew. These guys don't speak Hebrew. You don't switch to English. He said, I don't speak English. Does anybody speak both? So Stefanski, I get the job. I'm the Metargim. So he starts saying, so I'm not going to start repeating. So I say some joke, something funny, and he starts laughing. So he says, רגע, לא אמרתי משהו מצחיק, למה הם צוחקים? Like, whatever, okay. So he keeps on going, and they start laughing again. He says, listen, Rabid, get off the stage right now. No, like, you're not a right Metargim. Okay, so anyway, well, I'm going to start repeating to these guys. It says in the verse, I was getting there, but the first part was a little boring in my opinion, so I decided to stick in. Anyway, Zoki Gemara. So he says, listen, my father was, by the way, I almost forgot this. Rav Shmuel Bereder Ravo is the first, in other words, it's after the Tkufa of the Amoraim. He was considered the first Rabbanitz of Amoraim. And look at this one. He says, my father, Abba, my father of Avo, Mereshik Kali the Rafa. Rafa was considered the last Amira. My dad was the head of the speakers that said over what Rafa said. He had a week of boys. He had to speak to the whole Yarkut Kala, thousands of people. You need a guy with a gazillion voice, a chazanish voice. Scream it out. Walmart, and he says, he was there. He said over from Rafa. Kalinam. If there's a hole exactly where the shofar touches, let's assume it came from his finger. We said it over to Marzudim, who said a second ago that we don't say it's from the finger. He said, I don't accept it. I'm not Mekah. He's going like Ravaka by us in the wall. The whole Taldinim Bezev. We have that story. Should we show the whole video again? You have a wolf that took some intestine, and we got it back from him. And we know that a wolf pokes holes in it with his canines, or whatever, with his claws. So we're going to assume that every hole that we found is a hole that the wolf made, and not an existing hole before. Okay. So we're also going to be talking over here. New Sugya, more now. What about a worm? You see a worm making its way right out of this lung. You see right away the worm comes right out. Now, you have to explain that worms, when the animal's alive, they don't make holes in the animal. They live in, they have it, it's just fine. They have exactly what they need. They have all the resources. Everything's great. It's nice and dark in there. They get their food. They get whatever it is. But the moment the animal dies, it needs to find a new host. So then it starts digging its way out. So most likely, it made the hole after it died. But I'm not sure. I see a nice hole there, and I see a worm. So, maybe it happened before, after you finish. Another one says, no, it happened afterwards. This is a and again, we have a halacha that it happened after. Here's another v'hilchasa. A lot of halachas here is the ma'isa. It happened, most likely happened afterwards. We can be sorry for that. We saw in the Mishnah of Shimon Omer Achitinokim. Scary. When he gets up, that's scary. Because when the Muhammad Aleph and he's getting up already. It says in the Mishnah that if there's a nekev, there's a hole in the lung, it's straight. Says Reb Shimon Bar Yochai says, no, it has to be all the way down, like this knife, all the way down to the subpointus, to the bronchi. It means the larger bronchi, the nice size one, the main one. Oh, forgot to look it up again. Rabbi Malo. Somebody look it up for me, please. How many times has he brought down in Shas? Oh. Okay. So Rabbi Malo says, Amar Shimon Levi Halach, Yerb Shimon. And Allah is like Shimon Levi has to be a punctual all the way to the Sivan. Omalei Malach Arvaka Amos, you're talking about the Malach who came from Arabia. Ain't Allah Yerb Shimon. What? Ain't Allah Yerb Shimon. He said, Ain't Allah Yerb Shimon. I saw a beautiful verse from Reuven Margolis. He says, why did he ask him? Are you talking about Malach Arvaka, the Arab one? No, it's enough community. Well, I guess it is enough community. It says, Ain't or no. It's not because in Arab, he really said Ain. But you heard, he said Ain, and you heard Hain. The Arab, when he speaks, he goes, Het. And he really said N. But you thought you heard Hen. That's not what he said, because he's Arab, Arava. So he made a mistake between the Hey and the Aleph. You, the listener, he really said Ain Allah Yerb Shimon. Fine. You saw he was there actually review the answer to Omar. Later on he found Rabbi said, Omer Malach Omer Yeshua ben Levi, Allah Yerb Shimon. Allah is like Yerb, not Ain Allah. Amalei Chayy Demarek. Swear in his life. The Ano of Rabbi Chia Barabba, Rabbi Asi, Iklina Lasri de Rimal. I'm telling you, I'm sure. We went there, we went all the way to where he lives. Barilei, and we said to Malach, did you really say that Allah is like Reb Shimon? That what? The knife has to go, the punch has to go all the way to the Ziboy. And he told us, Ain Allah Reb Shimon Amri. What I said is that it's not Allah like Reb Shimon. Bad not a Yoda. And you, Reb Zera, what's your Messiah? I got it, that Allah is like Reb Shimon. What? No, Rabbi asked for Zera. Review. I don't think so. But okay. Either or. The Machlokes. What? Mesifta has like me. And he has a Mesifta, so I don't know what's going on here. What does he say? What? Okay. Halacha Yerb Shimon. Halacha Yerb Shimon. And at the end it says, "Ve'ein halacha Yerb Shimon." And over here I want to show you Rashi. The halacha is not like Yerb Shimon. It says Rashi. This you say this is the Rashi for all shots. Gemara, the pasuk like. The Gemara makes not an amar. This is at the Chasimus Hashas, all the way at the end when they all sat together and they went over it. The Gemara. So he says in all Gemara stuff when there's a halacha like so and so, that's by the Chasimus Hashas. Nikla Kever Aboisai, Nikla Kever. What's the Keva? So let's just see this video real quickly because it's important. There's 4 stomachs, right? I love how he doesn't use gloves. That's the blanket. Chaleb Deraisa on the keres. Remember, that's the keres. That's Chaleb Deraisa. we're going to start discussing the last of it. It goes from the keres to the base of Paisais to the hemsis to the keva. What is the keva? Is the fat on the keva the tailor that you're allowed to eat or not? Kohanim would eat from it. This fat that's on the keva, Kohanim ate. And why? Shmuel says it over from his father, that it's mutter. And how do I remember something like that? Yishmael Kahanim, say Kahanim. Yishmael himself, Rabbi Yishmael is a Kohen. He helps out his brothers. Shtika biased, he helps out the other Kahanim. Where do we see this in the sign? Koisav Baruch Hu is B'nai Yisrael. The Kohanim have a mitzvah here, Dani. They have a mitzvah to do Birkus Kahanim, to bench Klal Yisrael. We see that the Kohanim give a bracha to Yisrael. The Kohanim atzmam lo lamadu, but how did the Kohanim themselves get a bracha? So check this out. This is very, very interesting. If you were to read this passage right now, just without knowing anything, you didn't read anything. The Kohanim are gonna give a bracha to Bnei Yisrael. I'm gonna bench you. Who? Yisrael or the Kohanim? No. V'samar Shmiel B'nai Yisrael. You bench the Yisrael. And I'm gonna continue your bracha on the Yisrael. That's, I would think, simple shot. But he's saying no. V'samar Shmiel B'nai Yisrael. You take care of Yisrael. V'ani and I I'm gonna give you Kohanim a bracha. That's not the pashup shot. I don't think. The kid says no, that's not the simple shot. I don't see anywhere that Kosh Baruch give a bracha to the Kohanim. No, the shot is it's continuation. That the bracha that the Kohanim give Yisrael, I am Kosh Baruch Hu masking my yadim. I agree to the bracha. By the way, real quickly, this is not going to be fun for the Kohanim in the room, but they asked Kanansky, is there a even have more Kohanim? Or more Kohanim? He says yes. Well, as well as that, we don't know who the Kohen is really a Kohen. So maybe we'll get lucky, you'll get one of the Kohanim. I don't know, Schoenberg, he peeked out inside of that like that. I forgot to mention the surreal, because we're talking about mishmush of the hands that I spoke about yesterday. Shonga has a beautiful thing in his, where's that thing that he writes? So you have it earlier. So he talks about something called, what is it called? Michul Mishmush. Michul Mishmush means there's a heter of the Ramah to squeeze it and roll it. The sirchus. We're talking about sirchus. So it just goes into it, and it's very nice stuff. But what does glat kosher mean? Glat kosher. What does glat mean? Glat means smooth. Smooth means without surface. Now that we're learning about surface, glat means, but it really means it has a certain amount, like 3 to 5, whatever, right? 3 to something like that. But then there's something called Talak Bid Yosef. Talak Bid Yosef means, because Rav Yosef said, no, that's not what he said, but Rav Yosef said that if you go with the Beis Yosef, these surface that the Ashkenazim are matter, we need Talak. We need smooth as can be, no surface. So they call the Talak Bid Yosef, which is more humridic. If you eat glad, you would eat Chalak B'Yosef. However, they realize that they're not getting any. You can't find one. It's like 3 out of 100. So they started manipulating a little bit the surface. Oh well, this is not really a surface. This size, that size. So then it turned out. So now they started getting 30%, but it became even less chumradik than the glad in a way. So it went from being more makwer, but then only Yechidei Zgul were able to buy this meat. So the fact that you find now in Chalak, I am Badaf topics from Schoenberg, and you'll learn a lot more about this topic. Zok the Gemara. I just thought it's interesting, and just a quick halacha, because I saw it a few times, that especially Americans, they take their pallets and they cover their sons with during Birkus Kohanim. So try to be makbid that the kid faces the kohen. It's an usher almost for the kid to face the father. It's together usher, I think. A lot of times, the kid is like hugging his father. There's a whole mushy, but mushy towards towards the kohen. The kids liked it. I don't know. No? But you don't do it. You're not so mushy with your father. Okay, you're right. Actually, my father used to do it. I remember now as a kid. Come here, go into the talis. There's a 14-year-old here every morning. He makes his father Damish Munasri. He's not here today. His father was very long time, so he goes and hello, finish Munasri. Because his father goes into like the father goes real quick, and they do the whole thing. Anyway, we give out this mushy. It's another word. Decibel mushy. Zong Gemara, hello, Rabbi Kiva Bracha L'Gadim Manole. Where did he get a bracha? Avram Avinu, whoever blesses you will be blessed. This for Goyim, this for Yidden, this for Yisrael. It has nothing to do with Kohanim. Well, my Messiah Kohanim. Where is Rabbi Shmuel so special? If Kohanim get a bracha, they get a bracha. The regular Rabbi Kohanim and bracha to Yisrael. So over here he's holding that the special, what he helped out the Kohanim is that it's more mafurish in the psukim of Birkas Kohanim that a Kohen gets a bracha, not the general bracha that if you bench a Jew, you get a bracha. Where did Rishmal get this idea that you're allowed to eat the chela, the fat that's on the keva? The sanyo is called chela shel keret. So this is a pasuk, and by the way, before you turn the page, you have to put a vav in there. It's very important because the pasuk does have a vav. This pasuk tells you what's asur to eat and what's mutar. The chela that you put on the mizbeach is not something you can eat. All these are chela that you put on the mizbeach. The eisach kol chela, the vav. What is the vav? It's coming to say that the fat that's on the small intestine, that goes on the mizbeach. Memela what? That's also. And memela what? The keva is mutar. Rabbi Shmuel, and with that he was great to the Kohanim because he said all the fat that's on the keva goes to the Kohen. But Rabbi Kiva on the other hand, no, the chayla that's on the keva goes on the mizbeach, and therefore what? It is also. He didn't do a favor to them. Yeah, but it's a shvach chayla, small piece. Ramini, he asked the Gemara, but it's the exact opposite. It has two attributes. It's a thin membrane, and you can peel it off easy. The keva has these attributes. It's thin and it peels off. That's what the Torah is talking about. That goes on the mizbeach. What it is, asur, and you told me it is mutar. Here we're going to have to pull out our charts. So it comes out. Shmuel says the chayla of the keva is mutar. That's why he's great for the Kohanim. He gives all the chayla of the keva to him. We just said that Rabbi Shmuel holds this asur because it has these attributes. It has three attributes. Toisov, prune, and it's like a one long blanket, like you saw in the video. It's also thin and also peels. Now the problem is keva is not toisov. It's not one piece. It falls apart. The keva. The keres is what we saw as one piece, not the keva. According to Rabbi Kiva, the keva is also. This is Mara. So what we have to do, take a look at this chart. We have to do one of these. Rabbi Shmuel says the keva is asur, and Rabbi Kiva says the keva is mutar. The problem is, wasn't Rabbi Shmuel good with the Kohanim? He was great with the Kohanim. He gave him the keva. Now you're telling me Rabbi Kiva is the one that says mutar. Green is good. Red is bad. The first thing is we have to explain. My cousin Dachtas Kamai said, we told you it's this way. Maybe it's this way. The answer is very simple because we just gave a deep explanation that it has three attributes. This only has two attributes. Oh, you go and you're explaining the person. That has to be the real one. The first rice only said a shita. Rishon says it's mutar, and then Rabbi Kiva says it's asur. But there's no explanation. Over here, we're explaining why it has toisov, krum, niklab. That makes more sense that it's real. The other one is not as real. Shani Yocha, giving the tongue ma dafka. So we're explaining, so that's more okay. Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Kiva is the one that says, now take a look. Rabbi Kiva is the green. Rabbi Kiva is the one that says the chayla of the cave is mutar, and that's good for Kohanim. Not Rabbi Shmuel. You notice he didn't say it himself. He said it in the name of his father. He said in the name of his father's mutter. Actually, Rav says it's also mutter. Shmuel says it's mutter. But Shmuel himself, as you see in this slide, where Shmuel says the Chaylev of the cave is also. Who says it's mutter? His father says it's mutter. So that's where Shmuel said it's mutter. My father said it's mutter, but I don't know like that. Turning of the Daf is sponsored by. Somebody has to change the wording here. Adar Global, who they transfer money, and Encore Healthcare as a source for all of Klal Yisrael. Number out. Very, very simple sugya, so let's try to do it quickly. Chaylev tar soisam. I'm telling you an attribute of chaylev that's tar. Where do we have chaylev that's tar? We spoke about it, let's say yesterday. There's a bunch of places, but here, the dadur de kanto, if you look between the intestines, is fat. Is that, if you just had a look at this, could that fat fall off and move somewhere? No. That's right there. It's not going anywhere. That kind of fat could close up a hole because it's not going anywhere. The fat that Weissfish went like this and became a blanket, could that fall off? Yes. That's shvachamaisis. That's chelik shalakaris. That's trave should be trave, because you can't rely on it to plug a hole when tomorrow it's going to go like that. It's going to slide right off. Chelik tar soisim. It has attributes that it's able to plug a hole. Tommy and soisim. But the Tommy chelik cannot do it. They both have the same attributes. So remember, if Sheshes says no, they both plug. Interesting question. Are you telling me time of the crow? Or are you telling me a fact that every chaylev that's tar is good, so or no? It doesn't. If it doesn't stay in its place, then it can't do it. Now chaylev chai doesn't stay in its place, but it's tar. You know, all chaylev of the chai. There's no such thing as chaylev of the chai that's also thief. So on the one hand, it's tar. Maybe it just plug a hole. On the other hand, it moves around. It wiggles. So maybe it doesn't. Says Gemara, where the Chaylev Chayamai. He said it's tar. The fact is the Chaylev of a deer is tar. But no, you have to understand what's behind the scenes. The point is that it's stuck in one place. The Chaylev of a Chayam moves around. What's the question? You're right, it's tar, you're allowed to eat it. But it doesn't stay in one place. I don't know if this happened in Chaylev Kamei. There also the Kamei the Rava. There was Chaylev of a Kamei place. What's a Kamei? Like a keres, we said, right? Well, not good Chaylev. And they brought it to Rava and said, look, it plugs up a hole. So maybe it's kosher. Let's say there's a hole in the Ma'ayim and it plugs in the right. Look, I have two things to be matter here. The Amar of Sheshes Chaylev Kamei Nami says, we said a second ago, the Sheshes says, any chaylev could plug. What's that? Let me just see. What's a Torah Chasam Amarish Yisrael? That you see, Akash Baruch is always careful with Klal Yisrael's money. He tells them if the Saraf's in the house, take your kelim out. Yeah, he cares about their money. Says the Gemara. Over there, Rav. First, Rav says it's awesome. You tell me Rav says it's awesome. Be sure they're right. It's the right. But the Amish Torah Chasam Amarish Yisrael. What's this thing over here? What's it? Espanol. Ooh. Where is this? Here in Bechemesh. If you speak Spanish and you want to hear the shir in Spanish, I speak a perfect Spanish. Just my lips sometimes speak faster or slower than. So go over here. Where is it? Ramad Dalet tonight, Rabbi Yisrael, for all the Spanish speakers that are struggling here in the English here, go over there, Ramad Dalet. Givaldi. So anyway, should we stop over here? I guess we'll stop right over here. Rabbi Yisrael, have a wonderful day.
Merit Discourse of Spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
His aptitude for learning became useful in presentation of conformity to Russian rules. On one inspection, after hiding their Polish history books in class, Maureen was asked to recite the lineage of the Tsars in Russian by her teacher, which she did perfectly. Despite this unconventional education,
No, Last night in middle of share, they brought us the terrible news. They're a very good friend, a big part of this year, has been mentioned every single day the last few months. Come to this year, Yonatan Eitan, Jonathan Cohen, was lifted. Get pictures of him.
Everybody that's listening to this podcast, what can we do? Like, what can they do as a plus, for Shelly Tree?
Smile. Because the individual doesn't see their faces in the mirror every second, but everybody else is seeing your face. And just like I'm trying to be as positive as I can, everybody else can also do the same, trying to be positive. Instead of trying to look to take on something extra, try doing something you're already doing and just try to do it a little bit better. For example, this morning someone showed up at 8:03 to me. Said to maybe tomorrow you could get there at 8:02. No one's asking you to get there at 8 o'clock. But for yourself, figure out where you're at, try being a little bit better. But if you take on something completely new, it's what we call in the Gemara, tafasta meruba, well, tafasta, you won't be able to do it. And that's why obviously when you shoot foul shots, and you hit 20 in a row, you're not going to try to hit 30 in a row tomorrow. You might try to hit 22 in a row. You got to build the block slowly but surely, and eventually you'll keep building to eventually get to whatever your goal is going to be.
So one of the things that I saw in him, I think is clearly for everybody, is his outlook. It's simple. He never complained. He always had a smile. We saw him last week, and he's already in oxygen. He's like, I'm doing great. I'm going to beat this. He's trying to give us physics. We saw that he didn't believe it so much, and he was saying it. And he had that attitude, that smile. The Shem should have an aliyah. Here he is, smiling, knowing that he has a brain tumor, and it's not looking good. The voice side, move on. We're here to learn Torah. A lot of us are B'tzar. We're live today at 10:30. So we came to learn Torah and we learned English muscle. This gave me a lot of physics. Same day, 3 continents. In New Jersey, look at the island there. The amount of people. In Paris, we saw. And over here, incredible. In Eretz Yisrael, in Beitar, 54 people. 54! Which we got to talk about. This is the Hebrew. Dear Belly, is somebody from France. I'm writing you from Strasbourg, France. I must tell you that the way you teach Gemara is not just revolutionary in content, but also in form. The energy and joy of learning that you transmit daily is incredible. I've joined the family of the Gimel and I intend to stay. And because I'm so passionate, I have a childhood friend who also studies with you every day. And I'm sharing with you photos of my son who already adores you, even though he only started yesterday. He's already chosen to watch you instead of the World Cup. Now in Europe, that's cautious. That's why he's saying it even on day one. Instead of the World Cup, I have so much to tell you. I hope to tell you in person. Keep making us addicted to studying. Thank you, Mendel Saman. Shon Rafa Agli Dai, Trebelishli, the entire Hilligam, my family, the Yemen sheriff from Lincoln, New Jersey, is explaining the Akdama. The following part came to his past showers with the Bash and save myself from sharing the puzzle towards the end of last week's practice says as follows. Vayoretz Hanar V'Yagud Moshe, Rashi brings down Yeshodim that this was Gershon ben Moshe. Rashi applied to our own exclusively like Gershon ben Moshe, who subsequently handles the back end. Today, I think he's in the hospital. I think he needs a referral. He had something, I don't know, some pain, whatever, in the hospital. Maybe he's out of the hospital. I don't know. Should feel better. The kids should feel better. He was so subtly handles the back end of the ship. Chavali was admitted to hear it live. They were trying to to the masses back. His both ran rebellion in the time they were found Koyach, who was during Koyach across the globe, the Yemen sheriff living in New Jersey. The official edition of the shots from Seth with Zevin Yal Sholov. The Perek, Ilana married the Vici, the Lichmas Shaiv and Aaron, and the Clever Father Ito Bakabra. Dafim Ches, as being Gitti Rapford in honor of the great work of Eli to bring Gemara to the masses, Yeshua Koyach. I gotta say this. I had the privilege of learning from our new Gemara, and I heard from many people. They're loving the crystal shot and how easy it flows. They're getting better and better. This is volume 2 is phenomenal. Someone told me, he came and walked in to get going. Listen, I got the hurries and I wasn't so impressed. But volume 1 is unbelievable. That's why I'm here. It's not. And it's getting better and better. We're gonna have more and more diagrams and pictures, and it's gonna be something unbelievable. Every volume will get better and better. Joel Masef, David Sauer, dedicated in memory of Avi Meir of Shmuel Baruch Baruch Chaim Tzidon Zechron Livracha. The policy founding foundation, which I found out this morning, that the policies are coming to Austria. By the way, if you haven't heard, we're going to Austria this Sunday. I can't believe I'm saying this. 2 weeks. I'm not going to say whose idea that was. In gratitude effort. No. In gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and only do to support everyone. Anonymous. Thanks, you gotta snap out of it. That's not a issue. I gotta say this. I'm hoping that the Shavarian will understand. Go ask your Rav before you tell me any. I don't care who, even if it's my grandmother who's no longer alive, and she's do not tell me in the ministry. Let me finish. I don't care who it is. Let me finish. Fly Yisrael, tens of thousands of people are watching. I need to give this year. It's okay if I don't know about it for a half hour. It's the shock. And I wanted to go back there. I didn't want to burst out. And a minute later, I was in the shear, giving the shear, and that's it. I forgot about it. Then I made a broth on waters, and I remembered, you got to get into the shear. You got to get in. The adrenaline takes over, and you're in a different world. Anonymous, that's all the versions of Gashmi. Well, let's start the shear. We'll do this later. Omar of Nachman. We're holding the Zayin on base. The Zayin on base. All the way in the bottom. Omar of Nachman, Reya, Shimimoiko, Oshumshua, Chayim, Shera. We actually have a picture here. So here we have a lung. And the lung became decayed. It ate itself out. So one here, take a look at this picture. All you have is an empty bag. The first thing I thought about when I started learning this Gemara is today when you buy a bag of potato chips. You open it up, it's all air, and there's a little buster on the bottom somewhere. You gotta search around for it. So this is like a bunch of air. It just has the membrane. You see in the bottom right corner? It's membrane. Even if that membrane is the size of a kazayas and more, just a bunch of hot air. This is not true. Not true. I'm going to repeat this again. Do you have it here? No, last night they threw it in. But at Yossi Klein's Chasana, he gave out a paper that he wrote in Yiddish. And I learned a lot of beautiful things there in the Sefer. It was a very interesting thing. It's all about cans and bottles and stuff like that. So one of the things I learned, which hit me as a great English, was that when you finish a bag of potato chips, the bag itself becomes muktzah. What is it saying in Yiddish? Dinim from Ephraim and Kedem and Shabbos. It's in Yiddish, so it wasn't for everybody. They didn't think that we're going to come to the Hashanah, but I got it all. Why is the bag of potato chips muktzah? It's a beautiful halacha. As soon as he said that, I said, yeah, he's right. Because I don't know anybody in the right mind who reuses a dirty bag of potato chips that has that oily, slick thing filling on the inside. What do you use it for? You're not going to store it. What's its next station? The garbage can. For instance, grab fish. It's a garbage. So somebody in the car was arguing with me and said, well, I use it sometimes. I fill off the empty potato chip bag with other garbage. I said, okay, so you also fill up your garbage can, the bag, with garbage. It doesn't mean that the garbage can bag is not garbage. It's not like a rasheray. It's something dirty that you can use a dirty thing to use. So the thing with another dirty thing doesn't make it non-dirty. It's still something that most people don't use, and especially for those most people, it's muktzah. Maybe that's the same reason he says about a can of soda. Who reuses a can of soda? That's what is muktzah. Nobody uses a can of soda to fill up oil and store it somewhere. So a male of the can becomes muktzah. Now you're allowed to move a can, but you're allowed to move things that are muktzah to get it off the table because it's grasheray and the food to get the place, or even without that, just to move it off to get rid of the mix. Fine. No problem. If the lung deteriorates, what's a good word? Not decay. Falls apart, disintegrates from within inside. But the membrane, the plastic bag on the outside is still there. Even if the amount, it's a large amount. Like in this picture, you can see it's a good revius. You can put a whole cup of wine in this thing in the bottom. It's clear, so it's still cherry. If I were to ask you, Stan, common sense, if the womb of the cow goes missing, is that a treifa? The answer is no. Why not? Because you can live. You can be a male and not have a woman live. It's not a necessary thing to have. So cherry, if Leah, and that's been completely removed. If Leah, what if the liver becomes full of parasites, full of worms? People from Footboard came Shloisha Rebon Liavin, came three, doesn't necessarily mean three, three times, three Shabbatons, three gatherings of three Yafi Kalas. They came there to Israel. The Rega Shlishi on the third time, they were able to get them to get a roiv, and the roiv of the Sanhedrin said, this is mutter, this is why? Because this liver is going to heal. So this is like the huge part of the problem we have today with sharing. Not the problem with the sharing, the problem why we need a sharing, and what the big issue of treifus is, and that is sirfus. Again, sirfa is when it gets glued and stuck. The lung gets stuck to something, sometimes to itself. And now we're discussing when the lung gets stuck to the wall of the animal. Unbelievable picture here. You can see the ribs and you see the string. This is the sirfa. As explained yesterday, according to Rashi, not only showing the agree with this, but Rashi holds that a sirfa is created from a womb. There's some sort of hole somewhere, and out of that hole oozes whatever it is, a secretion, to plug it up, and now that secretion goes from the lungs to the wall. So there's two possibilities. Either the hole is in the lungs, which would make it no good and trefa, or the hole is on the wall, which would make it okay. So why have a little hole in the rib? And that's the question here. What am I looking at? Am I looking at a trefa or not a trefa? This is exactly what our sheep, when we checked it a couple weeks ago, this is exactly what it has. This exact thing I showed my own eyes. He said, look inside over here, and you saw that the lung was connected to the diaphragm. Mamish like that. Now, we're going to see in the Gemara that's a lot better when it's connected, not to the rib, to the ribs, in the meat. That's a much better thing. When we say it's mutter, it's talking about connected. Over here, I don't know where is it connected over here. It's on the ribs. This might be problematic according to the Gemara later. There's another one I see behind. There's a back. Just to point out, today, as far as the little I know, because I was slightly involved in the time in a failing business of chefing meat in Europe, and they were chefing male, they were chefing bulls. They don't chef really cows. Cows are for milk and for other stuff. They were chefing the bulls, and they made sure that the bulls are basically a year old, year or two. They're almost full size. We're not talking about calves. We're talking about past that stage. But once you get into 3, 4, 5-year-olds, the circles are enormous. You can't even deal with it anymore. It's like too much. But even in the 1-year-olds, you have circles. I'm not saying this is everywhere. This was my experience. So it says like, owner of not says of not have to remember. This is a secret today. Also, radio has smooth the lung. Smooth doesn't mean next to, because every lung in the world is next to. It means it's new to that doisa. You don't have to worry about there's a hole. Why? Because we're going to assume that it came from the wall and not from the lung. Now, I think it's super interesting because even today's class, we're going to see that we have a similar, we have a different question. We have a needle, much like a needle. You find a needle inside a lung, and you can't see a hole. And over there we assume the worst, because Suffolk, they're right to the Qumrah. Why over there do we assume the worst, and over here we don't assume the worst? You have two possibilities, good and bad. Why not say it's bad? Let's say they're trying to discuss it. It's right next to this circle, you get a bunch of blisters, like this. You see over here, blisters? I'm telling you guys that I noticed that if you look at that screen versus that screen, that is a little dull, and the other screens are red. The blisters have like that's your screen. I have that screen also, unfortunately. Okay. I'm not gonna tell everyone about it. Everybody, please don't look at other screens. Look at your screen. Don't keep your eyes on your own screen. Keep your eyes on your own screen. Mind your own screen. If next to the circle, all of a sudden you have problem number 2, which is a bunch of blisters. So what is this indicating to me? That there's an issue with the lung. The lung is having issues, it's having blisters, and it has some hole somewhere that the secretion, the circle obviously came out of the lung. Whether it has these blisters, these smachem or not, let's assume the worst. Let's assume that the circle came out of the lungs. But I want to eat. This is a $2,000 animal minimum. What should I do? Oh, my Robin Bar Shabbat really, Rabbi got this idea from Robin Bar Shabbat. Vaisina Sakina the Chalish. Interesting, because if you don't have an art scroll and you read the word Chalish, and everybody understands Chalish means weak. Over here means the opposite of weak. It means a very, very sharp knife. The Chalish Pume, Rokarkina law. I thought, maybe it means it's like not so sharp, it's not going to cause too much damage. No, the opposite. You want to be very, 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 very sharp, very small, and it does the job. With you take it apart, and then you check. If you see a hole in the wall of the animal, then I could automatically assume that this whole circle came from the wall. Interesting. Circa secretion. So it shares a lot of the same letters. Okay? Good. Huh? Adhesion. You just remember correct. Let's see again. The secretion is what causes the adhesion. Okay, that's it. Just stuff going on, I don't know. I'm in a different world. Adhesion, secretion, if you guys find it out, what units, Shalom Israel, After Panovich. I understand. I got it. The Igor is with the leader of the Daifin, below, much ray you people. You see, notice this. It doesn't say I hear noise coming out of the lung, I saw a hole in the lung. If I cannot understand that it came from the wall, because I have no reason to believe that it came from the wall, automatically I'm going to say it came from the lung, no good. Even though there's no sound coming out of the lung, but I don't have a good reason to believe it came from the wall, let's assume the words, okay, from the lung, and it's good. Rabbi Yosef, what is going to show you? So says the Gemara, you know, so Rabbi didn't rely on all this. He checked it out with water. In other words, it wasn't enough for him to say, oh, it's probably came from the wall. Let me put this lung, blow it up, put it in a vat of water, and see if any bubbles come out. I need to see this, not from the lung. I don't know, this is really Hold up the time is really this idea, this is a thing that I don't rely on just checking with a knife, sharp knife. I need to put it in warm water. I don't know how much you have your tradition, you got it. You said this trick when the lung is attached to the wall. And now I'll be rubbing myself. But I say on yesterday's doc, remember this one, check this out. He said if there's a circle between two unos, 2 ears, it's skip 1 and 3. Now 1 and 2, 1 and 3. The problem is, eventually it's going to snap, and the hole becomes exposed. That's where I said that you have a circle between 1 and 3, put it in a vat of water. That's where the time he said it. Not on a lung that's attached to a wall, on a lung that's attached to a lung. Different problems. I don't know, I'm not the Rav, I say no, I'm attached to the red, you have the 2 ears of the lungs that are attached to each other. 1 and 3. Let's give the kids off for no way to check it. And the reason why no, it's okay, check it out in warm water. Master of Rashi. Here, Rav Ashi is going to ask a fine question. Rav Ashi is the one who wrote the Gemara. We put it all together right there. So he asks, I don't understand. This is in our sugya, but otherwise attached to the wall, Kalina, the boyfriend, I have a reason to get out of it. I could say, this is a close matter. Why? Because the hole's going to come from the lung, straight from the wall. Great. But when the problem is either the hole. There's a hole over here. It's either from 1 or from 3. So what difference does it make? But also, behind the tray, because 1 has a hole in it, it's straight. If number 3 Una has a hole in it, it's straight. And there's a circle here. So there's a hole. So what do you gain? The order's not going to help us out. Now we're going back to the first thing that he said. So what? Rachel says that if there's a lung that's attached to a wall, but it also has flowers on it that's smoking, has whiskers. This picture, he said that it's straight. No, not enough. If you have a lung that has a hole in it, it's okay. If the wall of the animal, what's a good word? Clogs it up. Is there a better word? The wall seals the hole. It's not a big deal, this hole. The animal's not going to lose that much oxygen. It has a natural sealing. No oxygen. Let's make an afkamina. Yes, there is a concept that there's a natural sealing. We saw that, and we're going to talk about it again, about the liver and the gallbladder. The liver seals the gallbladder. There's a natural sealing. It depends where in the body. Let's use common sense. There's 2 parts. Look at you, awesome Mucker Visa. How much over Mucker Visa? Where it's natural for it to seal it, then great. And where it's not natural to seal it, no. The hate the Mucker Visa. Where is it natural? And where does it give it a good seal? Where does it put pressure on the wound, on the hole? Here, check this out. If we're looking at the animal, not like we typically look at it, but now heads up. Usually it's head down, heads up, where you can see how all of a sudden that's where its neck starts. It becomes narrower. So it becomes narrower, there's much more pressure on that una. We're talking about the una on top. The una is the three guys, right? So since over there, there's a lot of pressure from the wall, you can see the wall of the animal. Yeah, but lower down on the uma, on the uma, there's not a lot of pressure. That's what I don't know what the definitely is, but definitely is. It's wider over there in the animal. The lung is floating around. It's not that close to the wall of the animal, and therefore the wall doesn't give it a nice natural seal. Okay. I'll go back now. Try to make it through this thing. Shmuel and our little sister for cleaning out stuff and knockouts from our children. Anonymous for cleaning before Shlomo and Arifas Yom Kalev. Esther, Yom and Danielle, Smoking Clubs, Deals for Simcha. Monthly sponsors, Anonymous, Nishmas, Yonatan Eitan Ben Mordechai Zev, the front of the Bracha. The Tzviz, Nishmas, Yonatan Eitan Ben Mordechai Zev, the front of the Bracha. Who the Tzviz? That's the name of the monthly sponsor, Ayi Salman, the first name of Abimari Baruch Bamiria. Anonymous for first name for Ruben Ben Yehudis and Abraham Shaya Ben Slavic Burial Maid. Spanish here sponsors Anonymous first three bucking in the Mexican satellite and cancer Shmuel Yuda Abramchik, Ocho Niato, and Ynon Greenberg. Ruben Klein in memory of Sarah Ratzia, Pascal Farrell, and a yard site of Zayn Sivan. Dagmar Weinstock, Mazatov on the marriage, Brianna Turi Austria, that's how you pronounce it. But they build a bite never be strong on May. Celebration of 365 consecutive days since started out with MDY Shavuos 48. And my son Shmuel's Hanukah still this week. Sounds very familiar. If we apply the merit of Menachem Mendel Yosef Ben Mendel, how are you doing there? Oh, that's how you're doing from the what do you call it? Look, it's only 365, no way. You're from the okay? Most of you did a satellite location over there. Only 365? I thought you're 5 years with us. You already drove me twice instead. But it was unbelievable. Cedars, the Cedars location, but that's of course that's how you're doing it. Okay. He has a satellite location. I don't know, for some reason I thought, oh, I know where he brought me to that shul when I did the shear in Woodmere, and that Rebbe was just left there, and he brought me to we did it in his office, and then we didn't have internet, something happened, it was our fault, and we ran to LC, and it's basically 3 times he drove me, all 365 days. Real down with the merit of Menachem Peter Yosef Ben Mendel, Yitzhi Zelengov, the Nishmas B'neinu, Oivay, Yoina Hillel, El Hashon, the Yitzchak B'dina, Yorta today. Wow, Hashem should have an aliyah, and in honor of my wife, Dina. How long? He says 13, 4, 5. Mark Ashkenazi, oh, how old was he? He was 13 years old. 5 years ago. Mark Ashkenazi, the Mishmas, my maternal great grandfather, a father of David Ben Yosef Yitzchak, Aryeh, Halevi, Blaming Zaychatat Bracha on his yahrzeit today. I want to wish Mark Ashkenazi, who did a very heroic move, both very heroic. You can learn a lot from this man in other areas, but in this area, he took his daughter and his family and moved to Phoenix, Arizona, so his daughter could have a better time in school in Phoenix, Arizona. They found a school that was appropriate for her. They uprooted the family, bought a house in Phoenix, left the house, now they have to pack up, sell everything, and sell the house. hopefully get a good buyer soon. And I think today's the last day. Today's Mark. Here he is, Mark. Yeah, starting to learn from you. Pick yourself up. One of the reasons I moved to Israel, I had that husband. I thought that would be better for my kids. I was just looking wrong, I think. Looking back, but no, but that was the husband. That was my husband. Tomorrow's graduation. Tomorrow in Phoenix. But no, I tried. That was one of the biggest learnings. Seriously. Since I thought, in my head, the pivot, because my kids would learn Hebrew, it's easier for them to learn Gemara. It's okay. Menachem Adina Weinreb. Joseph Nishmas, our dear Savin Nissen, Avram Nissen Ben Nachman, Yartzeit is today, based Tammuz, Shmuel, Amstel, thank you Hashem for everything. Anonymous, urgent full statement. Roitzabas Dobeleya, Kimpiter, hey Kimpiter, in ICU became critical in the past few hours. You know? One play innovations LC as a school perspective is simple in favor and receiving with this, but Siafa Chaya. And the YR, Bucky Weinrib, the Zephanish, my grandfather, the Avram Nissen, they're not from Yartzeit today. Monk, the full summer, Mordechai Ben Esther, the full Sariyeva, Daniel Zev, and Ayel Dester. We're not going to say who's missing from this month thing. Okay. Oh, the voice, I take a look over here on this wall. It's a temporary one. Some of the names, but I'm just going to you can see. So the Torah is dedicated. The name is Torah Land of the Divici. Torah Kodesh, but Naftali Zanzibar. Naftali with the A. And as it goes down, all those Amudim guys are going to be on the mountain. I don't know if it's going to be that size, but we're going to have to do it. It might be like the guys on the bottom. We're going to lift this up so everybody can see everything: the Tzukim, the Milim, the Kulah, the Kulah. The Shukayach everybody. It's a tremendous supposed to be part of this, and it's heartwarming. It turned out to be a nice, it will continue to be a nice fundraiser for MDY, in a Geshmak way. Ufa! Yeah, she's the guest in the back. Oh, I see. Shalom Aleichem guest, you all the way there. What's your name? Don't tell me you're here for 6 months already. Yeah. No. Shalom Aleichem from where? From here? Shalom Aleichem. Oh, yeah? Well, you heard about this 54 people over there? It's crazy. 54 people. Shalom Aleichem. Who else? Anybody else? No, okay. What? Oh. By the way, if anybody didn't hear, the Levi's at 10:30 at Ufa. Omer of Yosef Bamin Yuli, Omer of Nachman, Reyo Shenikba, the Zoikin Shetam Techer. That's the sugya today. You have a lung that has a hole in it, and the wall seals it. Kosher. And Rabbeinu Behu, the suffix with Bisra, provided that the attachment is to the flesh of the animal and not the lung, like here in this picture. Beautiful. You see the simcha in the meaty part and not on the bony part. And if it's not attached to the root, what's the trade? Why are you assuming that there's a hole? So what if it's attached to the meaty part? It has a hole. The Tanya Nika also basically shows us. We're talking about a zachar. A man's zakis, if it has a hole, it's called there's different sulam that he's not allowed to get married. One of them is kushafta, and the reason it makes you choices, you have to have a situation where the zera comes out like an arrow, it comes out forcefully, and if it just dribbles out, choices, then he's not allowed to get married. This time, and this is super interesting. Anytime we talk about the sugya, it's something that I need to wrap my head around. But a person is in a car accident, and something gets ruptured, he has to get divorced, and you can't do a surgery over there. It doesn't help. But in this situation, this time, it's not the first time in the share. It's not the first time we're in the service. Okay, good. This time, in this situation, if it's plugged up, then it's kosher, he's kosher, he gets married, even if only then he can have children. But pay attention to this next word, just a word. This is one case in Shas, that if you have a hole in your puzzle, but the hole plugs up, that's a psul that was no good and became good. But that's one time in Shas. Meaning, in our sugya, anywhere else in Shas, where there's a hole in his puzzle, and the hole came plugged up, it plugs up the hole, it remains possible. A lung that has a hole in it, and you plug it up, it remains possible. The fire, what's the zounds? Unbelievable jump. You're going from a zachar human being to a lung of an animal. And the word says you're 100% right. You inferred correctly, and that jump from a human being, zachar, to a lung of an animal is a great jump, but the wrong case. There's two cases in the animal. You're talking about a lung that had a puncture and got the wall to plug it up. There's another one. No, the Mutti Kunshala, Masma, Gabriel, my lab, the Mutti, the Mutti Mai, the word Bizel wasn't going to exclude. That was the Kiagavna, our case. So the lung that has a puncture and got plugged up from the wall. No, similar, but not really. The Mutti Kunshala, Masma, Gabriel, another case that we had the other day, where there's a hole in the lung and there was a scab. And that you should know, the scab doesn't work. That's what the Bizel means. A scab that's similar to what happens by a zachar, that will pop off and it won't be a good plug. And that's what we're coming to exclude. That case is not good. Vascular vukabachama. How do you tell me? You tell me that what's about? Yeah, that's what I said. It's similar. It's a scab. Over there, by the zachar, you don't have a dolphin. You don't have a wall, another body part that's plugging, that's putting pressure on it. Over there, it's a natural. Something happened over there, like a scab, and that plugged it up. So says the Gemara, macular before Barkoma. What do you tell me? That if the wall, the Nachman says, the wall of the animal plugs it up, it's okay. You think if it doesn't have my shayfa. Take a look at this beautiful, Yosef Ditter, Givaldic, can't get any better for now. Here you have a hole in the lung. Hole in the lung, yeah, zoom in on it, nice hole. But you have the meat of the animal that plugs it up, not considered a hole. And what if you unplug that meat? You go like this. Obviously, right now, the lung has a hole in it. So what's the halacha? It's going to be straight. So how come this case is not in the Mishnah? Did you say in the Mishnah that if I make a hole in the hide of the animal, which lines up with an existing hole in the lung, if it just goes in the hole in the lung, it's kosher. But since there's another hole in the hide, now the lung became kosher. So what's the obvious answer? Now you make combinations of holes that we're not discussing. We're not creating. We're talking about one single hole in the gallbladder, a single hole in the base of cases, in the liver, you're telling me two holes that line up. Okay. My tray fall with and just say another tray fall number 19 that if you pump the hole in the wall of the animal and the lines up with the hole in the lung, all of a sudden you have a new hole, a new tray fall. Remember this case. What do you have over here? So let's. I just look at it. It's funny. It's a liver and a gallbladder on top of the liver. So we said the liver holds up that hole. If the hole faces the liver, if it's on the side of the gallbladder and it doesn't face the liver, no good. So I can come up with the same idea. Oh, and what if I punctured a hole through the liver and I got to the other side and my hole through the liver lines up the gallbladder? It's not going to be a good plug. Martin, you comes down the chair, or you think it comes down and if you did the same trick that you did with the lung, you did it to the liver, went through the liver, got to the hole of the gallbladder, it's not a good plug, straight up. Oh, so to say number 19 in the Mishnah, this week was a covered. So then I have a question. Now, if you equal the love minay, the powerful like the you're talking about a hole that comes from another organ of the animal. That's what we're not talking about. We're talking about a hole in the gallbladder. A hole in the liver, not a hole through the liver that gets to the gallbladder. So over here, here, when it's talking about a hole that didn't, the trait is not because it has a hole in the lung, the trait is because it has a hole in the wall of the animal that lines up with the hole in the lung. That's not something we're going to talk about in the book. Another question. What if you have, like this picture, literally like this picture, because this picture you're saying this is in conjunction with a silver. When you have adhesion of a secretion of a silver that came out of the lung and hit the wall, plus you have these blisters. Oh, that's an indication that the secretion came out of the lung and not the wall. But what if you only have blisters? No silver at all. That's what's going on. Oh, that's okay. So then, if you come, you see this disgusting lung. You look at you're walking by the butcher, and you see a lung hanging, now it's for sale, and it has these gross blisters. In your mind, wow, this animal is a really sickly animal. No, kosher. It gets even better at myself. Only have any other. You know, we have discussed about it in G. So right over there, every month is honest. You guys don't even know that. Because this, I think, that's much as you bought. I'm trying to. There's no room over there. So tragic. I agree with you that if it has these blisters grades, you should know the Talmidim, they're Pacific grades, they don't agree so much. Really? That's what he says over there. No, that's that means the same thing. That means I'm not sure. Gomer Master Malya Mugla Treifa. Gomer Master Malya Mugla Treifa. If the blister has passionate as a treifa, Mayim check it out here. We have a beautiful picture, very appetizing. Banana yogurt on the left, and clear water on the right. Clear water is good, banana no good. No. You know you some people are making a mistake. What? Oh, Mugo. Yeah. Don't worry, it'll be changed within 25 seconds. Mugla, guys. Buy Mugla. So, he says that. Huh? He's just upset that nobody in the Hebrew here got it. So here, it's fixed. They do it right. There's banana, there's water, but it wasn't referring to halacha. They mixed up the halacha. That was talking about a kidney. A kidney has such halacha. But if the pus, the blister is full of water, it's okay. If it's full of pus, not okay. But not a long. Rabbi Zohar is about straightening the human mishuk in the tabachi. You smack. I just said it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I want to help you. We're talking about a kidney. Rebitzu by Yosef Abba. Meiser boy said I got it. Rebitzu by Yosef Abba calls about straightening the human mishuk in the tabachi. Rebitzu was walking behind the in the marketplace of the butcher's place where they sell meat. And he saw long balloons hanging there with a bunch of blisters. Yum. On my leg, the boy Marucha, he tried to get his Rebbe, Rav Yirmiyah. He wanted to see if Rav Yirmiyah was buy this meat for himself. I thought the Rebbe said, don't forget to buy meat. No, here's a good time. Here's a great opportunity to buy meat. On my leg, Leslie Preeti. Oh, I forgot my wow. I thought I invented this, but later on, this idea that I used to go from my house to say, it's going to say, I used to go every day. I kind of got reshus from yeshiva, whatever, different story for different time. But I would go every single day to Port Authority, and I have a lot of stories from Port Authority. But what I noticed is the same guy comes in every time as you walk. The same guy says, "Yo, could you help me out? I don't have money for the bus fare. Where do you go? I go to Pennsylvania. How much do you need? $7. So every day it's the same guy. Always doesn't have enough money for the same bus and the same story. He doesn't know that you recognize him. You recognize him. So I started saying, I'm like, yeah. Yo, what's up? I need $7 to get. You have $7. Why do you need $7? I need to get to Pennsylvania. How much is the bus? $7. I don't know that. I said, yeah, sure. You got to change it to 20? He says, yeah. I said, okay, got to change it to 20. Got money for the bus. Why I just didn't continue walking is a different question. I like the shoe with the on my leg. But no. Since then, a lot of people already got it. But I invented that. On my leg, I don't know. So he says, well, Rebbe doesn't have a wallet. Not a problem. I have credit with this guy. I might go. Don't worry about it. On my leg, Moavidla. This reminds me of a famous story. A guy comes to the yeshiva, wants to get to the yeshiva. The yeshiva says, I'm sorry, I don't have a meat in the floor. It's not a problem. I'll sleep on the floor. Yeah, but I don't have food. I'll eat in the restaurant. The yeshiva says, the shir's in Hebrew. He says, somehow I'll figure it out. He says, you don't even understand English. How are you going to understand Hebrew? In other words, I'm telling you I don't have a wallet. I caught what you're trying to do. You get that. No, now they're trying something else. Maybe I have credit. I'm not interested in meat right now from this guy. But I need to push on. I need to know the halachas. I'm going to try everything I can. He says, Marvelach, what can I do with you? I made the Yehuda direction. When such a question with blisters and come to Yehuda and say, go ask for Yehuda, the son of Rishon by fight. The money of Shmei Rebbe Lazar, Rebbe Shimon, he got from his brother Rebbe Lazar, the Torah. He has a head. I can't give you a head that says Rebbe Yochanan. I never heard from my Rebbe. I think it's also. I want to say that it's also, but I never heard the truth from my Rebbe that it's also. So I'm not going to say anything, but I can't pass on this. But then they fear like Rebbe himself, hold that it's also. You told him, go over there. You want a head there? Go ask so and so. My Rava. And then me too. Trying to get from me that this is mutter also, I can't pass on this. On my other guy, the Savunim by Fedi, I'm not from the Shuka, the Gudoi. When I used to go behind my Rebbe in the marketplace of leather here, with just a picture from our last trip in Morocco. There's a whole leather place over there. So, you see from the Gemara here that the Shamidim, they would walk behind the Rebbe to see what's going on. So there's a nice, I didn't know if I should say it or not, but it might come out okay. The guy sees the Kalina Rebbe. He sees him in the mitzvah, coming off one of these ski lifts. So the boy looked out. So the Rebbe is different. It's really not a Rebbe. Bug off, in other words. So mainly if you're coming to Austria, two people signed up yesterday. They're sitting right over here within my dollar. Yesterday, just yesterday. Shafrak. He'll still be Weiter, and he'll still be Shafrak in Austria. That I can promise you. Some people say this is the marketplace of Rabbanon. I'm trying to think, where in the world is the marketplace of Rabbanon? Every yeshiva these days has the Chavusa show. You know, the tumor. That's the market of the Rabbanan. Chazi Hanav the Kaiman in Kandi Kande. So our boy said this is literally Kandi Kande is in English candy. Look at this, mamish, beautiful stuff on the lung. You can't get any more candies than this. There's a little slightly larger than Simche. And the next one is Tinyer. But according to Rashi, they're different sizes. So, Ravasi, I'll never forget this one because this was, but they overlooked the so even though they passed by, and who was it? It was Nachman. He saw this. He saw these sickly looking lungs. He said, okay, let them continue selling them. Ravasi, he saw all of the beginning of shots. In Brachas Dashes, it says over there that Ravasi used to dive between the beams. So you know that they lived in Tveria. The beams in Tveria, it says over there. Ravasi have a chazal in Tveria. They live in Tveria, they're walking there in the show. And as I said last night, it's in Tveria, so Dave was up there, he put on the screen of the guys in Tveria learning with us. Chazal at the time, he wasn't that his father lived in Tveria, he went to that place over there. These are mammoth, large ones. Also, if you look at this picture, you'll see they're like stone, like in terms of, when you touch them, you feel the consistency is like stone. But the Rasi didn't bother them at all. Continue selling, it doesn't ruin the animals. Turning the daf, Adar Global, we don't just transfer money, we transfer peace of mind. Encore Healthcare as a source for all of Klal Yisrael. Machat Shemitzas Bereya. So fascinating subject. You open up an animal and you notice, let's say, just so as an example, you blow up the lung, it's sealed, nothing. It doesn't have any holes. You open up the lung to eat it or whatever, you find a nice needle inside. How in the world did the needle get in there? Huh? In the haystack, he swallowed it. If he swallowed it, then they said breathe it. Because the big difference, if he breathed it in, then it's kosher. Because it didn't have to puncture anything. It went through the windpipe, through the trachea, and found itself in the lung. But if he ate it, how did it get from eating? Okay, it's not like kids think you eat it, it just goes into a big hole. It went through a pipe, through the forestock. And once it lands in the lung, it must have. I'm going to show you how. First of all, let me show you the Metzias. Because everybody wonders how in the world. So this is partial how it happened. What are you smiling already? This is how it happened, Rabbi Isai. And now, the porcupine acupuncture specialist. That's how it happened. Because there's no other way to explain it exactly. Oh, that's it. That's how it happened. They did all this for Mendy. Mendy always like, but how? That's how. Okay, there's no other side. Now that you saw that, seriously, now this is for shot, for real. Here comes the needle. He breathed it in. I went through the symphysis and I went into the lung. You know, understands now that should be okay. It popped it, didn't puncture anything. But what if this happened? He digested it with the hay. Through the whole system, pops out into the lung. What's the problem here, Rabbi Science? Two problems. It made two holes in two problematic places. Problem number one, it made a hole in the intestine. Even a small hole in the intestine, great. Problem number two, it made a hole in the lung. Small hole in the lung is a problem. So you have a double whammy here. I don't know. I don't have a hole in the lung. I did my water test, and it's not bubbling. But I have a Matthias, which I can't. I'm not going to say I understand it 100%. Yeah, I do understand. You have a needle in a lung. How did it get there? You need to explain to me how it got there. I need to assume the worst. The worst is he ate it. He didn't breathe it. That's normal. But let's see. I hear what you're saying. You're gonna test that. Okay. No, ever, because we exactly. But that you don't know. But if it once had a hole, it's straight forever. Forget the seal. Yeah, straight. A hole is straight. You can't make it straight. Once an animal is straight, you can't unstraight it. It's definitely. So that it was never straight. So then it was never straight. The hole is covered by the meat. It didn't come 2 days later, the meat and cover it. It was there by the meat. You find it inside the lung. They say it's okay. Why? Because it came through the trachea. They say it is no good because it came through the intestine. If you have a chisar from inside the animal, so what does that mean? This is beautiful. Take a look at this. Chisar mibifnim did a great job here. Why? Because a needle usually doesn't create a chisar. A needle creates a necker. A needle creates a hole, but nothing goes missing. If you put a needle in your finger, will part of your finger go missing? No. It moves the skin away and the needle goes in. Says Rashi, no, because it's metal, it's a needle. So look at this needle, it's all rusty. Rust heats up the meat. You see over there, he did great. Right over there, rust and no meat. So you have a little bit of a chisar, but inside the lung. Is the chisar inside the lung, is that considered a chisar or not? Someone makes the chisar, and that's someone makes the That's not what, no, that's not what. Equally, I'm a concerned with me, concerned about inside everybody agrees that if it comes from within the lung, that's not a problem. Well, the argument again, so what is the machloek is, my service is telling enough about sorry, that those are the 2 videos that I showed you. Roman says, no, it came through the trachea. It came through the trachea is okay. Roman said, when it could be knocking out sorry, it had to make 2 holes to get out of the intestines into the lung, and that's why it's a problem. Says the Gemara, he actually stuck with the two to the road. Somebody was cutting off a lung, was eating it for dinner, and sure enough, he bites down on a nice, crunchy piece of metal. He looks into it and he sees that it's a needle. I saw it kamei, they're the Ami. So he brought it to Rabbi. So Shura. He wanted to be Makshir. Why? Because he says it came from the trachea. Eisvei, Rabbi Yiri, the Kemer, Mizreko, Reshini, Kosha Khasra. And this is a sugi we had yesterday. We're going to have it twice again today. It says in the Mishnah 2 tracheas, a necker and a kisar. My Khasra, you lay on the whole if it's missing a piece of lung from the outside. But isn't that the same exact idea of a hole? A lot of things you have to say, one is inside, one is outside. This is not going to concern me, sorry. Don't you see from over here that even though it's within, not from the outside, the inside of the lung is considered a trait. How does it really come in? You're not going to have true. So it's good. Again. It says in the Mishnah, my Chasra, what does it mean that's missing? And then the chutz came from the outside and the looks identical. Mishnah wouldn't mention the same exact paper twice in a row. One comes from the outside, one comes from the inside. So if you have a metal object in a lung with rust, it can take away a little bit of the meat from the inside. You see, that's a concern and that's a paper. So Julie come into Ravami the Tarfah, they sent to Ravami and said, this is great, Amri Law, Amri Lay, don't have on an Aksri, what are we going to do? We learn, the Ravami will say that it's kosher, on our land. What's the connection? When they said it's kosher, the beginning of the sugya, next year she has amazing kind of shield. They had the whole lung in front of them, they blew it up, they did all sorts of tests in water, and they saw that there's no hole. So they decided, oh, they must have come from him inhaling it through the trachea. But over here you're talking about a piece. Chaticha, it's a piece of a lung. Then we have a ray come on. Maybe if I had the whole entire lung in front of me and I blew it up, then I can see that there's a hole. Time most of the Gemara the lesson. This is because I don't have the lung. But if I have it in front of me and there's no hole, it seems like it would be kosher if I blew it up and did all the tests. But Rav Nachman has under the rail the inkiyat trifle. So let's take a look at this. This is very, very important. How does it work? You have a trachea, the main pipe, and then it splits off to smaller and smaller and smaller pipes, and it brings oxygen to the entire lung. Now, if you have a needle down here, how did it get there? It had to come through one of the symphytics. And if it came through one of the, what do they call it in English? Brown guy? What? Bronchiole? Bronchiole, okay. Actually, the doctor says it's bronchiole, right? I like your word, bronchiole. But on the bottom, if there's a puncture in a bronchi, bronchiole, whatever you want to call it, it's straight. How in the world did you find this needle in the meat part of the lung if it didn't cut through and make its way puncture out of the bronchi? How did it get in there? And that makes it straight either way. So the Gemara now, it doesn't make it straight. When you have, like on the right, like this chicken legs on the right, when you have a hole in one of the bronchi, and the only thing next to it is another bronchi, so two tough substances are not going to, he's not going to close up the hole. The guy on the left is not going to close up the hole on the right. But if you're, that's when they're together, but if you have a hole and lower it down, there's a lot of meat. The meat of the lung is all over the place. So if you have a hole in that tube, what's going to happen? The meat of the lung is going to go into the hole and plug it up. It's not a solid rule that there was a hole in the bronchi that it's straight. There's a hole in the bronchi and there's no meat next to it that it's straight. Only when there's a friend, another guy next to it. So if you were at the Ito, you saw this, is beautiful. This is the idea of the Kanta, unbelievable. What is it? Let me show you a better picture even. This is all from the Shkita. This is the intestines. In between the intestines is fat. That fat, by the way, is kosher. One of the fats that's kosher. So if there's a hole in the intestine, there's a hole, but it's in that area, I'm going to assume that one intestine is plugged with the other. The next to each other is a plug. I'm going to ask you a question. Let's do some logic over here. What's worse? If somebody, I'm doing this only for demonstration purposes, shouldn't be any, just to get this question. If somebody cuts his finger off completely over here, means you have a bigger chance of not making it. Cutting the finger over here, or cutting the hand up here. What does the person have more of a chance of dying from? Cutting up. So let me ask you the same question. On an animal, we have a bigger chance of the animal dying when you cut it on its thigh up above, or all the way in the bottom by like next to his hoof. Where would he have a greater chance of dying? You go with this logic, it should be the top. But the fact is, that's the opposite. That if you come from the bottom, he has more of a chance to die. And they say, I just looked it up quickly on Google, whatever, on ChatGPT. It says that the reason is because it has less blood vessels to heal it. And even today, veterinarians have a very hard time if a horse or cattle injure themselves down below, very hard time healing. Up, go down. So the more it says, therefore, what do you see from there? Don't use your own logic when it comes to traces. Look it up. When it comes to the ma'ayim, when it comes to the intestines over there, you see one hole plugs another hole. So maybe the lungs also. No connection. Lungs is lungs, harder material. This is kishkis. This is softer. Different things. Says the Gemara, they had a hole next to each other. One sheep puts the other, it plugs the other. And then so too by the blind eye, they say that one plugs the other. However, actually, things coming down like building, you try to compare the different type of trachea, the lungs to the intestines. In order to create no such thing. Sharei, takes from the cannon. So if you cut a leg of an animal on the bottom, it will die in certain ways. But from the cannon, in certain ways they cut it. You can also kill an animal. If you do it the right way, on top, it can survive. It's not getting better, but okay, we'll stop here. On both sides, Zurich Toy Boys, and have a wonderful day. Don't even hear the podcast. You gotta say it. Usually discussing universities is modified. Welcome to all the guests. Answer number one is tonight in Hebrew. There's a shir last time I did it was completely writing for women. There's over 80 women on Zoom. Tonight there's another beautiful shir from Zevi Katanella. There are still parties available. People agreed to share their parsha. Here's what's available. People agreed to share their amod. Will make that number available. Here's for all these people that are masking. I'll read the names later. By the time the Rebbe came a few days ago, how you football as well. Very question you knew I was put off guard. You constantly mentioned that you're not good at chasing names. Really thought you were asking your name. And not necessarily put it together. I wonder rap with the Shabbat thought. It was really rewarding to I should have prepared show Wednesday morning trying to save up because I was doing my sister made a pasta on Wednesday night. So I think it was difficult to make the crazy Thursday night I had a show brought his own kid. I was asking him around about taking a class. The kids are you have to get up. The show starts at 6:30. What he's saying is the people that come in from Israel, like Israel and his father came in this morning from Israel. Get up really, really early. What time do you guys get up? 4 to 5. Wow, you don't appreciate it. But every day they come in. This is what he's trying to say. You won't believe how many boys from all grades came over Saturday to tell me they saw me by the shear and he's saying how he landed in New York and went right to Cheder. Boys that never learned from my class. Boy that just recognizes the Rebbe from the yeshiva. So basically I would have to guess, for every boy, the village coach would come over and say something, there probably another 5 that didn't. So in short, there are many boys in our elementary school say, they watch the shear every day, think you get in such a spirit to join a live shear. Shimon, Yanni, something like that. Dear Belly, I hope you are well. By the way, today's breakfast is Kodesh breakfast, sandwiches, and special meats. What is this? So fresh squeezed juices in these plastic cans. By Shimon Lefkowitz. He becomes a sit right over here on Memphis Film. Very nice, Shimon Lefkowitz. In honor of this Kodesh and Ellie's practice of Ein Aniyos B'Mokim HaShiros, it's like the third time in just a few months that he sponsored breakfast this year. I hope you're well. I just want to thank you so much for your day. I enjoyed the shir a year ago, and it has honestly had a huge impact on my life, and has helped me grow in my Avodas HaKodesh. And I daily look forward to the dash every single day. The shir always gives such clarity and enthusiasm. The way it explains, the more it makes it difficult. Even difficult to is much easier to understand, and the practical lessons of physics that come with the learning make it something I really enjoy and look forward to. Today, I finished my school exams, which is a big milestone for me. What makes the day even more special is that I will also be completing my first full year of learning Daf Yomi. For me, that is one of the most meaningful achievements I've had. Throughout these exam weeks, learning this daf has given me a lot of strength, motivation, and focus, and I'm very grateful for that. So, for me, it's a tremendous chizuk, and I'm very inspired. The person who has to take these difficult exams has time during the day to learn the daf Gemara. It's unbelievable. I can't wait to continue learning from little Gibraltar together with MDY family around the world. Thank you, Belly, and all the MDYs and everything you do, and the incredible impact you've had on my life and the lives of so many others. With much appreciation. Shimon Wanik, Gibraltar. Yisrael Goldstein and the vape. Yisrael Goldstein stopped vaping. Most probably he's not searching for a new job because photography is out. He explains. I had Yisrael Goldstein at my city phone as the photographer. When it came time to take the main family photo, one of the bigger clusters for Bimmy Bush, he came up with a novel idea to get everyone focused and smiling. He took 2 vapes, put them in his mouth, and blew smoke out of one of his nostrils. My stomach still hurts from laughing. The whole family's rolling, from babies to adults, and now he stopped vaping. The smartphone is mutter on the sofa for us, so I showed him the vape is. No. Maybe the vape with a filter. Net-free vapes. Tell nothing sharp, I'm kidding. Then the art about hold the viter inside. I'm almost done with senior. I'm a currently younger man who lives by day in the Daf Yomi course, where we dive into his daf and death every day. The treat of the day for me, and the way I unwind is when I come home after learning and open up MDY and see things I learned all day brought to life. If it feels like you unwind from learning is learning, sincerely, a direct global specialist in financial services. This thing rings in my ear way too much, thumbs up to Ivan. As a young from Butterfly, nephew from Uncle Lou is probably first cousin of Ethan G. I like that approach. This left. Let's do it again. Dr. Kai. Jacob Stryver. Solution to the Secretary of Finance dilemma. Some of them had an idea to help alleviate the issue of people wanting to join, but everything is already sold. It could be either really good or just simply funny, especially as the idea. Here's the second mention. Always takes the turning of that sponsor. Turning of the Abudim sponsorship. Yeah. Another guy that's making fun of the whole. First of all, I'm excited to be finishing so many sentences together. I finished many of them by using the trick of skipping ahead and not looking back. I decided we can skip ahead from Brachos Daf Aleph. I finished many of them by using the trick of skipping ahead and not looking back. I decided recently skip ahead from Brachos Daf Aleph. On a more fruitful note, one of the amazing things we've done for Daf Yomi is make something cool and exciting to do. It used to feel like Decadol. In today's Daf, the drilling exam was very helpful. However, as Laker resident where you were born, I couldn't help but notice that you weren't using a Milwaukee drill. Let's try this Milwaukee drill, but that's where they make it. They make Milwaukee drills in Laker. No, I'm at the wall, guys. This is Milwaukee. You guys use the wall. I'm the wall. Through and through. The yellow. That's me. I have pointed this through too. I reached out to my local local Orthodox AI fixed the issue. He sent the pictures, but I'd love to get you a real gift instead. A brand new Milwaukee drill. I'm working on a website so people can contribute towards the gift. Ay. Listen to the Husa. People are sure very good. I always say, you scored for that first episode, the outgoing of that first episode is beautiful, nice. But, it turned out to be a hidden charity event. That's what it is. At the end of the day, it's a charity event without charity. Shkoyach Noam. Yankee Down. I'm moving. We're still not moving. They're 45. I don't know how many new people yesterday, but they're still buying a moving. They're still buying Parshness. Yankee Down. Bill Kamiansky. Moshe Dax, so Shazal Weisberger, Moshe. What? Really? Now we know. So Shazal Weisberger, that's what it's succeeded. You gotta make the mix and do this payoff and everything. Moshe Platnik, you know who he is, all the way from Chicago. Eliezer, Peter Horowitz, Mike Klein, Shmuel Muller, Tammy Gurwitz, I know who that is. Zell Richardson. Huh? I do. Oh, that's what it is. I know most of these people, I just, the names, the faces. Zell Richardson, Ansel Salomon, Shaya Yaroslavich, Yitzchak Friedman, Shmuel Gans. Oh, I know who that is. Dr. Gans. That's Benedict's son-in-law. And families. Mark, I know who Mark is, but not Mark Roberto. Mark Roberto. Mayor Roberto. Yechiel Perkal, Ruben Klein, Yehuda Chapler, Michael Fuchs, Yuval Zimmerman, Martin Sharon Katz, Ethan Brewski, Yaakov Arono, Rabbi Isai, the Stushin Missionary One Shot, the Nesefti Sponsor, Zivin Yal, Shohaf, the Perek, the Ilan and Mary, David Davici, the Rishmat Shaya, Ben Aaron, and Yochel Chavi, Bas Avron, Davlin Zayin, LesShadak.com. Please read the shit up today. David Solomon, I spoke to yesterday. He really is his daughter at a young age. She's young though. She's like 18, 19 in that area, but I didn't talk. I only saw his sons. I thought he has a 12, 13-year-old. They're getting married, Bobby Murray, small Baruch, Baruch Chaim, Speed, George, the Throne of the Bracha. The Pasha Family Foundation and gratitude to the Consortium and the Alliance and all the good support in the right. Anonymous, that's not a group of movie dashes. Thank you to Chief Betty. Shmuel and I will just there for Key, that's not the Matas from our children. Anonymous, with Riva Kushner, Marit Zim, Tele Basester, Bremen, Daniel Rosenfeld, Greece, Simcha. Monthly sponsors are Simon with Fish Name of Mayor Partner Marie. Anonymous with Fish Name of the Rufen Ben Yudison from Shai Ben Slavis, Torah, Amade. The Spanish group sponsors in honor of the first three government Mexicans out of Ellis, Shmuel Yuda, Bramchuk, Moshel, and Yadu, Greenberg. Ruben Klein, American, Sorry Rats, Bas Bas Peril, and Rosa, Kov Zain Sivo. Shalom Sobel, daily sponsors in honor of my Fagusa, Ellie Geller, Big Mazel Tov on his engagement, tremendous success. Justin Michal Rubenstein, you all say I know him. This was my grandmother, this is Esther Schachter, this was Esther Yudas Bas, Shloim Malesha, Lamed Siva. Shakavitsky, the Forstemar of Yitzchak Ayev, and Chanashmita, Hadmar. What was it? I said this answer? Oh, Lamed is saying, as well. No, Forstemar. Shlita. I'm saying this one. Lamed Siva. Yeah, Lamed Siva is answering. First name Rabbi Israel Chanashmita, Hadmar, Moedisa. Redenka. It's real cow for the merit of Menachem Mendel Yosef Ben Mendel. Anonymous, Mazel Tov from Rav Nakash on the marriage of his daughter. Mazel Tov. Anonymous from Shtemo, the Ben Shashi Basyaf Perifka, who's having a procedure today. For Shtemo. MDY kids. The next one says, it's like a simple Vega, and with the Wooders, Basyaf Kaya. MDY, for the month. For Shtemo. Jonathan Eitan Ben Bashem Bracha. For Shtemo Mordechai Ben Esther. The first Ayala, Daniel, Ze'ez, Ben Ayala, Esther. Huh? Jonathan Eitan, Ben Bashem Bracha. For all these 15 lines from the bottom, Dr. Bottom days. Wow, what a dot. Rova. Another halacha from Rova. If you have a lung that dried out, a little, one part of it dried out, shout out to our one and only, who made yesterday's share, today's share is going to be phenomenal, and Tashium, Ron Weissbush. Unbelievable stuff that he's sent. You'll see something today, I mean, just a video with his daughter, crystal clear. I'm a fan from Shemayim. I'm a Chacham, a great guy, has so many involved every time. The whole throughout shots, anytime it came to these things, 3 days in advance, it's Shimon, to my head, you save your seat. Today. We have a seat for you. Come to the hot seat. Let's go. Who's that Shabbos? What's his name? Ellie Baum. Someone from. Where are you from? Oh, wow. Yesterday we had that the guy with the 2 kids. I don't remember his name anymore. Schwartz. You know Schwartz? Someone from Pizza. We have a seat just for you. Come side. Right over here. Next to on. All right. What a gosh, what a gosh. You keep just in time. We're starting right now. If you have a lung that dried out, what part of it dried out? It's treifa. How do you know what dried out means? Omer al-Kalim is further on 50 lines in the bottom of that Menvava Midbeis. Omer al-Kalim is further on the Kadesh. You do the fingernail test. You give it a little sweat with the fingernail, and you see if it starts falling apart. The problem is that Rava seems like he's going with the Das Yafet. Timan, Yossi ben Amashuna. That's one shita of a great nation. And not like the accepted shita of Chacham. The Sanya, we're talking about a B'char, first-born animal versus the Kayim. If you don't have a Beis Hamikdash, you can't check him. What do? You have to wait until the fall of the moon. What kind of moon? All sorts of moon. Now, what if its ear dries out? That's a moon. And then you can just eat it as is. You can't sell it on you can't put it, you can't weigh it, you have to treat it as covered, but you can eat it. The Zanya is a Yevesha. If the ear dries out, how do you know if it's dry? You take a needle, you take a nail, and you put it right through the ear. Interesting, that itself would cause a moon. Okay, you try to see. Yeah, it's the amount of stuff. I'm just thinking about it. So, obviously, it's not perfect. It's dry enough. I know that you look dry enough that if you put it through the ear, it's not going to be no part. That's dry, and then you can eat it. So here also by the lung, it should be the same thing. It should be a step before falling apart and going to your nail like this. And who argues on Chachamim? When you have to basically say the step is between fire. Now, why in the world would a lung, this is the vice versa, why would a lung fall apart? Like, why would it dry out? Time to go. You have to see pictures of that. It's better. It's getting, the voice is getting close. Sounds like him. I sent some of his bracelets that I sent to the guys, and they just stop smoking, stop eating. Sorry. Says Gemara after the thing wrapped up.
Brandon.
This could go like she was right on the wall. But it has to do with hoping to see if that comes out.
If you're not talking, do you mind muting your device, please? Thank you, sir.
It's destroyed by the wind, by the air, by the oxygen, or hyperbarium. So it can't heal. Abureya, with the Soldaviro, the lung is enclosed inside the animal, the cavity inside. And there's no fear, no oxygen. Under a barrier, it could heal from a poke of a needle, but it won't heal if it could fall apart with a nail. Another halacha, Rabbi said these are small sugis. You go from sugi to sugi. V'omar Rava, Hayreya the kind of gilde. So you have 3 types of his book, the gilde, scabs all over the lung. Ukme. Now, ukme is a little bit more difficult. Ukme means black. But later on, we're going to see a black lung is straight. So what it means is like a little stain. Doesn't mean it's a black lung. It has a stain, so that's okay. Because Vasa here has different colors in it. They're all 3 together. Shayra, that kind of Azusa, because Vasa depends who put the previous there. It's called Omar Amena. Omar is further up. So it goes like this. If let's say there's a blister on the lung, and it popped, the blister popped before the shita, it's treif. Treif. If there's a blister after shita and the shofar, the butcher, as he's removing the lungs, he pops it by mistake after shita, it's kosher. What if you don't know when it popped? You don't know. So you know what you do? You take another blister from, welcome back, you take another blister from the same lung or another lung, and you pop it after the shita, and then you compare colors. You say, oh, look, this one looks like it has a whitish tint to it, so it means it popped after shita. So you know you can't do that. It's not a riot. You can't compare two different blisters. Oh, I'm going to the other. You never figure that one out without Rashi. In the kufin, what it means like a blister, you can't bring one blister and bring it close to the other and say, oh, the colors are the same, therefore this happened after this happened before. Why my Rava, Hani Kaisi Una the Srifa Lahadavi, less Lahu Kadika. Rabbi side. This is today's singing basically what we're going to discuss this, and this is the most common phrase for today is something called a sirpa. It means that something stuck, part of the lung stuck to some other part. How does a piece of glue coming from? The sirpa. I'll show you a lot of we'll have a bunch of pictures of understand it very, very clearly. If one has a little hole in it, straight the body naturally do, some sort of liquid comes out of the lung and plugs it up. But that plug is not good. It's going to pop off and the hole remains. So if we're looking at the lung, if the lung is facing us, this is what it looks like. It has two major cavities. There's the right side and the left side. Very, very simple. It has the two giant balloons on the bottom. Those are called kuma, like a mother, kuma, with the men. The ones on top, there's 2 and 3. Those are called kuna. Kuna is a different word completely. It's not a plain word. Kuna means an ear. They look like wooden ears on top. Now, we're talking about that this lung is reversed. It's upside down. It's really because all these Gemaras are talking about that the animal is hanging. Like, after Shechita, when the guy is checking it, the animal's going to be hanging like this. There's a vice checking an animal. So, therefore, when we're talking about what side it is, it's upside down. It's like this, basically. Okay? Just roll with me for a second. When the Gemara says Yumin, it's really when the animal's upside down, head down, and that doesn't matter. On the right side there's 3 ears, on the left side there's 2. And if you open up the animal and you find on the right side there's 2 instead of 3, what would that be called? Chesed. It's missing an una. Bye-bye. If there's 3 on the left side, it's also 3. Because there's too many. We're going to see. Actually, it's not. What I just said is false. There's 3 exactly over there. There's 3 somewhere else. Too much is also the ruins it. Okay. Now, what can happen is that you have a sirpa, you have a little bit of pus. It's called pus. Comes out and grabs another part of the lung, or grabs into the rib cage. That's what we had by our shita. The lung was stuck a little bit to the rib cage with these little circles. Okay. So first, let me show you this video of Revising. He did a phenomenal job. Oh, in Hebrew. Really, really proud. Okay. Let's try to do. I'll try to. I'll turn it in that. There's a larger animal. There's the back part of the back. There's full of fats. That's the major artery from the heart. Right over there. That's the opening to the artery. If you look at the front and it's hanging upside down, so now the right side you have 3 unos. Beautiful. Now, a video that's on 1.65 speed. I guess if you are watching the shear on 1.5 speed, which a lot of people do, slow down. The two most common traits that we look for in our animals are traits of the lungs and traits of the basic muscles. And the recipient, that's the stomach. That's the entire thing. That's the circle right there. Neck of the actual hole. It's not a hey, so not a pass about. Fuck all about the one. But the one that really works is the one that watches the one. And that's what we hear about circles. We hear about it. There's a giant person between the arms and the diametric movement. It's like holes that circles on the backs of the wall that stick to the rib are in general not such a problem. The Ramah hole, the circles on the front of the one, they can move. But these are the results of the sucker. The Ramah hole. When we talk about collective to the United States, it's not really good society. Tell you what you're saying, what I'm saying is about you. You have to pay for something that's 40%. It's a big social for Americans. It's a big social for Americans. It's a social for Southern Black Muslims. Okay. So that's the circle. So it says the Gemara like this. Now that we know what a circle is, on the party of the street, you have two unos, those two ears that are glued together. What's the problem? The problem is that there might be a hole in one of the unos, and now they're glued together, and it can pop off. So that's if ear number one is glued to ear number three, not in order. But if ear number one is glued to ear number two, the one next to it, its neighbor, and it beside you, that's how it grows. It's better for it. In other words, here, first of all, I'll show you this picture. This is a real picture of 1 and 3 touching each other, right? 1 and 3. They skip over the middle guy and they're touching each other. Look how beautiful they did it. Here's a piece of circle comes out from 1 to 3, and eventually it can pop. That's the problem because they're not neighbors. They're not neighbors. What happens when it pops? The hole is revealed. It's straight. But if you have a circle from 1 and 2, like in this case, so the animal will keep on breathing. It's fine. It's not going to pop. And the circle stays, and the hole remains closed. Here's a real one, a circle that's the right syndrome. You can see a circle skipping over its friend. So because it's not natural, eventually it will appear. And that's it. Says the Gemara, another halacha. That means I know that you have two blisters. Now, every time I hear the word buer, it reminds me of the Chaim Kanievsky song. Zubach the Holy Spirit. I'm going to go to Chaim Kanievsky. I'm going to get Chaim Kanievsky to say the word. What's about stuff? There's no words going to say with you. No, I'm going to get him to say. So he goes to Chaim Kanievsky and he says, you have a bracha. So the Chaim Kanievsky is buer. So the bracha tells him, Buza. He says, Mazda. He says, what's buer? He said, bracha about stuff. How to start the buer? Not recommended. That would be chutzpah. You do that because more, you won't come out. You might get a bracha about stuff. You're gonna need that stuff in the hospital. How to start the buer? The shmita will have dodi less than the kusa. If there's one blister, it's special. Two blisters, not special. When they're next to each other, you can't check whether or not there's, even if you hear noises coming out, there's no way to check it. What if it's chadon, it's conjugate? It looks like two, like so. So there's two blisters like each other, but this one looks like it's two that looks like one. So there's a way to see if it's one or two. It's one is kosher, two is not. You take a needle, you take a pin, you shuffle a hadadi, probably a chair over here, take a look, you go something like this. If you're able to, if you see that the liquid's flowing from one to the other, then it's one, and it is kosher. And if they don't flow from one to the other, then it's two and kosher. So as we saw, there are five ears that the lung has. When the animal's hanging, and we said that here, the animal's hanging towards the body, vice versa. And we only have three on the right and two on the left. The tartan is smaller and two to the left. Faster if one is missing. Oh, yeah. So interesting, Rashi says, what's the problem with one extra? He says, because it's corruptible. You have to, remove it, and once you remove it, you have a problem. Or instead of two on the left, it's three on the left and two on the right. Straight, that's a straight because it's possible, it's missing one. It says in the Bible, you have people that said, I'm making my rain now. There's a one that had an extra piece. And we also read about that. The Rebbe is fighting by the door. On my leg. So as the one comes out of the rug, out of the Raymar, the Rebbe said, no, what are the rugs from? On my leg, after now, you said it's kosher. On my leg, and you gotta go back. You gotta go back. He missed it. You didn't see what's going on my leg. So he goes back to the Raymar. He says, so the rug, check again. Says in the Raymar, you think I don't know someone's by the door, somebody sends you back. Later on the Yosef, I'll tell that guy that's sitting on the door. Lady Sukkos of the shade, the Rebbe themselves. The halacha is not like Rebbe when it comes to an extra piece on the lung. Here's a picture of a real extra piece on the lung, right over here. It's extra one on the lung from a vice versa. Pictures today. Oh, by the way, this is Chassan Uno, missing Uno, color, on that side. So that we're going to get to in a second. The famous story about the Kaz. Kaz was a mister. You don't want anybody to know who he was. And he was working in a butcher. People would come to him and he was like, no, that's kosher, that's this. And it started annoying the rabbi that there's a guy in the slot place that people are asking questions. They're not coming to the rabbi. So they put him in a chair and they might have even tied him up. And he noticed a girl that was crying and said, what's going on? She said she came from the Rav, and the Rav said that the chicken is fresh. They don't have money, they have nothing to eat. So he told the girl, go to the Rav, tell the Rav, he's looking at the chicken off, and look at the tag. Say from the tag. And sift this and this, and take a look over there. So the Rav opens it up and sees the tag says that this problem is fresh. He said, who Who told you this? It's the guy in the picture that's punished. The guy's being punished. He's a fan. So this is Paul. Paul, what's your name? What's your last name? That's it. He's Mafia, and you have to say, I'm Mafia, you have to say his last name. And Paul his last name, and they realized that we're dealing with the cows. And that's the story. You know the story? A lot of people know the story. Okay, fine. Paul Potter, go back. Go back to him. The cool. No, if you're talking about rebellion, so my father wrote a sefer, you don't say, when he was in his 20s. I'm trying to see a Kofi Trio. And I remember, I asked my father about it. So he left it in the short, he donated to the short. So some guy wrote, an artist, and he wrote a whole thing on the artist. So he didn't say it, so my father couldn't fight with him, so he had to wait until the night, and then my father wrote back. So going back and forth, and he didn't say sefer. All right. Ikve, Ikve means Yaakov. Husband, Yaakov, okay. Chazanish. Chazanish also. Chazanish was a list. He wrote all Chazanish, never knew who it was or what it was. Until the Taimaizer told the world about it. He was in his 50s, he really well at dark, but nobody knew. Says the Gemara, behind him was the door doing it. When is the halacha not like Rava that you could have an extra, like over here? You have an extra on this side. It's in the same row together with the other unos. But Bena, if you have an extra uno down there somewhere else, like your vice showed us, then we're in trade. So now we're going to talk about the extra one that we have even today. Today we have 6 unos. Why? Bena doesn't come in there. One that was in between, so to speak. It was like in the middle of the line. Summer of Ashi and Mitzvah. What is this? What's going on here? I've never seen this before. What's the Shkia? So one of Barbarabi says, there's a bunch of animals. Let's call it second shot. The elephant is zinc, the fat ones like today. They feed them well, they give them injections, the whole thing. They're going to have this extra one. In fact, says Rashi, that in nowadays, this is normal. So the question is, if it's normal today to have 6 unos, and 1 uno goes missing, trade or not trade? Today, you shot 100 animals, 99 have 6. That's the norm for these animals. One of them doesn't have 6, he has 5. Trade or not trade? What do you say? The or not trade. Rashi says not trade. Why? Because the norm is, the Gemara tells us, name 2. So this one is up. That's 6, great. But we don't pass him like that, really. I'm pretty sure we passed him. The place we showed him. Rashi says, it's not a toy, it's a silly type. It's a breed. You know what it says? No, but in that breed, it's the norm. Oh, so in that breed, can we know? The man is supposed to be in that breed. But now you're making up a trade for it. It's a cost for that breed. But we don't pass him like that. Yeah. Okay, it's good. No, we don't even go like that. He says that we go like that. And then that's still true. Okay, so the Carlos Abate in the new silver Varga. So once again, if you go back to the original picture I showed you, we're talking about the lungs. Here's in the new silver Varga. Varga's a rose. That's the extra piece, the one in red, is the new silver Varga. Says the Gemara behind the Gavoy. The Gavoy means in the inside. And the inside in this context means when it's facing the shayfa, when it's checking it. It's on the back of the lungs. Towards the back of the animal. I feel like it's hard for the house to pray for. It has a little bit of extra on the back. That's what Vaisna showed us. The back. Then it's mamish treif. Even if it's the size of a havdas, a very small size. During the das, that was a very global. We don't just transfer money. transfer peace of mind, and for healthcare as a skills for all of Klal Yisrael. And by MYK, Amar Afro, Hareya the Daniel the Ufta Treifa. When you have a lung that's similar to wood, I'm just making sure I'm not missing. We have over 60 slides today. Here's the stuff. If you take a look, it looks like wood. So the question is, does it look like wood or does it feel like wood? We have a shy layer. Hareya is Daniel the Ufta Treifa. It's similar to wood. Treifa. So when Zino base realizes, think about it, the producer, it looks like wood. No, it feels like wood. Think about it, the Fifa. We're talking about the looks like wood. What does that mean? The Fifa that you blow it off, it's blown a little bit, and its color is off. It looks white. So look at this picture he sent me. Vice Vish, I can find this. I don't know where it's going to be. Here it's supposed to be. That's what I had last night. Look through the search through 60 pictures. Oh, here it is. Look at that. The difference between the two lungs. The top one, you can see the top one is pinkish, and this is a damaged white lung. This is a lung that never smoked in its life. So albino. Even though it's buffer, didn't even take a vape. It's a damaged lung. Here's normal, and here's side to side. Okay, it has a little, I don't know, liver and heart over there. What's going on over there? Okay. So the problem that it looks like wood means it's white, it's pale, straight. Bigger the Amrit is the Fahiza. We're talking about the two sheets. One says it looks like wood, the other one says it feels like wood. Doesn't mean the Fahiza. It's tough. It sounds like wood. You touch it and it feels woody. Bigger the Amrit is Shia. No. But the third sheet says, no, it's smooth. The less of the Tucha it looks something like this. Take a look. It doesn't have the different compartments. It's just like one lot of lungs. That's the problem. You can't see the unas in it. Now we're talking about colors. It's blue. It's like this is a eyeliner that women use. It's called the famous. It has little pots. They put it's a blue color. You know, share stuff. Did you saw? That's why I said this before. It said ukne. Here, yaisa means like ink. Dry ink is black. Black long tray. Blue long function. Don't Hanina. Shafar, we're talking about Nida. Other moon used to be red blood that turned black. Eloshalaka. This is very important. This word right over here. Eloshalaka. When it comes to blood, we say the blood. I say laka in English. Damage is a good word. Damage. So by the lung also, when you have a black lung, that's a damaged lung. What does damage mean? Straight. Black is a sign of damage. You have red blood that turns black, that's damage. Damaged blood. So you have a damaged lung. Damaged lung is straight. Yeruka, Sherem is a Shem. You can feel it in the air, starting, the talk, the excitement about the casino shots. So, like, they probably got face. Talks about Yarek, the carpet. What does Yarek mean? Yarek, throughout shots, usually means yellow. But in Hebrew, Yarek means green. Today, it means green. We're talking about green. We're going to talk about yellow later on. So, it can't mean yellow. It means green. Green like green grass, green leaves, green. Yeruka, when it's green, share it with Ribben Nosson. I can prove it from a story that happened with Ribben Nosson. Aduma, and when it's reddish, share it with Ribben Nosson. Also from a very similar story, almost identical story. And that's what's good. We have a bunch of freebie today. We have the two stories that are identical. We have the same suit that we had yesterday with the bicycle wheel that you blow up and water and the bubbles come out. Word for word. 10 lines freebie. So, Desanya, what's the story? Desanya, I once happened to be overseas. A woman comes to me, a very tragic story. Shemola ben Arisha Bermace. She did a bris milah on her son, and he died. Her first son. It happened this week, just a few days ago. A kid, an hour after his bris milah, died in the hospital. Very sad story. Yeah? Investigating the whole thing, but kids die after bris. Shani. Bermace. We had the sugi again. We had the sugi that if two brothers die, you don't do bris milah on them. She comes to the Rav. She says, "Rav, tell me what to do over it." I saw that it was red. For me, this indicated that it's not a problem. The red means that the blood is stuck, came up too much between the skin and then the blood. And just wait a little bit. When we see the low down, every male in what? Same halacha by a lung. You can take that idea and say, look, the lung is red. Wait a little bit, and go back down to where it came from. My daughter, she fell out the dumb wait until it absorbed the blood. I've said this nice, even though I said it a bunch of times, because when I read it the first time, I literally cried. I don't usually cry by story, I cry from emails and stuff like that. Story, somebody wrote a story, famous story. I gotta say it again. The kayak of a Russian woman. This lady in Russia, she couldn't give her son a bris milah because back in the day, you're not allowed to, and when he was about 2 years old or so, he's an older kid, at least 2 years old. They were able to hide, and he got a moil, and he did bris milah. Right after bris milah, they took the baby and they gave it to the mother. And the mother fell on the floor and she fainted. She comes to it again. Same thing. What happened? She made a neder that she's not going to kiss her kid unless he has a bris milah. But this is a force her to make sure that he has a bris milah. And finally, he's 2 years old. She's able to kiss her kid, but she fainted. Imagine a mother not kissing their kid, not kissing their baby. Unbelievable nice. Anyways, I'm feeling wait. She waited. Umalo is a fine fact. Look. They turned out saying Nassan Ababli Ashmi. His name they called him Nassan Ababli. With the kilo, Ababli. Nassan in Chicago. Yeah. Shalom Aleichem, where are you guys from? What's your name? From Shalim. Shalom Aleichem. Woman, I met you before. A couple weeks ago. Because I asked if you were related to Moshe, or you're from Chicago. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, you said no. You said yes? A distant cousin. Your first cousin. I brought up. Wow, it's not killing me. But I did ask you that. Okay, great. And you, what's your name? 3 days ago, they said. What? All right, so what are you letting these guys sit in the same chair again? This is for the guests. The guy that comes, where do you live? Okay. At what point is a person not doing after 3 days? Yeah. They can stay there forever. Okay, so what do you see from here? The red? Huh? Oh, that's right. You're someone. What's your name? Really? The okay. Wow, what a fish. You mean he's by himself? No, there's a bunch of guys there the other day. You're the main guy, really? So, wow, you're straight up. How many guys do you have? 10 to 20. No, it's not every night. Every day. So, I said hello to you, but what's your name again? Say, not now. I said last. Oh, yeah, what's your name? Shalom Aleichem. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, got it. So basically, you learn with them more than you learn in America. You hear like every zone speaking. Yeah, divided. So, okay. Bishum, another one. Another nice, the same exact story. Shubha Makazalak in this kapoit here. Different place. Yes, usually when Shemali Ben Orishim Maze. A woman came to me, she said her first son died. Did I tell you? The match happened a few days ago in the Hadassah hospital. The shade even makes. Second one died. So then she came to the third kid. We used to show you Yorick. Now this kid is green. That's weird. And I realized that the tzad is he just doesn't have enough blood in the system. Fat's about the fat, but the way we done bris. There's another problem. Two problems. He's green. You don't do a bris, the green kid. But even if they did a bris, if you know blood to come out, you know how tough and sound is. It'd be very problematic for the actual bris. Mikey Law, PT, my daughter. Hanakini Law, actually the dumb. Wait until before it's like let it get absorbed into the body. No, over here we just need a little bit more blood. So she waited, and then she did the whole paranoid in Nosana Babli Homer after Hano, the Kabul Chair. What if the lung looks such a powder? This is like for illustrative purposes only, but if it looks a little bit like a liver, the color of a liver, Share, it's okay. We're talking about the lung, right? The lung looks like liver. It's a bit sort of it's red like meat. Grateful. No good. This see, mama. So we boss about some tape. To play with words over here. Obviously, we're talking about a tape in this passage. It's the vessel. If the lung looks like vessel, trafer, it is full. Roxanne says, the son of brother says, hi, Rio, the Daniel, so now we're looking at the yellow colors from Rico. I'm so excited to share this with you. When I went on a Moroccan trip, so the bus driver says we're going to the market, and everybody's like, how do you buy in the market? I say, yeah, I'm about to get there. What you do is you prices, and then the guy gives you the price, and whatever the price is, basically you have to knock him down to 50%. If it doesn't work, so you leave, and he runs after you, and the whole game come back, and eventually he'll give it to you for 50%. So I'm waiting the whole trip, to like try to say, we're in the marketplace, and these guys are buying shirts. I need something for the shirt. So that's saffron, So I'm gonna buy saffron from Morocco. Maybe I'll bring it. So Benny Kamuni has a whole video of it. It's worked out beautiful. So I go in, and the guy, I say, how much? He says 50. 50. So no, I'm gonna give you another gram. You're gonna get extra gas, that all gram. I want you to knock off some money. No, I can't knock off money. 50. No way. No. 50. So I remember the guy said, you walk away. So I walked away. And the guy didn't come running after me. So I, like Ashkenazi American tourist, turn back, go back. I go back. So now he starts playing music. He's not talking to me, he's breaks. Like, hello, I want to buy that. Like, hello? So then his brother shows up. Good cop, bad cop. Yeah, look this guy like, let me sell it. And what my brother trying to sell to you, that's garbage. I'm going to sell you the real stuff. How much total? 300. But that cost 100. I'm like, no, wait. I'm the first guy ever in Morocco. Instead of paying 50, I paid 100. I'm nice to show you. I can't make the stuff up. I paid 100 for this. But I'm happy I did because the Mesa, I just realized that if you look at the saffron, it's red. And we're talking about yellow. Oh, and that's what he said. Look at my story compared to my brother. And then when I fuck that shit, boy, I'm not. Benny, am I making this up? Not even a little bit. If you look closely, there's yellow here on the top. And that's what he's trying to tell me. This is the good fire, it's yellow. And that's the part of the saffron that we're going on. Not on my white shirt, but over here. Okay. Smell the saffron. But here's the kicker. Last night they told me, Shaita, here in Eretz Yisrael, you get better spire for half the price. It's 25 shekel a gram over here. This is okay. That's it. Morocco. It is one of the most expensive gold. But it looks like hops. I don't know why I have the picture of hops, but not so yellow. But I really enjoy this picture. I'll tell you why, because I took this picture from 7.5 years ago to show you what it looked like before Yoshi. How the saffron is in smaller letters. I probably didn't know how to make the box larger, but I love this part. I wasn't aware that those checkerboard things, that's you're supposed to click on it and those disappear, and you get a geschmack picture. I thought it was part of the picture back then. Yeah? I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. But anyways, I have a lot more from this. So, the back of it. Shoots are hops with the Mariko. These are all okay, good answer. But this one we can relate to. This is the yellow of the egg. So we don't know a yellow lung shaper. By the way, I gotta show you this one real quickly. All different colors. You said the blue is kosher, yeah?
Pay close attention to the colors and the name. What's the value?
Great.
Colorblind?
Okay. 5. So different colors are different. Office yellow is straight. Hello, asked the Gemara. You look at the Kshera, this green that you said is kosher, Ekidami, Chikarsi. That's like Greek. Green like Greek, that's kosher. Rabino, Otum Bereya. If you have a frog, long, you have a beautiful video here. I don't know how you do this without the video. Check this out. If you blow up the whole lung and a little part of the balloon doesn't blow up, you have a problem. That's okay. Everything's blowing up, and that piece that he's holding is not blowing up. What do? By Sino Sakino the Karina, you take a knife and you tear it. Here's the book you see inside there's a bunch of pus. But that one, even though you tear it, so certainly it came from the pus. That's why it's not blowing up. But the actual lung is in good condition with Shera and its pressure. Rely, and if it doesn't, if there's no pause, we spin out of that for Roka. This is the trick we saw yesterday. Mark Ashkenazi doing. He's carrying a feather. Even the baskets of Shera, if it moves around the right, the spittle bubbles, that it's kosher. That means it's intact. The lung, trephine doesn't have bubbles. It's trephine. If you have a scab that came from a wound, the lung, this is a trace lung. Why? Because the scab is going to fall off, the hole will remain, and then it's back. So this is something I had yesterday word for word. If you have a one that's hissing, it's making sound. If you know where the sounds come from, but you know, that's why you take some spittle, you put it on it, and that's a trefa. If it bubbles, then it's straight. Now, why would it be kosher if it's hissing? Obviously, there's a hole somewhere. No, if you don't know where the hole is, my sin is I always like this. It's a riddle. Not everybody knows it. It seems so simple. A lot of times in America, especially, you have a truck that doesn't read the sign on the walkway, the bridge, and the truck goes on, hits the bridge. Now, what do? Very simple. You lower, you take out here from the tire, and then you pull it out. Well, coming, you have here a tire that's pissing away. What do? You put it into a vat of warm water. You put it inside. You don't put in hot water, you don't put in hot water because it shrivels up. You don't put in cold water because it hardens. And if it hardens, you can fracture, it can break. Everything on the soil that you put it into. I gotta do this again because this is so schmack. When Mark Ashkenazi gives me the water. all the nuances. But if you want to see how it's done for real, this is not much for real. It's crazy. Also, unbelievable. You see the bubbles. You see those spikes at the bottom? That's here. Fill it up. Hose. Like in the fireplace. Fill it up. They take the part that's hissing. See those bubbles. Unbelievable. Trace. And I'm gonna show you put it in warm water in the vacuum seal tray. But if it bubbles off, like you just saw in the video, it's very low chair. But the problem is, how to be kosher if it's hissing? Where's this hissing coming from? Obviously, there's a hole somewhere. So the Gemara will tell you this. You know, like, there's 2 layers of the, what is it called? How do you say? Membrane. And the bottom one has a hole in it, so it's hissing, but the ear is trapped between the bottom one and the upper one, and therefore it's not a tray for long. The upper membrane doesn't have a hole in it. The reason why you hear a hissing sound, it's the ear that's escaping from the lower one, but being trapped by the upper one. We have an incredible video of Mishpach Yidden. If you blink, you're going to miss it. Here you have lung, and you see that something's wrong with this lung. Look what happened. It pours out like a barrel. Crazy. Now, is that kosher or not? Believe it or not, that's kosher. Shayra, why? How the Kasar, because obviously he holds Kasar Mishnim which make Kasar. And since the problem with this one is from the inside, that's not considered the problem. It's very Rabbi Abba, the Hula, you have a lung that has a hole in it. It says in our Mishnah, a hole. So what's the kosher? It's missing. Now the problem is, isn't every hole something that's missing? So why the double loss? It has a hole and it's missing. What's the obvious answer? I think I explained it. You have a hole that's not missing. I can take a screwdriver, push it through the lung. It's going to have a hole, but nothing's missing from the lung. The whole flush is there. And then you have a drill, made a hole with the drill, that's going to be missing. The parts are going to be gone. So, more on to prove from this. My cholesterol, it's missing from the outside. I mean, isn't that the same thing as a hole? You must say the cholesterol means from the inside, and you see that if you have a start from the inside of the lung, that is a problem. Not like you just said that if it spills out water like a ketone, that's kosher because it's in the inside. What's not enough summer if it's shmei kasar? It is a problem when the kasar is inside. No, what it means is that the Kisara is in the outside. Who the problem is behind the mikvah? You ask me a question. Prove it to me because then it's identical to the problem solved with the mikvah. The three colors swimming, the basis and points. Basis and points are those. The Rankai, I think they call. So he says you need the hole has to be all the way down to some points. We have a great video of that. Here we go. Check this out. Here's a hole. And it has to be all the way until the Brankai. This is all, by the way, all created by our artists. Unbelievable stuff that they did. And immediately naked the Leslie Kisar. I thought about it. You should get a guy to donate the entire year of the artist. $300,000. I mean, all this art on him. This is a hole that doesn't have a concern. Check this out. What? Okay, whatever. Don't be a cop. So, I didn't say taste for the whole thing. That would be the thing. So, anyway, the one on the right you can see is literally missing meat. The one on the left is not missing anything. It has a tremendous hole, but it's not missing. How many like the left side? The one on the left. We're talking about the one on the left. Why do you have to have a needle or whatever it is that goes all the way to the brown guy? Because it's not missing meat. So you have to go deep. Sorry, I'll be the rich and white. A hole that's missing meat, you don't have to go all the way to the brown guy. Even a surface wound would also be a problem. Let's just do this because we have a long doc tomorrow as well. Rabbi Hanania Chalach. Rabbi Hanania was sick and dying. All the Gaber Rav Nosson b'chol Gdolei Adar. All the Gdolim we had Rav Nosson in staff with the Bris Milah. Two scores is the third part. Now, I was thinking about it, because I just went to visit a sick person, and always think about his shtusim. We had yesterday also, we had the two guys who run away from the army. What does Mor say? Oh, he said, the guys are on you. You start fucking learning. Here's a person who's dying.
Yeah, what up?
Fucking learning. What up? But calm him down. I see Kamei Reya, Shalish Bakito. They were understand fools, you know, how's the chemo going, how's it doing? Shalish Bakito, how's this lung? This lung, they pour out like water. And he says, Ma'achira. It's kosher. However, with the kind of synchronized, you have to make sure that the bronchi are intact. I mean, if the lung looks, I'm not going to show the picture now. I have it here somewhere, but kids are. Here's an empty lung. You have everything, but it's all tagging road. The synchronized time. So what you do is. How do you know if the bronchi are intact? You take a piece of like a bowl of earthenware that's glazed. You shall pin it all together and you pour it out into that bowl. You should take a look at this. Here we go. Something like this. You take a bowl and you pour it out into the bowl. So of course the bowl is glazed and everything, so you can see very well things going on. There has these little white strands in there. You know that there's bronchi in there. That means that it doesn't have bronchi. Below, it doesn't have any of these, what are they called? Streaks. If it doesn't have streaks or strands, it's caution cherry. Why? Because the bronchi are intact. Rabbi Isai had a wonderful
Sometimes text is more cautiously scientific approaches, especially as theories like the multiverse, theories no doubt the Earth is related, untested. Nevertheless, even without empirical proof, ideas pushed to the boundaries of accepted thinking.
Good morning. Boy, I could go with the Hoyt trap boy. To the famous one and only Ellie Giller became a cousin. Today I did vodka instead of regular water. All right, listen to this. This is one of the most exciting announcements. In Paris, there's a live cheer every night at 8 o'clock Paris time, which coincides with 9 o'clock Eretz Yisrael. There's a satellite location. This is huge also. Huge. The new Manchester satellite location goes live. Over 40 people, Rabbi, there were 40 people here. Jimmy Lightman. Huh? Unbelievable. And Jimmy did all the furniture there. He built this out. The stones and everything. The socks. Ron Weiss is in the back. If you look all the way in the back, there he is. In the right, bottom right picture, let's see. Very good. Zanzibar got the furniture then? It's done. Yolanda Vidivici. The Kessler is available. The Schus HaKlaf with Bamidbar, my official. The Schus HaKas, the what do you call it? The Choichin, the whatever it's called. Personally, with Yayad. Secretary Gift, 23 cards available for shared sponsorship. Who are the 23 tzaddikim that decided to share the sponsorship? So just this morning I discovered a big one. Amudim now available for shared sponsorship. All the Amudim are sold out, and like 8 or 9 already shared. Already they're starting to share. Tests are available for sponsorship. So everybody, Yishkar Gadol shows a lot of heart. Give back and share your heart for the same price, obviously, same price. But there's all the way in Devarim, if you look at the second one, all the way to the right. Second, Shoftim, the bottom, the fans can not only give a whole chumash, a parsha, he also shared. He's a sharer. It wasn't always like that. When he was a kid, he wasn't such a sharer. But now he's a sharer. So proud of him. Shared Amudim. So these are the new guys that cheered today. Paul Yafiyali, Nata, Shuka, Mayor Jider, Neil Green, Paul Seidler, Sophie Goldfarb. So I got to do one row here. We have to start knocking these things out. Elchanan Pressman was the third row from the left, or the second from the right. Yaakov Maltos latest. We said this one. Mayor Vider, we'll say again. Yossi Rasner, Shuli Friedman, Naftali Friedman, Chaim Pilchik, Ari Chaimowitz, the famous. I think I even have a video of him today. Chaim Klagsbiron, he really elevated our trip. Ari Chaimowitz, he's a photographer, but you mask him, elevated 100%. Elevated the Morocco trip. Chaim Klagsbiron, Shlomo Shani Levinger, Kobe Saka, Mayor Dambi's here. Benzi Weber, Gigi Mechlowitz. Eric Gigi, the famous Gigi from, what is it, Manchester or London? Manchester. Eric Schwartz, Mutti Laser, David Bamshed, Alyssa David Hirsch, Shai Schwartz, Yitzi Salinger, Yoeli Yitzi Friedman, Avi Dahan, Mordechai Kobe, Yehuda Krafold, Yehuda Suskin, and we're going to stop here. But, on the last row, the second from the top is Mr. Machloikis himself. Hello, Kamiansky. Rabbi Isaiah, the official of the Shechulin has arrived. They're arriving a little late, unfortunately. That's the pains of I guess of labor or something like that. All orders are shipped. People are picking them up from the sale locations. Libet Ayoim, Nishmas, from Chaim ben Rav Yosef, the father of a dear friend of MDY. Yes, very dear. On his Yosef today. Ben Tzvus brings simchas to the Mishpata B'Torah. Amen. Yeah, look. I walked into his son. I still don't know his name at all. He doesn't look like me at all. But we're brothers from the same family called MDY. So what did you start? What? Rockets? Really? When did you start with rebellion? Eruber. Wow, he's an old timer. And now he's catching up with nothing but the top. I'm above the Mitzvah side of the and now we're brothers. Hi. What's your name, Doctor? Esher Raska. I'm in Monsi, random restaurant, and never saw this place. That's right. Real Benedict. Is down Chacham, really trade for lots of them. Perhaps we might infer also that it's also refers to one who's self-aware and sees his own faults. This is the Royal Trade for lots of them. Yes, that's right. Yesterday, it's better later than ever. I got this, I said it in the Hebrew share, but Moshe Handler's son, they did a chassid Torah for him, and I guess it was yesterday. Ravali, here with the Choshev Bacha. What's your name? Yosef Tower. How long have you been after Ravali? Since Marcus. What yeshiva you learning? Where's that? Lakewood? What's it like in yeshiva? You still do the daf. How do you manage it? 2 in the morning. 7 a.m. he gets in the Bacha to do the daf. Wow. So he came up and was like, I want to film for Ravali. What must you have to say to Ravali? Ravali. Shema, very Shema. I've been enjoying listening to this. Hi, Ravali, from Ronen Elephant. I've been enjoying this particularly as a trauma surgeon. Here's a great example. The Gemara talks about a hole in the gallbladder covered by the liver as being kosher, while the scab over the esophagus not being kosher. Indeed, when gallbladder injuries are covered by the liver, they usually form adhesions which close the hole, while injuries of the esophagus do not heal on their own. They don't scab, getting worse if not repaired surgically. The anatomy is really fun to learn, and amazing how much they knew back then, says a surgeon. Dear beloved rebellion, my name is Yossi. I live in Tekla. I was recently on for one day at a Shulchan Dear. I had an opportunity to watch the Shir live for the first time. I really enjoyed the Shir. Many years ago, I learned that the only was successful to you. For the past few years, I haven't been learning. Bezos Hashem, I hope to stick with the Shir because it's delivered in an amazing way and clear and accessible. And now, for my question. My wife and I have differing opinions about the opening of Shir, so the crowd responds, to the Rav's reading. I'm connected to it very much, but my wife, less so. I'm curious, how does this minute begin with blessings, Yossi?
Yeah, time and looking like listening to shit.
Nobody really knows, and nobody cares, but no, like I try to stop it. I myself am not so into it, but I tried, and that was like one of the worst things I ever did. I got the most hate mail for that. I will lean that to never try again. It gives a certain injection, especially the Hebrew Shir. It's like it lifts up the oil. It's like everybody's ready to go. It's like a shot of caffeine. Boy said we have a big guest on Zoom. I don't know if Ayala can pass him in. Let's see if the Chassan himself, the Belly Geller, a boy side. Seven Doivo, Mazel Doivo, Mazel Doivo, Seven Doivo, yeah, Big simcha. Very simcha. What? Yeah, it's very, very big simcha. Wow. All right, the lucky girl, what do you say?
Shana Smollett.
Something like that. Whatever.
Shana Smollett.
Okay. Shayla. Smolin. That's right.
See, you got it.
Okay, fine. We will skip this. Skip. We'll have to go to this. Visual edition. Harry Rosenstein asked if he can make the shear a little bit quicker today because of his Kodesh. He doesn't want to finish off with 10 o'clock. So for him, visual edition anyway, shots the Sefta Zilial Shor, Karen, Ilana Mary, Davidovici, Nishmas, Shai Ben Aaron, Yutebas, Avigito Basa, Brohom, Vidaf, Mem Vov, Anonymous, the Nishmas of Chaim Ben Yosef, Shtarugoff, and Lavit Siva. David Salomon, our daughter's engaged. What? David Salomon? No, can't be. Okay. It says it. It's in Furish. Maybe it's a different David Salomon. Mazel tov. Of course, Mazel tov. It's like, I'm shocked. It's one shock to the next. What? Ding the share. It's all solo here. Share sponsors, David Salomon. Look at the Kisser Hashem. I just said his name. It's here. Dedicated in memory of Avi Meir. I thought his oldest one was like 11 years old. I like it. I'm a little out of it. Okay? Shmuel Baruch Chaim Tzvi Deutsche Horn of Rafa. It was sponsored by the Positive Family Foundation. Gary consortium in the alliance and all the groups support MDY. Anonymous. As well for the Rukins of Begashmias, and thank you to Chief Benny. Shmuel and Ahuva sister, Shukzina Tzlocha, and matches from our children. Anonymous. The complete report, Shleiman Arichas Yom Kalev Esther. The Yomen Daniel Rosenfeld, Brios Simcha. Are you citing it? Will stay more, be married Ben Miriam. Anonymous. Will stay more, Rabbi Ruth and Ben Yehudis, and Avram Yishayim and Slava, the Vera Mate. The Spanish year sponsors in honor of the first three Bachrim in the Mexican satellite location, Shmuel Yuda, Abramchik, Moshe Laniado, and Inon Greenberg, 15 years old. Ruben Klein, in memory of Sarah Ratzakas by the prayer on your side, Kop Zayin Siva. David sponsors more than positive and siblings in honor of our parents' anniversary. May they have much nachas from all their children and grandchildren for many more years to come. Amen. This was Kanablumo Basil Yaakov Levin on a yard side. Transplanted to Parliament in the world of America, there was a family of many daughters of Nikoria and Yerushalayim by grandson Peretz Chaim Levine, otherwise known as PCL. Shimon. That's the last warning. Shimon Schneebel, in honor of Eli Stefanski, the schus of Shlomo Yeshua ben Chano, anonymous with the schus of Yitzchak ben Leah and family, bracha, tzlacha, healthy Yeshuas, anonymous with the merit of Ruben Elio ben Baruch from Shlomo, from your friends, amen. And the white kids sponsors conventions on seas, the schus, or give a simple ben Pego, and Rivka Yudis, Basiat Fire. Where you guys come from? Yerushalayim? What do you look for in the mirror? What do you learn? That really? Now we have buses all the time. And do I art? First name you want to name the Shem Bracha, first name you want to Esther, the first Ayel David Yosef Ben Ayel Esther. Now boys, here we go. Here's the question of the day. You can only answer this if you didn't hear yesterday's shiur. When is it a mitzvah or maybe a fear to daven that a fly shouldn't die? It's a question that they ask. Who did they ask? Rabbi Zubishter. When is it a big thing to dive for a fly? Not to dive. What? How do you know? You know the question? On Shabbos, when you almost killed him. Let's say you shoot the fly, and it's dying. Now you want to dive really hard, it doesn't die, because if it dies, then you're over until Shabbos. Go ahead, your questions. No, we're going to see it. Maybe we'll get to it today. I don't know. We're holding 6 months from the bottom of the page. We're going through the anatomy of an animal. Fascinating stuff. Just like a human being, an animal, even a bird, has a spinal cord. The spinal cord runs in the spine. It's protected beautifully on all sides by bony material. Flexible. It transfers. Talking like I know what I'm talking about. I don't. There's a nervous system that runs from the brain and goes all the way to the tail of the animal. Now, I said yesterday in the shiur, but I got to be careful. I said yesterday that my wife's son is buying a Doberman Pinscher. The same guy that bought. He has extra money. A guy that bought the Parsha. So somebody asked, Rebelli, you have to share. Rebelli is married twice? No, that's just the way that I'm describing my son. When he does crazy stuff. Not my son, it's my wife. The woman I'm married to, her son. And in fact, the people are it's gonna throw them into a frenzy. It's not a big deal. People in this room that I'm married twice. It's fine, it's great. Sometimes it's great. Me, I haven't been now. I was only married once. So, and she is only married once. We had a car. He's a great guy. Who would believe he's a coach? He's a coach, and you can't even get into him for like a half a year now. He's like and he doesn't show. He's not cheap. It's $2,000 a month, whatever. Because he's a good coach and daughter also. But they're two. They compete. Yeah, but they married a girl from Poland, who just shot them, and they have 2 children. I have a lot of nothing. Okay, so this guy. Why am I saying this? Because Dorian Pinscher, if you ever look, I don't have a picture of it. Dorian Pinscher, they cut off their hair. Why? Because it makes them look meaner than they are. They cut their ears, like they make them pointy, and they're not born with that little tiny tail at them. They have a normal long tail. They snip it off. Does the dog die? No, to live on, but it's part of the eye. It's part of the slip of shed. All that to that little piece. So what? We said even by sheep, a lot of sheep, because the sheep also used to have giant dahlias. They cut off eventually. I don't know, genetically fine. I called upon it. I watched more of the spinal cord. Here's a picture of Dorian Pinscher. Maybe Gary. Maybe Dave could send to Gary and Gary will put it in. And so at what point of the Pita Shidra of the spinal cord could you cut it and not damage the animal? Oh, it's a fascinating story. The Shmuel Salant in Yerushalayim, they brought them a chicken. After they checked it, they found it was full of lice. And they asked him, what is this? She said, it's trafe. Trafe. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Shmuel like Diskin, heard about this and he's very, very surprised. And he sent the shliach to Shmuel Salant says, we're in halacha of the same scripture. Where'd you get this? Keenan is great. Oh, good. So he wrote back that it's strange because why does it have lights? Because it can't pick it off its back. Why can't it pick it off its back? Obviously, its neck is broken or something. It has a broken bird. And when Shmuel Dissin stood up when he heard this thing, they say he stood up. He said, "Wow, what a like." Got outside of the box. Here's the boy said, "You want to know what a dog is? This is a larger one. What happened? It went away. My dog and me. No, that's not it. You put a different one. I want to see the tail. Gary, the one with the tail. Okay, those are the pointy ears. Okay, we got the ears. Then we'll get a 5. So, here it is. With the tail. No, you're fine. Why? Don't ask me why. Really catch it from my fine. Let's read. Maybe doesn't want my right to visit ever. I don't know. Great. I've been up for us. So, look, this is what I worked on with Yoshi, the colors and the whole thing. This has been up for us. But I'll show you this now. So this is what I did from that. I took that and I made it into this. Now, I'm going to add a little addition here today. Today's edition. I want this to work. This is the head of the animal. Fine. Maybe. The other name. Okay, here we go. Fine. This. Okay, this. So the spinal cord goes from the head, goes all the way down, all the way to the tail. These are the parashas. These guys. This is where it starts splitting off. It splits off before, but these are the main splits. The first one occurs by the hind leg. Like 2 fingers later, there's another split and then another split. Every time it splits, it gets the spinal cord gets weaker and weaker. The first one is this blue one. The first you come here, obviously if you cut the spinal cord in this area, straight. But when you get to this area, the blue, the beta parashas, bain means between the first parasha, and the second one, between the 2 splits. This area is no good. Now the Gemara is going to ask right away what it means. The Gemara asks this all the time, and it gets, throws people into a frenzy. It only lasts for 35 seconds. It just means, does it mean up until the blue, or it's up until purple? It includes the area between or only up until. So, all right, Shmuel, I've been up for us. Rav Dimi Bar Yitzchak got a kapoy in the midst of the Beit Chazoy. Rav Dimi went to Beit Chazoy. Also coming to Rav Yehuda, he saw Rav Yehuda. All right, listen, can you please show me exactly the area of between the parashas? Show me the animals. All my land. So he says, go get me a coat. I'll show you that. Isolate Dishamas. He thought, let me spend a little money. Let me do it right. Let me get a nice gunta, as they say, a festa or a fat goat. Amalei, he brings him this nice goat. Amalei, no, this is too much fat. It's hard to discern, to see how do you say pitsul in English? The splits, it's hard to see these splits where the cord splits. Now, the reason why these arrows are in the wrong direction, it was a mistake probably in terms of, I asked you to flip it because I want to get to the point here. There's a point. But that's why people might be confused a little bit. It's going this way. So, you should really turn the, okay, fine. I see now that visually it's just confusing. So, here, I'm going to ask Gary. Gary, do me a favor. You see these arrows? Flip them on my thing, please. Zohar Gemara. One day it'll be doable. One day this will be digital. Like cut out digital. Shalom, what's your name? You. Shalom, from where? You look familiar. Ah, that's what it is. I thought I'm like a genius. I'm getting better at this. Wow. Okay. And you guys, what's your name? And then this is? Oh, Yeshua. Then what's your name? So, Yadu Yeshua from Woodmill. Wow. All right, Shalom Aleichem. So, Isolate, he goes out to the store again, Isolate couple. Goes and gets him a skinny one. Oh, the fat is no good because you can't discern, you can't see it. So a skinny one, you probably see it. I'm like, no, that's also not good. We learned about the book of the Atma, that ball and the beeping, what do we call it? The ball and the socket. So the spinal cord runs down that ball and socket, and because it has no fat, it like gets squished into it. That's a word, right? It gets you can't see. Amalei, so Rashi says he was in a big rush. Rabbi, they needed to get out of there. Amalei, let me just tell you what I learned. Forget the visuals. Let me just tell it to you. So going again from the head over this direction until number one is treifa. Up to this point, up to the blue, 100% treifa if it gets cut. Right. Shlish is sheira. The red one, everything behind that is kosher. Shliya. The second one, the purple, I don't know. Right, I'm going to bring the Rishon. Now we have to not. Oh, that was over when he said up until, did he mean up until the blue line is straight, but past the blue line is a suffix? Or past the blue line until the purple is actually straight 100%? He meant one. One means from the blue line all the way to the purple is all considered one. It's the one area. From purple all the way to red is the two area. From red all the way to the tail is the three area. Is that what he meant or no? Up until the red, up until purple, up until blue. Maybe it's up until the blue point is treifa, 100%. From the blue until the purple now is a suffix. From the red on is 100% kosher. And the second one I don't know. That's why I messed up and I made these funny looking arrows. Because the point is the point. When I'm coming from here, when I bump into this little point, this triangle, is this safe or not? I need to know, what about in the area of the blue? It's up until, is it including the blue? Where is it 100% free? Well, I'll ask you more. If it includes this entire area between the blue and the purple, if this is straight 100%, what about on the actual cord going up and going down? On the blue cord, is this straight or not? She says, no, but this is a cord. This is a cord. The cord that's coming down, this is straight. This here is straight. What about over here? So I have a right to say that's not straight. Why? Because it says, Toshma, Haparosha Tidan Kibasa. This, the actual blue, the actual purple, the actual red is like flesh. It's like flesh. It's kosher. It's not straight. No. My last verse is showing you still. The first referring either to the blue and the purple, that it's kosher. No. What I meant that it's meat is only the third one, the red, and that we're done with the spinal cord. This we can put away for 7.5 years. Probably not going to use it again. If another one, Magachir, wants to do that, you could just go to this, take this and cut it out on a piece of cardboard. I printed it, took a piece of card, glued it, then cut it. I could go first. It's interesting. You want to print on mine? No, it probably came later. I have three ribs like over there. They should probably insert it later. Okay, fine. What about on the bird? This gets interesting. The bird also has a spinal cord. Take a look at the bird. Look at the bird. Now, the reason why we're showing the wings forward is very important because that's part of the system. So let's take a look at the bird again. The bird, you see, its wing is connected at one point. So one sheet is at that point. The Shloka says from the brain, go from the rooster's head and down, and when it hits that point where the wing attaches to the body, that's where it's a treifa. Everything below that point, if you sever the spinal cord, it's kosher. The next sheet is, now look at this, I didn't know this. Well, obviously those who eat chicken or deal with chicken think pennies. It's kosher. It has 3 bends. It has 3 joints, this bird. Not like similar to an animal's leg. You know, it has, not like a human that we only have 2 bends. And we have the ankle. But he has like 3 serious bends over here. Take a look. And then Mela, he says it's the whole. So it's until the end of the wing, the bone of the wing, not the feathers of the wing, but the bone. So until the red arrow. So you look at the spinal cord coming down the head until the red arrow. Meaning until the red arrow. But again, if you want to argue exactly on these, this is just to like the most I was able to understand it, then you might argue it's a little different, okay? Exactly the connection to the body, which is at the blue arrow. I was standing, says, in front of Benhazi, and brought up Bershon, who bought that as being a Gapayim. They have this problem, so he checked until the joint, the blue arrow. All of a sudden, the Sholach plays the Benasiyah. The Nasi, we had yesterday, the Nasi says, I need you, Benhazi, immediately. He takes the chicken, puts it down on the table, and walks out the cover. He says it's a real shame. Because I don't know if it's because he was done checking. Perhaps he said, you know what, I'm not checking, but I gotta go. The Nasi calling me, I'm sorry, in the middle of checking, I'm not even gonna take another 3 seconds to check the rest. I'm done. I'll never know. Next, Sugya. We learned in the Mishnah if the liver was removed completely, it's a trait. So anybody can infer on the Shtayer Meno Klum Kera. So if a little bit of the liver remains, it's kosher. Why? Because the logic will be it regenerates itself. It's the one body part that regenerates completely. You don't need a full size. And if this sounds familiar, it is because we already brought these Mishnayos and we discussed this before. But it says that you need, before it's in the Mishnah, it says, it's an honest Mishnah, it says you need at least a Kazai left over. Or Rabbi Zimikashio, or Rabbi Shio, or Rabbi Shimon by Rabbi. It's a Machloikis. Rabbi Shio holds that you're right, and Mash is enough. Or Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon, the son of Rabbi Yudanos, the son of the wealthiest man of the generation, he was as wealthy as the king. Sigmo's his best friend Antoninus. He had a lot of money. And his son, Rabbi Shimon, inherited all this money. He's a wealthy kid. He holds as we example. What? He holds Rabbi Zorik law. Rabbi would throw out the river, ready the Kabbalah. So one would ask themselves, who in the world would throw out river? I'll tell you this. One of the biggest machlokes I ever had with my son's mother. My wife. One of the biggest machlokes. You were all there. You didn't see us fighting, but one of the biggest contentions. I bring it up all the time. I can't let it go. This happened a long time ago. But basically, we were making a suicide doll for my son, and you spoke there. Really made me cry. And we got this fancy caterer, and he said, "Okay, this is for the first course. I'm gonna do this, and liver." So my wife says, "No, we're not doing liver." So I told the caterer, "We don't need the liver." He said, "Okay, but I'm not giving you a refund. I'm not replacing. I'm not giving you money back." So I said, "Okay, fine, liver." I told my wife, "No, he's not. By me, I'm not table. You're not going to serve liver. I hate liver. You can't even look at liver. You can't serve." I said, "Yeah, but these are Israelis. They love liver. They not much love liver." Sorry, I don't like liver. So I said, "Yeah, but you don't like cranes. You're not going to go for it." Listen, you have to understand the difference between crane and liver. You don't understand? You don't understand. But liver, not a kid side of it. But it's for free. Put it down. What do you see? But a lot of people understand this, but the amount of can't be serving. Can't be serving. Anyways, so there are people that take that liver and toss it. No, of course they didn't serve it. We would have needed another suicide dog if they served it. That's what it's. So. But Hasidim, like they eat Ivan too, they like it. They don't live like they want to do ikrim. I'm going to tell the Olam, I said this last night. There's someone that said that live airlift. It's to live with airlift. If you eat liver, mamish gives you it's good to live like a. It's not your car. Don't worry about it. They're not smashing your car. We're gonna come that way. So I don't know what that is. All right. So Zok Gemara. What happened? The son of Rabbi Shimon said, "Don't worry about it. It's just a garbage truck." Mark, who's in Phoenix, Arizona, is telling me that the noise outside is a garbage truck. How does he know? I'm supposed to trust him. That is the weirdest thing that ever happened. Weirdest thing in the He's telling me what's happening here. He's in Phoenix. Maybe he's on the cameras. How does he know? Gary, how does he know? What? But, okay, he's right, but how does he know? He sees it on the camera for real? He's looked into our cameras, Hashem Yerachim. Like the Shin Bet. Okay, so they said that the Israelis were in Iran, in Iran, in all their cameras. That's how they got them back then. At the beginning of the war, in their cameras. Fine. Marks in their cameras. So, no. I just want to take pshat over here. Simple pshat, Rashi says. Reb Shimon held that when you eat something that the animal's neshama is dependent on, Reb Machlokes is a liver something that the neshama is dependent on. Everybody knows that without a brain you can't live. You call a liver something that the neshama is dependent on. So he says yes, and that's why he ate it, because when you eat something that the neshama is totally in it, then it heals you, it makes you healthy. And in Mela, it needs to be at least the kazayas. It's neshama tluyah, it has to be something worthy, a kazayas. But Rupiah says no, it's garbage. You throw it out. It's not nothing, and I don't eat it. It's not the neshama tluyah, so it's a mashu. Rashi says it's dependent on that. In Mela, you see monach. Shirin Mekamtin. You should know that wealthy people are stingy. I said this before, I'll say it again. What's the pshat? Because Rebbe makes wealthy. Some people say because they're stingy, they're wealthy. That they know how to save. In order to be wealthy, you have to know how to save. If you spend money on cars and nice stuff, on shoes and all, you never have enough money to invest. Huh? Suits. This funny guy, suits. Oh, but he was super wealthy. Morris Farmers. Me and my wife went to visit him. I'll just say, we went to visit him. My nephew actually lives in that house that he showed. He says, "Oh, I gotta show you something." So I go to his house. He has a room. I want to say like maybe 15 by 15. That's his closet. And I've never seen anything like this in my life. 2 rows all the way around of suits, and all the suits were one company, Brioni. A Brioni cost upwards of 5,000, I think it is. Something very, very expensive. And every suit was in a plastic bag. and every plastic bag had a tie and cufflinks with it. It's like, and he had a granite table in the center. He starts taking it off. He starts showing this one and this one, and this one has a tie, so he doesn't have to pick the tie. But Maury, how are you gonna wear? Like, how can you possibly wear all these suits? It's for Shabbat. Like, he doesn't. As always, that was his thing. Maury, he owned all those nursing homes. Maury didn't know. Yeah. Oh, he never wore it. I thought you said he never wore it. Oh, he never wore it on Shabbos. On Shabbos, he was the Golad Darn. He was Mamsh Golad Darn stuff. He gave crazy stuff. Anyway, Zok Gemara. Yeah. No, so I was saying that a Gvir, Akash Baruch Hu does a chesed with the Gvir that it makes him he has a certain kindness, a stinginess that for him, every time he gives tzedakah, it's a mitzvah. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a mitzvah. It's nothing for him. Bill Gates gives $100. It's like pumps him shoving for sure. Or what's his name? Elon Musk, trillionaire. What's $1,000? It's not. So, but if it hurts, so even $1,000 is a mitzvah. Even $1 is a mitzvah for him. Why? Because it hurts him. You get schar based on how hard it's for you to give. So Akash Baruch Hu made it hard for you to give. Share your amud. Share your amud. If it's hard for you, you get more schar. Share your parashah, share your amud. It's just the way to give whatever, to make a Klal Yisrael matzah. The Sefer Torah. So the soldiers came to Pumbedisa. Araku Rabba V'Rav. This is a word that is everybody in Eretz Yisrael is very familiar. Arik means somebody that's running from the military. Araku Rabba V'Rav. They ran away from the military. Haga Behu Reb Zera. Reb Zera bumped into them. Says Taisus, Reb Zera wasn't scared. He didn't have to run away because his father worked for the king. He's in charge of the taxes. You got a tour, exactly. Now it has to be. You have to understand. The boys are here in Eretz Yisrael. They have. I forgot what it's called. They have a special number. What is it called? A special number? Kav Shachar. That if the police come to arrest you, or somebody sees you, you call the special hotline, and people show up immediately. Seva Shachar. We'll see in a second. So he calls them AWOLs, deserters. So they're running for their life, and he throws in a shtick of Torah. You should just know that when we're discussing, here's a nice healthy liver. There's a liver, and then you see the gallbladder. The gallbladder, the green guy is the gallbladder. It says when we say that all you need is a kazayis. So first of all, he mentions kazayis. We have a flight. Kazayis or mashu. Reb Zera, Haskins right now for now, it's a kazayis. But where? It has to be attached to the gallbladder. You can't just have here. You see the kazayis? This guy right over here is the kazayis. Yeah. That kazayis, and the rest is the tarpish, is the skirt steak, the sarefet, the diaphragm. All that white. It's gone. The kidney, the liver is gone. What's left? One kazayis. But it must be attached to the gallbladder. Otherwise, there's no way to live. Okay, I'll post a nice video.
Outside the ruins of the city,
He's super skinny.
in this atmosphere of disordered life, Newton arrived back in Cambridge and managed to gain election as a fellow. As a host, that provided him with a modest salary.
Okay, kazayis shabu can come more.
He also started to disseminate some of his findings in a limited way. For instance, he distilled some of his mathematical work into a tract entitled
Analysis by eminent seers, which then gave copies of to a number of colleagues. This was hardly the greatest example of academic self-promotion ever attempted. Its debate whether
You're in trouble. For which criminal?
was unable to follow the equations he laid
Exactly, Sean. Tomorrow.
It was nevertheless
Yeah, it's right. It's none of your you're a person that I really see this until I showed it last night in Shir. No, I live in the Shir last night, so it's fine. All types. Like this, this is. No, not that it's attached to the gallbladder. It has to be, but nothing. What are you friends going to say about it? Israel, okay. Not gallbladder, but look, take a look, kidney. That's attached to the kidney on top, right over there, like that. Omar Papa, Hilka, being Kazais, Mara, being Kazais, Mabon Shikaya, Raboisa, it has to be both, like this. You have two Kazaisim over, you see, two little Kazaisim, one is attached to the kidney, one is attached to the marrow. The famous part, everybody asks, why is it by a seal on himself? You say, Rami Bar Papa, Kalina Bar Papa, Sukkah Bar Papa, Ahoy Bar Papa, Rahim Bar Papa, Rahim Bar Papa, Sukkah. Said, fine. 10 sons. The Chacham was over the 10th Talmid Chacham son. Big thing. 10. That's the sons of all Talmid Chacham. Because 10 times in Shas, the Chacham makes shalom. And this is one of them. He says, not only you say Kazayis on the liver, and he says Kazayis on the gallbladder. Here, let's do both. You need both. So he's for each time, like Parshas Korach, each time, when he makes shalom, he gets his son, this is how it's happening. Boy, Rabbi Yehuda is like it now. What if you don't have a Kazayis in one place? You have a quarter Kazayis up, a quarter Kazayis down. Kiritzua Mao, we have a nice picture of Kiritzua. It's a sliver instead of a nice round ball. Rashi Kazayis Merulad Mao. What if it's flattened like a pancake? It's a Kazayis, but it's spread out and it's very thin. Does it have a chance to regenerate? Pickles. So we have to be watching it. Boy, you mean David Draco, about Dalgalo, the liver is attached to the diaphragm. And now it became loose. Umuhura Mitrapchel mouth. It's connected to the diaphragm, but like this. Let's call it something like that. Barely attached, little slightly attached here and there. So he says, what's the big deal? Who cares? If the shot is that you have to have a kazayis by the gallbladder, you have more than kazayis, you have the entire liver. It's not a problem that it's slightly attached. The issue is that he has a large liver and it's great. If you say it has to be attached to the kidney, so now we're moving on to the lungs. Lungs, Rabbi is what we deal with mainly today in traitors and Ashgacha and Mashgichim and all that. They're very busy with the lung. For some reason, I don't remember 100%. I'm pretty sure that when I was in the Shlach days, I was Europe a few times in Europe. They actually take all the lungs and they blow them up. I think they have like a compressor. They go, there's something that they do with one of the, I think it's the left. You can look at the surface. So, stop as a way to remember. How do you remember what daf in Sefta Schulim has to do with the lungs? Daf Nun. Because that's through the lungs, the animal is able to make sound, make a move. Shoshanam Safara also move. Okay, don't get confused with Shoshanam Safara fluid. Now, it happens to be that a lung has two. You're not gonna know the signal because you're using the name. A lung has. I'm repeating it for you. It has two coverings, two membranes, two. That's the signal right now. It has two. Which one is the one that makes a trade when it is punctured. Rav Shmuel Rav Asi Dahani. Rabbi Eli. It's the upper one that makes a trade. Rabbi Eli, the other one saying no, the bottom one. All Rabbi Yosef here, we have pictures for this, all pictures. Here is the upper one. It's a little exaggerated. The bottom one looks like a bunch of ketchup on a hamburger. It's the red clothing the Gemara calls it. It's a red layer. And this also has a hole, the height. Okay. Fine. Shmach. Looks very tasty. This red clothing that drapes that covers the lung, the mancha that the lung is laying in. Pshita, says the Gemara, you can be loved, you can that's hard. The upper one had a hole like this. Sorry. Like this. That's hard. The bottom one doesn't have a hole. That's all maggot. Why is there a second membrane? The second membrane, the bottom one protects the lung. And how do I know? The Rava, the Marava, I read the English. Rava says that if you have a lung that you peeled off, it was peeled off, the top layer peeled off completely, kind of sumta, like a red date. Here's a red date. Red date. Shera, why? This one actually has a hole, but if it didn't have a hole, that red date material protects the lung. So it says before that the bottom layer is a protection. The question is, if it's that will even be law, like over here you have a hole and you don't have the upper one, is that a problem or not? Magin or Magin is the bottom one. Since it doesn't have a hole, it has a hole, the bottom layer, but the top layer doesn't have a hole. Is there enough protection? That's what I'm saying. We will get to the thing. So this is Gishma. The halacha is that the upper one is not, doesn't have a hole in it. It does protect. So Rabbi Yosef, why? The Rabbi Yosef, when we were kids, they don't have it anymore, I think. But, you know, our bicycle, the tire used to leak air. So you take out the inner tube and you blew it up and you heard like a hissing sound. And how would you find where the hole is? You put it in water. And the smart ones would put it with a little soap, dishwashing soap, whatever. So that trick is more talks about. I read that you hear a hissing coming out of the lung. It's leaking air. If you see exactly, you know exactly where the sound is coming from. You take a feather, or spittle, or you take a piece of straw. If you see it moving, then it's a trade. If you like Shera, mamish like this, my boys take a look. There you go. Yeah, obviously it's not it. Those who don't know, this is AI. Me and Mark Ashkenazi. If you see the feather moving, great. Then it's a trade. If you like Shera. If you don't know where the sound is coming from, you take like a vat of warm water, and we see what you put inside. I saw here in the Pancheria of Yossi's place, they have a giant vat, and they even have a machine that pushes the tire down. And later you can see where the bubbles are coming from, but that's more for like semi-trailers and then tractors, that kind of stuff. No. Every time I go, they say you need new tires. They don't do it. You need new tires. You American Fryer. They say, okay. Also, when I was a kid, I think they still do it, but they used to use those for inner tubes. Everybody was walking to the beach with the black inner tubes. No, you guys remember that? And then you get all the way because everybody had an injury right over here from that where you feel the air. That would stick you good. If you got to be careful with that one. Okay. Because they're actually stronger, better, fine. But you don't use hot water because it shrivels up. You don't use cold because that stiffens it. And what happens if it stiffens? You get cracked. So you got to use warm water or thin line, you blow it up. Even back, so here we have another one. Check this out. Mars looks real. Great. So, where we came to, it's like not normal. That's all. If you like Chera, even if it's trade for, if you like Chera, if it doesn't bubble, it's kosher. That's all you give. So, but if the bottom one has a hole in either line, you give another one that. Why is it kosher? Because the bottom has a hole and not the other one. Now, what's the problem? Behind the Asha. The problem is you hear a hissing sound. So if you hear a hissing sound with fire, there's a hole. The seat of the baby, no, I'm telling you that what happened was it's like this. Here's the hole, and what you hear is the air coming out of the lower layer, but it's protected from the upper layer. It's being trapped, and therefore the upper layer is providing protection to the lung, and that's why it is kosher. Says the turning of the daf. And our global, we don't just transfer money, we transfer peace of mind. For healthcare, as discussed, all applies for it. If that already, HYK Rabbi, what do? They venture CFO services. They don't just give CFO services. HYK, Ayin Shom. What's going on here? They sneak these things in. Ayin is Sukkah David. Over at the high rate, the English. We're holding only 55 minutes out. We're not doing well. Over at the high rate, the English. Remember we mentioned that the lung, the lung looks like, but it wasn't. It looks like a red date. Whoa. The English guy, Super Chera. Rava, Reisha Dima. So if the whole thing is red, fine. Reisha Dima, if you got a bang, and that's why it's red, it's also Chera. It's only a part of it is kosher. Kula Chera. But if it's a majority, the whole thing was the whole lung became red, then it's a Chera. I don't understand what you're saying. It's also my time. Why is a small part of it kosher? The hydrovirus. If you didn't say it got a wound, you get banged and you see like blood. What is it called? And that's the blood comes to the surface, doesn't puncture the bruise. So eventually the blood is going to go back to where it came from, or whatever. Everything's going to come back to normal. So Kulanami has your body. So if you have a wound on your entire leg, it's also going to heal. So it's on the entire lung. What's the problem? Really, Tanya, didn't we learn Shai Shvatim in Muslim? And she hits him down. We're talking about Little Shabbos now. If you're gonna cause a kampola, injury to an animal, it's only if you cause the blood to leave the animal's body. But if it's just a bruise, you're not over. So too by a lung. You can name this one anyway. You know what? Let's compare it not to that, but to a rat. When it comes to the Shemona Shratzim, the whole rat, then even if the blood doesn't come out, if you see the bruise, that's considered killing the animal. Why? Because by then, it's not going to go back to normal. The blood is stuck. It's just as if it left the body. So maybe the lung is like Shemona Shratzim. That can't be. So then why are you differentiating between a small amount and a large amount? By Shemona Shratzim, if you injure it, you bruise the leg of the rat, you're over. You're a bit of Chabal on Shabbos. You don't have to do it by your body. If you tell me that the lung is like a rat, so even a small part also you should be over. Elamai is not like a rat, so then the whole thing shouldn't be a problem. So you know what? Elamai stuff. There is really no difference between a small amount and a large amount, and both of them are kosher. Rabbi Sai. Guten Chodesh, guten Jahr. Have a wonderful day. Where is this book? Studies world throughout the world. Today.
Writing about these modern disciplines of Egyptology, Orientalism, and archaeology, and the extra and the history of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia was still shrouded in mystery. Some of this work was historically based, and parts of it involved an eclectic blend of history and mystery.
Good morning, Raposa. This massive numerous Mr. Mordecai. Motzi Shabbos at the Baltimore satellite location. Look at this, over 10 people. It's unbelievable. Baltimore. The Zyper Boys also making a appearance in Vegas. I don't want to know. Knicks versus Daf Yomi, the Daf wins. Is that not Saturday? Is that a Remez? I don't know. I don't want to ruin it for those. He doesn't give up the Knicks. They got to let him play there. Staten Island, check this out. That doesn't care. This is a very confusing email. The guy tried to translate it for me, line by line. It's my first time learning Daf every day. I used to have 40 days in a row since I was introduced to before a decade or something like that. I learned the Daf sometimes not on a daily basis. I never really connected with English here. So the English just started to step up to learn the Daf more often, but not steady. And right before then, I said a good friend of mine, legendary tour guide, Itzik Leibowitz. I just jumped in my voice out. It's 1 week from now. You're going to miss me, I know. Oh, you're going to miss me. You're going to be gone for a long time. The whole thing was a typical path. Going for 2 weeks. I just bumped in Bemet. I just jumped in the deep end and didn't wait to start at the beginning of school. I started towards the end of the month. The kids are, got 40 days straight. That's what you saw. You got 40 days straight. And there's a second course in 2 days they told me we started doing that because of Itzik Leibowitz and the guy's statuses. He does status for every waterfall, every place he is, he does a status. I reached over there anyway. Okay. This one is in Hebrew. I'm gonna have to start expanding. It's 5 in the morning. I didn't go to sleep yet because I'm trying to figure out the last 10 years of my life. I just found a little notebook because I wrote down that I sat down when my wife was in recovery after she gave birth for her son. This was on a Friday of Shabbos, Zafar, and then was Purim. First time I heard about you was the 20th of the month. I don't remember what year, but it was basically like Safin, and I learned it wasn't Yitzifus. That's how I know. You wrote this down. That podcast and Bavatzia, I'm with you every single day. So I'm learning through YouTube, Zoom, in Hebrew. And he asked that I shouldn't say his name because his brother-in-law is due this year. Most of it I learned in English. I wanted to brush up on my English, which that's the stuff I hopped on him. Now, during function, I started learning in Hebrew. 2 days ago, I started learning with somebody on Zoom, Caruso. Why is he so excited? I learned with you 9.5 seconds. And before I knew you, I learned 11 seconds. So, anyways, you're up there. I don't know if this guy's up. Middle of the night, I don't know what this is. He's up 5 o'clock in the morning. He's touching the Nefesh. They finished 9 episodes. Give out. Now, how do you get this to go? Huh? Oh, it's a picture, not a video. I thought it was a video. No, this is the kid. He does the voice of Jordan MDY, and he has specifically Jordan. Look, yesterday I read the second row from the left because the second column because no one fixes in there. Because no one fixes here, so I'm going to use the one on the left. Michael Chesson, Moshe Brown, I'm with him. My boys are all I'm moving my phone up, so there. 245 years old now. People, I don't know what they're gonna do for 740 bucks. What else do you get for 720? Oh, you can do share. Do share. But you don't have an unlimited share. Which Amud is it? That's the whole point. Parsha, it's my Parsha. What is it? In between. Okay. You got Amudim and then you got the Bina Amudim. Moshe Brown, Moshe Indy Weinberger, Moshe Wargo, Moshe Kursky, Moshe Clearcover, Angie Hassan, Noah Fix, Nothing Gosens, Philip Spider, Billy and Esty Leibovitz. I said your son before you. Yes. But saying it doesn't go in any order, I don't know what's going on there. Philip Spider, Billy and Esty Leibovitz, Fallen Raphael Katab, Ruben and Kitty Epstein, Ronald Kagan, Rajan Jaffe, Sam Eider, Sam Kleiner, Sarah Navi Sherman, I recognize a lot of these names. Sarah Rivka Vezelblum, Sean Cohen, Sean Sofer, Sean Hepp, Shimmy Grouse, Shmuel Tesla. All these people, are all going to be embroidered on the mantle of Israel Hashem. You see the last name on the second column is Zeshbelsky. From CheersMarketTaylor.com. I don't even know if it's part of the share. Because Cheers Ahmed, Papa Smith, be part of Christ or what? When he comes to the show, he's over here. But I don't think he's part of he's in the share right now. They're not He's part of the share. Yeah, he's part of the share. They don't do this. He has a lot of shit that goes to. You worried? You getting worried? Who cares? As long as it's here. Oh, here it is. Somebody wrote in the news to me. Very good. Now that after I read it, it's telling me. The official edition of the White Shocking Seth is Evan Yao, Shalach, Eric, Ilan, and Mary, Davidovici, Davidovich, Revision Shishai Ben Aaron, and Yehuda Kavit Kusul Basabro. To remind everyone that Ilan and Mary Davidovici, they bought the name of the secretary for $100,000. Daf Mem Hey, Moses Lachman, for the merit of my daughter, Miriam Bas Bravo, to find the Zidin B'Torah of All Main. Look him up. His daughter is anything like him, to murder the Geshiva. David Salman, dedicated memory of every Murray with Shmuel Barkowski, the whole Masechta, the one and only corporate sponsor, ECOP here. It's Shmuel Barkowski, and the 10 sweet dollars. The Pakistan Foundation Gratitude Consortium and the Alliance and all the youth supporting the Lion. That's what the originals, cool guys, and thank you to Chief Benny. Shmuel and Arika Schuster for Kadimas, Nafa, and Nafas from our children of eight. Anonymous for Kadim, Full Stem, and Arika Shelton, the Leah Bassess, and these are all Masechta sponsors. Young Daniel Roosevelt, Shapiros and Simpa. Morgan sponsor, Ari Simon, and Full Stem, Obi Murray, Bob Henry, Anonymous, for Slam Off, for the Rhythm, Ben Yehudis, and Abram Shaya, Ben Slavic, Laura, Amay. Kishma. Anybody want to share ideas almost? The Spanish share sponsors. No, we should really know. Seriously. Every single person, I'm going to tell them what it is. Each person should get their own, and then decide if they want to share or not. Like this. Did you buy anything here? What? What word? Let's say Yisrael. You bought the word Yisrael. So let's say somebody else, his name is Yisrael, and wants to share your word. So you let him buy that word with you. Send him out. No, he's not going to get a deal now. Once you're in, you're in. The other guy pays even more sometimes. We had a guy, seriously, a guy here it happened. The guy paid for a no, the guy paid even more for the car. They have to be minimum as the original. The Spanish here, this is a weekly sponsor. The Spanish here sponsors in honor of the first three golfers in the Mexican satellite location. Shmuel Bronchi 15, Moshe Laniato 15, and Noam Greenberg 16. Ruben Klein, the memory of Sarah Ratza, Bas Barrel on the yard side, Club Zion Siva. Daily sponsors. Happy 70th birthday to Dr. Ellie Weinberger from Montreal, from his children and grandchildren. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday also you had a happy 70th birthday to a woman. 2 in a row. Mazel tov, Dr. Ellie Weinberger. Colby. He doesn't know what his own is yet. We're getting organized right now. Monthly. Conventions LLC as a sports factor, Simcha Bentega, and Ricky Hughes, Basiapa Fire. You know what? We should do a poll. I said that they should sell the plot of every parsha, just the plot, right? And somebody bought all the plot of the whole Chumash, my official. But for some reason, Mark Ashkenazi decided that it's not something to sell, the plot. Only the whole thing, not one parsha. So if anybody's interested in buying just one parsha, let Mark Ashkenazi know that he's wrong. Or you can let him know that I'm wrong, whatever, either way. Conventions LLC has discussed by Peter Simcha Bentega and Rivka Yehuda's Bas Yavachaya. There's a lot of 3,600 people, 3,600 and there's not a whole bunch of stuff to do right now. They're looking for stuff. Before Shlomo Yonah Ben Egan Ben Bashem Bracha. Before Shlomo Mordechai Ben Esther. Before Hayela Ben Yosef Ben Hayela Esther. The boy said this is a serious Eilu Treifas daf. This is like wow, that's more people masters than in the mothership here in MDY. Peter Ziegler, Frank Levin, Ellie Deichman. That's right. What is it? Shot is the that's what it is. You start getting creepy in the morning. Okay. That's what it is. That's what it is. They come at 1 o'clock in the morning because you get a free drink. No way! You came to a great cheer. That's this year. The doc is great. We're starting out with a little of Agaisa, and then we're moving on to a lot of different animal types. We're going to learn about them in great detail. And from head to toe, literally. Omer is like 12 lines from the bottom, maybe more. 14 lines from the bottom. Any Talmud Chacham. Who is considered a Talmud Chacham? A Talmud Chacham says Taisvus is a person who. No? He's not really relevant? You hear? Nothing. Who's Talmud Chacham? A person who has. That doesn't have to get seen money when he loses something. He does. She is iron. I recognize this thing, it's mine. A person sees his own animal and he looks at it and he says, this is a trade. Instead of trying to be Mayor Hector and coming up with every type of Hector in the world to eat it, he says, no, I'm going to be Machmer, not going to eat it. That's not the point. One reactions go, I just caught something in Facebook. Maybe. The shot is when he is so good at distinguishing between a trait and another trait by looking at it, so he can rely on his eyesight, on his fused iron, for singing also. Okay? Robert is the Asian servant of Thomas Yufia. What does it mean? I hate gifts. Royal treifa la'atzmoi. He says that this animal is a treifa. I'm not going to eat it. So he had a gift. He could have taken it for himself. No. Anybody who learns Chumash, Stein Mikra, understands it well. The son in lives in Stein. And he looks at his own animal and says, this is trade, I'm not eating it. He went ahead and he served Talmid Chachamim. There's a more constant talking about there's only learning from a foot. There's only doing physical shibus to a Talmid Chacham. I once had the course of bringing me along with being Rebecca Rice. We were talking to him, and all of a sudden says in the middle, he says, I gotta go be Menachem. No, you want to take me? I said, yeah. You have a hat? I wasn't wearing a hat. I said, yeah, I have a hat. So he says, okay, great. So, and I went with him, and then he started telling me what to do. He says, you gotta go like this, you gotta go like that, you gotta look through for me. And the whole time, I don't do. But he gave me directions. And then, first time, you say, gotta see the whole thing. You didn't tell me, like, moving around and certain things, but how to do it. It's not something you can read about, or like, on the spot. And they told, no, you can't take me. As long as I'm having time with him. In order to be a shamash, everyone else up there, you look good, when you want to be like a real strong player, everybody's real happy. You can come and Dennis and they still say, like, but a faker, that was Yes, am I exaggerating here? Okay. By the way, everybody told me that he didn't see the shear yet. But my guess is the shear's gonna watch. Huh? Then what? Oh, let's see what over here. Oh, Chiro Gemara. Time I Mishnah Shani says so. Very good. I like that. You're right. Rashi says it means to learn Gemara. To understand how to resolve contradictions in Mishnayos. It gets a Talmud. The Gemara talks about Mikra, Mishnah, and she was only on it. Thank you. You found it. Beautiful. All of that possible, so forget that whole scratch that whole thing. I hope he doesn't want to share. What up, Mark? Didn't look around. Says every story about me. All that possible, you get a better kisosha ashrecha v'toivla. The hard work from your physical hands, you're gonna eat ashrecha v'toivla. But Zvid Omar, what is it good to be sensitive? But Zvid Omar zoich and anoichel shleir ilamoitz. You get two worlds. Ha'elam hazeh v'ha'elam haba. Ashrecha v'ha'elam hazeh v'toivla v'ha'elam haba. So last night, I was struggling. I remember the story, but I was struggling to get the details. And I said the last story, and Benji was here, and Benji helped me out this morning. So I was concerned. Maybe I see the story too often. It's a very famous story, and I love the story. And I know I said it. I have a raya that I said it. I have a raya. I'll tell you the raya soon. I'll tell you the story first. I'll tell you the raya. I don't know when I said it, but I'll give you the raya that I said it often. So the famous story is the Rebbeinu Kuzner collecting money, and a big fear told Rebbeinu, he says, I support so many communities of my so much Torah. I have a tremendous place in my own life. You're talking about a fear, back then. Today, the private jet, the mansion, the whole thing. So Rebbeinu Kuzner looked at him and said, very good, you have Olam Haba. So what's going to be with Olam Haba? So he says, no. So he's pointing out. He says, Olam Haba, I'm a fucking sick, and he enjoys learning Torah and sick. But now, if you're worried about this deal, you're fucking worried how you're going to pay the mortgage and have this and have that. Olam Haba, you don't have. Straight up, you have Olam Haba. What about Olam Haba? I went on ChatGPT to check out the lesson of the story. Now, I left my phone on this budget. So usually I use ChatGPT for my phone. So I had to do something new. I go on the new ChatGPT, and I do this. She says, yes, you may have Olam Haba, but it says on the bottom. There's several versions of the story situation, and some are too public building. If you heard it from a shir, for example, from Eli Stefanski, or another speaker, I can try to track down the exact version you're looking for. Nice to show you. I'm like, I guess I said the story once before. That was a little scary when I saw that. Wow. What? Yeah. Change the story a little bit. Okay, good. Something you want. Rabbi Loza Gabri, I wanted to try it out from your phone, see if it works. The same thing. Who said, no, right. Who said the story lately of this? This is Rebbe Elazar, you have a Meshadilin, you been a seal midi, you shuffle. When the Nasi fire starts, also a wealthy person would send him like a gift, he wouldn't take the gift. So do I don't see him. If they had this Agilay, and when they invited him for a meal, he wouldn't go. Again, so do I don't see how much. But the boy might say, you don't want me to live? I don't understand. You're trying to kill me here. The city is serving up on a ticket. If you hate gifts, you live. If you take gifts, it seems like you're with us now. Says the Gemara, Zero, Kimshad, Lele, Shopper. When they sent him a gift, he wouldn't accept a nice golden bottle of wine, a nice silver cup to drink from. They wouldn't take it. Gavin Mizana, Sefer Torah, that's different. That's the tzibah. It's possible to the tzibah I'm taking it. Gavin Mizana Leos. But when they would invite him, he would go. But what do you imagine if the Chavetz ate in your house. Is that a space for him or a space for you? I mean, who wins over here? You don't have to sit in your house. you're faucet and the Rebbe eats in your house. The Gemara comes to visit you and eats a little Shabbos by you. Who benefited here? You or the Rebbe? You. Oh my. He said, what? It is a shot. You like it? Right shot. Listen, he's not in ChatGPT, he's in Motion, he's in, I don't know what. He's doing like, Shkoya. It's Yakurim, it's Yakurim. They have covered by the fact that I know it's big enough. Omer Abi, we don't around. Okay, so here we go, Rabbi side, we're going back into pulling hands on Omer Abi Rav, Mikvah, Kenapo, start from the if you have, I have to get my stuff. Take up the notes, please. So we're discussing the trachea, the kana, the windpipes. So we know that if it's open, right, more than 50%, it's good. Now, what if it's not open? If it has tiny little holes in it, like this, let's say. Little tiny holes. These are pictures in the Torah lesson. So, how do you decide if it's a road or not? Says the Gemara, start from the you take all the little holes over here, and you combine them together. You do a calculation. How much if you put all the little holes together? You don't. I don't know why. A worm ate from it. I don't know. Now, it depends. If the worm ate from it, then it would be possible. So the one's going to discuss, and the one's going to say at the end, it's not possible. It's like somebody took a needle and poked it, so nothing's missing physically. It weighs the same. It has the same amount of blood. Just punctured in, pushed in. Like a matzah. A guy took a matzah thing over its neck. I don't know what, it was grazing and a bunch of the thorns got it in the corner. So, what you're showing if you also take the piece of meat in between the holes, let's assume you're just looking at the holes themselves, all the holes together, if it's 51% of the circumference of the corner, then it's great. What's Rabbi Yirmiyah? Who buys the doorless, here's the naked empire, alright? So I couldn't put the picture in, I looked at my phone, but at the corner, there's a picture, maybe the editors are throwing it in. Oh, somebody put this in for me. I didn't see this morning. Someone just put it in. Wow. Who put it in? Maybe Kobe? He's up now. What? Yeah, but Mark doesn't have access to that. Oh, so Mark is up. It's multi-times already. Like, literally. So this is the Gagaras we're talking about. It's interesting. We use the thing of an animal. So it says if it has a long stretch of like that, or a little tiny hole like this. So it says you get the idea. If it has a bunch of holes that together, it's the size of Isser, so it doesn't give off too much. But it's not an animal skull, it's even skull. Maybe just not. Now we know a skull without any other bone creates tuma of arrow. Now, if it's missing a part of the skull, then it doesn't give tuma. How much is it missing? So what is the negative effort of either a long cut in it? I feel it's been a fucking hard, or even if it has like a bunch of small holes. Mitzarfim l'loy magdeach. There's a shear called magdeach, like an old-fashioned drill bit. Whatever the shear is, it's on the bottom. Whole thing, 3 millimeters. Whatever it is. So if all the holes together have the shear of a drill bit, then it's not a real skull, and it doesn't give off the symbol like a skull. What it mentions here, a shear of magdeach. Now, I'm not giving this room another magdeach. And then on the other side, you put it all together to see the size of a drill. So as the Gemara for now, the industry ruler, the Yisrael start over here, the shear is, here, this is an Isser, let's say, pretend this is an Isser, it's a type of a coin. Put all the holes together and see if it adds up to this coin. What are you telling me, Roy? What does Roy have to do with it? There's a shear. Says the Gemara, you're asking the question because you simply forgot something. You forgot what Rav says. It depends. There's a difference. With carbons, here's from Sarah in the start from the Yisr. Check this out. Beautiful picture from the power washing, if you actually remove the flesh, so you add up all the little circles, whatever they are, and see if they add up to this certain point. Oh, you're not talking about that. You should aim on Kisar, but over here it's just a puncture. The flesh is still there. Nothing was removed. You start to remove all there, and you do, all right. Now, if we're missing, so this is just the other picture of the Kikisu. You take all the little pieces, and I'm missing, see if it has a hole that size. So here we have a wood pipe that has a whole stretch of it is missing. Even though it's, let's say, square, you take the whole surface area and see how much is missing. If it's the size of a coin, then you do it together and you say it's the size of a coin and it's fixed. It was fixed. Why Renee Stressful? Why Renee Nikko Kanako Mao has a bunch of holes like a sieve mouth. The problem is we just said if they're missing, literally took the flesh out, the worm ate it, so it's starting with this, so then the shears, the size of the point, turn it to size of the this is super interesting. The alpha light regarding the bird, what the Allah, because a bird, this issue is way too large for a bird. So pipe is the size of half a pencil. How are you going to use this issue? The issue is on something this size, you do issue. Yeah. This guy, this is like a real animal, so issue makes sense. But not on a bird. She says to the Gemara, what do you do? Also, I heard this thing also. You fold it up and you put it on the opening of the trachea. In purpose, where that funnel trachea, if it fits in the opening of the funnel trachea. Now I'm going to show you what it is like. It was interesting, it happens to me a lot. I guess it happens to people. When I wake up in the morning, as I wake up, I get an idea. That's what happened to me on Shabbos afternoon. I took a nap. When I wake up, I got to do this. I'm going to do this. Imagine you have a bunch of holes in this trachea right over here. So what do you do? And this is the trachea of a bird. Okay? Oscars is even at this size. But this is just Bob Shalom. What's your name? From Shalom. And you, what's your name? From? Come down it. I don't even know what that is. I don't get out of that. Yeah? It's a nice mashab. Shalom Aleichem. Nice. Check this out. What you do is, I see you backing up. Okay, so you do is, you go like this. So now I took it out. I took the whole part with the holes is out. Now I took this. This is what I drilled out. This is what I cut out. And then you take this piece and you see if it fits in this corner like this. If it's right or not. Is this right? What do you guys say? It's not a right. No way is this a right. It's not 51%. Just fill up. So the nothing radius surface. Yeah, there's a fill up the surface. I don't see it filling up. I took this piece from here. This is where I had all my little holes. I cut them out. And I'm going to see if it fills up this gap, and that's how I decide by a bird. Because I don't have it. I just sort of, great. That's very cool. Huh? So, Oh my! I remember just so it's part of the love and the cheers and stuff. One of the hard things I used to back in the day make a quick meal, go to sleep after the meal, and wake up minutes at a time. Sometimes I do, Mario, the 7 hours, the schmack. You know what I'm talking about? No, there's no more of that. No more hype. These are good days. Those are bad days. They're bad days. Those are bad days. Bad days. So let's see inside. The caploid. Basically, you cut it out. You fold it over. The point is, when you cut the corner, and you put in the opening of the trachea. It's focus right up on the trachea. If it fills up most of this opening, then it's a trachea. In lab, Chiro. Omar, also the Simona Mafia. So here's the. I was told I asked Benny to get me one of these because today she bought for another 2 shekels to buy it's already done, but people still use it. One of my neighbors uses it even though she can afford 2 shekels. She said for some things you have it much better. But anyways, I was told you're not allowed to wash this. You do is like it's not you get all clumpy. So that's why it's a little dirty, but it's good. This is a seed. This is you put the flour in here, and you go like this, and in order to swell, because it's a shot and bug, especially when it's so people, I remember, even my wife, back in the day when we got married, everybody was doing this. Hey, what? I didn't know about this film. Really? That's the tricks of Israelis. We didn't know we're old Americans, some Americans. So anyway, this is like the seed. That what? This is like the kana. This is like the trachea, and you put that thing in the opening. Remember, you put it in the opening. So all other people can remember the way Stefanski did with the drill. You know, sure. Fine. Oh. You're going to be doing the dance, okay? I'm going to prepare you when we're done. It says I'm not going to do this again. I did it last night. Let me see if I can find it. No, not this one. This one. Oh, man. Check this out. You see, it's closed. It's really hard. I don't know why, but it's hard for me to touch. So if you have an opening like this in the trach, but it closes. It's only cut on 3 sides, so it actually can close a little bit. So what's that like? Oh, I'm not going to call it not like a soda machine that you open this up in Chicago. I don't even know if this thing use that word. Machine. Not like this way, but flat. Not this way. You have to see how much surface area this takes up. If it's the size of an Isser, then it's tray. What if it has a slit down the length of it? Now, the interesting thing about a slit down the length, if you think about it, what's easier for an animal to heal from? A slit like this, or a slit like on the screen down the length? What's easier to heal? Not straight. So no, this is harder to heal. Think about it. Every time the animal bends its neck down, it pops open. It just keeps on popping open and closed. So they'll never get a chance to heal. But when it's down the length, every time it bends down, it's actually closing. It closes. The tension closes it up. So Mamela, that's why we're very makel with a long a cut down the length. Omar Rav, afilu in Ishtar by Lechuya Achas Lamala, Lechuya Achas Lamata Cheres. When you read it, Chuya means a single ring. The Rashi says no. A Chuya over here means, according to the pshat that he prefers, it means 3 rings. So if you look in our Gemara, it doesn't even say 2 shekels. It says Chuya, 3 rings. That's it. No notes. 3 rings. Why 3 rings? Says Rashi, when you do tzitzis, we learned you have to do chuya. Chuya means you go around 3 times. Chuya not. That's the basics. So the chuya means 3. Layla over here also means 3 rings. What are you talking about the Gemara? What is he talking about? Why do you need any rings? This is, we're not concerned about a cut down the length of the trachea. As long as there's a tiny bit at the end, or both ends, then we're good. You don't need rings. They said, oh, with their girlfriend, you know, you're going to say the same thing like you. Go to Kavim Babloy, the Pushka, time or what? I didn't know that in Babel they know how to learn like that. Wow, very impressed. Honor and favor by Yoiz and Kamed Rabbi Yochanan. Call Hatzavo Kuloi Kosher Shkita. Imagine a giraffe. The entire neck is kosher for shkita. You're allowed to do shkita on the whole neck area of a cow. So this is our cow, the entire neck. Just, what's the problem? Now that is a little problematic. Tabas HaGdoilo, let's just remember, if this is Tabas HaGdoilo is the last ring, basically, and it's called HaGdoilo because it's larger and it goes around and around in circumference. It's all cartilage material around and around. Oh, I got a good picture here from the Dice Fishkin. Follow the picture, here it is. You see the cartilage? All in a complete circle. You can actually see, I believe those are the Hebrew, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, that's a nice Tabas HaGdoilo. So from that area all the way to the lungs. Well, where in the lungs? Listen to this. Tachtoina. How can that be? You go to the bottom of the lung? So the Gemara explains right away. No, the bottom, which is the upper one. What does that mean? So what? Here, let's just explain what he's saying. This is the lung. So it means the upper part of the lung. You could cut that trachea pipe to the first when you blow it up like a balloon, and it's obviously gonna spread everywhere. So the first lobe up to the first lobe. So why are you calling it tachtoina? The answer is because usually after you shecht an animal, what do you do to it? You hang it upside down. So when you're looking now, the tachtoina, the tachtoina now is the elyoina. You're allowed to shecht from the bottom of the picture upwards till that. It's called tachtoina. And we're gonna do this another time also. It's not like a what? Yeah, but you're looking at it afterwards. What did you shecht? I understand, but you tried to see was it a good shit or not. You take a look. That's what it's called. It's not the first time. The animals are always upside down. We're going to see it in the next video also when it comes to the puzzle shirt. If the guy knows what he's doing, he wouldn't check. Oh man, he's checked it already. Now I want to check it. It's up there. What does it mean? Normal action that an animal takes. He constantly moves its neck up and down, up and down. So all that part of the neck that goes up and down while it's alive, it's mutter for shkita. Don't give it a nice yank and then check. Normal movement. In other words, don't pull out pipe from its lungs and start checking down there. Whatever is within the neck area of a normal motion, that's where you're allowed to check. Once the Atzmama, what if it itself today, taking the stock place, they really pull that neck very unnaturally. So obviously they're not going to check all the way at the end. It's just the center part is there for the checking. But let's say it did it to itself. If they're moving its neck in a crazy way, it's trying to lick something off its back, and it starts like pulling its neck, and then the guy goes and he checks it all the way on the, got its knife all the way in the bottom next to the lung. Is that okay? Teiku. What are you doing all this? So Rashi keeps on saying, Teiku means we got to be machmir. You can't eat from this meat. Also, Teiku means we got to wait until Mashiach. But right now, what do? You don't eat. Yes, Rabbi Yochanan Rav Shimon ben Lakish, not Patnusim Dinayu, he came up with the halacha. Onas b'simonim v'shochat. If he forced the simonim lower down, he forced them out of their place, so to speak. He pulled them out more. Surely now on a shechter. What if the trachea got punctured lower down by the, let's say, very close to the lung? Then it has halacha like a lung. And what's halacha by a lung? If there's a puncture wound of a mash in a lung, then it is straight. So too, in this trachea, that part of the trachea is also like a lung, and a mash is straight. Ramam is moving from thing to thing, it's unbelievable. Ezin Chazan. We're talking about a shlamim. You give a shlamim, you have to give, when you bring a shlamim, you get to eat it. But you have to first give a gift to the Kohen. Now, this is not a cheap gift. You're realizing now, this is a pretty nice gift that you have to give the Kohen before you give it anything. You have to give the puzzle, the breast of this animal. What does it mean? Zaraya Saparka. The one facing the ground. From where to where? Lamata the table, all the way to the neck. Lamala up until the teres until the stomach. What does that mean? So nothing. Here it is. Here's the picture. That whole red area is facing the ground. And going up is on the picture to the left. Down is towards the neck. Why is it like that? Yoshi wasn't around, so we did it ourselves. Dave did it last night. I just added the thing. Up is the left arrow, is the red arrow. Down is the blue arrow. In other words, when the animal's hanging upside down, which you would have done a lot nicer. So now the teres is up, and the neck is down because it's hanging upside down. Also, let's go back to the picture, not get dizzy here. Like the state slides, the state funnel, the blue area over there is the first rib. So Rashi holds they take one rib from each side, from the right and left, so that's called state slides. According to Tosfos, it's two on each side. Go two down. Who sent me a video of a Swedish guy showing the slides? I wanted to put it into. Who sent me? Someone sent me. Due to some organization. So you guys, it's very facetious, and he's like, the reed is one, too, and he's like showing it, and it's very nice. The animal's hanging sideways. Mark sent it from all that. Yeah, exactly, that's what it was. Okay, Shkaya. But I don't have to forget this here, just remember that one rib, two ribs, three ribs, they will probably have to use it at a different time. This is what we give a prayer. Next sugya. It says in the Mishnah, if you puncture the membrane around the brain, that's a trachea. There are two membranes. Now, the problem is, it's difficult to even see the membrane around the brain. Here's a great picture from Color Lotion. So you can see on the left, that's one membrane. You see that folded piece of skin? That's a membrane. This is the membrane around the brain. Now, why is it so difficult? Because it's clear. It's like a little plastic bag, a very, very thin layer of plastic, so to speak. Grabbing the entire brain puts it into place. So it's triad, how everything works. That brain, central nervous system, gives it safe or whatever, the whole thing, and it's protected by a little bag. If it has one tiny little puncture in that bag, Shema Yisrael, maybe. The question is, which bag are we talking about? The one that's closer to the skull on the left, the folded piece of skin, which is the thicker, is very easy to see, or the very thin one. If you puncture right through the skull into that thick piece of skin, that membrane, even though you didn't get to the lower membrane, you made this animal trip. I said in the Friday Shir, the Israelis, I said, I can't believe that some people say that Eilit Treifas is difficult. So a guest that came from me, my father was just told me today that he skipped Eilit Treifas. It's not fair, it's too much. Like he did. And you have all these pictures, you have all these, it has a name, like people say, oh, Eilit Treifas is difficult. I don't, once you have all the pictures, and there's so many stars out there that it started from Rita Ben David, Sita Schulin. So that's that's a little older in Sefer, but there's a lot of information there, and it's black and white. But then you have the Tunichal, and you have the Color Lashon, you have all these stars. Tunichal, oh, yes, Tunichal, yeah. Sure. That's a crazy Sefer with all these great color pictures, and they clean it down. They take all the blood out. Like this, where was that picture of Lechi Atachman? He made it so nice. I was holding a Lechi. It was full of blood and everything. It looks like they wash it down, ear spray it, you know, tight. What is it? Anyways, I don't see the problem either. I think it's easier than most. They're looking at that, like, wow, dang, I like that one look that. It looks almost appetizing, you know what I'm saying? I could actually look at this for a minute. Look, because I showed the one of me holding it, it's like, you can't even see the tongue or anything. It's all red. Right. Yeah. That's normal. That is normal. We're going above, you know, it's beyond normal. This is 2026. You could Photoshop a little bit, add a little here and there. Okay, great. It says tomorrow. Where are we? I think if you need to puncture the bottom one in order to make it a truth. However, if you want to make it seem one of the Mishnah, this bag that the grain is in it. So that's the bottom, that's the lower one, that's the thinner one, the one that's hard to discern. You should know that the Beitzim also have two membranes. Besides the outer pouch, there's two membranes. Here's the outer membrane, and here's the inner one. The inner one is it's like almost colorful. So you can see in a second, here's the Weissman showing you the difference between the outer and the inner. The people that eat the stuff, the knowledge, influence, whatever. So, all about is similar in Passion, we saw the lady, we see about the part of Moya. Versus the brain, by the way, just going back to the bacon, the brain is very hard to discern. That's what the most about to say. That has different colors, it's easy. The brain is very hard to see through. But in the brain itself, Moya, everything that's inside the skull is a brain. If the inside, if it's closer to the body, it's in the spine area. That's already like what's the brain? What's that other brain? How much do you have to puncture from the brain in order to make it trade? How much? A needle. But the spine is around. You need 51% of the circumference of the spine at the foot, not the spine. We're talking about the Chutta Shedra, which is the spinal cord. Because we don't care so much about the spine. Spine is not a big deal. People break vertebrae, it's not a big deal. But we're talking about the blue part, the Chutta Shedra. So, where does the brain end? Or let's call it, where does the skull end and the spine begins, the spinal cord begins? I'm going to give it a plane. Even by the lady, you can stay poison. Yes, we're not going to be I wrote in my Gemara that I was in Poland when I learned this Gemara. I don't know what I have to do. I have to check it out in the shir. But I'm upon him. There's two toilets here. Beautiful. Another from Poland. These are two guys right over here at the entrance to the skull. From that point on is, you can even see, they show you where the spinal cord is. Here, you see that? There's an arrow. Spinal cord. That's where the spinal cord begins, and that's where. Is this making anybody easy? Because Yoshi was all concerned that he said he's getting a little bit. One guy in the Hebrew said, yes, making me queasy. Fine. So he says like this. From those two guys into the skull is all considered brain, trade for mash. But everything on the other side is a Chutta Shedra. And you need to write. What about the actual two guys themselves? What about the Chutta Shedra that's in between those two things? What's halacha? I really don't know. Since the Gemara established the thing, that's the halacha. It's like the brain. You have to be machmir and say you need to master. I have to do the sponsor. Turning the Dow, Bayadar's Global Specialist International Financial Services, Kamil Rabbi Masini Mirasi, Karezza Bass, he's going to last show. Rabbi Yirmiyah, bullets for April, Ashka, means they tell you actually found in a chicken. It also has these snake poison coming out of its brain. We left them out there, there, right there by the entrance to the skull. Mika Ba'alev, the base by level, says the Mishnah, if the heart was punctured all the way to the chamber inside. Where is it? Zero, the base call double, the base call double. Check this picture out for me, guys. On Vicefish, unbelievable. He's supposed to come. I was cut that only see one drive in from England, from here, that. I hope to see them. On it. There's two chambers. He took a heart, chopped it in half. I hope you're not crazy. There's the larger chamber and the smaller chamber. Which chamber gets punctured? Says Gemara. All have Baya, not just advertising. All have Baya, might be better luck. What's the question? He like, nah, Rabbi Shimon Omer. Actually, not the way it's some points. In our Mishnah, it talks about a heart and it talks about lungs. Guess what? Look at this. What a beautiful picture. This is the lungs. This is the main corner that goes in the lungs. Then it branches off. One of those branches called bronchi. Bronchi. I'm going to need you to remember you helped me out 7.5 years ago on this doc. When it came to the vena cava or something like that. How do you pronounce it? Vena cava. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to get there in a second. Exactly. Those words used then there also. If you know that, it says about now, but like Fenster, I can learn that the design on his face. Maybe, I don't know. Omerado. Omerado, the food over here, Barab, Omerado. Says that. You can only listen to our brother. I'm serious. If you're learning this, and you're 100 years ago, listen to our brother. What's going on here? I don't know what he's talking about. But now you understand. There's the giant main pipe that brings in oxygen into the lungs. Then you have all these, it almost looks like a root system over here. Those are the small ones. No, what I'm looking for is a puncture in the main one. So what I want to understand is just like in the same, since they're both brought in the same mission. But when it comes to the lung, we're talking about the main pipe. So when it comes to the heart, we're talking about the main chamber, not a side chamber, not the smaller chamber. This is what's the right? What's the connection? It says in the plural. The base has some point notes. The pipe that all pipes lead to. That's only one pipe. But also the base kalama starting. It says in singular. It says to the cavity. Not a chamber. Cavity. What difference does it make what cavity? Cavity is a cavity. For Mela, it doesn't matter if it's on the right or the left, small, large. If you puncture into a cavity, you made it straight. So the artery coming out of the heart, something like this. Rabbi Ravashi is a small lumbar cerebral. A small little puncture wound in there makes pulse, so small says you need most of the circumference. Hey, what is this? This is the fat that's on the wall. Says the Gemara, I don't understand. How could you puncture fat in the wall? Who cares about the fat? Why would I make it an animal trait? So the Gemara says, no, you don't understand. If you look closely on this picture, you can see fat all the way around the trachea as it enters the lung. Yeah, all this is fat. So what it means is the pipe that has that fat on it, that if you have a little puncture, that's not good. What's it going to happen? We've got 3 pipes. Rashi said something interesting, and everybody struggles to understand what Rashi is saying. The same thing, that's not the Mitzvah. He says there are 3 pipes that come out of the heart, from the trachea. 3 pipes that come out from the trachea. One, he says, how parts of these are? The top parts of the rail, the top parts of the top. One goes to the heart, one goes to the lung, one goes to the liver. They say no. What Rashi meant to say is there's 3 major arteries. One is the aorta, how do you pronounce it? Aorta, and the vena cava, whatever it's called, pulmonary arteries. There's 3 major arteries. One really goes through the liver, one goes through the heart, and one goes through the lungs. So what's the nafkamina cost? Why do we have to know this? He says the Rhea Perea, the one, any pipe that goes any pipe. This pipe that goes through the lung, we have to treat it like a lung. Just like a lung, a small puncture wound makes it a mashu, makes it tray. So when you look at the pipe, also a mashu makes it tray. The kavda, so we know what makes a liver tray. When you remove the entire thing, if anything remains of the liver, it regenerates, so it doesn't make a trade. So too, whatever that pipe is that's going through the liver, you have to remove the whole thing in order to make a trade. The God, the God, huh? I'm talking about step pipe. I'm not even talking about the liver. I don't think it has. I don't think that's true. It's a pipe that's like a liver. It's not the liver. That's what I think. Okay, I might be wrong. The liver, but when it comes to the heart, we have a point. Is it mashu or roy? Rob is going to say mashu. She's going to say roy. Marber, he has the hippo. Marber says the opposite. The ray, he mixes it up a little bit. The log is like the liver. You have to get rid of the whole thing in order to make it. The calf does the ray, but the liver is like the log, and the mashu is fake. The liver thing, I'll give you that. In the heart, Rob says the mashu schmutz is away. So he said over what Rob holds in the heart that even a mashu makes a trade. If that's what he said, he doesn't know anything about traffic. Now, it's interesting to point out that the Gemara Sanhedrin says that Rav wanted to know what a mum over is. What a mum over is, he parked himself in a barn for 18 months. You learn a lot from this. He put it into a barn, lived in a barn for not a day. Some of us would do 10 to 15 minutes. Man, got a bed, got himself some food, and a Gemara, and a lamp, and lived in a barn. 18 months. Understand what a mum is, what not a mum is. Just to be the mum. They says if you think that that's a treifa, you don't know anything about treifas. I'm just saying, he's not a person that's down. His whole life in his experience doesn't know treifas. He lives in a barn. You don't know anything about treifas this morning. Well, I think we do fascination. Since it's that, okay, yeah. Let's keep on going. We have 4 minutes. So now we're going back to the spinal cord, which transfers all the nerve system in the body. It's a very important piece of equipment. It's very delicate if you put that shit inside, you have to cut a majority of it. I'm not a doctor. If I had a guess, if you ask me, I would say a little puncture in a spinal cord. No more walking, I don't know what. He says no. Through the nerve system? Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want you to be my doctor. Hire Rebbe Yaakov. And they said, I love Rebbe Yaakov that even in Masu. Or Ravuna says, Ravuna, I don't love Rebbe Yaakov. That's true. You can puncture, like the Ivy says, it has to be right. The Kamaruba, what's a right? There's 2 ways to look at it. The circumference, the skin that holds everything in place, or the inside nerve system. Why did I write here meningitis? I have no idea. Where's that shit? Is it the inside, the nerve tissue inside, or it's the outside? The inside, because the inside seems like could heal. The outside, once that's cut, then the animal is a die-bite. It's gone. But if you say that the outside skin, most of the outside skin was ruptured, what about the inside if you mess up the inside? I looked this up. It's the only time the shot is brought down. But I looked up Shaf Schmeitz. I said Shaf Schmeitz is brought down only now. This guy sitting here says, no, it's also Sanhedrin time of Gimel and Blaze. What is it? Eric Gimel says, this older fellow over here, it's not the first time he knows that doctor. He knows. I don't know. We looked it up. It wasn't Mem Gimel. He says, you're wrong. Shaf Schmeitz is Christ. Eric Mem Gimel sat right in your seat. What's his name? Vice? He knows his stuff. I don't know. Yeah, everybody knows him, Vice. Okay, good. I guess I apparently Brandon knows him. So we have to ask Vice if Italy is the only time. I did look it up. I looked in Barry Line. It wasn't there. But maybe Shams would say maybe it was written with 2 tubs or 1 tub. I don't know. Fine. That's why Ruben should have Roy. Roid means the outside skin. Moyav zeh, loy malav lemoid. I couldn't care less about the nerve system inside. That doesn't bother me. Doesn't make it true. There wasn't my own Yosef made the route. He said it from the route. Mother Groy Roy, because Mother Groy Roy. First he checked the outside, then checked the inside. On the leg, in Roy Kayam, if there's skin on the outside and it's not punctured, what is any malav word? I don't care about the inside. If the nerve system becomes liquefied, that's a trophy. This masma is possible, and also we can soft possible. Ezean rough and Ezean sauce. What does it mean? Rough culture nishpachti. Then we have pictures over here of boys like Yishma. Give you an appetite. This is liquefied. Check this out, great picture. This guy is holding a spinal cord straight, but if it's soft, it's going to flop over. That is straight. What if it can't stand on its own because it's heavy, not because it's damaged? Right? Thank you. And one more line over here. Maybe more. What do we have? Oh, we have 30 seconds. Not good. This puzzle. This masma is now we're using a new lotion with the Zion. This masma means that it emptied out on its own. Partial. Some of the nerve system emptied out. Partial. Mainstream criminal joy, man. Hey, most of this masma is so trade an animal that its brain, that its the spinal cord became a masma is straight. Says Yimar, you learned it wrong. This masma, if it lost a little bit, then it's kosher. If it became masma means that it can't stand on its own, it became soft, then that's straight. Well, Levi Rabbi's story and a video. Look at this. Levi was sitting in Beis HaMerkaz. Rabbi Yosef the tire of the never a guy slipped on the water, hit his head right into the wall. The smash is late in the day. This guy's brain just lost a little bit of his brain. The time doesn't even mean he said he used to resign, and it seems like he's not going to live. Why else would he say this? He's like, no, it's never. This guy's not going to live. This guy's not going to have children anymore. Why? He's got a bang in his brain. What do you mean? We stop? Really? You haven't? But we didn't have a video. Check this out.
Tomorrow for a barbecue. I am not letting this happen. We made a promise to each other when we met that we build a family, have a son. To be a throwdown in the base of Mikdash that should be built in full of Yemeni. What are we going to do? I have a plan. Are you okay? Excellent. I'm a trooper. You should give them anymore. We can stay together and build a family. You stop roaring. One shield. The Gemara is that this meat Moses and Moya, she was only 3 days. No? What a God. Now you're an Amo Marie.
A wonderful thing. It's how late Motzei Shabbos. One of the latest. Now it's like maybe it gets 1 minute later. Very difficult because especially a night like tonight, I had maybe 30 different pictures I could do. Only like 45 minutes. So it's a problem. But I see that the island, it's late for the island. Nobody's slept enough. And oh, you guys got to reach the line. Oh, you made it all the way to the line. Where are the people from the other channel? It's here. Huh? So I'm going to read the second line. Remind me to read the first line tomorrow morning because I see no one fixed his name, so I want to read it while he's here. Shmuel Eidler for Amud, the Rabbi side. All the Amudim sold out. 245 Amudim sold out at 720 each. Maybe people are going to want to shoot this. Wow. Shmuel Eidler, Steve Middleman, Steven Beck, Stephen Seychelles, Sylvia Eisenman, Warren Kimmel, Yankee Leibowitz, Yeshua Abraham, Shoyach, everybody, Yehuda Dan. You saw that. How do you can help me pronounce it over here? Not that. Danos, that's how you pronounce it. Yisachar, Rothbaum, Yitzchak Klein, Yitzian. That I know. Yolan Hindi Jacobs, Yossi Freund, Yanon Adler, Yoni. I don't see. Yohanan Adler, Yoni Powers, Yishani, Joseph Mordechai, Greenberg. Is that Yosef Mordechai Greenberg or that's two different names? Yosef Moshe Loeffler, Yossi Schechter, Yuri Friedman, Zalman Kravitz, Zev Belsky. Oh, Rosa. Cheermarket.com. All right, so tomorrow, hopefully they don't change it around. Somebody sent me this picture. I actually found this picture in my pictures. This is the line I was talking about in the airport in Africa. See the size of his claws and his hand. Dear Valley, we're learning about Matzah in school with Rabbi Pick at CTM Philadelphia. He drives in from Lakewood and listens to the shir on the way. We're learning the sugi of how long you need to announce the Los Angeles Point of Yehuda, because serve Konei Magan, watch a shir about it, and Titus and Matzah. Before AI existed, I already said that our whole class should write you a thank you. So you will at least read one of them. For Morty Schwartz and Ephraim Ashkenazi. Okay, I read one. Shkoya. You have a great Rebbe who watches the right cheer. Is not embarrassed to tell you about it. Yeshua Goldmoser. See that picture of local shear in Stamford Hill, London, square-based measures with Magen Shear of Moshe David Woodson, or as we call him, MDM. Without the pictures, these lectures wouldn't survive, as he says. I don't know if that's true. But okay, there's a lot of pictures. Many things. Keep it up. MDM. Moshe David Woodson, MDM. MDY, MDM. Shalom Uvracha. My name is Rabbi Yoni Yeshua, and I'm an incoming Rosh Yeshiva Or David in Yerushalayim. I'm reaching out because I'm deeply impressed by MDY's ability to bring clarity and chiyus into Torah learning. Your high-quality visual tools, illustrations, and diagrams are exceptional. And every learners follow the sugya and retain their learning. At our David, we're building a great learning yeshiva, but we're serious about the learning and benefit from a more structured and supportive approach. We believe in one's usual approach for a meaningful impact on our PSA, which is the key component of our broader mahal for immersive Torah study. But MDY considers small pilot collaboration with us. We were requesting permission to use select MDY illustrations. Yes, we allow all yeshivas to use our stuff as long as they give us credit for it. We're here to spread Torah, so we don't take money for it. And yes, we can use it, such as the hand and share slides. And sure, here I just showed a video. MDM uses our stuff.
We ensure clear attribution, follow all of your guidance, and limit the scope to whatever the program we also welcome to show product or study. We're often discussing about civility, grateful, photo, Yoni, Yeshua, Rosh Yeshiva, or Dov, and Atzlacha. Avoid side official mission on one shot to be something exact by Zeb and Yal Shalom, Eric, Lad, and Miri, the Gavici. Davidovich. What's his wife's name? Mary? Leaders Mr. Shai Ben Aaron and Yitem Shabbat Yitzur Bas Avraham. Daf Mem Dalet, Akiva Kraus, the celebration of our children's Menachem and Chaya's wedding on Chodesh Nisan. May they be Zoicha, Big, Ibais, Lemon, the Yisrael that already happened, I'm assuming. David Solomon, dedicated in memory of Evi Murray, the Shmuel Boris, very kind to be going to the Bracha. Then the set responsibility of the House of Foundation with gratitude to the consortium and alliance in all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, and from Russian from Gashman, thank you to Chief Benny, Shmuel and Ahuva Schuster, for Kabir Atzlacha and Nachas from our children. Anonymous, for Feliz Rufush Nemo, and Arika Song, Kalea Bas Esther May, Yoman and Daniel Rosenfeld, Rios Simcha. Are you Simon? Monthly sponsor with Rush Nemo, Mario Bear for Miriam. Anonymous with Rush Nemo for you, Rucham, Ben Yudis, and Abram Shai, Ben Slava, Zoira, Amen. The Spanish share sponsors in honor of the first three Bachram in the Mexican satellite occasion, Julina Abramchik, Moishel Aniado, and Simon Greenberg, 15 and 16 years old. Moving Klein in memory of Sarah Ratz, Bas Baba, Harold, on the York side, Top, Zay Simon. Kurtz Chaim Levin and Shimi Leafman in honor of our 1,800th Daf. Thank you, Rebelli, and all the MDY staff for giving us life. Kurtz Chaim Levin and Shimi Leafman, both tremendous pillars of our sheer Mazel Tov, 1,800 Daf. It's incredible. Zev Sandman, the immediate Shlema of my father Yosef Tzvi Ben Bela Omein, Rafi Dobi Glanstein, the married here for Shlema for our Bobby Dvora Leah Bas Hannah. In the Kayla Simon, happy birthday, Kati, maybe Zoichas complete many more cycles of the Yoimi. Amen. Anonymous for the special occasion of Ruth Berman's 70th birthday, Mazel Tov. NYK sponsors monthly. Innovations of sales, schools, marketing, and Vega. And we live by Siafa Hayo. NYR. Rushlema Yon, Tanaita Mabishova Brocha. Rushlema Mordechai Ben Esther. What happened? Any news with them? He's in the hospital to cancel the Friday visits with him. It was Ayel Daniel Zev Ben Ayelet Esther. Rabbi Isai, here we go. So, again, it was tonight. Tonight, put this together in seconds. So, according to Rav, Rav and Shmuel, with the tarpets, what is it called? Turbat Haveshem. Turbat Haveshem. This is the Veshem. This is the eating tube. The very end of it, the one closest to the mouth, is the Turbat Haveshem. When you puncture it, now this whole entire tube, when you put a little tiny needle hole in it, it's a goner, it's a treifa. But what about the Turbat Haveshem all the way on the top? Turbat Haveshem, closest to the top of it. So Rav says, Mashu, even a needle is like the rest. And Shmuel says, no, you need to cut 51% of the circumference. Rav says, we understand now. Rav says, Mashu, why? Because the very top part by the tongue is a mokim shchita, and Shmuel says it's not a mokim shchita. Since it's not a mokim shchita, it's nothing. It has nothing to do with the veshel. It's not a veshel. It's not an esophagus. What is it? It's another part of the animal. Another part of the animal. You need more damage. If it's the esophagus, it's the eating tube. Even the small amounts is Shmuel. But it's not the esophagus. It's not the eating tube. Rav says even a mashu. So we're going to see a little bit. Now, says the Gemara story, Mamish, Agadita. We are going to have a little bit of Agadita today. But here's an Agadita. Moir, the Gemara said, Rabbi Sai, there's an ox, the Havel of Neir Avukva. That's the end of the story. The Atchil Meishchita Betumas Aveshet, the Guamar Beveshet. Oh, so for that, I must pull out my trusted knife. This is a small one. We got to start using the larger one. If you ever notice, he's not here, so I can talk about it.
But when I pull this knife out, Nachman Seltzer takes like 3 steps back and picks up. He goes into him and pulls his Gemara up out of his face, like, as if that's going to help him from this knife. If it slips, it slips. You know what I'm saying? How many hours? That's it. That's it. You're done. You're done. You don't have cravings anymore. They what? It's easier. MS. Nicer. You're starting to breathe like a man. You cancel that TB scan. You took it in? Okay, we'll talk about it later. They started the shchita all the way over here by the Tumas HaBeshul. And then he went inwards. They started cutting, and they cut into the actual Veshul. So what's that like? Gomer B'Veshul. Now, if we take a look at this chart, according to Rav, if you nick it a little bit, the Tumas HaBeshul, which he just did, because he cut it, that's more than a little bit, it's a problem. It's a trade, but it's not a problem because it's Makom Shchita. This is where you shut. So it's a problem. So you start cutting. You started at the right place and you ended at the right place. So according to Rav, it's not a problem. According to Shmuel, that the Tumas HaBeshul is not really a place to shech. So he started a little tiny bit, gave a little nick. He forgot about that. He started cutting downward, and he did a great shchita. Also not a problem. Why? There's only a problem when but when you cut a roiv, he didn't do a roiv. He cut a little tiny bit. So according to both of them, it should be great. The Gemara shockingly says it's not good. Why? Amarava. Ramina Ali Chumrei de Rab, the Chumrei de Shmuel, the Tarifdale. Take a look at the chart for a second. This is not the Shabbos stuff. I'm going to take a little bit of Rab and a little bit of Shmuel. I'm going to mix it all together. I'm going to come out with the Chumrah, with the trait. That was. He shefted a little tiny bit of the Tumas HaBeshul. A tiny bit is only a problem if it's the Makom HaShchita. So I'm going to go and use Shmuel and say it's not the Makom HaShchita. And he did a little tiny bit in not a Makom HaShchita, but trait. If you say that a mashru is a concern by Tumas HaBeshul, so go be consistent and say, who says a mashru is a problem? Rav. And Rav says it's a good place of a shchita, and I'm doing a shchita. I'm in the middle of killing the apple shchita. So I started Tumas HaBeshul. I finished now doing it. It's all Makom HaShchita. It's a great shchita. No. I'm going to go like Shmuel. But Shmuel says that you need a rosh. You need to cut 51%, and he didn't cut 51%. He cut 1%. So I'm not using Shmuel's roiv. I'm going to use Rav's roiv. But I'm going to use Shmuel, that Shmuel says that Tumas HaBeshul is not part of the shchita. And I'm going to use Rav and says, but if you do a little tiny bit and not a Makom HaShchita, it's possible. Mamish a strange halacha. Chumrei de Rav, Gomer Rav and Mashru. I'm going to go with Rav, he says a Mashru. Go Rav Mashru. Go Rav, but it's a problem. You can go with Rav, be consistent. Rav says Makom Shchita, and it's great. You can start a shchita over there. No. Then I'm going to go to Shmuel, I'm going to move on to the left lane, and say, the Omer Lav Makom Shchita is not the Makom Shchita. Shmuel, but if you say it's Shmuel, Omer Ruvay, be consistent. Shmuel says you need a roiv, and you didn't do a roiv. You only cut a little bit of the Tumas HaBeshul. Then I'm going to go put the Rav, Omer Mashru. Very, very serious halacha here. And obviously, just like we don't understand it, in that generation they didn't understand it. This thing rolled around. It came to Rav. If you take Rav all the way, it's 100% good because he did a little tiny shchita and a Makom Shchita. If you call Shmuel, he didn't do roiv. You're right, it's not a Makom Shchita, but he didn't do roiv. So this animal is kosher. Zilu Amalek, Brei Rav Yosef, Barchama. He didn't want to call him by his first name. He was too scared, so he called him the son of Yosef Barchama, which means who's the son of Yosef Barchama, the famous Rava. He must pay because he said such a silly halacha. He has to pay for it. Says Rashi, the only way a Rav has to pay for it is if he caused the damage with his own hands. If he paskin and you went ahead and listened to him, you don't have to pay. So it must be that Rava took this animal. He saw that they're fetching. They say, "What are you? Either Rav or Shmuel." Decide. No, so he took the animal and gave it to the dogs. Gave it to the dogs, have to pay for it. I have a big question to the enemies of Rava. Again, he's scared to say Rava's name. Why? He's about to embarrass Rava. He's about to call him a fool. Now, you don't call Rava a fool. So you say Rava, you say the enemies of Rava are fools. Guess what? After all this, Rava was right. Letting you know, he was right. I did notice, I don't know if I'm right, I asked my Chavrusa, he didn't argue with me. So many times you see that Rava made mistakes in Shas, more than other people. Mistakes, he regretted it, he took it back. He says, I forgot the Lashon, like, last Missy, the Amri, I made a mistake. You know, so it seems like he made a mistake. So he told me, because Rava's mentioned so much, he said so many things, okay. You gotta say a lot. When you say stuff in public, a certain percentage is gonna be a problem. You don't see it so much with other religious stuff. Rabbi Yehuda, whatever. Okay. Zog the Gemara. Yeah, that's what he said, but I don't know if that's. You have to ask defensive. That's what happened. Oh my brother, inside the rope. It says in the Bryce like this. The halacha is always loylam. It's always the halacha like this. However, if you want to do like Mishamai, it's Gerokos. Whatever you want to do, you can do. I think what I was going to ask is a contradiction. You tell me Allah is like Misil, then you tell me you can do like Mishamai. Now listen to this. Russia. If you just pick all the coolest, I told the guy, I had an argument with somebody that was very close to me. I said, I understand. Every time there's a cooler, there's no Amir La'akum when it comes to electric stuff, electric cars. It's only electric. There's a cooler about this, cooler that. I said, yeah, but my Rebbe told me this, and he said it's okay. I never heard you once saying the chumrah. It's always a cooler. Maybe once in a while you had a good chumrah. Okay, fine. Mix it in once in a while. Every time I speak to you, you have another cooler, another cooler. Yeah, you think the cooler is Bishamai, the cooler is Sila. You're in Russia. If you're such a big mapama, the knife, you don't want it there. You might need it still. Let's put it over here. Let's make you nervous. Also another guy. If you're machmir, like Bishamai always, and you're a big machmir, you're big tzaddik machmir, like the Sila, all about Kosovo, the fool goes in the dark. There's a guy, a big tzaddik, wasn't working much, saying a lot of film all day. He wants to rig it out for us. He says, listen, light a candle, and do legal initiation by Chari will be okay. It's a wood make not for it. So light a candle to the bottom salad. Every day it's another gobble. One day he comes in and he sees a lot of candles. He says, oh, you finally got it. You finally, Baruch Hashem, you're chopping the cheshbon. He says, no. They finally turned off the electric here. Seal, the shoita of the fool goes in the dark. But I love this mice. This is a mice shahaya. It's a mice shiyach aliyos. In Koil Chazanish, there's a big argument in the sugya. They were going through the sugya, and they came out that you have to pass on the kula. So the guys, you got to do it again. So you do again, and the horrible comes out with kula. Then the nachamos, third time, like, what are we gonna do? So one guy gives a clap on the beat. Listen, this is a kula she'ein hatzibur yichol lalamid bo. Morning, no? It's a morning. Those who don't know, talk to Gemara. Hello. Iki b'shama dikshikuleim kikumreim. Iki b'sila kikuleim kikumreim. Either you have to be consistent. Either go with b'shama all the way, or you go like b'sila all the way. So it's not as simple as it sounds like. I'm not crazy about this chart that we did on Friday. I added a couple things tonight in a rush. But Rashi points out, it goes like this. In a certain area, you can't grab Bishamai and Basilis. Well, in Kriya Shema, you can grab Bishamai, And in Hilchas Treifa, you grab a silla. In Hilchas Treifa, in Hilchas spine, you can't grab a bishama b'sila in the same halacha. For instance, just to make it easier, don't look at b'sila at all. Just look at bishama. We had this halacha. When a spine of an animal is missing two vertebrae, so b'shamai, then it's a treifa. Meaning, what if it's 1.5? 1.5 vertebrae? It's not a treifa. So is that a kula or chumrah? It's a kula. The animals, you're allowed to eat the animal all the way until it's missing two vertebrae. So 2 is a kula. If you take that same 2 and use it on a human being's spine, say a spine of a human is metama ba'oil, like the skull of a human being. If it's in a room, just the skull, the whole room is tummy. Everybody in the room is tummy. So if you have a vertebrae of a human being, it's tummy. And if you're missing 2, then it's not metama. So that's already a chumrah. Why? Because up until 2, it's metama. 1 is metama, 1.5 is metama, 1 3/4 is metama. That's a tremendous chumrah all the way to 2. They still say no. You don't need to. So you can't grab and say, you know what? When it comes to an animal, eating an animal, I'm going to go like bishama. Then you need 2 vertebrae to make a trade. I 1.5 vertebrae involved. So I'm going to use that cooler. And when it comes to tumas oil, I'm going to go with Beisila, left bottom corner. I'm going to say that it's not metama once you have 1 vertebrae missing. That's not fair. Because the point is 2 vertebrae makes a chasar and doesn't make a chasar. So that's what we're saying. That you cannot grab a kula b'shamai and a chumrah of Beisila in different things. Okay, anyway. Or different Beisila and different things. Kula and kula. Go to the Gemara. Hold on for passion. So now we're just going back. So you told me that Allah is always like so we all know, everybody knows, every kid of favorite knows. We pass it in this. But hold on, let's give him Shama Yasser. And they tell me if you feel like going to Shama, it's okay. Like gosh, can't quite the basketball, can't laugh about it. There was a basketball that came from Miami said that he but the Allah is like this. So for the basketball, you can pick and choose. You can say I want to go like the Shama today. Tomorrow you say I want to go with Sil. But once the basketball came, they said that Allah is like Misila, we go like Misila. People say, no? After basketball. Even after the basketball, we're sure he goes like Misila. No, I'm even giving him a basketball. So, the famous story, I'll just show it to you real quickly here. We have the machlokes of the Tanur Shlach Hanoi. It's made out of this oven is good machlokes, and Rabbi Eliezer basketball win. Everything went Rabbi Eliezer's way. And even the carob tree was uprooted, the walls of the base measures, the river went backwards. Here, the river's going backwards here. They said if that long as like you realize the walls caved in. Everything went his way. And finally, they said, we don't care about walls, we don't care about water, we don't care. The Rav says against Rabbi Eliezer. So finally, the Maskell said, heavenly voice comes from Shmuel and says, the Allah is like Rabbi Eliezer. They must give him a basket. It's a very sad story because Rabbi Eliezer is a Shamusi, they put him in parent. Even though everything, I mean, I can't imagine something like that today. That the Gadol Hador, you hear a Pascal says the Allah is like him, and the walls, the Moisim, all the Moisim go like him. No. Put him in parent. Can't talk this. Until he died. The day he died, he was a parent. Crazy story. But I'll go upon him, and you give him the basket. We don't go with the basket. So, since we don't go like the basket, who said that Allah was like a big seal? The basket said, we don't care. We don't care about a basket. So you can pick and choose. You can pick and choose. Because I'll get cash. The problem is, how in the world does Rava do this? This is not fair. This is grabbing a little bit of Rav, grabbing a little bit of Shmuel, and making a mix, and coming up with Allah. Says Gemara, unwrap the rules. You look the Rav after. The entire thing is Rav. You learned it wrong. It's not the pshat that the reason why Rav says that a little bit of a nick at the top of the Klippus HaVeshet is a problem. Not because it's a Mokim Shkita. Because it's not a Mokim Shkita and it's still a problem. That's the Nakuda here. Don't listen to my brother. I think in all sides, I think he's brought down the most. That's what I once heard. Don't take it for, but it could be that Rabbi Yehuda is the most in all sides. He always brings down from Rav and all Shmuel. He brought down the most in Shas. Don't listen to him. You made a mistake. This is what Rav in fact said. Is Rebbe. They're not dependent. Until now we were learning that because the Tumas Haveshes, you can put a little needle and make it tray. Now a must be it's the Makam Shchita. It's like the rest of the Veshes. No, it's not a Makam Shchita. He agrees. Rav agrees it's not a Makam Shchita, and yet it becomes straight with the Mashu. And that's why Rav said that if you start the Shchita up here, let me get my knife. If you start the Shechita up here and you go down, he says that's straight. Why? Because it's not a Makam Shechita, and a Mashu breaks it. So that's why it's straight. Nothing to do with Shmuel. He didn't jump up two chasanas. It's one chasana called Rav. It's a Mashu, and it's not a Makam Shechita. So now that we have this eating pipe, where can you go until? Where can you chef? How much? Says the Gemara over you grab it like this, so you can only chef right over here. Oh. You can chef from this down, but not from here on. You gotta grab a hand grab. Now the part that's next to the lungs, or not the lungs, the stomach, the stomach. Oh, what did you get a picture here that Yoshi put together? Givaldic stuff. Really phenomenal. Oh, hold on. I think I could show this one. Let me show this one. I think so. This is okay? תגידו רבותיי המשגיחים, זה טרפות? שקט חמוד הכל בסדר, נחפש בגוגל הצ'ק נמצא שיטה שזה בסדר, דרכי הדרכנו אני תמיד אומר קשר הבשר קשר שטויות אסור תראה שנהיה אסור ויש אפילו שיטה שלא זוכר שזה אסור אתה פשוט והבשר דמה, יש לך גם טלפון, זה מכאן תצא חמוד אתה רשע, אתה שם כסיל גדול, אל תחפש רק כפולה, אל תחפש לפסול בקיצור, הלכתי לאכול. Okay, so I don't think much else can the word doesn't have the but you'll explain it then. But you got it? What about
everybody stop what you're doing.
Okay, Ashiyasir, check this out. Ashiyasir is very geschmack.
Remember that time I was talking to you?
In the animal,
I was waiting on you. What's up, big dog?
It has like hairs, sort of like hairs. These help digest the food. So you let it in shechita.
Everybody was in here. We were all waiting on you. What's going on, big man?
Okay. Here's anyways, you can do shechita on that entire part.
How many Rumble videos have you uploaded today?
The esophagus, up until where you see here. It says the Gemara, Eini, Vamar Rabbeinu Omer Gvul Shmei Rav. It's not true. You get a whole tef from where you see the hair. That way, and you can't.
That's okay. You did the right thing. Come in here. I'll give you a script here to the rear end.
And inner cares we learned, by the way, in the Mishnah, even the mashing.
All right.
It makes it straight.
Right. Did you sleep well?
So when you shechting, you see that esophagus that goes into the stomach. You're not on a shech there. It's not part of the esophagus. It's called the keres. It's called a stomach.
Okay.
Keres means
That's
stomachs.
That's right.
There's four stomachs.
So you're
Number one
uploading
is called the
something to
keres.
Rumble.
Number two is called what? You guys remember?
Have you changed all of the names of all of your podcasts yet?
If I'm telling you it's keres, then it's not esophagus. What am I shechting with? So you have to say, says more big keres. Bikares, Bikares, Paris, Solomon Meshet, Zo Paris. The first tefah
Yo, did you
inside
do
with
it
the
on
pot with
Spotify
those
yet?
ears, that first tefah, that's the Keres Apnimi. After that, what is it called? Keres Achitza. The nafkamina is how much of a hole do you need? The first
That's
tefah
okay.
from the esophagus in is called
But you
Keres
gotta do
Apnimi.
it on
One
Spotify.
tiny hole that breaks it up. The rest of it,
And
you need
you
like
should
a
know,
rig.
you're not the only one who does this
Right?
kind of
And
stuff.
another shot is
I
Kikoma Rav, he's talking about a bull.
was on somebody's
Look
podcast
at this
and I
beautiful
looked
picture.
and they misspelled my name like all over. They called me all kinds of
The
different
tefah,
things.
you're right. It's a tefah of the
So I'm gonna
esophagus.
email
The
them
reason
and
why
let
it's
them know, like,
straight
hey, can you
is
please
because
like go back and
it looks like an
just like
esophagus,
spell my name
but it actually
correctly?
starts acting like
People are
a
looking
stomach,
for it, they're never
and it
gonna
has
find
here
it
and there.
on your
But
podcast.
of course, that's only in a bull, not in a smaller animal. Let's see if I think we have a picture here. We didn't have it on.
No, you're not. You're not. But
Right?
just
So you see
recognize
how
that.
the
Well, you should recognize that it's a common
is
thing.
connected
But it's
to
basically the
back
most
of
important thing that you can do as a
Now,
podcast thing.
disconnect-
Make sure you spell
disconnect
your
over there.
guest name correctly for
Draw,
two reasons.
disconnect.
One, it's an insult to them
It's kosher
if you don't.
In
Two,
fact, learn,
you're never going to get their audience
the bottom
to
draw.
view the video if it's not spelled correctly.
Even though, you see from here, even though the bottom draw is disconnected in this picture. What does that mean when it's disconnected? It disconnects with the two pipes. So you see, it's okay if they're disconnected. As
So
for
that's
Papa, the obvious question. One of the problems in
You should also ask
one of the
them,
trachas is when the
hey, do you have any links
two
that you want me to
simanim,
put
the
in
trachea,
your
the esophagus are disconnected.
in the description?
Disconnected.
Do you have any hashtags you want me to use?
Or Papa Kashima
Do you
says,
have a bio that you want me to use?
Do
Do you have a headshot that you want me to use? These are things that you should be asking your guests. If they do, great. You put it in there. If they don't, no big deal. But this way, their fans will be able to find them easy.
Disconnected. That's right. When
Like, I know you were like, hey, when I publish your video, you're like my fourth biggest person ever. Well, that's okay,
it's the jaw
considering when you first published it,
That's okay.
you didn't have my name in it. So how would anybody ever find it? You get what I'm saying?
That was more cash. How can you say that if the
Exactly.
Exactly.
So just think of it that way.
that
And then
disconnected,
if it's
then
already
supposed to
published
be the
and
end of the
my name's not in it,
the
then
name too. If it's disconnected, it should have
you know,
equal
or like,
so
you know, you lose the social media
higher
juice.
thing that
So, keep that in mind. Like, I'm not saying you can't go back and redo it. That's fine for live. But like, if you're looking for a bunch of people to watch your stuff right away, really important to have someone's name in there, especially for their audience. Because people will literally be searching for someone and they'll put like based on relevance or based on time, like how recent it was, and if it's not spelled exactly right, the person's just never gonna find it. It's a sealed content. So, but yeah, you're not alone. You're absolutely not alone.
Sometimes you have a sticker on a
I'm
product.
sure I've been on podcasts. I should spell stuff
What's
correctly.
gonna happen? It leaves a
Whatever.
lot of like streaks and stuff. You can go
But at
really,
least when I have,
really nice and
I've had a
slowly.
podcast,
You get the entire thing off.
I
You have a
literally
village, right before
copy
you
and
go,
paste
one
the
of people
person's
in
username
it's causing chatitza.
into the
If you
title
don't have patience, you go,
so that it's
you're gonna leave
exact.
like three
And
little
they
lines
can't
and
come
then
up
you
come
lay
to
out
me
the
and
whole
say,
problem.
hey,
Here, let's do this. Exactly.
right.
Watch,
Because I
it's
can
gonna
say, look, I got it right from your profile. So I know that it's right. Or either your profile's wrong, or
that's what
you
he said.
prefer to be, you prefer to go by something else. Like, what's an example of this? Like,
You need it? Then you do it slowly. Do it slowly.
someone who's an example. I'll say,
Oh, the capital
okay.
people, you
So,
do it slowly,
do you know who
nicely,
Ryan
nothing
Reynolds is?
left.
He's an actor.
Also, the part of the when you have a little bit left,
Okay,
that's,
so
so
his
that's not
Twitter
gonna
handle
regrow.
is
It's not
Van
gonna-
City
it's not gonna
Reynolds,
heal.
Van
It's
City
a
Hoover,
and
and
tiny
something
piece
like
not gonna
that.
heal.
And
As soon as I gotta get.
he may say, well, don't use Van City Reynolds. Not everybody knows me as that. Just use my
This
name,
is
Ryan
the
Reynolds. So, like,
trachea.
you know, there are some
When it's-
exceptions to it, but
When
generally,
it's split,
like
a little
Aiden
bit like
Ross is
this,
going to be Aiden Ross. Mr. Beast is going to be Mr. Beast. PewDiePie is going to be PewDiePie. You want to spell it correctly. You want to make sure that it's accurate. Another thing that you can do is, before you publish, you just send the person, hey, here's a description of what I'm going to put.
I'm not sure
If
why.
it's good, you don't even have to say anything, but if you have any changes in it, you know, that way
We'll explain it all.
they get some, like they can say that it's accurate, and
The rings
it's what they want represented by them.
evenly-
And you're just going to
the top part of the
ChatGPT
ring
and
are very
just, getting whatever information, and I
Not
get that.
like
But not,
not so
that
much
stuff's not always
top very
accurate,
like
so
bottom very
it's important to
So if you were to
ensure your
measure from the
accuracy
top
and stuff, especially that.
to the bottom
Um,
and come up with a middle point,
but you're
it's
doing
going
really
to
well.
be
You are
like the right
turning
picture.
these things out,
But
and more people are finding you. And
So remember,
the best thing about your podcast, at least on Spotify,
here's the real
is when
thing.
you type in
And
live
here's a knife
podcast
going down
as
the
one
middle.
word, you show up
The
right
top
away.
part is thicker. We
That's
exaggerated
really
it a
hard
little
to
bit
do.
just to make the thing.
So
The
that's
top part
great.
has a thickness. The bottom is very thin. Okay, now that you see that,
You know, I
basically
found
it's very,
out
very
kind
simple.
of
If you measure the donut hole,
I think
you
it's a
just
pretty
measure
good
the hole.
hack.
That's the
You
speed
would
of sight.
consider it a hack.
If you're gonna measure the whole 50% of the donut hole,
So,
right? If you get the
what
knife
you
gets
can
up to
do is
there,
just go to
but the problem is the
ChatGPT
donut hole is
and ask it
lowered down.
for
The 50% of the donut hole
100
is really
people's email
60%
addresses
from if
who
you start
want to
from the
be
top because the top is very thick. So that's
guests
the whole
on
idea.
a
Are we starting
podcast.
from the top? And
And
then
usually it'll
51% is
say,
going to be
well, I'm
right
not
picture.
supposed to give
Or
away
we start from
private
the donut
information
hole,
or whatever.
the
But then you just tell
empty
it,
part.
no, just give
And
me
then you go from
publicly
there,
available
51%.
information, and it's
So
fine.
that is
Like, you're allowed to do
it's
this.
fine. The whole thing
And then it'll
is
be like,
I don't
okay,
know
and it'll give you a list of 100 people. And then you can email.
sponsor. Turn to the dial for Dr.
But your
Bobo.
thing, it should be, you
Special
shouldn't have to do it.
international
You should
financial
literally
services by
just,
Time Blue Red.
whenever you're,
The reason why I'm going fast is because I don't want
you
to
need a guest, you just go to Kik and find somebody. And you're going to create this giant network of people who have been on your podcast, who have connected with you,
So, that's the
who like
situation
what you do.
where they found an animal like this. That's how
be
it came.
a
He was
big deal
born
for you.
like that. He had a problem. You also got Baltic Law Beroiv of you. So he checked it out to see by he started measuring from the top. What was going on here? You yourself taught us you start from just the whole donut hole. So he says, the Rav, he checked it out actually from the donut hole, and he said this is great. It's
Nothing super huge.
and
Yeah,
Rabbi Rachman
but
himself,
I do have,
a place like Easter in Chicago.
I think,
This is a problem. The rabbi himself who gave a headshot to this meat, bought meat from
well,
that
I've
guy.
got two.
This is a problematic piece of meat.
One of them is going to be a really
Rav
long
started
one,
checking
3
from the
hours. The
top,
other one,
and
I
it
think,
would
is
have came
just
out
an
really
hour.
bad.
But then I haven't sent out my emails for today.
Every time you come, give me this, then you stop coming.
Send out my
Right?
emails
It's like a
later
roller
today.
coaster with you. From the
And
first
I have a
guys
new
who
email
got
list that
back
I
in
might utilize. I might not though.
Let me say
I
what?
might just wait on that.
8 years, and you're gonna tell me you do it every day.
But what I did was I went to
But it's great to see you.
ChatGPT and just asked for
Huh?
100 email addresses. He gave me 100
you
email
just-
addresses. Then I asked for 100 more. Then I asked for 100 more. Then I asked for 100 more. Then it starts
Anybody wanna say hello?
hallucinating.
You're
Like it
doing
doesn't provide correct email
Sort of.
addresses. Like,
You're doing someone
that's
that's
still
your name.
like 500 email addresses.
From?
That's really good.
Like,
Of
someone like
people
is she there?
who are interested.
Who's this tzaddik next to you? What's his name?
I don't have to sit
Huh?
there and like scrape websites that way. It's
Okay.
basically everything.
Who else? Anybody else want to say hello?
There are services that you can pay for to do this, but they can get pretty costly.
He's new. What's your name? First of all, what's your name? The guy that said he's new.
I think there are free ways to do it.
I know. Is it with your father?
And then,
But what about so
I
that's
created
your
a
brother
bot
next to you?
that
What's his name?
I get asked a lot of questions about whatever. Could be anything. And
Everybody's helping their friend and their brother.
but they're kind of
Kevin,
usually
you're
the
not the
same
only
kind of
one.
questions. And so I have this bot that has
How's your
just
students saying
taken
great
my opinions, generally, or the opinions that I hold on these topics, and put all the information into a document. And the
Very good.
document
So
is
Gemara, we only have
now
4
being
minutes. We'll
populated.
shoot later.
So it's like just a quick reference.
So
Like
listen,
what
listen
you
to
are,
this.
or what you're doing as a podcast host, you've got kind of the easier job. It's harder in some ways, but it's easier in others. It's harder because you have to schedule the person, you have to make sure that the podcast saves, you have to upload it, you have to tag it and put the description and all that stuff. That's a lot of work. But nobody's asking you any questions, so you don't ever have to feel on edge to be like, what if they ask me a question I don't know? What if I look stupid? All of the things that can happen to a guest. So
famous mice. I'm not going to go over it
You
again.
should just feel.
My father told me that's what Nizik Karelet is. This
That's the beneficial part about being
There's a
a
problem to eat from. And my father told me only if he tells you that it's okay. Yes, there's a problem to eat. It's not like a to eat meat that a chacham said it's okay. So it goes. Surah Nachsher won't sell that kind of meat. They give it to the other actually. Boksiv says, "V'oimar." We had this already. This whole sugi is a freebie. Yechezkel says, "Hashem, Hashem Elikim." Hashem told him to
Yo,
lay on
Doug,
his
do you
right
like it
side
when
with a
people
brick.
talk to you and you just stay quiet? People talk to you and you just stay quiet?
The whole thing for a whole year
No.
to pretend it's going to be some mikdash before the
Right
Habayis.
now,
He says, he tells the Rebbe,
focus.
I know.
meaning naturally going to Tumah. I never became Tumah. So you have to understand what's the big deal. It was a coin. Of course, he didn't become Tumah. This is a bigger question. Unavelu treva lo yachal. I'm such a tzaddik. I didn't even avelu treva. How could he say something like that? Every year today could say that. Min uray about that. Even when I was a young kid, till today, I never ate an avelu. V'lo yibal b'vi b'sar pigul. Who's going to eat pigul? It's a mamash isser kares. So I have to explain like this. So places over there explains already. I didn't think the Gemara says I didn't think during the day not to come to Tumah to carry at night. But Taisa says a lot of people are Nizarnet, but not everybody was successful like Yechezkel. Yechezkel was successful. He's never told me Belayla. There's a video I'm not going to show because we're going to up our level. Some videos I won't show. It's a very, very good video in the second year. I don't know what to do. I liked it a lot. It was very funny. But the last lesson word, okay? We have to figure. If they can fix it, I have to find out if they can fix it or not. Otherwise, I'll show it after the show. I'll go on it. I didn't need an animal that they said to the shechted. Shecht it right away. It's about to die. So that was the Gemara then. That's why we brought this whole story then. It's a problem, not a problem. You see that it's a problem. But this one, I never ate. That's when I said the story then of the chicken. I never ate from a piece of meat.
I just ate my drink every day.
That a chacham looked at it and said, "A psak halacha that's okay to eat." Sure, Reb Nosson, chacham shoyer bayah. Reb Nosson Amro, shlechazim behem shlehurim adisnei. Another shot is they didn't eat from an animal that they didn't give the matas kuna, even though he himself was a kohen. He was makbid to give matas kuna. Says Gemara. Okay, so the question is,
what you have is pretty easy. What do I mean? You have to.
What's the problem with Oishor B'chacham? The problem is that he's relying on his own logic. And tomorrow we'll find out that his logic is flawed.
Upload a podcast every day. Apply to work 2 hours per job, and
depending on his
upload
logic,
old
depending
podcasts
on
for an hour. That's
something
5
that he
hours
heard
of
from
work.
his rebbe from
That's
generations.
it. Some guy in Africa would be
from the inside,
happy to do all that.
Okay.
Basically,
Ask the Gemara.
they'd be, somebody who's digging in a mine all day
from the owner of the animal. People are
would
going to
be
say,
happy
you passed that
just
as
have to
kosher
do what
because you
you're
wanted
doing.
the meat.
Like, that's pretty easy.
If a dayan made up sakalacha zika b'chiyah, he said this guy is okay, he doesn't have to pay, this guy has to pay. This is coming, this tar. Also, this is also this mutter and also witnesses, kulan, shar, and nikah. They're all permitted to take from whatever they spoke
Do you
about.
agree or no?
You should stay away from this discussing this in Menadoim law. The boys, I heard a crazy story on every Shabbos. Benny showed me this thing from Mayor
You have it easy in comparison to someone in Africa
speaker,
who has to dig in a
says,
mine all day.
It's a gross story.
You don't have to
It's
do
gonna
any of
gross you all
that
out.
stuff. All you have to do is publish a podcast.
Unbelievable house. These things on the water, not like a mansion. Beautiful house.
You have to record a
And he knew that
podcast.
the
You have to
owner
apply for
was in the middle
a
of
job for
a-
2 hours a day.
So he went and
And you have
negotiated
to
a
upload
crazy
old
deal with the
podcasts.
owner.
That's it.
He got the guy to come down 50%. He's super excited. He goes to the Rav. And the Rav explains to him that he can't buy the house. It's not for him. Especially not for him. It's in the wrong neighborhood, the whole thing. Don't buy it. Not for you. He's very depressed. What are you going to do? He goes to the Rav.
I will.
More than
So I have
halfway
a very
by the
good
house.
and interesting
He sees the Rav walking out of the house. He goes up to the Rav. He says, What are you doing? He says, listen, I explained to you, the house is not for you. But the house is for
Are
me.
you still in bed?
That's when I hear, and he finishes off that the guy went off the derech. Now, I know my neighbor over here on this block went off the derech when his Rav was caught doing disgusting things, and the famous story is put in jail. That Rav, famous guy from Yerushalayim, not going to go into his name, but he went off the derech. You can't. As I'm saying, if you're at home like that your whole Yiddishkeit is dependent on one human being, and human beings do some crazy stuff sometimes. It's a chaval. Okay, find another Rav and move on. But okay. Huh? Zog the Gemara. If you're a Rebbe, no, sometimes the person says, my father did this and this, I'm going, okay.
And I stopped learning Gemara because of their Rav. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, the Rebbeim in Cheder. Yeah. Okay, stop learning Gemara is different than going off the there. But yeah, I know one or two of those things. I mean, let me rephrase. I know one or two people this year that didn't happen.
One or two.
That didn't happen. Okay, yeah, I don't know what they are, but they're here. Zog the Gemara. Exactly. Judaism, perfect Jews aren't. That's pure. Don't do something silly that people are going to say to you. Oh, the reason why you said this meat is kosher is because you got a great feel on the meat afterwards. That's only something that goes by evaluation, by assessment. Everybody knows the price of the meat. Everybody knows that it's a certain weight, and you pay. How much do you pay for a steak here in Israel per kilo? $250. 250 shekel. So yes, and the other day in Shir. Everybody knows. So the Rav is paying for a kilo 250. So nobody thinks he got a good deal. Rava said that this treifa, they came to the Kodesh treifa. He said, no, it's not a treifa, you can buy from it. Ordinarily, Basha Chizda, the daughter of Chizda tells Rava. Who's the daughter of Chizda? Rabbis, everybody knows this. Who's the daughter of Chizda? Rava's wife. How do I know it's Rava's wife? Because the famous story that Rav Chizda had his daughter on his lap, she was a little girl, and she said, I want to marry those two people, Rav Bachlam and Rava. Rava heard it, he said, I want to be second. So first she married Rav Bachlam and he died, and then she married Rava. That's what's going on, and she's more closer, Basha Chizda. So obviously, if you're going to marry Rav Chizda's daughter, you better know your stuff, because she's a little bit of a Talmid Chachama. And she says, wait a minute. How did you purchase that meat that you just said is kosher? Abba Shari Buch. My father once allowed a Bachar. Now, in the time of Chizis, there's no Misamidish, then he's an Amoira. So, when you have a firstborn, you give it to the client, what happens? You can bring it to Misamidish. What do? You let it roam around until it befalls a moment, then you can eat it. So now it's always your thing. New rabbi, is this a mum? No, go back. Come back tomorrow. Is this a mum? So he said, this is a mum. This is a mum. But he wouldn't eat from it because he allowed this Bachar to be shackled. Allah, he says, my wife, my dear wife, it's a very good question you're asking, but let me explain to you the difference. Hani Mili Bukhara, that is a Bachar, that Shumim is davening. There's a famous halacha when it comes to Bachars, when it comes to a firstborn, even after it has a mum, you're not allowed to weigh it. You're not allowed to sell it in the marketplace. You have to treat it with respect. What's his respect? You don't put it on a scale. So you look at it, this looks like 2 pounds to me. This looks like a pound. Here, give me 250 shekels because it looks like a pound. He says, that's why, that's going back to that you can't know for certain that he paid the right price. So people are going to accuse the rabbi of doing the wrong thing. But over here, I rather always buy by weight. Nobody's going to accuse me of getting a better deal. Ella, my dear wife, I know what you're going to say. Because he gave me the top. Huh? Oh, Mayiko. I didn't say Mayiko. I was looking at those 2 words. Huh? If Kitty stepping in, we're going to let him have it. We'll give him this one. I'm very upset at the Bakari today. Your son-in-law. He messed up. You better speak to him. He went the whole march without making a single mistake. Usually he gives me a timeout, like one. He gives me that one. He does it on purpose during Shvi. It's always in Shvi. He pretends he made a mistake. Nothing. Hey, that was for you. Enjoy it while it lasts. Hachem is it's a good reason. Hachem is Dagan Rucha. Ma'ika. So what are you saying? What are you gonna say? Because he gave me the top, that 1 pound that nobody could get, only that one animal. So you should know wherever I go, they always give me 1 pound. So the Gemara in Brachos that from down says Rav always used to send somebody to buy him every single. Listen to this, but I thought it's interesting. Because Rav says Rav used to eat meat every single day. But the answer, because the Gemara in Brachos says that he would actually send for the neck. And we also learned just the other day that if you eat from the Mokum Shkita, it's a zgula to what? Healthy, yeah. You haven't become a chacham, you know. You those Gemara's offense stuff. It's a little scary. Fine. So should we stop up here because it's Moshe Shabbos? We stop over here. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful week. Yishkoyach.
Marriage Explosive, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MUSsponsor.com. Sponsor MUSsponsor.com.
Question.
What up, Kev?
So do you got the right?
Do I have what?
Do you have woman who got the right?
You have one woman who got away. None of them got away, baby. None of them got away. Nope, I got them locked in. The body count. I lose track of 42, big man.
42.
I lose track at that number, dog.
Welcome. It's a lot of guests here, you know.
Yeah. It's like the way higher. I lose track of 42.
That's a class, the whole Zach.
Oh, dog. 20,000.
Lauren, you're not your guest?
Okay.
Charlie, you're not such a good. Remind me your name. Will. We're off the funeral there. We have microphones everywhere. You see?
So like you don't have just the one who just
it's all there right here. They're all, everybody's
Baby, it's the wrong game. Anybody who I may have wanted that maybe I was too young or whatever, I'm going to be able to get them when I go viral, so I don't worry about it.
Really? Since then? How many years is that? Since what?
Maybe that's changing.
When did you start?
There you go, big man.
Your kids are like somewhere in Shabbos Eve and maybe. Wow. You're old timer. Cruise? You coming on the cruise? Shona, what's your name? So also from Stanford? From Borough Park. Very nice. And what's your name on the guest table? What's your name? From? Oh, that's right. You were here yesterday, no? Okay, Jamal Omer. And the guy next to you doesn't want to say hello? You don't want to say you know Davening? Ma? Every day? Oh, Friday. Listen, you're on the guest table, so you threw me up there a little bit. Okay, fine. We got some very, very important stuff here to do. We have more guys, and we'll get to them later. Oh, Rabbi Willig is here after Chasana. What time do you get home? What time? 2 o'clock. Nicht gefährlich. Nicht gefährlich. The voice is only at 245 Amudim, was only 20 Amudim left. MDY Gibraltar Feather, MDY Belgian Feather.
What'd you say, Big Man?
Aaron Abgayev, Sam Samuels, Josh Ladino, Suzanne Israel, Goldstein.
Somebody crashed? Oh,
How's he doing?
Aldo, baby.
Anybody know? How's he doing? He's 5 days in. He's still a whole stein. Got to hold it together. Alan Dana, Duli Depitzer, Yaakov and Shandy Siegel. Iron Verena Fix. No, son. That's a caution one. I tell him it's a caution because he's a young guy and, still starting out. $720. He's caution. Yossi and Shani Tesser. The Binistak boys. Prime Levy. B. So you're a worker, fireworker. That's how you spell fireworker.
So
It's a fancy way to spell fireworker.
we can all be ready to hear
Reggie Silverstein.
What'd you say, Pimp?
Silverstein.
So I can
That's Silverstone. It's a different guy. Defensive Isengard. I got it. Different person. Aaron Heinrich. Yosef Verdugo. Naftali Millman. Jonathan Itzko. Joseph Zach. Yaakov Shachanis. Mark's brother. Sits over here every day during the Hebrew Yitzhak. Ephraim Katroni. Cheryl Deckelboy. Meir Hirsch. Kreisler. Rivka. Bengiu? What? Bengiu? Eliyahu Nazri, Uri Shafar. Mom, it's unbelievable. Both languages, I have struggle. Noam Kamara, Yankee, Erendal, Gal Ben Shushan, Ariel Kohanim, Benji Davidman, Joshua Levin, Yitzi Diskin, Novi Novosela, Ephraim Levy, Ezra Maritas. Gartner he sits next to your son every night. He's a Rebbe in Cheder. Naftali Millman, Adam Sprung, Moshe D. Fishman, and Ger Shapukas. If he's twice that person, so there's 21 Amudim left, maybe. You never know. Okay. Read 1 or 2 emails. Oh, this is a very good one. I can't skip this one.
Rebbe Ellie, it's Ellie Overberger. I was in your 18 on YouTube when it was the Masay TMS. And we're about to make the Sina shots. I was the first person to actually make a Sina shot from your belly. I started with photos. If you recall, when the Sina shots got first demonstrated by our body. You also sent me a very beautiful Sina. And you called me first.
I don't remember everything.
So I know this is nothing but Bob. So don't go to so it's all about you. I'm looking and there's the next Monday. Hopefully we get this together. And we're going to
So I'm choking up. He's finishing shots with us. Not like he came in the middle. Clutch tires. Wow. It's very powerful. This is from MKY at the wedding of his grandson, Rabbi Mordechai Willig. It's not. I know. For people who don't have phones, you have to explain. And that's what I'm saying. The rest of us know. You heard about the Knicks? That's you. It's whatever. Whoever knows, those who know, if you know, you know. You don't know, you don't know. Wow. And he's here today, the father of the faucet. The Mason, he's a bundle of energy, that guy. He's always like that. He's high octane, you know what I mean? Like he's.
What'd you say, Big Dog?
This is another side. We're not done with something.
I like them
I
all.
was listening to the ones this year. Whenever Celso is showing his disdain for videos, please understand that at this point, The dash is larger than one person and larger than local pieces that may have an issue. I'm somebody who unfortunately did
Who I
not
think
connect
is
to
going to
his
win?
overall majority of the band in high
France
school.
looks really good
I was
right
kicked
now.
out for coming late various days of the week, and I
Mexico looks good
unfortunately
right
didn't
now.
work as much as I can. At
I
this
don't know
point,
if they're
I'm
going to
trying
be
to
good
come
enough.
back and look forward to every single year specifically with dates and
England,
videos. I share them with my kids, and we all enjoy them immensely. Again, please keep them coming, and please do not allow the
these
haters
are
to hate.
probably the
Thank
favorite.
you so much. Kind Bruder, Passaic. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, Spain and Portugal.
Yeah. Do you know Sami Zayn being
You're asking what do you
world
think about this
champion?
video, that video?
What'd you say?
Oh, wait a minute. So that's it's a
Do
piece
you
from
know,
Hashem. I
do
thought I
you
put something in
know
here with 1 and 2 speed. Hold on.
world
Where was it? I skipped over it.
Who's that?
It's Sami Zayn. It's Sami Zayn.
You good?
Oh, listen to this. Listen to this. This is mom is
Yeah.
back to back with what you just said. I skipped it before. Dear Belly just had to share an insane story that shows how insane everyone
Very cool.
really is. I was at a finance expo in Birmingham, UK, biggest in the UK. I meet another two youths, me, Hasidish, with Chazidik Pius, a lawyer, solicitor in UK, and a keeper with a pen, and a corporate lender not wearing one for business purposes. And what are we chatting about? What speed we listen to Yashir on? Anywhere between 1.2 and 2 was mentioned. Nachabal. Me, a Hasidish with
Do what?
a lawyer, and a corporate lender not even wearing a yarmulke. They all listen at 1.2 to 2. Nobody listens on regular.
Yeah, when are you going to be done changing all the names in the podcast on Spotify? That's great. That's great. How many things do you have to upload to Rumble?
3 total different years that UK Business Convention, bonding over daily doc, everywhere little connects every family anywhere in the world. Keep up the show world. You comment from London.
That's not that many. You can get that done today.
With the email. You're going to get a sticker.
You focus on it. I'm here if you need me.
Somebody, I didn't see what this is. First of all, wow. Okay, I'll say the middle share. I hope you remember. MDY in Mexico at the inauguration of the World Cup. He's at the World Cup. He's learning. Look at him. Looks like a flag that I don't want to see in the streets. He's green and whatever. It's not a thousand. And he's learning the daf at the World Cup. Rabbi's at the World Cup. In Mexico. And what is this? This is, I didn't see this before. This Mark put in there. Michael Siegelston of Las Vegas, Nevada. Welcome to guest at Shul and this happens.
Even in Las Vegas, the city gets schmoozing and gets out. Most of the gossip. All the way from Las Vegas.
That's a keyboard. That's a good talker. Okay. Oh, this makes a shop. This makes maybe Modestovich. What is the shop about? Okay, the boy's time. Official edition of the New Shots with Sefta, Zeviyal, Shulha, Perek, Ilan, and Mary, Davidovici, Davidovich, Lishmas, Yeshaya, Ben Aaron, and Yochel Chava Itel Bas, Avraham. Daf Mem Gimel, Moshe Goldschmidt, expressing my gratitude to Eli and MDY, Yusuf Toya, David Solomon. Mem Gimel is Mordig Yishma. Dedicated in memory of Avi Murray, Shmuel Boyle, Berg, Heinz, Dois, Rafa, the Masada sponsored by the Patrick Family Foundation, the Consortium, and the Alliance of Holy Duke Sport and BY. Anonymous, Aslach, and Rufus, Kubi Gas, thank you to Chief Betting, Shmuel and Ahuva, Schuster, for continued Aslach and Nachas from our children, Amen. Anonymous, for complete Rav Shlema, and Rufus Yom, Kalea, Bas Esther, Yom and Daniel, Rosenfeld, Brius, Simcha. Multi sponsors are Simon, Rav Shlema, Abi Mari, Baruch, and Miriam, Anonymous, Rav Shlema, for Rebuchim, Ben Yehudas, Rav Shai, Ben Slav, Gloria, Amen. Weekly sponsors, the Spanish Sphere sponsors, in honor of the first three Bachram in the Mexican satellite location, Shmuel Yehuda Abramchik, 15, Moshe Lanialo, 15, and Inon Greenberg, 16. Zevin, Amy, Nevo, and family, Adina Libo, Fas, Zev, Chaim, and Leah, Shalom, a 4-year-old girl who shook up the world with her period. They should be amazing. Yosef, Clyde Yisrael, Obey, Ruben Klein, in memory of Sarah Ratza, Bas, Bob Farrell, Honor Yortzai, Buff, Zain, Siva. David Joseph, in memory of Moshe Ben Yosef. Borgan sponsors, Ziv Nishmas, Bobby Tights. Moras, Edom Gidabas Harav, above Dovis, Peril, Rochman, and Shoma have an Aliyah. Yaakov Aaron Krasky in memory of Sorfega Bas with Moshe Yitzchak, Leah Shalom. I'm just thinking now about Mordechai Sikaznik. He probably puts in the most sponsors a year. And now that I found out that the price went up from 180 to 250, like he has to get another job, basically. No? It's a big thing for him. For the media refuah shleima of Yosef Tzvi ben Yisrael, my son Zev Sandman, Amen. MDY kids, Innovations LLC as Kismar Kisimcha ben Fego, and Rifki Yudis Bas Yafat Chayo. MDY Art, what? Refuah shleima Yehonatan Eitan ben B'Shem Bracha. Refuah shleima Mordechai ben Esther. Was Hayeled Daniel Zev ben Hayeled Esther. All right. Boys, we're back. For whatever reason, two people reached out to me and tell me, oh, that was my favorite cheer, that was my favorite daf. It's just Gishmak. No, it's just Gishmak. Says the Gemara, only enough to gimel them out. Middle of the day, yesterday. Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, what's your name, Tab? It's noticed you. Yes. From Boulevard? Where do you live now? Lakewood. All right, what about Yiddish? It's about Tabs. You didn't want to insult me. Yeah, also about Uvalde. Omar Ruda. Shmoyna Milik traces number the Moshe Sinai. So if you recall, yesterday we had 18 traces. The whole thing. So what we could do is we could break them down into categories. There are 8 different types of categories. There's Nekuva, Sukkah, Netula, Chasura, Rua, Ujusa, Netula, Zvura. These are the 8 categories that we're going to go into for a second. In a second. La Puke, Nekusa. Mamish rhymes. Nekuva, Sukkah, Netula, Chasura. La Puke, Nekusa. If this all comes besides this one bad kidney that has a bunch of pus in it, that's not in the 18 days. So this is what we have to do for a second. We're just gonna step out of here. These are the 8 categories. Nekuva, Netula. Nekuva has a little puncture wound. Netula, it's removed completely. Netula is ripped. Netula fell. Sukkah, it separated. Chasur is missing. Drusa, it was attacked by a wolf or a lion. Shmur is broken. So Nekuva we saw yesterday. This is the 8th of Nekuva. You have a little puncture hole on the veshet, in the brain, the membrane of the brain, the heart, the lung, the intestine, the kavas, the stomach, the ma'ayin, the intestines. That's apneus. Now we have to see what it is. It's one of the 4 stomachs. The hemsis of crisis that we saw, it's different also from the stomachs. They're back to back. The hemsis of crisis. So if you have a puncture wound with any of those, it's a trade. Sukkah is like when the gargeris is severed, and nifsaka shedra is when the spinal cord, the spinal cord is severed. What's Drusa is Drusa, Nefula is Nefula. Here's Drusa. Drusa is when animal attacks. It's number 8 on the list. And Netula means it's completely missing. So we had a few things. We had when the entire liver goes missing. There's a little part of it. We see how big, even a small amount, it's going to regenerate. Luda, we said, means that all the skin fell off. And the book of the Agma is that ball that goes into the bearing, what we call it? Bearing? Socket, into the socket. The ball of the socket, if it pops out, and it's also the ligament is severed, that's a netula. It's completely out. So what's chasura? So we had a lung that's missing a part from one of the bends in the animal and up, and we had a few of its vertebrae are missing, And also, Harusa B'De'ada means that it shriveled up like a dry date, one of his lungs, because the person scared him. He got frightened and his lungs shriveled up for good. Krua, what's Krua? It's ripped. You have the teres, one of the stomachs that got ripped, and what's our piper because in the flesh that covers most of the parts. What's broken, Rabbi? Does anybody want to guess? Broken? The Shtabru Roitz, most of its ribs are broken. You have the Simonim, the trachea and the esophagus, that became detached. Or necrothela, one, not all its, before we said broken ribs, over it's one rib that was uprooted from the source, and Gugoy Shanifkasa is a skull that was bashed in. How do you say bashed in nice English? Crushed. Oh. And this comes to exclude number 14, Lopsibikulia, which is this, that one of the kidneys, although you could actually remove a kidney, the animal will live, but not if it's a diseased kidney. A diseased kidney will kill the animal. All right, so now we just did 3 lines. Omar Chia Baraz. Shmoyne Treva Geshem Rekuda. Yeah, I said. Yeah. Right. I 100% sorry. Nothing to check. I said it. Omar Chia Baraz. I don't care what he says. I know what I said. So I'm not going back. Omar Chia Baraz. Fine, I'll say it. And the editor will show that I said it right. Lapuke Lukusa. Mamish rhymes. Lapuke Lukusa, the Ruckus Barkova. This comes to include. This comes to exclude the diseased kidney of Ruckus Barkova. I think I showed the picture for you. Omar came around. What? Why didn't I say Ruckus Barkova? I said Lukusa. Omar came around. Shmoyne Trevi Zishman Kuba. That'd be really embarrassing. That didn't say Ruckus Barkova. Wow. Get more emails. Correcting words and stuff. Shmoyne Trevi Zishman Kuba. There are eight different puncture wounds, tiny little wounds that destroy an animal, make it a treva. And if it has one of these, you cannot eat the animal. In Toimak Treva. Yeah, as you say, the nice. Which one? Mara. Mara is the gallbladder. It looks something like this. In a small animal, it looks something like this. I'll show you soon what it looks like in a large animal. You're not going to believe it. It's a serious concept. In a human being, I didn't look it up, I heard that it only produces about 2 teaspoons or so of the gallbladder juice, this Gavaldic juice. Vial in a lifetime. Vial in a lifetime. Exactly, vial. Check it out. Somebody look it up. No? He's looking up right now in his sleep in America. Review the Tanila. The Sanya Nikva Hakeva. Nikva Hadakim. So, if it has a little hole in it, it should be number 9. It says over here, Nikva Hadakim, Treifa. It's a good review the Oimer. Not only if there's a puncture wound in the intestine, even if there's a puncture wound in the gallbladder, it's also a treifa. So we have 9, not 8. Says the Gemara, that's what we're going to learn now. That what? If there's a puncture hole in the gallbladder, it's a treifa. My Hadley Chavi Rabbi Yehuda holds that a puncture wound in the gallbladder is no good. Why would you say it is good? No. It holds about 1 to 2.7 fluid ounces of bile at any given time. But how much does it go through in a lifetime? It holds a few ounces. Says the Gemara, I'll tell you why they hold that a gallbladder is not a problem. Because it says, Yishpoich La'aretz Merirasu. Iyoi says that my gallbladder, the bile spilled to the floor. V'daini Yirkayim. You see, he still lived. So you see, even if a person has bile that oozes out, it's not a treifa. Omar lahem ein maskir ma'asen nisim. As the Gemara is going to say in a second, we can actually keep on going. The whole story of Eoy is a story of a nace. That Baruch Hu told the Malach HaMavos not to kill him, even though any one of these wounds would typically kill a regular person. He don't allow him to die, so that I can inflict more and more pain. The Tema Hachi says, "Yiflach yotzai v'lo yafle." My kidneys will explode, and then there's no rachmanis. Mikol Chai, if a person's kidney explodes, he won't live. Elanis Shani, the siv rak is not shemar. So Rashi says over here, beautiful. Because Baruch tells the Malach HaMavos, rak is not shemar. Make sure that he stays alive. Makdois Mavis Hikeu. He gave him, each one was a zet that would kill a person. But even though it's a deathable wound, what? It's not a word. It's a word, right? It's not for real. They say this. Even though it's a deathable wound, what are you guys all excited? I woke everybody up. It worked. Says the Gemara in Bava Basra, it's harder to be the Malach HaMavos than he himself. Why? You tell someone, go break this barrel and make sure that the wine stays inside. It's broken. How do you? So he's sitting there, keeping his neshama in his broken body. Bile is pouring out. His kidneys are exploded.
How would I know that?
Everything's going wrong. He's making sure that the neshama stays. It's very, very difficult.
That's what I like to hear, my man. I'm looking right now, big man.
What do you ask? Right now, bile that's exposed, that he has a function in his gallbladder. You could live because you see that Eoy lived. Over there, because Baruch Hu told him, make sure you live. But a regular person would die. I don't know if the island here would understand it. People in America not so much, but I'll just tell you, there's a machlokas. You're learning that suga. I remember I said it also. The machlokas is Eoy was a Jew.
Can I ask you a question?
Is a guy, or Eoy even exists.
Can you just make my name Rabbi Rothschild, not Rabbi Rothschild?
They said over there.
I don't mean to be mean to you, but nobody's going to search my name at Rabbi Rothschild. They just search Rabbi space Rothschild. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay. Did you write
Yeah,
anything else?
I was going to say, it looks amazing. It really does. Don't you think they look good?
Right. Yeah, it's such a but know that even if he exists, that's like the worst one. That would be doesn't get credit for it. He never existed.
That's correct, yeah. And why doesn't episode 23 with Adam Bitcoin have a picture?
Because this episode is
okay, that's cool.
Okay. So the question is,
I think it looks really great.
But this one made a machal, and what happened to him? He had to run for his life. It didn't help. So he would have said something.
I'm going to read it. Okay, so we do have to make some changes. Episode 17 is not,
something was missing over there.
So
that was the
Rabbi Space Rothschild, who is streaming on most social media's episodes. That's not me. That's not
today, Shreitman. How do you shrite today? Given a dove at MDY.
You get what I'm saying? You want to make sure these things are sent. So if anything, take it, copy it, and put it into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will make it all look perfect for you. You know what I mean?
I can't say any names, but in my show in Chicago, a guy turned around in the middle of diving. He's sitting towards the front. He turns around and screams at a guy that's sitting right next to me. He says, "What are you doing? Fucking diving? What's wrong with you?"
I'm gonna
And the guy
read
said,
one of your other
"Idiot,
ones.
shut up to go back and forth from side to side. How dare you scream at me?"
Okay, so you don't necessarily need them to have punctuation either. You don't have to have like Shane Valinsky is an AI automation entrepreneur and business growth consultant. Period. It doesn't need period. But that's okay. That's not a huge deal. But what I would do with all of these is just say, ChatGPT, make this into the best one that you can. You know what I mean?
You gotta realize you're in a soul, brother. Okay.
So like,
Oh, and one more thing I gotta say.
I'm going to say, Robbie,
This is good.
what happened? The Rocha social media
Ship, everything in it.
Yeah, you can. I mean, probably I would say Rabbi Rothschild streams 24/7 on YouTube for World Peace.
Going on and on and on. There's a Rebbe that saw this whole thing. He said, "Listen, it's not a ship. It's not a ship." So you tell him it's not your
The
ship.
reason why I say that is
Comes down,
when you say streams on many social medias, that doesn't tell you anything. But when you say Rabbi Rothschild streams 24/7 on YouTube for world peace, that's a sentence. That like, okay, I get that. That makes sense to me.
We have to appreciate him way back from Chasana.
So if I go,
He told me about a person. I'm not going to say who. A person.
so Cantu Professional Crypto Trading Man, episode 00015, period. What? That's not a sentence. Cantu Professional Crypto Trading Man. So you put that in ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is going to tell you, Cantu is a professional crypto trader, episode 00015. That's what you want. Does that make sense? So it's not a big deal. Just go through and take each one of them and put it through ChatGPT, and you're going to get amazing results.
But who knows? Who could do it or not? Talking about it.
Does that make sense?
Hanami. So too with the bio, Nisa Shani. Obviously, we're talking about Nisa.
But they're looking really professional. They're looking really nice. So you should be proud of that. They're looking good.
He's leaving the wine in the broken barrel. Now we're moving on to the liver. The liver, just as a picture, you know what we're talking about here.
Oh, that's good.
So different picture. This is the liver, right? With a gallbladder on the side. But the liver, if all this goes missing, and there's one kazayas left over, that's enough to regenerate. Or not to be considered. When Rabbeinu HaKadosh, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi wanted to tell people that this is the halacha.
Maybe it had, did you save it yet?
It doesn't say Rabbi Kiva Omar. Shulchan says this is the halacha. No. So when Rabbi wants to say this is the halacha, he removed all names and said halacha. It's a stop mission. Tell me this is the way we pass it. What does it say in our Mishnah? It's not nidlak havei. If the entire liver was removed, it says first nothing, zero was left over. Then it's a treifa. So you can infer on a shtayer, if there's even a half a gazais left over, something shera, it's going to regenerate. It's good. Have a gadol, have a gazais, even though it's not a gazais. Says the Gemara, I want you to pay attention here. What do we have here? Just as a start, we have two things. We have a
maybe
kazais,
it's
a
just
shir
not
kazais, and what's the other shir we just learned?
updating yet.
Even a mash. Now let's keep on reading. That's why I'm here. I'm here to help you out because I made this mistake. I don't want you to make this mistake. I'm a right.
So I keep refreshing it.
It's actually I'm a right.
But that's okay. Do the other ones, and I'll keep refreshing it, and then I'll tell you if it looks good. Okay?
No, that's not the pshat. That's not the pshat. Rashi says the pshat is one man dormer is going to say a kazayis. The other man dormer is going to say it's a suff. Why? Rashi says we have over here two anonymous mishnayos that contradict each other. I don't know what to do with them. So it's a suffix. Not one holds it's a mashu, one holds it's kazais. One holds it's kazais, and the other one holds it's a suffix. Go and read it by Yosef. Omer Rabbi Yochanan, Moro Shenikva. Oh, maybe Omar, not the Omar. Yeah, sorry, right? The Omar. Yeah, there's a whole new sug here. The Omar. I lost it now. Oh, the Omar Rabbi Yisrael by Yosef, Omar Rabbi Yochanan, Moro Shenikva, the Kovitz Kamta, Sheira. Beautiful. We have two beautiful things here. We have from our artists, both great. I'll show both. And the artist probably worked a little hard on this, maybe not. This is the gallbladder with the hole in it. If you flip it over, you have the liver that actually protects it. Now I'm going to show you something even better than that, maybe. Look at that. Do you see the gallbladder over there? Dangling on the right side. That's the gallbladder. And here's Rav Weissfish explaining it beautifully with bile oozing out of it. It's That's the gallbladder. It's in Hebrew. That's the bile. If the hole's on top, then it's straight. But if it's inside, and you have the liver pushing against it, now remember, this is not by itself. It's in a body. It's in a cavity. It's pushed. There's all sorts of organs pushing against it. So when you have that pressure of the liver on the back of the bile, so even if there's a hole, that's considered
you got to make some changes.
Hole.
You're going to say what?
It's not a trade. Share.
It's just my name. Don't have a colon after it. Because when people search it, they're not going to look up Rabbi Space Rothschild colon. They will just look up Rabbi Rothschild. Just the name. Okay.
They eat food and they swallow it whole. Then they have the gizzard.
I would say streams like 24/7 for world peace.
A lot of people eat it. A lot of people don't eat it.
I would say Rabbi Rothschild streams live 24/7, 365 on YouTube for world peace.
That I think somebody mentioned that the art scroll says that only kosher birds have it. And last next year somebody said that. I didn't see inside. So when I looked up, the owls and eagles also have it.
I think we streaming
Chicken, pigeon, turkey, they all have it.
YouTube is
Animals don't have it.
streams is like a past sentence.
It's like one of the.
No, streams is present.
What's it called? No, in the Testament.
Rabbi Rothschild streams live 24/7, 365 on YouTube for world peace.
So now, here are two pictures. Let me just show you.
Then it's a full sentence. If you say Rabbi Rothschild streaming 24/7, it's not really. It's like sort of a sentence fragment.
I cut the picture out. This is the outer layer.
Now the other thing is, I see that in parentheses it says episode 017. Go back to the other way that you had it with the 5 numbers or whatever, because you may get a lot someday, and you want them to be easy to find.
The next part of
it doesn't have to say F.
So
you can just put the dollars, the hashtag. It should say hashtag 00000, or so for mine it would be hashtag 00017. Does that make sense?
I don't know where. You don't have to see us
for we'll get it.
Today they have color Shon has this beautiful color book. It's crazy. The stuff. And they have our stuff. They brought a puppet to.
You ready, Miss Aquarius?
Yes, it's kosher or not. And he looked at it and he said,
how was your day?
I hate to get kurkavat. That's how he said, I hate it. What does that mean? I never saw it. I don't know what it looks like. Finally, there's a kurkavat. Now we say that we can't really fix. I don't know. You heard this, Maisa?
Miss Aquarius, what did you say is the name of the new app?
So you must
Oh, okay.
really.
Was it good?
Okay. Fine. It's a good ma'isa regard. It's a ma'isa sheyochel lios, and it's a good ma'isa. I love that. A lot of times you see people learn certain sugyas and they have no idea what they're talking about. But it doesn't matter to them. I don't know if it matters at all.
Excellent. Miss Aquarius, Tony's here. Tony, Miss Aquarius, Tony.
There's that. I'm not going to know what to do with certain things. You have no idea. Also, one day, oh, that's what the Gemara meant over there. But
Tony, you there, big dog?
you're learning a sugya. You're learning about animal parts that you've never seen.
Okay,
Never saw a picture of a dog. You know?
No. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Fine.
He's working on something. He's doing a really good job of it. He's a podcast host, so
Somebody said it wrong. To make up such a story is very short.
that's how I know him.
Okay, so now we're both fair because he was a hospital girl.
You're good. Don't worry about it.
Like by me also, like if I have I heard a story and I don't know, like
No, you're good. Tony's been in here for some time, so
what's the name?
it's not like it would be different if he just came in and he was like, "Hey, we gotta have a conversation."
So
And he's just chilling.
You good? So the story would have happened with the kissing the kid. Could be the good guy, could be relations, could be a few
You're
things.
good.
He
Don't
told the king, and then he went through the other door. Zok the Gemara. Another one. What if the outside has a function, but the inside, such as here's the outside, just the outside, and here's the inside. This is the inside pocket. That is but the outside, the Kugel and Kaim, Hashman, or not, we get Zeb, but those Zeb, so not well, let's just do it again. I might have skipped over. That's this picture, the outside,
How did you find out about it?
Has a puncture in it. The Kishlei Kaim and the inside pouch is intact. I'm not sure that's kosher. That's the question. What if it's Nikavak is? What if the opposite happened and the pouch inside is punctured? We're going to Kaim. If it's only one without the other, it is kosher. It says Rabba We're talking about the esophagus. Actually, it's a pipe within a pipe. It's two different pipes.
Oh, no way.
Here we have the famous picture that we always use. The outside of it is red. But that's not because it's a outer layer. It's a different pipe, so to speak. If you look over here, you see the white thing, the white membrane inside. It's another pipe. It's made out of completely different material. The outer one is more like a muscle. The other one is more like a, I don't know how to describe it. Like a bag. So, Chiton Adai Hukumi Lama. Mikav Zebel and Zeb. If the whole thing will through, only use a puncture wound.
You win, I win, I win, you win. Reload. Okay, so he doesn't quite have 700 people yet.
The Khalif trade, but if the inside, mainly the inside, turns red or even the outside turns white, but they're trying to say it doesn't really happen that the outside turns white. Red usually turns white. White can turn red. So if you see something like that, immediately you should know it's a trade.
Now,
Here we have it. Here we go. Something like this. You see how the holes do not line up.
okay, so there's Go Live, which is bigger, and then what's the name of the guy who has 700 people?
It's all outside of the Veshet, so maybe it's okay.
Would you say his app's going to be called what?
The Veshet kosher. In this picture right over here, the esophagus, this is kosher. Also, but when it comes to the gizzard, to the puppet, it's also why? Because the food collects there. It's not like esophagus that the food keeps on moving down. It sits there. And once it sits there, what's going to happen? Food is going to seep out of one hole and eventually make its way to the other hole. I
It's
just
very
remembered
expensive to do.
last night I got tremendous
Very,
physics. We
it's very
catch
expensive for one.
people from Zoom, guys in live. You go to, Veyako,
Well,
go to
to-
Telstone.
It's not, it's like really like maybe $100 to do on the App Store and Google Play, but you've got databases and you've got websites, all that extra stuff is
Friends with you guys, it's unbelievable. They said that in Costa Rica also. I have to see the pictures. Masculine Bash Yadrabo, Vegetable Day, Roba. Mamish the opposite of what you're saying.
TikTok favorite.
Esophagus, the eating someone that you eat with, and you make sounds with. Says Rashi. Everybody knows you don't make sounds out of the stomach. You make sounds with trachea. And you guys, behind you. So welcome, you're back. There you go. Who are you with? Oh, you're the famous nephew guy that's been doing that for a while? How many died? 210 and counting. Beautiful. So what is it? It's not your reference? You're not even referencing? Mars is the real deal. Wow, you look like a 16-year-old. You have okay, keep on staying, keep on laughing. So Rashi explains that you're right, the sound comes out of the trachea, but it's right there next to it, and it affects the esophagus, the womb in conjunction. Whoever's at the shechita knows. That's why the bottom of the trachea is so muscular, and the esophagus moves
The
into
people
it.
are saying
It has
that Go
a lot
Live's
of
not
food,
going to
it
last
has
long.
room to go into the trachea. It's all they work together.
Okay,
So
Spark Food.
Rollerway, it expands.
Okay, okay, good. I'm glad to hear that.
And then it expands
Okay,
again.
so I need more clarification. So they're saying that Spark Food doesn't go well.
It's very possible physically. Here, look at this. You even have a beautiful. Look
Okay,
at this. No,
and then you talked about another app, favorite.
We have holes that are not lined up because the esophagus
Okay, and how is
constantly
favorite?
moving. There's food in it. So once in a while, you can have a situation where the holes do line up. It's moving, it's expanding, it's constricting up. So you have a situation where maybe they'll line up. Oh, but the line up is a problem. But working with the Menachaya, but the gizzard that doesn't move, the good who says that it's ever going to line up? And why is that a problem? So we're in that picture. Oh, I can't get to the picture. I forgot the. Okay. Oh, this is the thing. Here, look at this. Am I exaggerating? There's 10 people there. I'm not exaggerating. It's unbelievable. Look at this. In Paris. Oh, and here, this is 9. It's not in the picture plus the guy taking it. Yeah. Okay, unbelievable. Yeah. No, all the pictures, the original pictures of everyone, first day, first week, first month, first year. You'll never see no one fixing it. Not never. You won't see no one. This is the one taking it. Don't be that guy. Who's the selfie? Yeah. Since that's why you have such a drama. He's always somebody take the picture. No, selfie. Says Gemara, oh my Lord, I'm ready to oh my Lord, I'm ready to you're right, the score is right.
Tony,
this
are you there?
expands, this doesn't expand.
Tony, are you
The one
there?
that expands and keeps on moving around, the holes can line up. Something that doesn't
Tony.
move, the holes wouldn't line up. It's not
Okay.
examined by Kurkova.
So,
It's a problem.
okay, so you changed it. It's.
Yeah.
Oh, are you ready to write this? Ready to write this?
Maybe they had maybe that certain couple that one of the two wasn't good. I don't know.
Are you ready?
I am. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's Rabbi Rothschild. That part's fine.
Part's fine. Like when you have a wound.
And then you want streams.
Scab. So let's say there's a scab on
24/7, 365.
That's not a healing. What we had.
On YouTube.
In the What was
So
it?
it's Rabbi Rothschild.
I said,
But a scab,
That's not a sentence.
job.
You want these to be a sentence or something like it. So I'm going to tell you how to make it a sentence. You ready?
Puncture is a trait.
Rabbi Rothschild. Stream.
Once you check the animal,
24/7,
you
365.
look at the esophagus to see if there's a hole in it. You can't see from the outside of the esophagus. You got to look into the esophagus. You got to flip it inside out. It might not be, you know,
365.
when would you have a
On
You
YouTube.
have to do that. The Suffolk Drusa. When I learned in Tifrak, I remember as a kid, they said, "Oh, it's terrible." You hear what happened?
For world
This
peace.
animal called a Nemiya. I don't know what it is. How do you say Nemiya? A mongoose.
And then you don't need in parentheses F017. If you want to do that, that's fine. But just add another 0 to it. Make it 0017. Because you're going to eventually hit 1,000. Then your numbering is going to be all off. So make it episode 00, EP period space 0017. Okay.
A pen full of bulls, full of cows, and they're
All right.
screaming. And
Do it,
they're-
and then I'll update it,
they're
and then it should be good. Okay.
That means you already had a little meal, so you don't know which one he attacked. Which one he did. You have to check. So
Well, you're wrong.
You look at the outside, the exterior part, and the inside, like the closest to the exterior side is any
You're doing fine, Big Dog. I'll be right back.
so to speak, any infection. So for the Suffolk Drusa, for this animal that we don't know if it was attacked by a wolf, by a lion, so you have to check the inside. You got to check the trachea and the esophagus. How? By looking inside. We'll see soon in a second a Maisa Shahoya. Oh, I want to use this. Here we go. This is good. So this chicken is all ours. New, brand new. Zepek. The food goes into Zepek, and from there it goes into the Kurkivan. You see, Mamish. Oh, that's what there's rocks in there. I think now I remember the duck can eat a rock or something, a bunch of rocks. That helps grind. They eat it, and then the food gets. The rocks help it out. That's why I think there's rocks there. I think. I'm not, that's from last time. That's the people knows this. What am I looking for? Oh, that's what I was looking for. Learning of that by Dark Global Specialist International Financial Services, by Murad, the Nishmas Imi Mirossi, Father Left the Bass, he's going to last Shalom. Where are we? Okay, Zog tomorrow. Oh, so here, like this is a good picture to show. You want to see whether or not there's red on the white, then you know that it was attacked by a kite. Zog tomorrow. I hear something you saw that's only coming to Rabba. Rabba was asked to take a look at an animal that might have been attacked by a wild animal like a wolf. So he checked the outer part, the red part. I don't understand. You taught us. You have to check the inside. You turned it inside out. He found two dots like this. He said, oh, straight. Rabbi Nami, you know, a lot of times the Magachir pretends that he messes up. He says, Betable, or whatever it is, he gets the oilam. Hold up. They're saying he'll make a mistake, he'll skip a line or two. Why? Not because he knows where the line is. He wants the oilam. Rabbi also, he was watching Abaye, he wanted to see if Abaye would speak up. Rabbi Nami lechadudila Abaye the boy. Rabbi wanted to see if Abaye is sharp. If a thorn gets stuck inside the esophagus. Now, Yoshav means it's sitting. Sitting means it's embedded. I want you to the word that embedded. Okay, embedded. We'll use the word embedded. Here we go. Takua. Like that. You saw that? Now, you look on the outside, you don't see any. There's no sign of damage from the outside. You said that if it doesn't penetrate through,
What'd you say?
it's okay.
What'd you say?
Have a good
You
meal.
have to be
Oh, thank
concerned
you,
that
sir.
perhaps it penetrated through you, and it was a
And
even a
I
small
done it.
little hole from
So
the
you can
thorn
look
will
up.
render
You
it
can
or if you don't see a hole, you don't see a hole. It penetrated half, and that's it.
Rabbi Rock.
We're not
Okay, we
concerned.
gotta fix something.
It says in Gemara,
You
"Don't ask
need
how people is misakin tmeis." I'm going to ask you four
another
questions here on this. First of all, on the
forward
first line of the
slash
psalm, it
after
says,
the 7.
You said if you don't even know if
So it's 24/7,
attack the chicken.
365.
You don't know.
Rabbi Rock says
You
it's
suck.
24/7,
So for that, you have to
365
open
on
it up
YouTube
and
for
check
work people.
everything.
Yeah,
So you
it
see
looks
that you
really
do
good now.
So why over here you're so sure that the storm didn't go through and through?
Need I say it looks perfect?
It's not true. If a mongoose went into a chicken pen over there, we're not going to tell him to check all the. We're not worried about it. It's not a problem. You can eat them all.
So this,
This
again.
famous
I
clothing
changed it after
all the new
the
people. If you don't know if you ate
It hasn't
the
updated
fats
yet.
that are also, you thought maybe you ate fats
So
that are
let's give it like
Okay.
2 or 3 minutes or so.
The point that was the night that the guys from Paris came on the scene.
I'm working on doing something.
It was a Thursday night. So
You are. People will be able to know. Instead of it saying like it was before, Rabbi Rothschild stream on social media, that doesn't make sense. Now somebody reads it and they're like, oh, that sounds interesting.
okay, so it's almost the story that I'm looking for. If somebody's wife serves them 2 pieces of fat and eats one, and then we find out that one of the 2 is chaylev, what do? You bring something called the asham tali. You bring an asham because I don't know what to do. So
No.
it hangs until I find
It's
out what exactly
24/7,
happened. Until that point, I find
365.
out,
No
it
space
should be my-
between the forward slash and the 365.
But I don't know for sure that I ate chaylev. It's only suffix.
It's,
But we also, I don't know, maybe the
Yeah.
thorn went through.
So it's
Says, you know,
24/7/365.
One of the pieces was
Right now you have it as 24/7/space 365.
Maybe you ate it, maybe you didn't, but it's there. Over here, what gives you the reason to think that the thorn went through and through? You don't have a reason to think that. Well, my showed the second you chef with a knife. Before you chefed it, everything is great.
Give it a minute or two.
And all of a sudden you find out the knife had a little nick in it.
Right now.
Oh. So, then we say what? It's also, but before the shkita, we didn't have a reason to believe it. So, over there we have good reason to believe that this animal is no good because we have a bad knife. Over here we have no reason to believe that the thorn went through and through. Well, my something kuma, which is a yachid. Just like you told me, you know that we're talking about a private domain. So anytime you have a suffix in the kuma, we say it's coming. Says Gemara, okay, you went that direction. I'm going to go the other direction. So we have 2 ways to go. Many things I should go to the suffix kuma, which is Yaakov, maybe I'll go to suffix kuma, which is wrong. But it's started. Oh, also, what's the reason why we're mapping on in a this is Gemira Lem Saita, the famous Saita. We're not going to go into it, but here, as a Saita husband tells the wife not to be misyachim with another man. She doesn't listen. She's misyachim. He could have in a private place, private domain.
Like
so from there we learned that Savik Kuma is the Bishus Yachid is common. Special halacha over there. You
ask me this all the time. You've asked me this all the time.
Thorn is stuck in the stomach. It's laying nicely. So you open up the animal after, like Noam noticed yesterday in the base of Kaises, we saw some food in there. Okay, so there's food sitting there. There's a thorn sitting there. Even it says
Bro, there's like everywhere I go, everybody's talking.
Situation where it's not punctured,
I'm
still
okay with this.
that's why it's okay, because it's not punctured. Aval Yoshav Keshina, but if it's punctured even halfway through, then I have to be concerned that it's no good. Only Rav Kahana, like the Tzitule, don't listen to him. Yoshav Itamar says Mefurish that it's sitting embedded inside the esophagus. But if it was just found there, what's the problem? The we know that every normal animal eats thorns. In fact, it's a Mefurish video. Relate. We're almost done. Itma. Oy, 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 Fadi. Hey, no, Fadi. Oy, 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 Fadi. The idea is the whole day, you guys are going to go walking around, wherever you are, just humming this tune to yourself. You're not going to know why. It's a very addictive tune. In my Turat Saveshet. Turat Saveshet is the last part, the end of the esophagus. We're already an hour in. Wow. There's always, should we leave this from now? Let's do it 5 or 6 lines. Turat Saveshet. Rav Omar Rimashi. So it's the end of the esophagus. There's
updated yet.
to the mouth. When you chew food, it goes into the food pipe. That's the beginning part. Is that a place that you could check? And if it is, then what's the shear of a puncture, even a mashu? If it's not a place you could check, then it's not a mashu. The treifa is not a mashu. It's more. That's what the Gemara understands today. Tomorrow we'll see something else. Rav Omer mashu, if there's a small needle hole in that turbas haveshet, the upper part of the esophagus, tray. You need a rope. It's where you can check. It's where you can check. It's all part of the esophagus, so it's mamashu. It's interesting. If you can check there, so hagrama, what does hagrama mean? I gotta show you this knife. Where's my knife? Oh, hagrama means that if you chef past, this is the beginning of the trachea, this is the end. So anything past this part, if you chef right over here, you're not chefing. You're already in the mouth. Over here, you're already in the lungs. You're already in the stomach if you're talking about the esophagus. So he's going to hold his no agrama on the esophagus. So you're at the end. Yeah?
Chef every single day
only the
for 1,000 days.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Okay, I have a question.
Why you say
Did you say that the Spotify thing?
I knew where is this? When this happens, right over here, you see, it expands. That's But when you cut it and it's nice, as is, that's the actual vesh. That's when you do shkita. Our master didn't say this. Who's our master? Bibi Barabak. Hello. What is it? If it's like this part right over here, that's the Surah Savesha. What's the Besha? When it shrivels like this, you see? This is shriveling and not shriveling. The shriveling, that's the Besha. Yoida says in the name of Zera, the Vlata. From where you swallow, that's where the Surah Savesha is. Where it meets the part of the mouth that you swallow from, the comp. How wide is it? Less than a barley. The other mechitza, but more than a kernel of wheat. Both sides have a wonderful day, a good Shabbos, Motzei Shabbos at 10:02.5.
Merit the Scotia, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MBIsponsor.com and sponsor MBI.com.
We're starting in Christmas. You guys, you have no idea. The Shema. This is an unbelievable email. Like it. My dear Savelli, I don't know how to write, but I'll try. You see my emails, but maybe this one is something I read to. I'll share my story as short as much as possible. I was next to him back, I got married, and my wife did not really know that I was thinking. She did. I've not opened up a safe, and I didn't even sit there for about 5 years. I bought a large car where no one noticed me, but I was feeling long though. One time I flew up. I was sick because my wife did not want to put a lonely, but scared me. At the airport, I met a Chabad cousin who offered me a card of milk on the shelf. I did not connect to it. And he refused. But he did not leave me alone. He said to me, you know what? He took out his book, his booklet, and he poured out a Gemara page and asked me to learn about the Gemara. Finally, I took it as Shabbos that page. On the flight, I faced an enormous assault.
Maybe it's like another time.
I don't know. I keep checking. Check it on your end. Open up Spotify in a browser and check it on your end.
I'm quick. I can see that.
Are you doing it from a browser or the app?
From the phone.
Okay, go to your computer. Go to your computer, open up a new incognito tab, and you look at it.
Something on occasion, I would really check the side and start from the beginning when I reached out. Hey, crumpled that I was trying to sell, somebody saw him learning from the Dutch as he was. The same page they learned, and he asked me what happened. I shared my story with him. We said that the Fabrisha. Today I finished in the Sacrament for the first time in my life. I'm 43 years old. How do you gather good people to go to college and bring them together around one table? How does one manage to choose joy even while wanting the memories of what we're memories of? Seeing that the answers to those questions are the essence of a special and blessed organization, which I've merited to become part of as a founding member. A place of status and joy to live together without anyone raising an eyebrow. A place where a person can speak, listen to another, and understand his pain.
I can see that. Maybe it's small times. So you don't see. I try Robin tries 21, 24/7, nothing, and after that 365.
No. It's 24/7/365. No spaces.
Okay.
So he sent me the Kiva Eger's Matzeva that says Ebed La'afi Hashem. I didn't understand the missing, so I wasn't familiar. All right, very nice. Dear Rebbe, I've been learning about the Yom Kippur across the face. Who can bring the half-finished base medrash with the yellow sign? Crazy thing how people find this out. I've been on and off for years, but I'm proud to say that I'm very close to have a shot at first many receptors. Today is special for me. This is an interesting email because even people that are from the beginning, they have also Messiah. Today especially because it's the first time learning the dot 40 straight days without missing a day. It's catching up on class, etc. We didn't catch up on 40 days straight. And as long as I remember, it feels like a reboot, and a reminder that it's never too late to restart. Maybe to create something that makes that happen. And not even writing course. I know we always really to say important things. I was wrong. What is that really doing good? The high-speed electric scooter. Okay, everyone's talking about it now. I'm not the about most of the day. Once in a while, I stick on a thing. Everything that I got like that. Please think about this. Don't do this. Don't do that. Common sense. You're still trying to price for your days. Responsibility. It's not the spirit. I can't really speak about it because I might know person that might be my wife's son who has one of those. You find it so reflective. It won't be the first time.
Right now it's a bit.
I keep checking.
Secondly,
Yeah.
Belgium together the following videos dedicate to our movement and say the player of best regard. This guy who thought your mother should have a for Shlema. You gotta do this. Make sure grow. My father's passing. After nearly 5 years of living, my father notified that Moshe Leah was literally by status. They just said, he did the best when he was 27. He became about 2 and my mother. She was a very nice first shot. That's 4 years.
Have you heard me say that it's good? Yes, it's good. It is perfect now.
So I will going to change other names.
Excellent.
Your name should be Ishmael.
This one looks great.
But not to the extent that it was. Even back then, out-of-town budgets were fractional with Mexico. Difficult, the age of 6 rented houses, multi-jobs, and some of my parents were able to live a modest, calm life for years, and finally never get home to his own house.
I'm happy to hear that.
Now, I'm going to make one more. I'm going to make one more suggestion to you. Look at Joe Rogan. He has the biggest podcast in the world. And just look at, he puts the number at the beginning. Hashtag 2020 space, and then he says it. And that's how I would do it. You don't need EP period. You don't need it in parentheses. It's just, mine would be hashtag 0017 space Rabbi Rothschild, all that other stuff.
Okay, I will go into it today.
Absolutely. One thing Joe Rogan does, though, that I don't think you need. Do you know what the hyphen is?
No.
It's a little dash, like a little minus sign.
Yeah.
You don't need that. You just hashtag 0000 space and then whatever it is.
Okay.
All right, big dog.
I think we did some work.
Yes, sir.
Unlike my father, very few of us will be able to take ownership of anyone else's. In this class, it's more type of Moshe Mayer, sincerely Moshe Blood. Here he is on the left, with Gibby Leverage, Shimmy Leverage, his father's lifter at a very young age. He was our graphic designer. Okay, let's not go right there. I think, real quick, now, This is yeshiva I spoke in yeshiva for the Shmaki guys in Kibbutz. This is Yankov Friedman. He's anonymous to this day. If you're asking for a bracha, if you can, unbelievable person. So he was like, there. He spoke to me for an hour. Then he says, this is the bed that I slept on when I was 10 years old in his house. Same bed, same cushion, same, the whole thing. Even that, he told me, nothing changed in its like zero. This is the recent claims I went to visit him. He wanted to make the shul that he found out. And this is the Bar Berlin. Was also my Magid Shul. And he became a Magid Shul. The famous Shul of Kufra, Shia. I think I will be ready when you are going to be famous for that.
Excellent, okay?
Let's just do it real quick. My son's name is Brennan Finchgang. Who is it? Answer questions again. Earn clicks and different point values. Some created AI generated game featuring you and MUI. But some guy goes, one who says our first name is while I was in Morocco, same thing as you like. He's mostly excited about it. He's ready to have a Schwartz. He's also playing in line with big applications. This guy, you get a kick out of how far the MUI is in this region. And it's just eventually family and entire MUI feel. Stuff is going to when you are learning, guys, where is it up? I was very dispelled from this record. It takes, the new technology, and it makes it interesting and schmack for the boys. All these different pictures, all these different things that he worked hard on reach. First edition of the Shah for 70 hours short of her. Iran and Mary Davidovich. The Lishma has Shah, he want to take the name of the Seder Torah. Davidovich, the Lishma has Shah Ben Aaron. Hey, you can find it, Ito Pasabro. Daf Men Base, the Dahlia Waldman in honor of my father, Chaim Waldman, and Mary, my father-in-law, and Dr. Irvin Jacob. These are the same names that we've done there. When something starts by the time of dedicating memory of every Mary with small ball, every time she goes to celebrate. The sign the nation graduates and children in the lines and all the youth spread and divide. Allowing for some of the difference with guys who's playing city better. Allowing you to push them and everything to enter to lay about Sester. The young Daniel Rosenfeld, Bishi Simcha. Nothing sponsor you signing and reports. The statement of Mary Beth Kamir, anonymous. The statement for Ruben Ben Ruben Anna from Shaya, from Shayapura, from Shai Ben Slava Devera, and May. The Spanish Jew sponsors and honors the first three veterans from the Mexican satellite location. Shmulyuda Abramchik 15, Moshe Lamiago 15, and Eno Greenberg 16. The first three walk from the Mexican satellite location. Seven Amy. The royal family, I give a little box, because that time of love shine before you, and shoot up the world with your spirit. Which will make the church of the body swear. Every line of every song, Ratza, Bas, Baba Pharaoh, on the your side, Pop, Zion Sivas. This is Robert, this is Robert, for Buster, this is the place, this is the Bible, you know them, Pastor. On the lead, out of the Yossi Elbaum, son of Eunice, R.H. Rhode Island, Joe, 243, and his engagement to Yitzhak Powell. What's up? Rockland. Yeah, mostly conventions on CS is back to the Fago, and if you read his back, you have to hire it's going to be on a penny to member seven drop that anybody can visit in the last few days. That doesn't count. There's no shame on Heaven Esther. Since I yell at Daniel Zeh, Ben Ayel, it's a big list if you go visit him. He's an accident, answering the Jasmine. The money was in the record store over here. Ben Shalosh, the money was in last, it's the corner house. Huh? Yeah, what's he going there? Okay, one side. Remember the thing for a long time. This is the beginning of education. And what a parent it's going to be. You're pretty back into human, and I told you it's going to be this much. And it was this much. Back in the Yas, Shane, and Sushi, which for me is super too much. Maybe some of the older women appreciate it too much. But it's just not as easy and flowing, but hands-on as much. Mishnah is going to list 18 Noticing the word 18, the reason there was 18 different traders. Now, because I made this mistake when we were learning some Sefas Yavanis, and in the first Mishnah, I went through every single one of the 15 cases. It took a long time. I didn't explain it well, and it's still today, it bothers me, that first Mishnah you write. So what I should have done is taken one case, spoken about it, and then all the other cases go quicker. I'm not going to make that mistake again, baby friends. We have each of the cases that we're going to discuss in great length. We'll talk about it. Everything will be understood, but we won't go deep into it until we get to that figure, that particular thing. If you guys have Besher, if the esophagus, the food pipe, has a very small hole in it, even a monster, like your today, we have even a real picture of the things. If you look closely, there's a little hole over there. Now you can see, right over there. Okay. A little slice, nick, a little hole through makes it a prayer. So that's like Gargaris. This, let's say this is the trachea, this is the pipe. And if it's slit like this, that's a tray for northern right. If it's more than 51%. Let's say a cow smokes. What would its trachea look like? So, like your friend knows, what you're saying over. It looks like this. So, Nika, did I mention? I have to mention, maybe I don't know if I mentioned the Hebrew or did I say that for 33 in English? The boy said, the statistics came out the other day and I got it from 13, 14 different people. Every single day in Eretz Yisrael, 53 people died
I will go.
Okay, no, big dog.
On the next day.
All right, keep me updated. Best wishes, big dog.
Okay. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome, my friend. I hope you have a good day. Take care.
Thanks.
Even that, over 4,000 people a year that see preventable deaths. 4,000. That's what we're hoping. How did the CT scan go? 132 hours, 20 hours. The first 7 days are very, very difficult. We saw Goldstein is on the thing. All these guys on the group. How do you feel like they did that? Nika Krumsha Moya. Here's a Gargaris. There's a real picture of a real trachea with different rings. The outside is made out of and the bottom where his fingers are actually loose. This is Krumsha Moya. There's a membrane around the brain, like almost like a plastic bag, sort of. It's hard to see it here. You have it's unbelievable. The quality. But anyway, emotion. So you can see like a little, like a shiny thing on the brain. That's the very, very thin membrane that wraps the brain. So if there's a little hole in that, that's a trachea. If the heart is punctured all the way to the cavity of the that's not right. I wonder if the heart is cavity. Problem. Here's the cavity, the heart has cavity, that's where the blood goes into the pump down from the chamber. You go to the chamber? I like cavity better. Cavity. It is a chamber, they're right. They are right. But I have to see that cavity explains it better. If the heart goes through, we actually have a real picture of a real heart. We don't like this stuff in here. Look, there's a hole in the heart that goes into the cavity. If the spine broke, the main part here is that the spinal cord, was severed. That creates a favor, not the fact that the spine broke. Spine can break and person can live, animal can live. But the fact that the cord breaks, how does the cord break? By breaking the spine. That's the whole point. beautiful picture that Yoshi put together here. I worked with him on this just to get the blue, which is not real, but it's not the color, but to emphasize the color, so it gets more. He actually made some of the, I don't know if you noticed, some of the vertebrae are glass, are like plastic, so you can see through. I want to show you a video that Alex ever put together. It's one of the better videos that we ever showed. And I think this is a good video to put on your status. Put on your status and tell you right with the word. Join and pay for today because it's going to be easy. That's simple. No, you have to look. Unless you don't like it, it's up to you, but I think you're going to enjoy this video. Take this, put it on your status immediately, go to the back, download it, put it on your status, you boot it with the player. Niet daar covered. You don't start medical. If the liver, it's interesting, the word kaveh means heavy. It's the heaviest organ in the body. Is it heavier than skin? I guess it is. I don't know. They say that's why it's called kaveh. But we know that the liver is the only organ in the body that regenerates. And if there's a small piece left of the liver, it will regenerate back to normal. So that's why it says we don't have covered. If the entire liver was removed, nothing was left over, then it's a thing. Hareo Shanika Oshapaswa, if a lung, there's a lung, it's amazing. Like if you've never seen it, it's pretty cool. All shriveled up and then you blow it, it's like a balloon, blows up. I want to show you this, I guess. Okay. If it has a little neck, if you notice, we're talking about all these things that have neck, the little hole, a Araya Shanikta, you have a lung that has a little puncture in it, which a puncture, it's missing a piece. You know what I was going to ask? It's missing a piece, so it has a puncture. You're not getting the base has some pointers. So Rashi says this is the pointers to something like this. If you look closely at this picture, a lot of these pictures I received yesterday from Vice, which our in-house show put on Zoom. It's amazing. There's a picture of everything basically. And these little blood vessels or whatever they are in there mixing stuff. But sometimes these pipes that are in the lung, it has to go up to there. According to Rishon. Nikta Hakev. We'll be discussing this. There are 4 stomachs. The food goes from stomach number 1 is called the carrot. From there it moves on to the base of crisis. I have here base of crisis, but it's kind of frozen and it's shriveled up in the freezer. I have also hensis. I'll just show you. This piece is actually this piece over here on the glove. The design is magnificent. It's really beautiful. And then the second one is called hensis. It also has a crazy design of lines. Here's a blow up of base of crisis. So you can see over here, what happens is the grass that the animal eats gets chewed up, goes into the carrots, gets digest it, and then goes into this base of Pisces. And the base of Pisces forms Pisces, like balls. And each little piece of grass goes into each one of those cavities. And therefore, it has a bunch of these balls. And then it does Malagira, it takes those balls, goes back to the mouth, and it re-chews it again. Then it goes back in, somehow it knows how to go back in and go avoid the first two. It goes from there to the hemsis. The base of Pisces and the hemsis are back to back. Interesting. Yeah, you can see, wow, you can see grass in the bottom right over there. It's yum. Nikva Teva. Now, from the hemsis it goes to the Teva, which is the fourth thing, right? So there's the Teres, the Pisces, hemsis, and it goes to Teva. So if there's a country in Teva, Nikva Hamara. Well, what about the hemsis and the base of Pisces again? Not really talking about. Nikva Hamara, the gallbladder has a puncture, there's no oil. It's very bitter stuff. Mara. Again, we're talking about Nikva. I'm pointing it out because in order to take all of these, I put them into one category called Nikva. So they're all considered one. So the bottom line is there's a bunch of Nikva Teva, Nikva Hamara, Nikva Hadaka. I love this picture, one of my favorites. I didn't see all the pictures, but this one is a great picture because I took the doc and I was playing jump rope with it. Okay, but I never did before, but it worked out well, and they grabbed that shot. These are the small intestines, very long. Who goes through all that? Parents are being the Nikva, more than discussed the community. Same with the parents, that's the first time of the school. The truth is, we have, especially with the Moses service, a very nice picture. A lot of stuff that we're discussing here. You can see the Mara right over here, that's the gallbladder, that green guy. You can see the base of Pisces over here, the honeycomb. And the hemsis next to it. What are we talking about now? The heart, lungs, liver. Teres? Are we at Teres? This is right over here. It says, these are the tissues, the Mayan. Okay, so our parents have been Shanikra that had a Shanikra, Reba Pitsoina, or it was ripped, most of it, from the outside. For me, the Oimer, it depends. I'm going off that it's a large animal like a bull, so you have to have at least one pepa, one fistful of a rib. But when you have a smaller ass, like a baby, a cat, so it's less dead. A pepa, really goes on with its majority. So now go to that, the hemsis of this place. Hemsis of this place, that's fascinating. Because over here, you can see there's a place where you notice the grass, and you notice this nail, large nail. Is that possible or not? Well, that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about a puncture wound that goes through and through. Here, you can see the flip side. This is the blood. And there's some sort of nail there. You can see the nail that went through to the clouds of light. How do you know? Because you see I guess, maybe the threat was injured before, not after it died. I think. Okay, so check this out. The base of Pisces dumps the food in. Within that ground, a pipe going one per hour. If you add another opening from the hemsis into the base, from the base of Pisces to the hemsis, nothing happens. The whole the capacity of it to move from one to the other, it causes permanent damage. It causes damage if you're gonna puncture the outer wall of the base of Pisces. If a nail is through here that we just saw, that's problematic because then food is going to the body. It's gonna leak out. that's what he's saying over here. On the wall that connects the two of them, and there's a hole that goes through, that's not a problem. Rafa Minagai. This is the story that I told you about. My father himself in Nebra, he's concerned about this. The Rafa Minagai, which later on I said the Dalavis I saw yesterday, it says, and that it's an animal form. Somebody told me, if I saw your best, told me, nothing else. So listen, what happened? There's a truck full of chickens, looks over. So when you go by, trucks look over. They all trade as the food. But I don't know about what kind of thing. I know that when it comes to the Bahina, when animals falls off the roof means a payment also a roof. Anything that's above the top is a roof. It's a marshal of something like. So if you didn't, what a salad. So you wait 24 hours. The animal is good after 24 hours. Walking around normal, he's bullshit. What happens is the guy doesn't know Allah. The animal falls off the roof. He says, let me check it right away. Check right away, that's it. You can't eat it because you don't know. You can't open it up and find the trade. The trade is it's a category of basically borrowing of refuah. Exactly what I know. So later, don't check your refuah within 24 hours. You wait 24 hours and it's good, then you're good. The stocks are worried by themselves. Most of it is good. They say it's a terrible joke. They say it starts with a Puerto Rican says, I want to give you a wife. So he tells the Rachel, how much is going to cost me? The Rachel says, I'm going to wife. She says, what can I get for a rib? But it's not even a nice joke. It's not a rib. It's not a rib. Tell him it's a side. A whole side of other ribs. It's not more than an arm and a leg. Okay. So Jesus has the age. When a wolf attacks, the Rashi explains that a wolf has poison in its nose. We can understand today what means poison. Poison is a snake. Poison means germs. Yes, JV. Yes, poison meaning yes, you feed flesh in his paws, in his claws. And those claws, in addition to causing damage, they also inject an infection. And the animal dies from the infection. So Mela, once this animal is going to get ripped up by this wolf, it's done. Because eventually it's going to die from the infection. That's how I'm learning. The cat, I have to find this picture. One of the better pictures like this. It wasn't with you guys. I don't think. We saw a zebra that was attacked by a lion that survived. No, not the one with the fish that's coming out. Not the one with the fish coming out. I remember exactly where it was. I was with my family. The lion, you have to understand, I mean, and the thing back then, if you took a knife and tried to slice a zebra, it'd be very difficult. That's very thick skin. And it was a thick skin. This zebra had 5 rips, real rips, blood coming out of it down its back. And the claws, in that moment, in one of the airports, they had a lion, a stuffed lion with its claws out. And I put my hand next to it. It's like double the size of this. Like, people don't realize the size of that. Then the claws come out like real nice. So that's what this is saying over here. Jesus, I read, when you learn that this is Zebediah, when you're talking about a sheep, compare it to that die from an infection from the war. No. In order to die from an infection when it comes to a larger animal, that you need Jesus, I read. Then you need a lion. His infection and his claws are much stronger. They go through the hide of a larger animal like a cow. Jesus does have names. But so having in the, I believe, using the hawk is something else. I think it's the hawk. In Chicago, I witnessed it. It's Some of them very, very fast flyers. They just come in between the branches. Like, look at this picture, and they just pick up a pigeon. They just fly over it. And they go to like a fence or something. They just pick at it until all the feathers are done and they kill it. So these squirrels and these snakes, they'll create the same problem in the chicken. But this Sanet for about in a smaller bird like a pigeon, who just like that, and a larger bird like this. Here's a good find of the picture. This is real right now. It's not a joke. There's an eagle holding on to a sheep, yeah? A baby sheep. It's the real deal. So you have a larger bird. The hawk is much smaller, much weaker than that. You can do a bird, but you can't do a sheep. So this is like a gas, boy for gas. Sorry, you're not. This is name boy for gas. This is a gas, boy for gas. A larger bird. What does it say in the title? I didn't know this. Turkey. Jackpot. Paul Shane from Boya Kaya. The Mishnah finishes up saying, like the model in the second focus, anything that can't survive the year is considered a trade. If it can survive the year, it's not a trade. Other observing levels, one is trading in that Torah. Where do we see this idea of trade in the Torah? In Nayin. There's also some trade in the Torah. Where first of all, it says trade. What do you mean we didn't see in the Torah? No, what I meant to ask is, and the red ones with trade in the higher than that Torah. This is my point. What is trade that survives the year now? Remember, it says even if it's about 4 years, but the guy says this is a live, it's a trade, whatever the one of these things, and as a whole, it's history that survived 10 years, it's still trade. So I don't even see that it should have doesn't. Let me say for that cloud. It says in there in Ishmael, the last line. That cloud will take the low five trade. So it says, but you can learn by your own country in a higher, but we don't know that. Allah that a trade for doesn't survive. A doctor, he's a patient, he says that good news and bad news. What's the good news? He says the good news is you're going to live for a week. He says that's the good news. If that's the good news, what's the bad news? Yeah, I've been searching for you for 6 days already. So if you're not going to live, okay, you're not going to live. It's sick. It's like a person. So the simple sign of custom, anybody who uses custom, these are the animals that you're not eating. No. The living. These are the living, I suppose. Something that can live and survive, you're allowed to eat. Anything that you know that's not going to survive, you're not permitted to eat. If I was trade away fire, that's the why trade for you can't eat. It's not going to work. That's why you can't eat. And according to the one that argument says that a trade does live, how does he know that a trade is a problem? This particular one you're like, there's other animals that you're not permitted to feed. What does that mean? Even though they're going to live, the cloud of the fire you see that a trade does survive, and those are not as easy. Easy don't even though they're going to live. According to my Lord, it says trade is still not survive. So we use the my Lord, it says trade higher use the result. So now the trade in the higher, what is the result? It's more than the boiler was the wrong way. The tunnel day was small, so it's a higher trade. The line to tunnel was born from the community. Every single species in the world. You think about it, it's a nice shoulder. I don't know if you're very look what an elephant looks like, what a chimpanzee looks like, a tiger that only you only have in nature. How did you get to the desert between Egypt and Israel? The tribe and Eretz Israel. Where? How did it get there? She's going to look it up and brought it there. He says, there's no, sure. Here's an elephant. Here's this, here's that. Elijah goes and goes, but even in the area, the nation, I'm like, sorry, okay, sorry, slow. The Rambam says the whole time. The Rambam says that this is a Raisa, know the difference between different animals, the first and the last. That's why when I fight the fires and kind of want to fight more, but I didn't get it 100%. There's some guys that, Kazara is the mitzvah. No, what's the right to say? The right of the husband and a parent and a comment. Because it's always you have to know what I'm talking about. You're sitting there, you're debating. Is the woman beast kosher or not? Who would you say? You know what a woman beast is? I'm assuming so after that's why we go back and check that particular halacha with a few others. A honey badger, it's a honey badger kosher, it's sure now. We did not see. I think I looked through once. Yeah, we did not see. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The only animal this small fights with the lion. The lion bites its neck and its head doesn't die. It's exactly. So you bite the ear, the head goes through. And it sticks out, it comes around like the because of this ratchet garnish, the crazy animal, this big, balance, honey badger, check it out, it's crazy. You see the mouth, it opens up and shows its teeth, like even if you do something to the lion, even if you shoot the lion, it wouldn't look like I just tell you, not even a thick one, I have to tell you it's not a nice one. When I went on a walk with the lions, the guy said, do this, he takes his hand, and he whacks the lion in the stomach, really hard. I said, no. Like, oh, whack! Like you do to your friend when you want to get him in yeshiva, and then you over, you want him in front, like a whack! So, and the lion, nothing, not even just he likes it, just serious, that's what it was. It's like, okay, you can't explain it until you. Something tomorrow. It's not in the toilet. You can find it very small. Good. The dog now if you're home, straight from fire. You just not in the toilet things. He also needs to teach us that because both the children are dating every single animal. And his wings, no stuff. I was trying to hide it all, so then I was more have to go back to ball, shows that they need that whole concept to teach us that idea of coming really small and one short over time. So I didn't know that if you hold straight to fire, that's considered straight. Not playing either if you're coming really small. It's another one. Very small. In a higher on that fella, then a higher for them to offer. It's a higher that looks the offer. Something that's alive and can live more than 12 months and still, nevertheless, looks the offer. And we find that Esrei case which remember the Moshe Sinai. It says, how do we respond when gives a number? And this is problematic, and that's a question for the next week. He goes to numbers. You can't go to 19. He says, these are the 18 that are left on the Moshe Sinai. You're not going to find them in the Torah exactly. You put this on Veshes and a funnel of delay. Not going to see it. Because both of them are going to be 18. And then meanwhile, we have a beautiful figure. Ask the Gemara, okay, if you count it off of the Mishnah, the fat will be 18. But Shmuel says, these are the 18. He says 18, he says the number. And once you say a number, it's very difficult to get out of the number, and we don't get out of it. We're going to stick to this number. As you know, if you like a Basta is the conspiracy. Babies, Sama, so that's 4. So another 4, we're at 22. The Chef Schmeitzer is the only place I believe in Shas that says the Chef Schmeitzer. These were the sons of the famous Chef Schmeitzer. He wrote it when he was 15 years old, and he said it's around the over every single day of the Shabbat. Shabbos 7. The famous Chef Schmeitzer, the famous beloved son, his voice is high on the phone. He learned Chef Schmeitzer, they said he had it, and he wrote a lot of things on Schmeitzer. One day it was a big emotion. They saw Eretz Yisrael from a distance. They started screaming like they were so excited that finally, after a month of women's water being persecuted, running away, getting them. They saw it and started screaming. So the guy says, you know where we are? He says, yeah, the Schmeitzer Gimel. Second Gemara. So now we have a problem. We have another 11. Turning down by Dark Global Specialist in International Financial Services. By no rather than expressing me Mirossi by the Echo Bass into the last house. Just a maverick here. The one side, I just want to talk about this for a second. I think it's very exciting. 1,057 people are part of this, and I think that the idea of making this a benefit for, all of them, you have 60,000 members now. So it's 1 out of 60. It's bad. I think you just get better. You on the bed, get up, just push. $36, get a hustle, get a work. I want to, because I moved them up $720, they're going onto the mantle, and 205 meters. There's a ready by the push-up. I'm just telling you that because Mark Ashnavi told us to me, they're hard, you see what it says. There's a ready, so you try to gather some money together, put them again, make sure that we have 30 left. Don't worry, you'll get a number. They gathered some money together and he bought a number. Abi Benjo, I'm reading the Hebrew now. There's a bunch of Israelis there. Abi Sharon, Arvadin and Kerker. This is a big one for me. He's a resident trader. I know his Mamash Matsu, and he guys very, it's an emotional thing. Ari Rubin, Dov York, Simon Eisenbach, and Eliezer Bernstein, Yehuda Boy, Yehuda Dambi. Lama to be Yehuda. It's a good thing I'm reading this. I was like, you know what? I'll leave it for the Israelis. I read it in the Hebrew already. Happy already. Square in Yehuda. Jacob Binnenfeld. Yitzhak J. G. Yishai Shilovetsky or Yisrael Mordechai Bailey. Nicole Solikov. Minas Yisrael Reisman. Don't worry. I'm an equal opportunity. I can't read names and books. Minas Yisrael Reisman. Moshe Goldberg. Not going to be taught. Peter Zanama Sherman. This is Peter Sherman, who his son, Aaron, was in his parents' house for months when he had his issues back in the day. He wasn't allowed to leave the house. That was through Risa. And Chicky is the head of the satellite location, one of the most successful satellite locations we have in Fresno. The parents, yeah. No, I heard from his mother, it changes like his whole day. He's around. And Shossi Lerner, so the mayor handler, so the little boy, did you get something? Did you get a puppy? I'm pointing at you. Did you get a puppy yet? But what do you want to be part of MDY? No, get them off. You see the turtle. I did. Super Born and Boy. All right, fine. Next, we'll read the rest of the day. So now, what's the question? The question is, Kevin says 18. And our Mishnah brings 18, doesn't say number. But there's a lot more than 18. We just saw another 11. 4 Chazikar and Shaf Schneitzer. 7. There's 7 times he don't say the Gemara. He says this is the amount. Do the Shire or whatever you're talking about. Nothing left out. This is that part. At the end of the Mishnah, there's a rule. This is the rule. What's the rule? That if it doesn't live, it's a trade for. It's considered a trade transaction. So all these 11 things you're not going to live, so they consider a trade for. It's included in the rule. Exactly. Now, don't you small numbers for it as you trade for. But if you're wrong, this is only 18. If you let them, there's no more. Break it by 8 more. So now we're going to go through God's judgment. The base, some of them. The behavior should have to be well as the base. If it's like, it's kind of gas pop. Then I have Cuba with a mile away from fish. Pop a picture. Actually, somehow the Mara. Yeah, doing that. Hey, they're showing. Wow, I got one last night, I think. So here's the picture of the Behemah in there. That was crystal clear shot. That was crystal clear. So there's a bird here. I'll just sort of over here. Find some over there. There's the animals have like 3 knees, sort of. 3 bending parts. We have 2. So it's from this one, from the upper knee up. The In other words, the entire thigh bone, not the shin, but where the shin and the thigh bone meet from that point and up here. I just drew it in here. It's a picture, but from this arrow and up. And from down and down is not a curve. Right. So my leg, so it's a catch. We'll do one of these. Let's see if this works today. First of all, check this out. If you come to the YouTube, you know these two people. Not this. Hey, buddy. Hey, you. You know Fianco. He comes with the sun all the time. He knows that. That's Taurus Pro. He comes as a set. Taurus Pro. You got a Taurus Pro. Okay, so now that you see that, so these are the 18 of the mission. So the Gemara asks, what about the Amos and Ephes? So we have 19. 19. Says the Gemara, some of the pictures in the left number, you're putting in the covers for videos. There's also a hole that you could, solder it. Especially that way. Yeah, someone find a what? Powderized. So you do some sort of surgery. No, you don't do it. You do that. You do one of these. Close it off. And then it can wait. So you might want to do photos to close the videos. Okay, let's say you can do that. Question is, it's really, really small. It says 18. You found an 18. But very small stuff won't save the highest here, though. The whole dedicated to live, survive. So let's say it has a touch hook, but it can survive. You don't have to. So you do surgery, cancer surgery. It's not a point. Even if you don't do surgery, it can survive. So why is it not 19? You number 19? So what we're saying in the leg, don't look shady. The thing is, you don't have 19 because if you have a cut leg, that's not a trophy, that's kosher. That's not why, that's why it's not part of the list here. Great. Next question. Sarah means that's the son. Sorrow. Son of a Baptist. If you have one of the, how do you say, vertebrae of the spine missing, is that if you have a skull of a dead person, that creates too much oil. The whole thing, the whole have too much oil. But also you have a full spine. If you have something missing in the spine, it's not coming. Something stays for you, is in the Yachas. The Omar of Yehuda was small, but it's two. One, the pain trader. Then it goes to the Shammai. It'll be a trade that's missing two. And it goes to the Zillah. You see it on the one hand, the phone is going to discuss it tonight. Going to Shammai, two vertebrae creates a trade, but the Zillah, one. So you have 19, you have one that's missing. Oh, yes. So Gemara, emphasis is a process. You consider it emphasis is basic process. It's on the left column toward the top. So take a look at these two. They become a one. Yeah? These two become one. And now we're going to put the same shibra in that slot. And now you have these two. What are you going to do? That's going to be further. How do I you take one out? And now you put one in. So I say, very good. You go, I have an animal. This will be good. And I'm walking around without skin. They got something going on. Something wrong with the giver. That's the second. Keep the giver the second. So says the Gemara, says the Mary the master. The Mary holds that it is kosher. It's not a native. It's not a kosher. As the Gemara, you can also. The same day Charusa means like a dry date. So it's one split up. Basically, it got fractured by human beings. It's reversed. It's one from there. That's it. It doesn't go back to where it was. It has trauma. In other words, it's called trauma. it's a second. Here, look at this. Says the Gemara. This Mara is smack in the center of this whole star. We're going to pick it out, toss it out, and instead we're going to insert the harusa. Yeah, harusa is one of them. Mara is not. A punch's ball guard is not a problem. But we learned is review that. Mara harusa. Great. As the Gemara, we can stop pizza. But what do? We have another 7. Take a look. We put all 7 over here. And you look even real quickly. It's fascinating when you learn the science over here and see the pictures. Look at the Atma. We have a real look at the Atma from the Isaiah. Basically, joints have a ball like a pyramid. A ball and it fits in a socket. A ball and a socket. If it doesn't work, it's unbelievable. I said it yesterday. There's a ball. And because you have a ball, you can rotate within the socket. You want to punch out. So I know a guy. I know him very well. But I can't keep too much information. He's in the Army. And he really wants to be one of the elite in the Army. And his socket walking through, like one of the first things standing over there, he's thinking himself, here goes my whole thing. Without screaming, without making a whole scene, he did it place on his own, which is extremely painful. And in fact, he was the student over there, and there's a thing that's taken to the top unit guys. They're looking at it. Why don't you give a block on? Make it there. So good. I'll tell the father to do that because let's take him to fix that as well. Look at that, so there's such a good penetration. So what the ball does that, it's very interesting. I just want to show you real quickly. This ball and socket, if you notice, I had one of these thongs, called ACLs, the tendon, whatever, the ligament, snaps, it snaps. That's what I'm saying. If the ball and socket, it's not a trade. It's when the ligament snaps, when I'm in this picture, you can see the snap ligament. So that's another one. If it has a problem with one of its lung, I'm sorry, kidneys, I drew a picture here of a Luxapilia. I thought I did, maybe I didn't. I know I received one from Red. I'll give it to the editor to remind me. Okay? Luxapilia, in other words, it's full of pus and it's really bad. Now, you could donate a kidney. So if a person has, not a person, an animal has a bad kidney, that's going to be a bad thing for the animal to do. It's not. Without whole shera, if you take the immune system completely, it's okay. Only you will believe it, you get terrible, but if you have a puncture in the trouble, the kind of the best edge shaky, they're dangling, most of them is the first. Before you learn about broken ribs, I'm talking about ribs completely removed from its uprooted from its mikar table. A crushed skull, most of it's crushed. Rubas are things made by carrots, rubas, and the meat, the flesh that covers the rest, the intestines, the whatever we'll see. Most of it so says it was enough. So we're over here, right? We are over here. We have 7 in addition to the 8. Says the Gemara. Take a look. In this one, there's 8 different punctures, meshes, layup, layers, etc. So what we do is take a look at this now. We have a folder. We're going to take out all the 8, all the red ones, and put them in one folder. So now, one folder is one. That's all 8 of them is one. So that's also 7. And then we'll put it all back into place, and everything is good. Now we have 18. So we already have it. That's beautiful. And if all of those eight are considered one, all the rest, 6 shots, 9 shots, you take out 7 pickups on it.
Are you
11
fucking
shots, nice
serious?
percentage, just the stuff. The body, the form, the beard. Okay, so then you're right, so one of the the other psychodynamic they have in the Mishnah, we have 2 that are separated. One of them was this, right? The cut trachea. We also have the broken spine that we showed in the video. But many times you consider 1, not 2. That's the pelvis, and now you have 1 extra. Well, you have here, so you have an ambiguity. You have the spleen, so that's a 9th puncture one. What do you about the puncture spleen? Well, I have parted the apple. The two we discussed, the cut left. And so, no, that's not a problem. No exposure. And the Garuda, the animal walking around without skin, which is a challenge. It's not a problem. That was very topic. Leave that back in there in the Mishnah. So, before you go, one last thing I got to show you. So this is, at the end of the day, these are the 18th. Take a look here. You'll have the book of the Akma. You have all the stuff left over this. And I'm just looking for, that's the full regla, number 9. It's definitely full regla. We insert it back in. This should be somewhere else. Kisar Bashidra, number 10. Rab Boisai, and all 8 is number 1. Rab Boisai, have a wonderful day and enjoy Pelu Trapers.
Where is the British War throughout the world? Sponsor a show today.
As well as an extension made 3 visits to Italy, mainly administration, every shopper's level forced him to withdraw from the country. Instead, from 1845 to 1848, he was involved in the construction of a short rail line in Tuscany.
Good morning, Rab Boisai. This was numerous with the Spotify. Beautiful, beautiful day today. We're gonna have to, unfortunately, go through the emails quickly so we can finish the period. Today is the last day of Parshat Shofet. Remember to bring your Gemaras tomorrow. Tomorrow we're starting one unbelievable question. Guarantee that at the end of the period you're all gonna be crying that it's not any longer. It's gonna be murdered. Updates. Numerous parties available as shares. A bunch of people. It's very good about it's geschmack to see that people are willing to share to benefit MDY. The Torah of clients was sold. Words so far. 522 words, 640. Amudim 195 Amudim were sold out of 245. What's this day? This is the new fax. What shaykhs? Wow. Now we welcome everybody to the first annual donor appreciation tour. In the business of bringing more green to Torah, Morocco has centuries of Torah and Emunah. Last night, the person that they're looking at on the screen is actually sitting in the room and they didn't even know. Basically, these are Chayalim in Lebanon. They're watching the shir in Lebanon. And all of a sudden, they notice that one of the soldiers' father is in the shir. He comes to Ramai and they're sitting there last night. And the father never saw this video, so it's cool. I'm not even sure everybody's wearing a yarmulke in this video. Got nice screens in Lebanon. 5-year-old sitting on the floor listening to a shir. He's just arrived for our new car. Which my husband asked them to do those letters and trying to get into that expensive in the yard for a while. But now we got a direct message. This is now still going strong, doctoring every day. This is in March. This is in June. Still going stark. The vibes. This is the plate number of my new car. They're almost done. 9180. My name is Isaac Hirsch. I tried to stop smoking, but it was very difficult for me. I'm not good with reading English. So someone send me this Alan Carr Stop Smoking book in an audio. So I thought that maybe it can help others. I'm saying if you hear, thanks again for has Shurim Isaac Hirsch, Stanford Hill in London.
Just finished the Century Bike Ride, 100 miles.
I've done it once.
Got stuff to do, priorities.
That's fine, we can know, man. I'm gonna skip this. We'll cover today's shir. We'll just go by there. Hopefully, I can read it a different time. Official edition of Roy Shas, accepted by Zerinyao Shohaf, Daf Memalek by Rudy Furman, Yiddish Matzaraf Musha, Avram Ben Oshel Zelig Furman, those that have an aliyah. The Masechta, the physical Masechta here is dedicated by David Salomon, dedicated in memory of the Avi Mari, from Korach, from Tanki, Doig, from Bracha. By the $1,000 donation, gratitude to the Totem and the Alliance, and only do support of UI, anonymous for something with the guys who think it's very anonymous for the people who are like the Son from Nevas Esther, the young Daniel Rosenfeld, Jesus for Simcha, monthly sponsors are Yisrael for Shlema, the Mary Bar for Miriam, anonymous for Shlema, the Muslim and Yehudis for the Shaya, then Slavic Moira, Amen. Spanish year sponsors, Mazatov WY family on this incredible Secretary initiative. I just got word today from Mayor Blanca, he's getting these pictures of two groups of people. They say they're 20 and 30 watching together in Costa Rica. Two different groups in Spanish. And they try to keep growing across the world and in Spanish-speaking communities. Amazing. Huh? I should go and give them a visit. Yeah, I think it's a good plan. 7 Amy, Navo, and family, Adina Liba Bass, Zachayim, Madash, on the 4-year-old girl. She took the world with Kira. She had made it serious to fly Israel. She was left in a car. And it's things that can be avoided with different, keep in mind here, get the right devices. And, yeah. This guy said he's a doctor. He got up in his father's shiva. And somebody, whatever, part of the carpool, Mamish the next day after he got up from Shiva, he had to sit shit on his 4-year-old daughter. Crazy sad night. Weekly sponsors in Spanish. I said this already. Julie Bernstein, for the successful procedure today for Temafega Mindel Bas, Sorry Vittel, Obey, Wyoming Raising Shapiro. The initials are Ari Shaya Shapiro with Yeshiva and Yeshiva Kfir Das, 45th, yard size. Virtual Shechter's following. Wow. The coalition. Today's Daf Malach continued to March Ashkenazi Mem Aleph Reish Kuf. Hashem should shower him with Shefa and Simchas in his family. The coalition. NUI Kids sponsors. Innovations also has Chesvakim Simcha Vega and Rifki Rudas Basyapakayo. NUIR. Shlema Yonatan Nathan Ben Shabbat Bracha. Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther. It's a Yela Daniel Zeb Ben Esther. Both sides. But not too bad. 6 lines from the bottom of Mem on his base. Goal is to finish the parak today. Look at that. Did all this in less than 7 minutes. Unbelievable. I think I have some extra minutes. In the beginning when I used to read emails, so I had a few haters in the shir, and they tell me, why do you read those emails at the end of the shir? And little did they understand what these emails do and how many people are brought into the shir and how it establishes the mishpacha and it's physical people. They didn't have the foresight, unfortunately. Not everybody has it, you know. Zok the Heilige Gemara. Noat Simon of Nachman. So yesterday we're just going to finish off the sugya. Yesterday we're learning about the riddle. How do you get a guy to be 3 korbanos chatas on one action? The answer is, if he does one shkita and it happens to be Shabbos, and he happens to be thinking about a Sarah, and it happens to be outside the Samigdal. So you check this contest outside the Samigdal Shabbos and all, but you get 3. Ravuna, who's Ravuna's chach? He says, because he holds that a person can make another person's animal Avodah Zarah. Adam Oyser Davar Shleina Shalom. And that's how it happens. Now, we have the other side, the other sheet. Rav Nachman, Rav Amram, Rav Yitzchak, 3 Amiroi, Amri, they all say, Ein Adam Oyser Davar Shleina Shalom. You cannot ask for something that's not yours. I mentioned yesterday, Rav Shach, somebody sent in, that there's a psak, I don't know where, how, psak, but if this brought that trauma, I'm serious. This is one of the worst things I ever witnessed in my life, to me, at the time. But thinking back, maybe it's a good thing that happened. I don't know. But I was in a shtivo.
What up, Zoot? How you living, fam?
How you living, fam? Not Aleph, a little different than Shem. I was sitting in the shtivo.
Big dog, you don't even know who Isambard Kingdom Brunel is. You don't even fucking know.
The middle school guy was down for he thought that the guy was down with too long. You know what?
Did you just say that you didn't know who James McCann was 6 months ago?
And he started diving to the album. I was gonna throw up.
That's right. Okay, so Isambard Kingdom Brunel is perhaps the greatest engineer in global history. He is one of the greatest figures of the Industrial Revolution, perhaps the most eminent Victorian engineer, and his work altered the lives of almost every person in Britain and millions abroad. The first engineer of the Great Western Railroad, he was responsible for the design and construction of the London Bristol Main Line. His maritime career saw the construction of the largest steamships in the world at the time, the SS Great Western, SS Great Britain, and SS Great Eastern. His career was marked by continual financial engineering setbacks. His first major project, the famous tunnel, was cancelled after a collapse nearly killed him, and was only completed later without his involvement. While recovering, he began his work on the Clifton Suspension Bridge after riots in Bristol around government policy. Work on the bridge was cancelled, and it was only completed after his death. Is that the greatest story that you've ever heard in your entire life?
So I know what I was pretty cool. I was watching maybe I have the urge to. I wouldn't.
Okay, like
but I have the urge.
like
Never happened yet. No, I'm just thinking it happened maybe a week or 2 ago. And this minion already waiting to go, and we go. The guy's going to snap my finger. I went like this. Okay, just, I don't know where it was, but it's not anybody that knows. It doesn't matter. He gets the snap. Yeah, true. I'm trying to get to this email.
That's pretty fascinating, John.
I love that. I don't know who passed that.
Are you going to call your friend?
To remove someone that was from entering in a public aisle.
Did you know that his belly button is infected? Did you know that his belly button is infected? Yeah, I don't even know what that means. How do you get your belly button infected?
You put shit in it.
Nobody puts shit in it. You showered properly. Would you please?
Sometimes your clothes black
Would you please call him? What up, Tim?
And we had a
All right, are you excited?
He said it must be only this
I'll see you tomorrow night.
where the bird.
All right, do you think you're gonna come inside her?
His trachea was 50% cut, and he went ahead with a knife and did 51%.
I don't think there's a woman on earth that would teach you good dog.
It's us a nefesh on Shabbos. outside of the Samit Shkita, it was Avodah Zarah.
Dog.
Zarah before the Shkita, and it wasn't Shkita before it all happened simultaneously because it was
The second they see your mini golf game, they're not gonna want you to come within 10 feet of them, my man.
It all happened simultaneously.
Are you calling Riser?
Large animal. There's no way to do it.
Yeah.
This trick
The crowd goes wild.
You only have to cut one simon out of the two to begin with, and I have a way to do 50%, which is nothing. 51% is everything. So I get a little small amount.
It's busy. It's busy.
What's he doing?
His own mom, but he's busy.
How do you know he's busy?
If you cannot make somebody else's
We're doing a cool.
Avodah Zarah, so then by nicking it,
Do you think he's really busy, or do you think he's just avoiding you?
a small amount and a full amount. You don't have
Who the fuck is he calling at 9 o'clock at night on Telegram? Bitcoin Obama?
You didn't make it up at the Zara. It's not Avodah Zarah. It's not yours. You can't make it up at the Zara. When did you make it?
Why is he a champion, big dog?
Only you never make it. Is it Avodah Zarah? When does it become an
Oh,
Avodah
for
Zarah?
sure, dog.
Where you hire Lisa,
Did you wish him a happy birthday?
all the way at the end. You hire Lisa. Even if you didn't make it Avodah Zarah, you hire Lisa. You hire Lisa for bowing something.
I don't think
You
that
did a
was
mitzvah Avodah Zarah. Even if it didn't become, you oived Avodah Zarah without creating. You didn't make this animal Avodah Zarah. It's not Avodah Zarah. You are an Avodah Zarah.
Why don't you think it was
And for that,
his?
you hire Lisa. But when did that happen? Not
Why
when
don't you think it was his
with the knife.
birthday?
But when you do the full shkita, so at the full shkita, I did everything simultaneously. I was over on Shabbos.
Yo,
I was over
dog.
on the Putzes, all the way to the Zara, all the way to end. So
Why don't you think it was his birthday?
According to you, I have a way to do all three with an animal.
Because you always said his birthday 3 times last time.
All right, well, couldn't it have been his birthday?
How do you have 3 birthdays in 1 week?
I mean, couldn't he have been like, hey, my birthday's on Friday. Give me something because it's my birthday. He says it on Monday. He says it on Wednesday. And then he says it on Friday, which is the real day.
It's false. It's only when it's somebody else.
His Telegram says
the full amount. So it comes out a very interesting thing here.
His Telegram says his birthday's in March.
Somebody else's animal.
May.
So then the
May.
this is yours. Yesterday we said
Okay.
that is not yours because it's a
You think-
When's your birthday?
You know when my birthday is. You ask me this all the time.
And if you hold like the ice of those shades
November.
say the fact
Dog, we're not going through this. You ask me this all the time.
So the Gemara Tashma. So
I can find out.
You came into the Discord
When's my birthday?
June 26th. June
Yeah, but right now, if you look at this animal, who's this?
or January 26th. Apologies.
No, it's a chatlas. It's already designated as a chatlas.
Close.
Designated as a chatlas. Tashma.
It's January 20
Okay,
something.
so we have yesterday. Shnai mugs in the towel. I know. Shnai mugs in the socket. Yeah. Show you
Yeah,
how
of course.
January 24th.
January 24th.
January 28th.
So the mountain. I gotta show you this video.
January 22nd.
It's a good thing I didn't show you yesterday.
January 25th.
I hope okay, whatever.
January
Shnai mugs in the socket. This is
29th.
Yesterday I went to visit his
It's under 20.
January 30th.
No, it's the same day as mine.
No, we know whose night is. January.
And I stayed in his house for a long time since then. I've been there
15th?
so many years. I need to go say hello to him.
Yeah.
It's January 15th.
You gotta force me to go.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we made the whole appointment,
Okay.
and we went.
Now here's my question for you,
So
dude.
my birthday, I opened you guys are changing it off.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're saying it's his birthday, I'm saying that's his birthday. it changes. Okay, are you?
So I showed him some of the videos.
Okay, are you ready to? Are you ready to lose?
You like this? You get your public at one point he tells me, listen,
Probably against you.
I know Carson says, don't show my picture. I said, I need bracha for the cover of the MDY. He says, give them the bracha, they should all go for shots. They probably weren't. They probably weren't. Don't show my face. He says, yeah, you got no because I don't think jobs is a good thing in the future.
You don't think jobs are going to be something in the future?
And I had to be the person. He didn't even think for a second. He goes,
Okay.
you're right. You have to go for I want to be more.
Are you ready? I'm gonna. You're already in this game. I'm gonna send it to Riser as well, so he can just jerk himself off, so he knows that it's available to him. Then I'm gonna send you a player, 5 goals, 2 players.
One of them has Kavana Fab, the other one turned out. What is thing about
Dude, it's the Mickey Mouse hole. Dude, it's the Mickey Mouse hole.
I think in the future you'll be able to travel. It's like you'll be able to travel from Australia to America like now.
With teleportation, perhaps instantaneously, dog. Don't hit your ball in front of my ball, whatever you do. Don't hit your ball in front of my ball, dog.
3 things that you can't really see. You take somebody else's food and you make a comment.
Do you think I had the best shot in the history of the game?
Put truma into the food. You mix it up with truma. Now
that's devastatingly bad. I can tell how bad that is. That's bad too. Devastating. Huge risk. One of the biggest risks of your entire life. Giant risk.
If you do a mistake, this is a hezek chain. It's a hezek that's you can't see by looking at the wine. You can't see what the wine is.
Oh, you really do? Oh, you really do?
We'll give you a class, even though it's a hezek chain.
You make this.
It's an interesting story about hezek chain and nickel. It's not a hot shot 100 years ago.
You have an easy shot. By the sand, though. By the sand, though. All right, big dog.
If you ever been in Car,
So the bowls are the only thing that are really
Yeah, but sometimes.
that was the name.
Okay, so here's my question for you, Zoo.
shoot backwards. Yeah. He's very smart. Yeah, but he doesn't after that. He wasn't. Cool.
I will tell you that.
What would you rate the movie that girl sent? The movie that girl sent.
0 to 10.
Chase. He used to chase me. I came out of school. He chased me. For me, I was less than 10 years old.
Oh, dude, I just gave you the game.
Start running on a bike, the 3-wheeler bike. Remember that? 3-wheeler bike. He's still alive. He would go to every bridge. It's a whole thing. Okay, anyways, those who don't know, the big number. Yeah, what? Okay. Well, listen, he must be in the 70s today. Must be in the 70s.
I can see how
This guy goes to prince over there in Germany 500 years ago and tries to convince him that the Gemara is anti-Jewish. It's something that you have to destroy first. So one of their Rabbanim, something Yuzelman or something, went.
What did you just say, big dog?
those issues with the person.
That's my son-in-law's grandfather. Okay,
But there's a lot of flashback scenes and a lot of things like it's hard to keep up with what's going on in real time.
Okay.
It's hard to know what's going on.
Did you see that shot, Sue? I've never seen that. Did you see your shot?
The big boys kept
You hit my ball in.
and I hit my ball.
I've never seen that. I played this game thousands of times. I've never seen that.
What's the shot and what's Hezek really? So first he was like this. They says, oh,
Devastating.
Shot.
They No, that was a good shot.
Are you proud of that shot?
That was it. He said, "Get out of here. You're stammer." Fine, even game.
Are you serious?
How could a guy take wine and make it Avodah Zarah when it's not his wine?
Sure. Zoo takes the lead.
This is the one that should go first. He does have a partnership in it.
Way too hard.
No, you don't want to go first. I'm skipping this video on purpose. Videos are not. Oh, this one I'll show.
It was a perfect shot.
Although I would make this a lot shorter. But no, I don't think you're going to be short. You're going to get a fucking way. Okay. Not bad. Maybe I might win.
I think you are going to win. I need the greatest shot in the history of the game. I need the greatest shot in the history of the game. I need the greatest shot in the history of the game.
You can get him.
It's over, Zoo. You won. Are you proud of yourself?
Guys, I don't feel perfect game. I fucking hate myself. Do you know why I hate myself?
Because you're terrible at it. Dude, that was amazing.
I just didn't message. Raza says he got a feeling this good. You should be in charge. You should go schmooze them every day. Oh, that's real, sir. Israel likes all these videos, right? All of them. That wasn't bad. The Gemara today, the repetitive. I don't know why you
about a guy that has a partnership in this one. No, so why is he doing it?
You should just help.
Because
you did. She's out of shooting shot anyway.
Almost not seen finished. Get that all. He says Gemara. Back to my place. Why we get Calvin? Shenisa Yenish Yisrael Shlomo can have it. Zoro, Asaro, Levi. I have a question.
Just helping more.
How come that day when there was no school, you also
like
Tracy?
Are you serious? Hit the tree.
Why we get Calvin? Shenisa Yenish Yisrael Shlomo can have it. Zoro.
You can get
Asaro, a guy that was Manasseh, the wine of a Jew, not in front of Avodah Zarah.
Dude, you got a perfect game.
Not in front of Avodah Zarah. Asaroi.
I won.
I could ask her something that's not mine, even though the Avodah Zarah is not even there. Rabbi Levin said, Rabbi Levin, Baba Matthew Noisoi, Mipnei Shtei Dvar. That's two reasons. The famous Rabbi Yehuda.
Dude, you played.
Two reasons why it doesn't work.
And you know what you get?
First of all, it's not a problem.
Game of dice party.
They hold like today's wine in our house, but it's not
And then I'm going to bed.
Bugging out the show. So.
Okay, well that's a cool story.
To make somebody else's wine, right? That's
Then I gotta go get lunch and get
somebody else's product.
I mean, you're just telling amazing stories, dude. Dude, what did you think of this?
I'll give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay. Dude, you're up and everybody's awaiting.
There's a story I heard.
Do you believe that Riser has a fever? Yes or no?
My filter didn't let me say the story for years. Over here,
yeah.
I think I can say the story.
You know that you have an invitation.
Where's the passport?
There's a Meister Shalia in Hebron where.
Why would it let me start the game without you in it? That's so stupid.
You know, this way. Always like a stuff. Happens sometimes in Yeshiva. Guy knows better, more.
You start the game.
All right.
Listen, I'll tell you one more thing. I mean, this is you never saw in your life. You're really gonna have to.
Do you like that it does that?
Didn't say anything for 2 days.
Is that the happiest thing in the world?
Right, right.
Is that the thing that makes you happy?
That was you know what makes me happy is how bad you're wrong.
That's not very nice, dude.
So Shiloh is playing. Doing it to be desired. I want to be feeling good. If I want to win a big game, you have to do big things. Big bad.
No, we both could do well.
He's not doing a big desire. Everybody knows he's not doing a big desire. He's trying to check the guy. He's trying to check the. You're checking me, I'll check you. You just pausing to do a big desire on a cucumber. I don't know.
I would taught him.
Are they learning machine with the guy talking about the Zara? Or not? Is he having the Zara?
Not a great one.
Could you eat the game? Or is the Mamsha Shai? Could you eat the cucumber?
I'm not winning.
Now you know why I didn't say the story.
By 6 points.
But over here, fine.
Oh, you go.
Toshma.
You go. One, two, actually, do I want to go to the pools?
Now you're mostly the sacking the shirt at them. Now going back to the story that we had before.
That was a good choice.
Two people holding on to one night. One is thinking about a bizarre, one is thinking about what do you see over here? No. Now we're trying another angle. Does a Jew do something just to cause some pain? Or is being serious about that with the Zara? Over here you see that he's being serious about it with the Zara. Another Jew is holding on to the and he's making it with the Zara. You don't say the Tzuri come with he's being real. Says Gemara can't bring a right from this case off of Iskina, Yisrael moment. When you're talking about a guy that went off, then of course he's thinking about a Zara. You're right. Look, you have the picture you can even see. Guys, Mamash Momer, look, Mamash doesn't even have a top line. So this guy,
this 100% shot you don't take.
I need the full time.
That's a cool story.
I'll take the 5.
Also, he's just trying to bother him and chepping him. He's a cheppener. No, he's not cheppening. He's the real deal. He's over means of his heart.
You got 5 extra?
If you have a Jew, he's about to do a Bezorah with his friends.
It's super over, son.
You're gonna get me
Fuck up.
No.
in order to give a guy
There's no way you're fucking this up.
And he says, bring it on. I don't care. I want to do this. I want to do a Bezorah. On my leg. So in this case, do we say that he's being a cheppener, or is he trying to bother somebody? He's being real. He says, of course he's being real. On my leg.
That's good.
A person who doesn't care to die, after they warn him you're going to die, when you take him to Bezin, going to kill you? Not a Misra de Yishamayim. A real Misra.
That's good.
You don't have a greater mummer than a guy that's mastered his life.
Bravo, what do you got?
Brought to mind, there's a saying. They say,
Baby, calm down, son.
Bravo. Chill down.
You know.
Everybody should have something to die for. Everybody should live for something
He's
greater than
gone for a
himself.
large strike.
Something that
Give me a 3.
come to you and say,
Give me
hey,
a 3.
it's your Yiddishkeit or death. Yiddishkeit. This was sugar over here.
That's cool.
No, it's not. Don't even talk like that. No, it's not. No, it's
Look for
not.
something important. Hey, enjoy Chatin. Okay, so Rabbi said, again, I want to remind all of them, seriously, it's not a joke. We're starting tomorrow, bring your Gemara. We're starting tomorrow, fascinating. By the Shechita, you know what I'm talking about. If you're by the Shechita, you'll find out. Every day, pictures. It's going to be unbelievable.
Yes, you do. Yes,
a
you
lot
do.
of the animal parts stuck in our special
Where the shot
special mouse strike. Special occasion. And it's a long pair. And it's a schmack bread.
Dude, what do I do?
It's a great time to
Dude,
start.
what do I do?
Easy stuff.
Kinda
Easy. It's all very, very easy.
Dude, I'm kind of happy.
Like pictures, ideas, things that the inner to the animal.
I have to go with the 5 X.
You cannot do a shkita into the ocean. Yeah, there's
Dude, I need
no-
two twos.
I need
I need
looks like
two.
everything's out.
I need two
You're not
fours.
in the car, you're not into the river. No, you're touching anybody who was there on that day. Don't do the street.
I need two fours.
Does anyone give a shit about? Does anyone give a shit about
No, absolutely not.
No, at that. Some sort of metal thing that they mix.
Unless it's
Unless it's
Paul
How
Hogan.
they able to do it? Oh,
It's the only thing. Like, Australia was really cool in like the 80s. Just because of that movie. Aside from that, nobody cares about it.
Clothing on the bottom.
Not even Margot Robbie can make it big, or whatever those brothers are. Absolutely no one cares.
Hey, check the list of young with the North.
Oh, we're gonna take a big risk here, dude. We need a two.
Is that root blood and it's not a ocean? Svina, Agavi King.
That was devastating.
We're on the way to MDYC on a cruise ship. And the guy brings out his sheet. Little brings his sheet. Let's go. We gotta check the sheet. Where were you? I was looking for you.
No way, no fours. No fours for Zoo. No fours for Zoo. You need one more four.
Okay. Still going. You were doing the gosh, you were doing the reference. So, what are you trying from LA? You hear this? I couldn't believe it.
I just took the lead, dude.
Listen. Look, how much is one step? One step in the store. Here it is. One step. My wife went, like, she broke. How much?
You need a four. You need a two. Oh, you got so fortunate. Dude, you got so fortunate.
What do you mean? Yes, my wife went out. I told her.
You know your full time.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks a little weird.
It's over, baby.
Is that where you go?
It's over, baby.
It's over, baby. You have to buy a fresh one. $40 for one stick.
Fuck.
Why did you say F?
Oh,
Because that would have been useless at
no, it was 120
years ago.
Fine. So anyway, yeah. She did say that. I said, why do you do that? Like, why? I never bought a steak.
It's over, baby.
Guys don't seem like that's out. I don't know. Maybe in America it does that price. She tells me, I think she was half joking. She says, what do you mean? You don't know, babe.
Do you think he really has a fever?
Yeah, but she has to your face when you said it. You have to, but that was real. That woman was for real. This
All right,
woman,
Sue.
like, she was
Good game. Go take your shower. We'll see you tomorrow, big man. Best wishes with that chick. I hope she likes your movie. I hope that chick likes your movie. I'm gonna watch your movie one of these days. Is it a religious movie?
Schwach, but okay.
I know, but like, what's it about?
You have a problem. One way to do it is take the
City of God.
Yeah, dog.
and the blood doesn't flush, and the family, you know, shut the doors.
It's about sons of the guild of 16 teenagers and telephone takes photographs of the drug trade for a newspaper in Brazil. He's taking what's going on in Brazil like what happens to Islam.
Why did you watch this movie? Like, did you have to watch it in school or something?
Sorry.
Okay.
So